House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 476 to Chapter 548. Steamed Bun, the little puppy, was a little afraid of water. Xianxia picked him up from under his armpit, and he faced Xianxia in a shameful position. His big black eyes rolled around, looking at the scary water, and he kicked his two hind legs in a panic. Unfortunately, his short legs couldn't kick anything. It could only act cute and amuse Cici, who was in front of him, into giggling. It was actually the first time Xianxia bathed a dog, and he felt that this position was not easy to grasp. He looked around and took a wash basin to flush the toilet. During this time, he used his left hand to hold Steamed Bun's abdomen. The little guy was too small, and Xianxia easily held him firmly with one hand. Even though he tried to escape, how could he escape from this devil's grasp so easily? Oh oh! Steamed Bun's cries were weak, not at all as loud and powerful as his mother, and he sounded quite pitiful. "Papa, Papa, Steamed Bun is barking. He can bark," Xianxia said happily to her father as if she had discovered a new continent. Xianxia warmed the wash basin with warm water, and then put Steamed Bun inside. As soon as the little guy's 4 feet touched the ground, he wanted to escape. However, the big devil had already held him down. "Xianxia, give me the shower head." Xianxia stretched out his hand and said. "I also want to give Steamed Bun a bath." The little girl grabbed the shower head, unwilling to give it to her father, and said with a pout, "Okay, let's do it together." Xianxia had to let Xianxia stand over. The little girl held the shower head, and Xianxia grabbed her hand, controlled the amount of water and the angle, and sprayed it on Steamed Bun's back. The water temperature was suitable, and although Steamed Bun trembled for a while, he did not find anything to be afraid of, so he stopped struggling. Unlike cats, dogs were not afraid of water, so they were not afraid of bathing. Steamed Bun wanted to escape before, but he probably never tried it. He also curiously stuck out his small tongue and licked the water that flowed down from his body in the wash basin. After getting Steamed Bun wet, Xianxia turned off the shower head and let Xianxia take it to the side. Then he squeezed some shampoo and rubbed it on Steamed Bun. The little puppy still wanted to turn around to look, but Xianxia held him down while gently patting his head to calm him down. "It's bubbling," she, who was watching on the side, whispered. "That's right. Make some bubbles. That's the only way to wash it clean," Xianxia said to his daughter while rubbing Bao Bao. Washing its body was relatively easy, but washing its face was more difficult. Xianxia could only try his best to wash its head. Then, he used his hand to hold the nozzle and collect water to rub its face. He also had to be careful to avoid touching its eyes, nose, and ears. Even so, Steamed Bun was still struggling when he was washing his face. Perhaps the water had touched his nose or eyes, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Cici watched anxiously from the side. She couldn't stand still. As she walked, she squatted down beside her father and whispered to the Steamed Bun, "Steamed Bun, don't be afraid. Papa will be fine after bathing. It will be very quick. Papa is bathing him, not the other way around," Xianxia said with a smile. Although it was a little troublesome, he finally cleaned Steamed Bun. After Xianxia washed away the dirty water and bubbles on Steamed Bun, he quickly took a clean towel, wrapped it around Steamed Bun, and wiped him. Then it was time to blow-dry his hair. Although he was a native dog, the little puppy's physical resistance was still weak. Xianxia carefully blow-dried all of his hair, including his small tail. During this process, Steamed Bun did not struggle, and even squinted his eyes in enjoyment. "Xianxia, look, he likes it when we blow-dry his hair. Look at his expression, isn't he very proud?" Xianxia smiled and gestured to Xianxia. "Hee, I also like to blow-dry my hair. My hair is very long, and it can be blown up." Xianxia exaggeratedly waved her hand and smiled at her father. When he was almost done, Xianxia took Steamed Bun to the side, which was temporarily made with a wash basin, an old quilt, and an old pillow. Xianxia immediately came over and played with the little guy. "Papa, look, I like to touch Steamed Bun. It's very comfortable." Xianxia touched Steamed Bun's hair and said to her father with some joy. She felt that Steamed Bun after bathing was softer than it was in the afternoon. This kind of little native dog's hair was neither long nor short, but it was really soft. The little girl felt that she could not put it down. "Papa will give you a task. You stay upstairs and watch steamed bun. Don't let him run out of this room, okay? Yang Yi said to Xianxia. The room was clean. Yang Yi had mopped the floor, but the outside of the room was dirty. Okay. Xianxia nodded absent-mindedly. Yang Yi quickly went downstairs. He first went to the kitchen to get the eggs that Murphy and Xianxia had cooked, and a bowl of cooked and cold porridge. Then he went to the tool room in the back and got a clean and used big bamboo basket, which was usually used to cover chickens. When he went back upstairs, steamed bun had already climbed out of his kennel and was playing with Xianxia in the room. Yang Yi saw that steamed bun was still adapting to the new environment. He happily jumped around Xianxia's feet and chased after Xianxia's shoelaces. The little girl was confused by steamed bun. When she saw her father come up, she dizzily threw herself into her father's arms and giggled, "Papa, steamed bun is so fun. He likes to bite my shoes here. Are you hungry?" Yang Yi patted the little girl's butt and smiled. He pulled a small stool and sat down, then he began to peel the eggs. "I'm hungry, Papa, but I don't want to eat eggs." Xianxia leaned on her father's body. The little girl was still a little dizzy. "Who said it was for you?" Yang Yi laughed. He broke the peeled egg, took out the yolk, and then crushed it and mixed it with the cooked porridge. Then he motioned to Xianxia and said, "This is for steamed bun." Yang Yi put down the bowl in front of steamed bun. He didn't know if steamed bun was hungry, but the little dog was very smart. He sniffed the bowl and began to eat. He ate it. Seeing this, Xianxia forgot to blame her father for not bringing her food and teasing her. She happily squatted on the side and watched steamed bun eat. Steamed bun ate very happily and was not picky at all. Yang Yi thought of the three little masters at home. In comparison, steamed bun was better. However, the little guy couldn't eat too much. After eating half a bowl, he stopped eating. Yang Yi took steamed bun to his temporary nest, and then covered him with the bamboo basket he had just brought up. The bamboo basket was full of holes, enough for ventilation, and with the strength of the little puppy, he couldn't push it. "Papa, why did you lock steamed bun up?" Xianxia asked, puzzled. "I want to play with steamed bun." Yang Yi laughed and said, "Because Papa wants to take you to take a bath. After we gave steamed bun a bath, we are very dirty. We have to wash up before we can go down to eat. Hurry up, your mom and auntie are almost done cooking. We can't let Grandpa and Grandma wait for us for too long." "Okay then." The little girl was very obedient. Of course, maybe because she was really hungry, she reluctantly looked at the little puppy lying on the bamboo basket and barking. "Let's go, we'll play with him after we finish eating," Yang Yi said to Xianxia as he took out a change of clothes. In the evening, after dinner, Mo Henian and Yang Chonggue looked at each other and said to Yang Yi and Murphy, "This afternoon, old Yang calculated the dates with me. After calculating, April 12th is the most suitable day for the wedding. Moreover, my visa can't stay for too long, so this is the best day. So, we decided to set the wedding date on this day. What do you think?" Mo Henian asked. Yang Chonggue originally planned to directly make the decision for the few elders, but Mo Henian persuaded him, saying that he needed to ask for the opinions of the young people. "So fast?" Yang Yi and Murphy were a little surprised. It was April 3rd now, and there were only 9 days, 1 week, and 2 days left to prepare. Could they make it in time? After the wedding date was set, the two families started to get busy. They sent wedding invitations to their friends and relatives, prepared some wedding supplies, and so on. Even Yang Qing's future daughter-in-law came over to help Murphy with her plans. It was considered an early rehearsal. Yang Yi, on the other hand, took some time to go back to Jiangqing. On one hand, he received the people from Global Pictures and handed them over to the negotiation team of his publishing house. On the other hand, he went back to pick up the Chinese wedding dress designed by Zhou Mingyu and made by the old tailor. On the other hand, he gave the invitations to Guozi, Ding Xiang, and other good friends. Of course, they had to attend their own wedding. Lan Caokai would send a car to pick them up. Yang Huan, who was still in class, would also go home with the car. She would be the guide. Speaking of Global Pictures, they sent a manager named Zhu Xingxian. Of course, he also brought his assistant, Zhou Yakan. When the two of them first met Yang Yi, they put on the airs of a big company and wanted to suppress Yang Yi's price. However, Yang Yi didn't waste time with them. After meeting them, he brought them to Sahara Publishing House and sent a team of 6 people to continue the negotiation. 6 people, this was enough to make them feel flattered. How could it be so exaggerated? A small author, at most with the halo of a songwriter, how could he make such a big scene? Xianxia was dumbfounded. Of course, they didn't hide it. After Yang Yi left, the 6-person team continued to shock them. They told them the fact that Yang Yi had a high net worth. Xianxia finally felt the pressure of the negotiation. Yang Yi's identity wasn't that simple. A person at the top of the pyramid of capital wasn't someone they could casually bully. The Sahara negotiation team even proposed to them that they could consider investing together in order to obtain a higher share of the profits. This directly placed Yang Yi on an equal footing with Global Pictures. Global Pictures indeed has a strong background and can choose to give up. However, Yang Yi will not care too much about the withdrawal of a Global Pictures. Without Global Pictures, there are still Fox and other big shots eyeing him covetously. Moreover, even if these big companies withdraw, Yang Yi can continue to wait for the best price. With his financial resources, there is no need to worry about not being able to sell. Xianxia was in a predicament. He realized that his previous threats to the newcomer writers had no effect. The negotiation of this project could only be temporarily shelved. He needed to return to the company to discuss with the higher-ups to confirm a suitable plan. Of course, Yang Yi wouldn't care about this for the time being. He returned to Jiang City for less than a day before he hurried back to his hometown in Anqing. His wife and children were waiting for him there. In Jiang City, Du Yuanlei, who had officially started the project of The Fugitive, started the audition. She invited the producer Mo Xiaowan, as well as the company's veteran, Xiaoai. The 3 of them formed a panel of judges to examine the candidates recommended by some agencies. Of course, Mo Xiaowan and Xiaoai were only there to support Du Yuanlei. They didn't know how to act and didn't study the script carefully. Basically, Du Yuanlei was the one making the judgments. However, after a few days, Du Yuanlei's strictness made Mo Xiaowan and Xiaoai speechless. 60 actors in 3 days. But none of them were acceptable to her. Even Guozi, who tried to audition for the role of the protagonist, Ludi, was mercilessly rejected by her. Do you think you are suitable for this role? Although Du Yuanlei gave Guozi a chance to audition, after he finished his part, she said mercilessly, the role of Ludi needs to be tall enough, powerful enough, and fierce enough. Only an actor like this can act out the character's temperament. In comparison, Guozi wasn't tall enough, and he was also fat. He really didn't look like a powerful bank robber. However, Guozi wasn't discouraged. He went back and pondered over the script for another 2 days, then decided to come back for another audition. However, this time, he wasn't auditioning for the 2 main characters, because Wang Mai's father was supposed to be a thin and short character, which didn't fit him. I want to try for the role of Du Jiang. I think I can act well. Guozi was full of confidence as he told Du Yuanlei. Du Jiang was the police officer who stared at Ludi and made mistakes time and time again. In order to act well for this role, Guozi wrote his own biography. Plus, he really did know how to act the role of a police officer well. Guozi's father used to wear a cap, and Guozi had been in contact with government officials since he was young, so he had seen a lot of things. The image of a police officer was something that he could imitate in his memory. The audition script was when Du Jiang and his partner were eating at a roadside stall when they heard a warning from the radio. Old Du, the bank that they said was robbed at East Queen Street, could it be the one that we sent Ludi to? Du Yuanlei acted as his partner and read the lines. Du Jiang, who was played by Guozi, was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened. F***CK. Guozi threw the hamburger in his hand onto the table, then slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, it must be Ludi. I knew he wouldn't stay put. Let's go. I have to catch him myself. What was worth mentioning was that Guozi did not act out the actual food. There was no hamburger at all. Just now, when he was eating and throwing things, it was all acting in the air, but it had to be said that this guy did put in a lot of effort into acting. His acting was really good. What was even more interesting was Guozi's expression. Not only was he shocked and angry, But he also tried to cover up his anger, but was unable to completely cover up his shame and annoyance. In the script, Du Jian drove Ludi to the bank, and the robber took a police car to rob the bank. If Du Jian did not catch him, how could he continue to work in the police force? Guozi's acting was very good. Coupled with his slightly chubby body and agitated actions, it brought a lot of laughs. After the acting, Du Yuanlei was actually very satisfied. She asked Mo Xiaowan and Xiaoai for their opinions. Mo Xiaowan and Xiaoai naturally did their best to support their own artists. Of course, it was also because Guozi's acting was really good. But Guozi looks a little young. Won't he look too young to act as Du Jiang? Du Yuanlei was still a little hesitant. You can put on makeup. I know a way to put on makeup for the elderly. You can find someone to put on makeup for Guozi and make him look older. Mo Xiaowan said. With that, Guozi was temporarily cast as Du Jiang's character. Although it was not the main lead, Guozi played a rather important supporting role in his first movie. He was satisfied. However, the other important roles were still not confirmed. Du Yuanlei and Mo Xiaotuan's connections were still a little shallow. There were almost no actors with outstanding acting skills who came for the audition. The actors recommended by ordinary agencies were not good enough, especially in the eyes of a picky person like Du Yuanlei. Their acting skills were full of mistakes and could not be looked at directly. Seeing that Du Yuanlei was in a difficult situation, Guozi suddenly had an idea and said, "Senior Du, I have a good candidate who can play the role of Wang Li." Who? Du Yuanlei looked at Guozi. Geng Sha, a brother of mine. You might not know him because he was just a minor character in the past. But now, he is the main lead of Soldier's Attack. You know Soldier's Attack, right? It's Brother Yang's work. Geng Sha was promoted by the great director Chen Fengchen to play the role of Susan Duo. Guozi said, Brother Yang also thinks that Geng Sha is good. What do you think is more suitable for the role of Wang Li? In what aspect is he more suitable? Du Yuanlei asked. Geng Sha is not tall, and he is a simple person. His acting skills are simple, but he is not bad at all. Most importantly, he is diligent and obedient. You will know when you see it. Guozi smiled and said, It just so happens that Soldier's Assault is about to wrap up. I heard from Geng Sha that he doesn't have any scenes recently and has some time. Why don't you give him a chance to audition? Okay, bring this script to him and ask him to come for the audition the day after tomorrow. Du Yuanlei was desperate. Yang Yi didn't consider what happened in Jiangqing for the time being. He returned to Wadayaku village and saw Murphy, who was listening to Dong Yue and Zhou Mingyu discuss the details of the wedding in the main hall. He also saw Shishi, who was playing with buns with a few other children in the village. Yang Yi didn't disturb them. After greeting them, he returned to the courtyard and asked Yang Qing, Qingzi, where's Dad? He went for a stroll in the fields with your father-in-law, and the village chief. Yang Qing put a yoke on the old ox that was pulling the cart, which was the crossbar that was tied to the shaft of the ox cart, and said with a smile. Note 1, after hearing from Yang Yi that Mo Henian and Yang Chonggue often went to the fields these 2 days, Yang Yi, who was just asking casually, became curious. What were these 2 old men up to? Yang Qing used the ox cart to drag the water pump to the fields to water the new seedlings that were planted this year. Yang Yi followed along to see what was going on. At the back of the village, there was a boundless field with green mountains and clear water behind it. The scenery was just right. From afar, Yang Yi saw a group of people standing on the ridge between the green seedlings, pointing at the field. The one leading the group was Mo Henian. The old man was in high spirits, gesturing with his fingers. He was saying something to Yang Chonggue, the village chief, Dong Qi, and the others beside him. It gave off a feeling of pointing at the mountains and rivers, encouraging words, and the marquee of tens of thousands of households in the past. When Yang Yi got closer and heard Mo Henian's voice, he realized that he was introducing the agricultural machinery to Dong Qi and the convenience that agricultural production could bring. The village has a total of more than 600 mu of farmland, right? The land is good, the soil is fertile, and you can harvest anything you plant. However, there are too many people involved in agricultural production every year. After dividing it evenly, the benefits that each person can get are too little. My farm is about the size of a village. The planting area isn't big, only about 30 mu. However, I only hired 5 people. How can I plant so much land? Machines rely on the power of science and technology. Although there aren't many people using them, they can get twice the results with half the effort. What Xianxia didn't know was that Mo Henian didn't want to be an agricultural expert for the villagers on a whim. After Yang Chonggue learned about America's modern agriculture from Mo Henian, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was a good idea for the village's development. Yang Chonggue actively acted as a go-between for Dongqi, encouraging Mo Henian to impart his advanced farming concepts to the farmers in the village. This led to their field trip in the village and Mo Henian's passionate speech. Mo Henian's suggestion was indeed quite tempting to Dongqi. However, agricultural machinery was not cheap. Moreover, each family did not have much farmland. Although it's a little hard for everyone to farm now, we still have enough manpower. After using this machinery, wouldn't it be a waste if the remaining people don't work? The manpower freed up from farming can be used for other things, such as working in the city. Mo Henian said. Working in the city? Dongqi frowned. These kids don't study much. What can they do in the city? Due to Wadayaku village's geographical location and inconvenient transportation, it was more isolated compared to other villages like Xing family village that were close to the county. Most of the young people in the village had only been to the county and had never been to the big cities. Moreover, they had too much work to do at home. However, it wasn't like they didn't have such thoughts. Li Shupo, Mu Chanan, and Yang Huan's generation yearned for life in the city. For example, Yang Huan studied in the county. She wanted to jump out of this small circle and go to a bigger and more beautiful city. If it wasn't for Xianxia, she might have become a factory girl. Although Li Shupo, Mu Chanan, and the rest had not jumped out of the small circle, they often asked about the outside world when they were chatting with Xianxia. They were eager to know more about the outside world. Unfortunately, they didn't know what they could do. They could only be lost in their busy lives. They had the desire to explore, but they didn't have the goal or ability to do so. When Xianxia heard their conversation from the side, he couldn't help but interrupt. Village chief, there are too many things that can be done. If you go to the big cities along the coast, there are farmers working in those factories, construction sites, markets, and all kinds of small shops. There are farmers working there. Although there are no fields for us to farm in the city, as long as we are willing to learn and work hard, it won't be hard to find a job. Migrant workers entering the city is a big trend now. Xianxia was one of them who had made a name for himself outside, so his words carried a lot of weight. After he finished speaking, the villagers beside him fell into deep thought. In fact, Xianxia had also walked into a dead end when he came back during the new year. He was focused on fixing the road. Once the road was fixed, everyone would have a way out. However, it was better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. Now, Mo Henian's words enlightened him. He paused and continued, of course, not everyone wants to enter the city. We can do other businesses in the village. As long as we free up labor from the fields, we can make use of the surrounding mountains and rivers. How do we make use of them? Dongqi, who was relatively conservative, was more interested in Xianxia's idea than chasing the young people out of the village. We can contract the few small hills near our village. On the barren hills, we can plant fruit trees or tea trees. These are all cash crops, Xianxia said. At this time, the villagers in the village also started to talk. I think this idea is good. Plant tea trees. I heard that someone in Huaha village made a fortune by selling tea leaves. As for what is suitable for planting, I suggest that we invite the experts from the Institute of Agriculture or the Agricultural University to do a field study. They can see the acidity of the soil and water here, as well as the climate, and what kind of high-value agricultural products are suitable for planting, Xianxia said. Spend some money and you can take fewer detours. Moreover, not only do we plant fruit trees and tea trees, but we can also raise chickens and ducks in the orchards on the mountains and in the orchards. These free-range chickens can be sold at a very high price in the city. Also, the feces of the chickens and ducks can be used as fertilizer. Xianxia spoke with fervor and assurance, as if he had stolen Mo Henian's limelight. However, Mo Henian didn't mind. He and Yang Chonggue looked at Xianxia with complacent eyes. They felt proud that Xianxia was supported by the villagers. Isn't the village preparing to build roads now? In the future, we don't have to worry about not being able to sell the things we plant. A villager said excitedly. Then what about the fields in the village? Who will farm the land? Who will contract the mountain? Dongqi was still relatively calm. He had asked the crucial question. Mohinian's experience could finally be put to good use. The old man spoke with a Taiwanese accent. Everyone's fields in the village can be gathered together and set up a company. Handed over to a few people to manage. Mechanized planting and harvesting, the money earned will be deducted from their management fees, and the rest will be distributed to each household according to the proportion of their fields. As for the rest, they can follow Little Yang's suggestion to enter the city or contract the mountains. It will all depend on their own ability. Xianxia also expressed that he could lend money to the village to purchase farm machinery. Of course, the money could be returned. Xianxia can't always be a philanthropist. It's not good for the villagers to develop the bad habit of relying on Xianxia. They must learn to be self-reliant. A portion of the income from the village's land needs to be repaid in installments. But at that time, the villagers' income will increase, and they won't care about this small amount of money. I feel that we can set up a trading company in the village. Xianxia added, whether it's the agricultural products in the fields, the fruits and tea leaves planted in the mountains, or the game that everyone usually goes deep into the mountains to hunt, if we ask someone to buy them, the price will definitely be lowered. We will suffer a loss. We can set up a trading company ourselves and sell the village's products to fight for greater benefits. Xianxia still didn't explain it thoroughly. He could actually help them open up a sales channel on the Sahara online shopping mall. But the time wasn't ripe yet. It's best to let the villagers learn how to sell by themselves. After that, when online shopping is popularized to thousands of households, he can bring them along. As Mohinian and Xianxia talked, the future of Wadayaku village gradually took shape. Note from Xiaohan, it is recommended that you listen to the song while reading this chapter. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was April 11th. There was only one day left before Xianxia and Murphy's wedding. To make it more formal, Murphy's family had moved out of Xiangxi's house yesterday and lived in a hotel in the county. According to the rules of a Chinese wedding, Xianxia was not allowed to see the bride before picking her up. But in the evening, Xi, who lived with her mother, called and said that she missed her father. Xianxia, who was in the county to pick up his friends, also missed Murphy. So he took this excuse and went to the hotel where Murphy was staying. In the middle, Murphy's relatives and friends, Mo Xiaowan, and several of her sisters ran into them. They teased Xianxia for not following the rules, but they could not do anything to the thick-skinned Xianxia. They watched Xianxia enter Murphy's room with a smile. Papa. It was Xi who opened the door for Xianxia. The little girl knew that her father had come, because when Xianxia went downstairs, she called again to urge him. She did not wait for her mother, but ran over happily and tiptoed to open the door for her father. As soon as she saw her father, she shouted happily and asked him to pick her up. She had already taken a bath and put on her pajamas. After seeing her father, who she missed the most, she would go to bed early. She had to get up early tomorrow. Papa, I want to sleep with you tonight. The little girl had not seen her father for a whole day, so she was very clingy. She hugged her father's neck and was reluctant to let go. Not tonight. I have to go back to the countryside tonight. I can't come to pick you and your mother up until tomorrow. Xianxia pinched the little girl's pouting mouth and smiled. Then can I go back with Papa? She asked. How can you? Don't you want your mother? Mom will be very lonely living here alone. Xianxia said softly, Mom has to stay here tonight because this is a requirement of the wedding. She tilted her head and thought for a while. She felt a little wronged, but she still said obediently, okay, I can accompany Mom, but I want Papa to hug me for a while. Alright, I'll hug you for a while. Xianxia hugged Xi to his chest with a little force. Then, he intimately pressed the side of his face against her little head and shook it. Murphy came out of the bathroom. She had just finished taking a shower and had just heard Xiangxi's movements. Now that she saw Xianxia and her daughter's sticky appearance, she couldn't help but smile. Have you received Big Brother Lon and the others? Murphy asked gently as she dried her hair. Yes, I've arranged everything for them. Xianxia nodded. What about you? Have all the relatives arrived? Murphy's parents still had some relatives who were coming to attend her wedding. Some came from Harbor City, and some came from Taiwan. They had a long journey, so it was more difficult for them. Actually, I don't have to worry about it. Xiaowan has already helped to receive them. Murphy nodded a little embarrassedly. At this time, she suddenly raised her head from her father's arms and said like a little adult, okay. I've hugged Papa enough. Papa, you go and hug Mom. She thought that her mother was like her and missed her father a lot. Of course, she wasn't wrong. It was just that her mother wasn't as clingy as her. These naive words stunned Xianxia and Murphy for a moment. Then, they looked at each other and smiled. Although it was a hotel room, because a sum of money had been stuffed into it, the room was also pasted with the word happiness in red. The atmosphere was very warm. More importantly, at this moment, the family of three gathered together and laughed happily. It was very homey. She was very serious. She got down from her father's arms, then stood on the big bed, pushed her father to her mother, and said, Mom, I'll let you have Papa. Murphy couldn't help laughing. She deliberately said, What do you mean you'll let me have Papa? Xianxia is my husband. Thinking that her mother's words were very interesting, the little girl rolled on the bed, rolled up in the quilt, and giggled. However, Xianxia really missed Murphy. Looking at Murphy, who had white skin and red lips after taking a bath, Xianxia's heart was filled with tenderness. He picked up a comb from the dressing table and said softly, Let me do it. Although in front of their daughter, the two of them were embarrassed to really hug each other intimately. Combing the hair of the person in their heart was also another kind of reflection of tenderness. Seeing Xianxia's tenderness, Murphy's bright eyes were full of love. She gently nodded and put down the towel in her hand. Xianxia took the comb, pulled up Murphy's wet hair, gently combed the hair that was gathered together by the water, and then swung it. The moist fragrance floated into the air and into his nose. Over and over again. Although repeated, Xianxia didn't feel bored at all. Looking at the beautiful woman in the mirror without makeup, the love in his eyes was undisguised. Sing a song for me. Faye suddenly said. Her voice was full of attachment. What song? Xianxia asked. Tomorrow's song, I like it very much. I'll sing it with you. Murphy's voice was soft and soft. Tomorrow's song won't do. That's the show we're going to perform. Xianxia shook his head, but looking at Murphy in the dressing mirror, he suddenly had an idea. He smiled and said, I'll sing a new song for you. You haven't heard it before. I originally had an idea, but now that I have inspiration, I've perfected it. Faye was dazed for a second and then responded with a happy MHM. There was no accompaniment, only a cappella singing. But for singers of Xianxia's and Murphy's level, a cappella singing could still be outstanding. Xianxia was combing Murphy's hair, brewing and humming softly. I want you to be by my side, I want to dress you. Murphy's body trembled slightly, and she looked at Xianxia with some surprise. Xianxia's singing style was very special. Because of this tone, it was not the same as modern pop songs. But Murphy was still very keen to hear that this song's singing style was very characteristic of the old era of Shanghai music. One must know that at that time, Shanghai music was the peak of Chinese music at that time, just like the status of Hong Kong music at the end of the last century. Many classic songs were sung to this day, and Murphy also liked it very much. What made Murphy even happier was that Xianxia actually used singing to express their current tenderness, whether it was combing hair or delicate feelings. The wind of this night blows, it makes my heart itch. My girl, I'm in a foreign land, looking at the moon. The lyrics and melody at the end were even more beautiful. Xianxia sang with a magnetic but clear voice, like a glass of the best vintage red wine. As he gently shook it, the dark red wine rippled, and an intoxicating fragrance floated in the air. Giving you beautiful clothes, looking at the yellow flowers in the mirror, the night is too tense, the time is too long, my girl, where are you looking at the dawn? The gentleness of the singing, the lingering of the lyrics. Murphy gradually became infatuated as she listened and watched. From the mirror, she saw the longing and infatuation in Xianxia's eyes as he looked at her. From Yang Yi's soft humming, she could also hear his lingering feelings. It's all this night's fault, it's so flirtatious, it's all this guitar's fault, it's so sad. Oh, I want to sing, thinking of you silently, my girl, where are you looking at the dawn, late at night. Yang Yi went back, and she also fell asleep, but Murphy's ears still echoed with Yang Yi's singing. Tomorrow, she would be his bride, but she could not wait for dawn. On the 12th of April, the sky was blue and the sun had not yet risen, but the village in the valley was already bustling with activity. Many people were busy. Some chefs began to slaughter pigs and sheep, and some young people in the village went to the fields to pick the freshest vegetables and fruits. In the Yang family, it was even more crowded. The most conspicuous ones were a few groomsmen wearing black robes with golden sleeves and collars. Not only were there Lan Caocai, Fu Jun, Guozi, Ji Ningming, Yang Qing, and others, but there was also a familiar face. Xianxia, this big star, turned down a lot of jobs to attend Yang Yi's wedding. Everyone listen to me. Our groomsmen are here to support our brother Yang. Remember these words, remember to comb your hair, wear sunglasses, and fill your pockets. Bridesmaids can't stop you. Lan Caocai was in high spirits as he gave out thick red packets while directing the groomsmen. Of course, these words also made everyone laugh. Even Xianxia was laughing so hard that he leaned against a tree. Yang Yi finally came out. He usually didn't like to wear makeup, but today he carefully took care of his hair. He used gel to harden it, and every strand of hair was separated very clearly. His whole person looked particularly bright and sunny. Wow! His appearance caused a burst of exclamations from his brothers. It was a little exaggerated, but it really made people's eyes light up. Handsome! Big brother Yang, your clothes are really too handsome. Guozi ran over and pulled Yang Yi's wedding dress while making a big fuss. Isn't that right? The upper part of his body was the same style as the ancient emperor's. It was an amaranth color, embroidered with a golden five-clawed golden dragon and golden auspicious clouds. Underneath, he wore a long robe made of red silk. There was not a single crease on the hem. The tall Yang Yi wore it with an imposing aura. It was as if an emperor had arrived. Although no one took the emperor seriously now, this outfit was still incomparably cool. Lan Caocai also asked enviously, "Where did you buy this outfit?" "My mother-in-law designed it herself and asked the tailor to make it," Yang Yi explained with a smile. This answer caused the crowd to click their tongues again, expressing their envy, jealousy, and hatred. The preparations are more or less done. Let's set off now. Don't come back too late. Everyone will be starving at noon. Yang Qing suggested. Thus, everyone got into Yang Yi's tyrant and drove out of the village. The roads in the village had not been completely repaired, so it was not easy for the cars to turn around. Therefore, the wedding cars were temporarily parked at the entrance of the village. Of course, this was to avoid trouble. When the time came to pick up the bride, no matter how difficult it was, all the wedding cars had to be driven to the house. Even if they had to block the path at the door, they still had to go through the procedures. Tyrant couldn't seat too many people. A few people made do by standing on the trunk, but it only took a while. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the village. The motorcade was spectacular. Other than the 12 luxury cars that cost at least 500,000 renminbi, there were also 3 luxury cars that Lan Caocai had asked his company's chauffeur to drive over. They were all sponsored luxury cars. Including Yang Yi's tyrant, there were a total of 16 cars. Originally, Lan Caocai had wanted to bring a few more cars over, including his own stretch limousine. But unfortunately, the luxury cars in his garage were all supercars. No matter if it was a supercar or a stretch limousine, on the roads in Yang Yi's hometown, they might collapse halfway. So, he could only bring 3 off-road luxury cars. But even so, the price of each car was at least 10 million renminbi. Yang Yi did not ask the exact price, but compared to the Lamborghini and Bugatti Veyron from Yang Yi's previous life, these were all luxury cars. Yang Yi's tyrant was driven in front by someone else. Wang Chao and the rest were in the back. They were in charge of filming the entire wedding. "Is everyone ready?" Lan Caocai asked loudly. "We're ready." The groomsmen all waved their hands valiantly as they shouted. "Boss Yang Yi, we are all ready." Lan Kai deliberately reported to Yang Yi. Then let's go. Yang Yi's heart had already flown over. He couldn't wait to wave his hand. It had already been arranged. Yang Yi got into the most expensive luxury car and followed the photographer in the front. Behind them, each groomsman got into a car. The remaining cars were reserved for the guests of the bride's party. Lan Kai got into the car behind Yang Yi. In the car, Lan Xian, who was wearing a princess dress, was already waiting. She was looking forward to meeting Shi. She hadn't seen her friend in a long time. After a few honks, the long line of cars finally set off. At the same time, at the junction of Pegua County, a man carrying a camera bag was hailing a taxi. "Sir, are you going to Wadayaku Village?" "Yes, Wadayaku Village in Jui Town." Not every taxi was willing to go to such a remote place, but fortunately, he was willing to pay enough fare. After asking for a while, he finally got into a taxi. The driver drove and said to him in Mandarin with a strong local accent, "Wadayaku Village, that village is very remote. You don't look like a local. What are you going there for?" "Oh, to attend a friend's wedding." The man pushed his glasses and smiled at the driver. Attending a wedding, that's troublesome. The driver's nagging didn't enter LVU's mind. He was looking ahead and secretly thinking about this mission. Yes, this man was Teacher Ko LVU. No, now the title Teacher Ko had become history, and it had nothing to do with LVU. After LVU accepted the incorporation of Backwave Technology Company, he set up his own studio with their funding. However, the staff of the studio was still slowly being selected. At present, he was the only one who was alone. Of course, LVU didn't use his real name. He followed the advice of the big boss behind Backwave Technology and gave himself a new stage name, Xuezi. That was the meaning of the outstanding paparazzi. The micro-broadcasting V he opened was called Xuezi August 8th. Of course, the latter part of the name August 8th didn't refer to his birthday on August 18th, but the meaning of gossip. With the financial support, LVU was really like what Backwave advocated when they incorporated him. He was ambitious towards the goal of being the #1 paparazzi in China. However, the beginning was difficult. LVU used the small gossip that he had previously grasped and had not sold to gain tens of thousands of fans, but that was far from enough. Fortunately, Backwave sent him warmth at this time. They provided LVU with information about Yang Yi and Murphy's wedding and gave LVU the specific address. "Why? Didn't we say not to do any more gossip related to Murphy and Yang Yi?" LVU expressed his confusion. Backwave's contact person gave him the answer, "Because this is Murphy and Yang Yi's side who took the initiative to expose it. There is no need to hide it. And you just happen to lack enough big gossip to attract attention. We don't let the fertile water flow into the fields of others, so we let you report it." Obviously, this was Yang Yi's idea. However, Yang Yi had discussed it with Murphy, and Murphy also agreed with Yang Yi's decision. Instead of waiting for the media to expose and hype, it was better for them to take the initiative to let their own people release it and correctly guide public opinion. LVU took out an exquisite invitation letter from his bag and pondered carefully. The person behind the Backwave should be inextricably linked to Murphy and this Yang Yi. LVU looked at his name on the invitation and thought secretly. It was impossible to be so powerful. LVU's mind appeared the man with the sharp eyes, the man who made him panic. He faintly felt that this person was not simple. Or, is it Yang Yi? Ren Kangol was the county magistrate of Pegua County. Coincidentally, he was going to Jui Town for an inspection today. Sitting in the car, Ren Kangol, who was taking a nap, suddenly had a smoking addiction. He opened his eyes and said, "Xiao Wang, open the window. I want to smoke." While he was smoking, the sound of firecrackers suddenly came from the front. Ren Kangol looked ahead and saw a tall pickup truck at the end of a small hill. "County Magistrate Ren, I don't know which family in the nearby village is getting married," Xiao Wang explained. He asked Ren Kangol to throw away the cigarette butt and then closed the window. The smell of firecrackers was blocked, but Ren Kangol could still see through the window. The pickup truck was just the beginning. Then, Ren Kangol was stunned to see super luxury cars crossing the small hill and appearing in front of him. Ren Kangol could not find a single one of these famous luxury cars in a poor place like Pegua County. But today, he saw 3 of them at once. Of course, the 4 cars in front had foreign license plates, but the visual impact was extremely strong. The cars in the back were normal, but when Renkangal brushed past them, the long line of cars still made Renkangal, the county magistrate, a little dizzy. Wasn't this a little too extravagant? When the bridal procession passed by, Xiao Wang suddenly muttered, 16 cars. It turned out that he had silently counted just now, but Renkangal did not count. He was just shocked by the long line of cars. Xiao Wang, who do you think is getting married and making such a big scene? Renkangal asked as he looked at the cars driving toward the county in the rearview mirror. Xiao Wang shook his head honestly and said, I don't know, but it should be someone from Zhui Town, because this direction could only be from Zhui Town. But I have never heard of any rich people in Zhui Town. Indeed, there were none. Otherwise, why would Zhui Town still be poor? County Magistrate Ren, do you want to turn back and ask? Xiao Wang saw that Renkangal was very interested, so he slowed down the car and asked. No, we have other tasks, and this is someone's big day. Renkangal waved his hand. When we reach Zhui Town, ask someone. Putting county head Ren side aside, the bridal procession finally arrived at the county after nearly 2 hours of driving. Although there were no more firecrackers, the long line of luxury cars still attracted the attention of many people in the county. People stood by the roadside and looked at the convoy. They were pointing at it and discussing something. However, the convoy did not care. They drove directly to the hotel. Only Tyrant and the 3 luxury cars stopped at the entrance. The other cars could not stop, so they lined up in a long line, almost surrounding the entire hotel. After getting out of the car, Yang Yi was surrounded by his groomsmen and walked into the hotel. Following them were Wan Chao, who was carrying a camera on his shoulder, and Zhu Liang, who was holding a digital video camera. The 2 of them were going to film the whole process today. Other than them, there were also Yang Huan, Ding Xiang, and other girls. They carried small baskets and smilingly handed out wedding candies to the people they met on the way, receiving congratulations and blessings in return. When they arrived at the floor where Murphy was, they were no longer being watched. Only Yang Yi and the groomsmen were left in the corridor. Knock, knock, knock. Yang Yi knocked on the door. However, the door did not open, and there was no reaction at all. Yang Yi could already hear the rustling sounds inside and Emo Shawan proudly saying, ignore him. Yang Yi could only continue knocking. After a while, the door finally opened a crack. Emo Shawan and her bridesmaids squeezed through the crack and looked out. Emo Shawan was even more shrewish as she shouted, what are you doing? It's so early in the morning. It's so noisy. We are here to pick up the bride. Guozi and the others behind laughed. Pick up the bride? Is the bride supposed to be picked up by you so casually? Emo Shawan shouted. They had no choice but to stuff red packets. One after another, large red packets were taken out from the groomsmen's pockets and stuffed through the crack in the door. The amount of red packets prepared was indeed sufficient. The bridesmaids inside exclaimed. Can I go in to pick up the bride now? Yang Yi smiled helplessly. Not yet. However, Emo Shawan opened the door and revealed the group of bridesmaids. They were all wearing the same pink ancient dress, just like Xiao Ai, which also made people's eyes light up. Usually, they didn't realize that she was so beautiful. There was another test. Emo Shawan stood in front with an imposing manner. She said, the groom has to perform a performance. If we are satisfied, we can pick up the bride. There was such a thing. Fortunately, Yang Yi was also prepared. He shouted to the back, someone, bring me my guitar. He really did bring his guitar. A few people passed it around, and the guitar was delivered to Yang Yi. He gently strummed the strings and then sang, the girl opposite, look over here, look over here, look over here, look over here, the performance here is very exciting, please don't pretend to ignore it. There was such a thing. Xianxia, who was watching from behind, laughed happily. If Yang Yi had not prepared the guitar, he would have thought that Yang Yi improvised the song on the spot. However, it was indeed improvised because it did not have a particularly complicated melody or exquisite lyrics. It was just very interesting, whether it was singing or listening. The bridesmaids were also very happy. I beg you to throw a flirtatious look over here, coax me, make me happy, the lonely boys fly swatter left, swatter right. These lyrics were too interesting. Mo Xiaowan laughed until she bent over and needed Xiao Ai to support her. When Yang Yi finished singing The Girl Opposite, Look Over Here, they also made way and did not continue to make things difficult for Yang Yi. Although it was fun to make things difficult for the groom, they were also cultured people. They knew that if they did not stop, it would only be annoying. Yang Yi walked in happily and saw Murphy sitting by the bed with a smile. Murphy, who had already dressed up, was wearing a phoenix dress. It was also a top and a skirt, but Murphy's phoenix dress could be said to be exquisite. Every part of it was embroidered with exquisite phoenixes, flowers, and other patterns. The background color was elegant, and although the embroidery was colorful, it was not too gaudy. It also looked delicate and beautiful with a noble air. Yang Yi was just about to walk over to pick up his bride when he was intercepted by Xi. The little girl was pulled back by several bridesmaids just now to prevent her from shouting. Now she could not wait to rush over and plunge into her father's arms. Xi was also wearing a traditional Chinese dress. She had a pink top and a red skirt, and her hair was tied up in an ancient style. She looked like a little fairy from ancient times. She was cute and beautiful. Yang Yi picked up his daughter. The little girl said excitedly, "Papa, I heard you singing just now. You're wearing a good dress today." Yang Yi smiled and scratched his daughter's little nose. Xi smiled happily and said coyly, "I think so too. I like it very much." Hee hee. Yang Yi handed Xi to Mo Xiaowan. Then he walked to the bedside and looked at Murphy with tenderness in his eyes. He said softly, "Murphy, you are so beautiful today. The dress is beautiful, or the person is beautiful?" Murphy touched the phoenix dress and asked with a smile. "The dress is beautiful, but the person is as beautiful as a fairy," Yang Yi said. Behind them, the bridesmaids screamed exaggeratedly. They did it on purpose. Mo Xiaowan even shouted, "That's so disgusting." After this, the pink atmosphere between Yang Yi and Murphy was diluted. Murphy and Yang Yi also looked at each other and smiled. Yang Yi bent down and carried Murphy in his arms. He only had eyes for Murphy. Murphy also hugged his neck. The two of them looked at each other, full of love. "Let's go. We can't be too late. It will be noon if we rush back," Yang Yi said softly. "Okay." Murphy nodded. Everyone went downstairs. Yang Yi and Murphy first sent Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu to the car. Although according to the rules, Murphy should be crying with her parents at this time, they couldn't leave them alone in the county. Murphy couldn't cry about such a happy occasion, so the rules were slightly changed. On the other side, Xi saw Lan Xian. Lan Xian couldn't wait in the car. When she saw Xi, she couldn't wait to open the car door and jump out. Xi. Xian air. The two girls jumped and hugged each other excitedly. They were wearing different styles of dresses. One was a Han Dynasty dress, while the other was a princess dress, but they were both very cute. Xi, I missed you so much. You haven't been to kindergarten for a long time. Lan Xian's excitement eased a little. She pouted and said unhappily, "I was at Grandpa's house. I couldn't go back." Xi shook Lan Xian's hand and said, "Xian air, don't be sad. I have a puppy. I call it Steamed Bun. It's a super cute puppy. It's only this big." "Really? I've never seen such a small puppy. My puppies are super big." Lan Xian said happily, "Xi, can you show me your puppy?" "Sure, but it lives with my papa. You can only see it when we go back." The two girls chatted happily. They were stuck together and couldn't be separated. "I want to sit with Cici." When Lan Zhou's Kai Lai called for Lan Xian to get into the car, she shouted unwillingly, "I also want to sit with Xian air." Xi held Lan Xian's arm and looked at Lan Cao Kai eagerly. Yang Yi came over and saw Lan Cao Kai, who was anxious to scold Lan Xian. He stopped him and said with a smile, "It's okay. Let them sit together. The car is big anyway." The first car was a cross-country luxury car. Yang Yi and Murphy sat together, and then Xi and Lan Xian sat in the row with their parents. There was enough space, so it wasn't too crowded. On the contrary, the two girls sang the nursery rhymes they learned in kindergarten along the way. One song after another, the atmosphere in the car was very cheerful. It took almost 2 hours for the bridal procession to return to the village. At this moment, the village was very lively. Dozens of banquet tables were set up in the martial arts field. However, there was only wine on the tables for the time being. The busy chefs were stacking and covering the hot and cold dishes. When it was time to start, they would put them on the table. The villagers also joined in the fun. They gathered near Xianxia's house and smiled as they watched the luxury cars carefully drive over. "The bride is here," someone shouted. In the laughter, Xianxia held Murphy's hand and got out of the car. At this time, Emofe was still not very obvious. She was tall, slim, beautiful, and elegant. Her clothes were elegant and graceful, and her skin was fair, but there was a touch of blush on her face. It had to be said that people still needed to rely on beautiful makeup and clothes to set off. Today, Murphy stunned the surrounding villagers. They exclaimed and talked about her. "Taizi's wife is amazing. She's prettier than a fairy. I think those big stars on TV can't compare to her. Didn't they say that Taizi's wife is a big star?" At the entrance of the wedding, Murphy had to step over the brazier. Although it was not difficult, Xianxia still held Murphy's hand and carefully helped her walk over. After entering the door, Yang Huan, who had been prepared, lit the firecrackers in the yard. The long firecrackers crackled, and the atmosphere became very lively. "I'm scared." The two girls who followed them in were scared. She covered her ears and squeezed into Lan Cao Kai's arms with Lan Xian. In the arms of the fat uncle, Shi and Lan Xian covered their ears and screamed. At the same time, they looked at each other and smiled. It was hard to tell if they were really scared. In the main hall, the smoke and red candles were burning. The open space was covered with a red carpet. It looked very red. At first glance, this wedding looked very retro. In the middle of the square table, there were 2 armchairs on each side. There was originally 1 on each side, but now they were added. The groom's parents, Yang Chonggue and Dong Yue, sat on the left. Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu were also in their seats. They sat on the armchairs on the right. The relatives and friends of the two families were all present. The important relatives sat on the chairs on both sides. The groomsmen and bridesmaids did not have such good treatment. They stood behind the chairs on both sides. However, they stood high and could see further. It was a good view. At this time, Dong Qi, who was acting as the host, shouted, "The groom, please take your seat." Xianxia stood up and walked to Murphy. "The groom, please bow." Xianxia cupped his hands and invited Murphy to bow like he had learned before. Murphy also stood up and shyly placed her right hand on Xianxia's left hand. The bride and groom are in position. The two of them walked in. After another tedious ceremony, it was finally time for the wedding ceremony. Hand in hand, the 2 little girls standing at the side watched with great interest. She blinked her big eyes and watched without missing a single detail. Although she did not understand the meaning of her parents doing this ceremony, she still found it very interesting. The village head shouted, "First bow to heaven and earth." Then, her parents bowed to the tablets on the table in unison. The village head shouted again, "Second bow to your parents." Cici then saw her father and mother bowing to her grandparents together. Husband and wife bow to each other. The village head's tone was very interesting. It was rhythmic and dragged out. It was like singing. She could not help but move her mouth as if she was learning. Of course, what was more interesting was that Xianxia and Murphy were facing each other and bowing to each other. Cici couldn't understand the sacredness of the ceremony at this moment, but when Murphy raised his head, his eyes were already flowing like spring water. Looking at Xianxia, the taste of happiness seemed to be overflowing. "Send them to the bridal chamber." Dong Qi shouted again. Xianxia and Murphy stood side by side in the crowd's laughter. Murphy's face was so red that even her ears were dyed with the color of rouge. Xianxia also waved his hand in embarrassment and said, "There's no need for that, right? There's no need to send them to the bridal chamber. We just need to go through the process. The wedding ceremony is about to end here. In-law, why don't you say a few words first?" Yang Chonggui spoke up to help Yang Yi and Mo Henian out of their predicament. He then turned to look at Mo Henian and said. Mo Henian nodded. Everyone quieted down. Yang Yi and Murphy also stood in front of him holding hands and listened. Yang Yi, in fact, when I first rushed back to China, I was very reluctant to hand Mo Fei over to you, because there were many misunderstandings before. You should be able to understand my feelings as a father. Mo Henian said, Murphy is a kind child. To put it bluntly, she is naive. I've been her father for more than 30 years, and I've always been worried that she would be cheated. Murphy's eyes were glistening with tears. Although it was not very emotional, it was difficult to control some emotions on the occasion of a wedding. At the side, Yang Yi hurriedly nodded. Actually, Mo Henian had already put it very tactfully. Back then, he had been shouting about beating and killing. I was also worried that she would meet a bad man, so I was very wary of you. I also made a lot of tests for you. Although my attitude towards you later was not good, that was only because I couldn't change. However, after getting to know you for a long time, I saw that you were smart and capable, you were responsible for your family, you cared about your children, and you were considerate and caring towards Murphy. Mo Henian stood up. He walked over and took Murphy's hand. He gently placed it on Yang Yi's hand and said, Finally, today, I also made an important decision. I'm entrusting Murphy to you. I hope that you can take over from me. In the future, you can continue to take care of her, protect her, and cherish her for the rest of her life. Can you do it? Papa. Murphy choked. She was so moved that her eyes were brimming with tears. Yes. Yang Yi said loudly and firmly, as if he was answering the chief's question in the army. Good, good. Mo Henian showed a kind smile to Yang Yi for the first time. He patted Yang Yi's shoulder and also patted Murphy's shoulder. He nodded with gratification. Old Yang, it's your turn. Mo Henian turned around and sat down. He smiled and nodded to Yang Chonggui. I'll just say a few simple words. Yang Chonggui raised 2 fingers. First, Yang Yi, you brat, listen up. If you don't treat Murphy well, don't blame me for asking you to apologize in front of your ancestors. Yang Chonggui said somewhat like a bandit. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded. Second. Yang Chonggui paused and shouted, the wedding ceremony is over. What are you waiting for? Let's go to the martial arts arena to drink. My son's big day, everyone should be lively. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Many people were so hungry that their chests were sticking to their backs. They were waiting for Yang Chonggui to say these words. In a sea of laughter, the crowd crowded around Yang Yi and Murphy, the newlyweds, and rushed toward the banquet. Other than the banquet, there was also a small stage and sound equipment in the arena, which had been delivered together with the hotel that Yang Yi had booked. Of course, they were not part of the banquet, but they had been rented with some extra money. At this moment, Ji Ningming had transformed into a tuner in another sense. He was in charge of adjusting the equipment and then connecting it to the computer he had brought with him. He had already prepared all kinds of background music suitable for the wedding venue and played it with different atmospheres. While the villagers, Yang Yi, and Murphy's relatives and friends were sitting down at the table, talking and laughing, the music on the stage suddenly stopped. Everybody was a bit uncomfortable, but suddenly, a voice came from the sound equipment. Dear villagers, relatives, and friends of the newlyweds, how are you? This amusing voice attracted everyone's attention, including the villagers who couldn't wait to unscrew the wine and drinks on the table and pour them out. They also stopped drinking and looked curiously at the stage. Guozi was standing on the stage with a microphone in his hand. Off the stage, Yang Huan chuckled and said to Ding Xiang next to her, he's fooling around again. Ding Xiang, however, shook her head and said to Yang Huan, no, Xiaogua is today's host. Hundreds of pairs of eyes were looking at Guozi, but he was not scared at all. He smiled freely and said, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Guozi. I am Yang Yi's buddy and the host of today's banquet. Here, I would first like to sincerely offer my blessings to the newlyweds today, Yang Yi and Mo Fei. Yang Yi is the lyrics, and Mo Fei is the music. When the two of you are together, it will be a harmonious song made in heaven. Great! The blessing was very unique. The villagers did not quite understand it, but they liked to join in the fun. Cheered by Muchanan, Li Shupo, and the other young people, they all applauded. However, the next moment, Guozi chuckled and said, "However, due to time constraints, we didn't disturb the bridal chamber today. Isn't it a little too easy for us newlyweds?" That's right. Even Xianxia, a big star, joined in the fun. Everyone knows that our sister Murphy is a famous singer, and brother Yang is also a great talent who can write and sing. To tell you the truth, if you mention brother Murphy and sister Murphy's names outside, everyone will give you a thumbs up. Guozi gave a thumbs up and said exaggeratedly, "So I suggest that they at least perform for us today. This request is not difficult. Those who agree with my suggestion, please give them a round of applause." Under Guozi's instigation, the villagers all started to cheer and clap. Some of Murphy's relatives came from Harbor City, so they were not used to it. But now they were infected by the lively atmosphere, so they also laughed and applauded. One of Zhou Mingyu's good friends for many years held Zhou Mingyu's hand and asked with a smile, "Fei Fei, are you going to perform for the wedding?" Zhou Mingyu smiled and said, "I don't know. Young people like to play. Let them be." This was originally prepared. Yang and Murphy looked at each other and smiled. Then, under the cheers of everyone, they stood up from the main table and walked to the stage hand in hand. There was still enough microphone. Guozi handed it over and asked with a smile, "Brother Yang, I want to ask, what are you going to perform for everyone now?" "Sing a song." Murphy looked at Yang and let Yang answer. "What is the name of the song? I have to see if there is an accompaniment. If there is no accompaniment, it will be troublesome." Guozi said exaggeratedly. "The name of the song is Today You Will Marry Me. You don't have to worry about the accompaniment. I have already brought it." When Yang said the name of the song, his eyes were looking at Murphy, and then he smiled and said to Guozi, "Is it? The name of the song is Today Murphy Will Marry Yang." "Well, I think it's great." Guozi's words caused another burst of laughter under the stage. "It's great." She chuckled under the stage, and also imitated Guozi's tone. She and Lan Xian were sitting side by side, and both of them were swaying from side to side as they laughed heartily. "The name of the song is Today You Will Marry Me. Of course, what you said is not wrong." Yang also couldn't help but laugh. Guozi's performance on the spot surprised him. "Then I'll ask one more question. Sister Murphy, before today, I have never heard the name of the song you sang. So is this a new song?" Guozi asked. Murphy smiled, she raised the microphone and said, "Yes, it's a new song." "Oh, that's great. I didn't expect to hear a new song from Sister Murphy and Brother Yang today. I'm very honored. Well, let's not talk about it anymore. Music." Guozi twisted a handsome posture, snapped his fingers, and then jumped off the stage with a smile. The beautiful prelude of the harmonica came from the sound system. Although the sound effect was very ordinary, the light and romantic melody made people feel that their blood began to be happy, and they couldn't help but twist with the music. Hearing that Yang and Murphy brought a new song, Xianxia was the most interested. He didn't get any news before, so he was very surprised to hear it now. But it's a good thing to listen to a new song. What's more, it's Yang's new work. It's definitely worth looking forward to. Yang on the stage took the lead and raised the microphone. After the prelude drum beat entered the beat, he began to sing, "The flowers bloom in spring, taking away the sadness of winter, the breeze blows the romantic breath." Listening to Yang sing the first sentence, Xianxia couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. He looked at the tall Yang on the stage with some surprise. There were too many surprises. First of all, Yang's voice. He could actually switch to a relatively clear and pleasant falsetto voice, and sang very freely. If Xianxia wasn't too familiar with Yang's original magnetic voice, he would have thought that Yang's original voice was like this. Next was the style of the song. Originally, when listening to the prelude, Xianxia already had a feeling. After listening to Yang sing the first sentence, Xianxia confirmed it. This song was not the same as the songs that Yang had written before, it had a bit of jazz and rock flavor. The rhythm of the music was also very bouncy, like rock, making people want to sway along. But what surprised Xianxia even more was that the melody of this song was very simple. And the difficulty of singing it was completely incomparable to the songs that he had written for himself and Murphy. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a drooling song. Of course, Xianxia wouldn't look at a drooling song with prejudice. On the contrary, after making a judgment, he still calmed down and listened carefully to Yang Yi's song. At the banquet, there were people like Xianxia who had a higher level of appreciation for songs, such as Guizi, Lin Muan, Zhou Mingyu, and some of her friends. Yang Huan, who used to be in the entertainment industry and had even taken some vocal music lessons, could also tell the uniqueness of this song. After all, most of the people present were villagers from Wadayaku village who did not understand music. They only judged music in two ways, good or bad. The song that Yang Yi sang was catchy and had a simple melody. The lyrics were also relatively straightforward. There was no need for rhetoric or symbolism, unlike Listen to the Sea or Carefree Lament, which people could not understand the meaning of the lyrics. Therefore, it was naturally classified as a good song by the villagers. Every love song is suddenly full of meaning, and I suddenly see you at this moment. Yang Yi pointed at Murphy. Just like the song, he was very lively, playful, and made people feel that he was quite amiable. Murphy also raised the microphone and sang sweetly, "The fragrance of spring flowers takes away the coldness of winter, and the breeze blows away the unexpected love." Murphy's voice also surprised Xianxia and the others, because it was not like the original Murphy at all. It was as if she had taken off all the armor given by her singing skills. Her voice was very pure, leaving only sweetness and cheerfulness. Her sweet voice was not faked, and her cheerful mood was not faked with singing skills. It was completely a manifestation of her mood at the moment. However, Zhou Mingyu's surprise was not the same as Xianxia's. She was surprised with a hint of joy. No one was more familiar with Murphy's voice than her mother. Zhou Mingyu remembered that when Murphy debuted in Harbor City, her voice was also light, sweet, and dreamy. However, after experiencing setbacks, Murphy's character became introverted. Her voice, like the layer of indifference that she protected herself, became mature and quiet, and her emotions were also covered in her voice. After more than 10 years, how could Zhou Mingyu not be happy to hear her daughter's heartfelt joy again? She glanced at Yang Yi, who was standing beside her on the stage. As a mother, Zhou Mingyu was relieved that Murphy had met a man who could make her let go of her coldness and live happily. Good. Cheers came from below the stage, which was not very appropriate. This was the first time that the villagers had heard Murphy sing. When they heard that Taizi's wife was a big star, they didn't dare to believe it. Now that they heard her sing, they believed it. It was just nice to listen to. I suddenly fell in love with you at this moment. Listen to me. Murphy sang sweetly. Suddenly, she raised her voice. Yang Yi also raised his microphone and held hands with Murphy. They looked at each other and sang, hand in hand, "Come with me and create a happy life. Yesterday was too late, tomorrow will be a pity. Marry me today, okay?" Below the stage, Yang Huan held Ding Xiang's arm and shook her head. She mumbled, "Ayaya, this is so sweet. This song is so sweet. Isn't it?" Seeing Yang Yi and Mo Fei looking at each other with a smile and singing such a sweet love song, the single people could be said to have suffered a huge blow. Mo Xiaowan looked at Xiaoai pitifully and complained, "What should I do? Xiaoai, after hearing this song, I suddenly want to get married. I want to get married too." Xiaoai looked at Yang Yi and Mo Fei, who were wearing wedding dresses on the stage, and her eyes were also inexplicably filled with tears of gratitude. However, Xianxia was still thinking about the deep love between Yang Yi and Murphy. He calmly savored the subtlety of the lyrics of this song. After carefully studying it, it was indeed very interesting. Yesterday was too late, tomorrow will be a pity. Marry me today, okay? Looking at the lyrics, although it seemed simple, it used the comparison between yesterday and tomorrow to express the urgency of wanting to marry his lover today. The first line was similar to "I didn't have time to participate in your past," and "tomorrow will be a pity" used an exaggerated tone to express the emotions expressed. Xianxia was enraptured, but not long after, Yang Yi gave him another surprise. Yang Yi and Murphy sang a duet again. After singing a new verse, Yang Yi suddenly started to shake his hands rhythmically. "This is..." Xianxia opened his mouth. He didn't hear wrongly. Xianxia then used this beat to start singing a rap song. Crackle, listen to the sound of firecrackers, we witness in front of our parents and friends, this man and woman are going to get married now. Xianxia was not the only one who was shocked. Guozi and other friends who were familiar with Xianxia were also dumbfounded. They never thought that Xianxia could also rap, however, they were not wrong. Xianxia really did not know how to rap. For this verse, he also thought about it with Murphy for a long time to see how to pronounce the words and where to sing the accent. Don't forget how sacred all this is. Are you willing to be with him through life and death, love him, respect him, comfort him, protect him, and build a happy family together? Are you willing to do this? As if reading a wedding vow, Xianxia sang it out in a cadence and then paused. Then, Xianxia and Murphy looked at each other and smiled, and said in unison, "Yes, I do. Yes, I do." Then they continued to sing the rest of the song. Seeing them look at each other happily, Lvu, who was sitting at the back of the banquet, was also excited to take photos with his camera. Several villagers sitting next to him watched the performance on the stage and couldn't help but look at his large DSLR. Finally, someone couldn't help but ask, "Are you also here to take photos?" "Yes, I'm with them." Lvu pointed to Wang Chao, Zhu Liang, and others who were wandering in the crowd recording and taking photos. "I see. Take a picture for me too." The villager happily put up a peace sign and showed his big yellow teeth. Lvu smiled and didn't refuse. He turned the camera and took a picture of him. The photo was quite interesting. Unfortunately, he was not a professional reporter and had no interest. Otherwise, he could submit it and see if he could win a photography competition. "Write me your name, address, and contact information. Later, I'll develop the photo and send it to you." Lvu didn't fool the other party. He took out a notebook from his pocket and tore off a piece of paper for the other party to write. "Okay, thank you so much. You people from the big city are so friendly." The villager laughed happily. Finally, the performance on the stage ended. "Nice. Tizi sang well. Your wife also sang well." After the song, the villagers cheered. Looking at their excited clapping, no one knew whether they really thought the song was nice or they were in a hurry to eat. "Thank you for the two newlyweds singing. We won't bother you anymore, because after marriage, the real test has just begun." Guozi came up and said, "Then, our Xianxia and Murphy's wedding banquet begins now. Master, please bring the dishes. Here, I wish the two newlyweds the best of luck again. May the happy song accompany you forever. May your future life still be full of joy and cheerfulness. I wish the two of you love each other and grow old together." In Guozi's nagging voice, the wedding banquet really began. Of course, Xianxia couldn't stay idle. He took Murphy to toast table by table. Of course, when Xianxia drank, Murphy used water instead of wine. Everyone knew that the bride was pregnant, so they didn't deliberately ask her to drink. Murphy actually didn't like Xianxia to drink, but today's situation was special, so she showed mercy. Soon, they were full. With Lan Xian, she ran around with the other children in the village. When she accidentally passed by her father, she smelled the smell of alcohol on her father's body. She expressed her strong objection. Xianxia and Murphy were toasting to Murphy's relatives. An elder with a red face shouted, "Fill it up, fill it up. How can the bridegroom drink so little?" Xianxia didn't care. His alcohol tolerance was unfathomable, not to mention that he had another way to stay sober. Therefore, he smiled boldly and nodded to Guozi, who only poured half a glass of wine for himself, and said, "Fill it up. This is Murphy's uncle. I'll drink with him." Cici and Lanqing didn't eat much. They were already full when half of the dishes were served. At this moment, they were also following the other children in the village and jumping around the tables to collect the empty bottles of drinks that the adults had drunk. "Throw it in the trash can, not on the ground," she said timidly to the adult who handed her the bottle. "Not throw it away. I want it. Give it to me and I can sell it for money." The child corrected Shishi's wrong idea loudly. Just then, Shishi passed by her father and smelled the strong smell of alcohol on him. She also heard the conversation between her father and Uncle Gua. How could he drink? Suddenly, the little girl didn't listen. She pulled her father's trousers and shouted, "Papa, you can't drink." Xianxia didn't care at first. He looked down and saw his daughter's anxious little face. He bent down with a smile, picked up the little girl with one hand, and said, "Are you full? Why don't you play with Xianxia?" Hearing her name, Xianxia shouted loudly, "Uncle Yang, I'm here." "Well, you go play with Xianxia. Papa is busy. I'll take you home later." Xianxia wanted to put Xishi down. However, Xishi held her father's neck tightly and refused to come down. She pouted and insisted, "Papa, I don't want you to drink." Murphy had no choice but to help persuade Xishi. She gently patted her daughter's back and comforted her. "It's okay. It's okay for Dad to drink a little today. Today is a little special." No, I don't want Papa to drink, Papa will become smelly." Xishi didn't listen, she shook her head and said unhappily. "Daddy will only drink a little. I won't get drunk." Xianxia wanted to negotiate with his daughter. However, Xishi reached out her soft little hand and covered her father's mouth. She pouted and said, "You can't drink. You can't drink a little." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he wasn't like other parents who would scold their children when they saw them being so immature and disobedient. Seeing that Xishi wouldn't budge no matter what he said, he could only smile helplessly at Murphy. In the end, his daughter was concerned about him. Xianxia felt warm in his heart. "Okay, Dad won't drink. Dad promises you." Xianxia put the wine glass on the table, then pulled down his daughter's hand and said softly. "Really?" Xishi didn't believe it. "Really?" Xianxia asked Guizi to change a glass for him. He poured water into the glass and then brought it to Shishi's nose. He smiled and said, "Smell it. This is water, not wine." Shishi nodded her head suspiciously. However, after getting down from her father's arms, the little girl still didn't want to go away. She followed behind her father and raised her head to look at him, as if she was worried that her father would act shamelessly. "Sorry, uncle, your daughter doesn't allow you to drink. I'll use water instead of wine to toast you. As long as you're happy." Xianxia didn't go back on his words. He didn't touch the wine on the table again. Instead, he really used water to toast others. After drinking, Xianxia showed the glass to Shishi and smiled slightly. "Well, you go play with Xianxia." Murphy gently patted her daughter's head and said lovingly. However, Sisi shook her little head. Now that she smelled the smell of alcohol on her father's body, it was very difficult for her to feel at ease. While clinging to her mother to hold her, she said very seriously, "I want to see Papa. I can't drink." Xian seemed to understand her little friend. She jumped and followed Shishi. She shouted loudly, "We don't want to play. We want to watch Uncle Yang." She didn't know where she learned this word. Shishi was happy. The little girl smiled and held hands with Xian. She giggled and said, "We are the police. We want to watch Papa." Xianxia lovingly scratched the little girl's nose and said with a smile, "Well, I'll let you watch. Dad won't drink today." He was a man of his word. While toasting table after table, Xianxia and Mo Fei still had two little children behind them. He had to explain to these relatives and neighbors why he couldn't drink with an apologetic smile. "There's no other way. My daughter really doesn't allow me to drink. Everyone, let's do it." The rest were basically the other villagers in the village. They didn't dare to force Xianxia to drink. After all, Xianxi's status was different now, and he was even willing to fork out money to help them repair the road. Thus, they all smiled and agreed to Xianxi's suggestion of using water instead of wine. In private, Xianxia also took the time to pick up Shishi, kissed the little girl's face, and said with a smile, "Thank you, Shishi. Because of you, Dad drank a lot less today." Shishi was a little embarrassed by her father's praise. She smiled and twisted in her father's arms. Drinking wine was the most affectionate thing. The water was not intoxicating, but people were intoxicated by themselves. 2/3 of the wedding banquet was over. Xianxia and Murphy visited table after table and received blessings from table after table. They were tired but happy. Finally, they could take a break, sit back at the main table, and eat some food to fill their stomachs. Murphy couldn't eat too much. She drank a lot of water and was full. Just eat something. Drinking water alone is not nutritious. Xianxia felt sorry for his wife. He stood up and peeled some fish for Murphy. The big fish was only left with the skeleton. Fortunately, there was still some meat in the belly. At this time, Dongqi came over with a few people. He smiled and said to Xianxia, "Xianxia, let me introduce you. This is our county head, Ren Kangol. County head Ren, this is our town head, Wang Yun." Xianxia was stunned for a while before he slowly stood up. As he greeted them, he secretly wondered why these two officials came to his wedding. Fortunately, Wang Yun gave him an answer. "It's like this. County head Ren is inspecting the work in our town. When he heard that you were getting married, he came over to take a look." County head Ren held Xianxia's hand and smiled kindly. "Little Xianxia is young and promising. I didn't know that there was such a big star in Pagua County. I'm really negligent. It just so happens that I heard that today is your wedding with the big star, Murphy, so I specially came over to give you our blessings. I hope that you and your bride will be united and happy forever." Who didn't know how to say beautiful words? However, Xianxia didn't smile because of this. He had always been wary of officials. He just smiled faintly and talked to them. However, Xianxia was overthinking. Ren Kangol really didn't want to do anything to Xianxia when he came over this time. He just came over to say hello. After all, the fleet of luxury cars was too dazzling, so he didn't dare to neglect them. However, since his parents and officials were already here, he couldn't let them leave with their tails between their legs. Out of politeness, Xianxia asked them to sit down. On the other hand, Dongqi was very enthusiastic. He accompanied them throughout the entire process and even accompanied them to drink. He even asked the chef to send over a few new dishes. He told Ren Kangol about the road construction and development plans in the village. Dongqi wasn't greedy for credit and said that it was all thanks to Xianxia. When Ren Kangol heard that it was Xianxia who donated money to the village to build roads, he was also shocked. At this moment, he secretly paid more attention to Xianxia and Wadayaku village. Dongqi wanted to get more financial support from the county, but it wasn't easy to achieve. Thus, Ren Kangol only expressed that he would help. However, Dongqi's efforts were still rewarded. After drinking a few glasses of wine, Ren Kangol promised Dongqi and Xianxia that he would supervise the relevant departments to complete the coverage of Wadayaku village's telephone and television network as soon as possible. He would also lay down water pipes for Wadayaku village to solve the problem of water and electricity. "You can do it boldly. Don't worry, the county won't hold you back. I hope to see Wadayaku village get rid of the label of poverty as soon as possible." When they were about to leave, Ren Kangol's face was glowing. He took Dongqi and Xianxia's hands and said, "On the wedding night, it was supposed to be the wedding night. The bride would be too shy to sing a song, however, that night, Shi and Lan Xian occupied Xianxia and Murphy's room. The two girls even stepped on the new bed covered with a red quilt and played with the little puppy, who was wagging its tail. They even carried steamed bun up. Steamed bun, come over here." Lan Xian spread her arms and looked at the little puppy expectantly. However, steamed bun didn't respond to Lan Xian's call. "Xian, look at me." She moved her butt back excitedly, then waved her hand and called, "Steamed bun, steamed bun." Steamed bun wasn't used to his name yet. He drooped his big sad eyes and stood there in a daze for a while. However, he still recognized the voice of the little girl who played with him every day. She seemed to be calling him. He turned his head, looked at Shi, and ran over. The quilt was soft, and steamed bun's short legs couldn't stand on it. He fell after running a few steps, but it didn't matter. He got up again and ran over. Burrowing into the warm arms of his little master, the little puppy seemed to have found a nest. He lay down comfortably and even rested his head on Shishi's palm. "Hee, Xian, look, steamed bun is super obedient to me." Shishi was happy and proud to show off her magic to her little friend. "I want to play with steamed bun too." Lan Xian looked at the cute and pitiful little puppy. She liked it and squeezed her butt over. Shishi took Lan Xian's hand and taught her how to play with the puppy. For example, she taught her how to pet the puppy's head and chin. I know how to play with dogs too. We have a big dog at home. Xianxia said as she stroked Steamed Bun's head. Out of curiosity, she poked Steamed Bun's little black nose. Steamed Bun didn't have any objections to Xianxia's touch, but his nose was a bit uncomfortable. He gently wagged his tail, raised his front paw, and pressed it against Xianxia's hand. Then, he opened his mouth and sucked on Xianxia's finger. In reality, Steamed Bun was only licking Xianxia's little finger. He didn't use his thin, sharp teeth at all. However, Xianxia, who had never experienced this before, was shocked. She quickly withdrew her hand and shouted anxiously to Xishi, "Xishi, your buns are going to eat people." "No, Steamed Bun won't eat people. Steamed Bun is very obedient." Xishi had encountered the same problem as Xianxia before. The little girl hurriedly defended Steamed Bun. At this moment, Yang Yi and Lan Caocai came up. Lan Caocai stood at the door, clapped his hands, and said, "Let's go, Xian. We should go back to the hotel too." Xian had just said that Steamed Bun was going to eat people, but now she didn't take advantage of the situation. She turned around and hid behind Xishi. She giggled and said, "I'm not going back. I want to play with Xishi." Lan Caocai helplessly rolled his eyes and said, "This is their wedding room. Uncle Yang and Auntie Mo are going to sleep later. Why are you butting in?" However, Xian shook her head vehemently. Xishi also defended her little friend and pleaded, "Uncle Lan, can you let Xian stay at our house? I also want to play with Xian." "No, today's situation is special. We can't disturb others." Lan Caocai shook his head and even put on a stern face. Xian was quite afraid that her father would lose his temper. She pursed her lips and slowly got off the bed. At this moment, the little puppy barked at her and wagged its tail vigorously, as if it was urging her to stay. This made Xian even more reluctant to leave. She looked at Steamed Bun and Xishi longingly. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry. Yang Yi couldn't bear to see her like this. He said to Lan Caocai, "How about this? There's an empty room downstairs that's already been tidied up. Wasn't it used as a dressing room before? You and Xian don't go back to the hotel. It's late at night, and it's not safe to go back. Just stay at my house for the night. Let Xian and Xishi play for a while. When she falls asleep, I'll send her downstairs." Uncle Yang's words reignited Xian's hope. She looked at her father expectantly. "How can that be? You and Murphy are having your wedding night tonight. It's not good to disturb you." Lan Caocai didn't want to go into too much detail in front of the children. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, "What wedding night? Murphy's pregnant for less than 2 months. We still have to wait. Anyway, there are 2 children here. It's more lively. Murphy also likes it." In this way, Lan Caocai settled down. The night passed quietly, and Yang Yi and Murphy only stayed at home for 2 more days. They also set off for Jiang City. Now the news of Murphy and Yang Yi's wedding had also spread throughout the country. Of course, the news came from the micro-broadcasting account of Zhuozi. Although he authorized other media to repost it, they had to use his name. In addition, LVU released the hot news in batches. The number of followers of the micro-broadcasting account of Zhuozi increased exponentially. In a few days, it had more than 3 million followers. This paparazzi could actually sneak into a wedding in the village. According to LVU's own statement, he sneaked in, it was a bit too powerful. For this not particularly surprising news, the focus of the onlookers was naturally not on the relationship between Yang Yi and Murphy. The 2 of them had already gotten a marriage certificate. Originally, the wedding would happen sooner or later. It was just a little sudden. They were concerned about the scale of the wedding, the process, and the invited guests. The scale was still a bit disappointing. Yang Yi and Murphy were already very well-known stars. They actually chose to hold their wedding in a small village instead of going abroad and finding an island or a sunny beach. Of course, it was not incomprehensible for others to hold a wedding in their hometown. It was just that everyone felt that it was a bit low. It was like the best young man in the village going out with the only 100 yuan left in the village and the hope of the whole village to marry a star. This kind of return in glory had an inexplicable sense of joy. There was nothing picky about a Chinese wedding. LVU did not take photos of Xianxia and Murphy. He only took photos of them singing on the stage. In the photos, Xianxia and Murphy's costumes were somewhat amazing. In the comments of some netizens, this seemed to be the only praiseworthy part of the whole wedding. Among the wedding guests, there was a familiar face, Xianxia. He came to attend Xianxia's wedding, and he was dressed as the best man. It further confirmed that there was an indescribable friendship between him and Xianxia. There had been rumors before that Xianxia wrote a song for Xianxia. The combination of Xianxia and Mu Xiang was worth looking forward to. LVU finally broke out a big news. Xianxia and Murphy sang a new song, "Today I Want to Marry You," at the wedding. Both of them sang in a different style than usual, but their singing was very beautiful, very touching, and very sweet. Believe me, if you can hear this song at the wedding like me, you will be filled with happiness and want to find someone to marry. LVU said on micro-broadcasting exaggeratedly, although he was showing off and asking for a beating. Unfortunately, because of copyright issues, I can't expose the lyrics here. But I'm looking forward to their new work. I believe that if this song is released, it will be the first choice for many weddings. There is nothing more romantic than singing "Today You Want to Marry Me" with your lover at the wedding. Therefore, after Xianxia and Murphy returned to Jiangqing, they were surrounded by enthusiastic reporters. "Xianxia, Murphy, when will you release a new song?" I'm afraid there will be no answer to this question for the time being. When they returned to Jiangqing, the reporters who had been waiting for a long time swarmed over and blocked the entrance of the coffee shop to interview Xianxia. Xianxia protected Murphy and Xixi, and it wasn't easy for him to get rid of the reporters. He closed the courtyard door and went upstairs while smiling helplessly at Murphy. "It seems like we should move over to the villa after we buy all the furniture." "Sure, I think the environment over there is not bad. It's very quiet." Murphy smiled at Xianxia. "I also like the villa. It's very, very big. Steamed Bun will definitely like it." Xixi went upstairs and couldn't help but reach out to play with the little puppy in her father's basket. "Then Daddy will try to finish it as soon as possible, and then our whole family will move over together." Xianxia laughed happily. Now that Mo Henian and Zhou Mingyu had returned to the United States, Xianxia and Murphy didn't have to be nervous at home. They didn't hesitate to hug and be intimate with each other. Xianxia put the luggage he brought back, took off his coat, and walked out. He walked to Mo Fei, who was sitting on the sofa, sat down, kissed her on the cheek, and then said softly, "As soon as you came back, you were calling and texting again. Didn't you say that you were going to rest for a while?" Mo Fei was indeed very tired. In her hometown, she did not just sit around and wait for food and drinks. She participated in the whole process of the wedding preparation and planning, not to mention the days before and after the wedding. Originally, Mo Fei did not like to socialize very much. Although she was willing to do these things, it still consumed a lot of energy. Looking at her somewhat dispirited state of mind, Xianxia felt his heart ache. Murphy leaned her head on Xianxi's chest and said, "I didn't plan to go out to work. It's just that the company's public relations department asked me some questions from the media. For example, when will I release a new song, so I called Xiaowan to discuss it." Xianxia rubbed Mo Fei's head and said with a smile, "I've read a book. It said that you shouldn't be too tired in the next few months, so if you want to release a new song, I suggest you wait for a month. You can also give yourself a holiday." If it weren't for the fact that Murphy was still in the early stages of pregnancy and needed to maintain sufficient rest and not be suitable for long-distance travel and strenuous exercise, Xianxia would have wanted to go on a honeymoon with her. "Xiaowan means that we will release a new song after the contract with Tianmei," Murphy said. "Well, that's not bad. Anyway, we don't have to wait too long. Your contract will expire in mid-June." "Calm, Xianxia. Then I have one more thing to discuss with you. I want to make the news of my pregnancy public. I don't want to hide it and wait for the reporters to expose it." Murphy raised her head and sat up straight on the sofa. She looked at Xianxia and said seriously, "What do you think?" Xianxia didn't care. He smiled and said, "It's okay to make it public. It's a good thing. You should get everyone's blessing. On the same day, Yang Yi picked up the 3 British Shorthairs from Yang Huan. When Yang Huan went home to attend her brother's wedding, she had sent the cats to Yang Yi's former dormitory and asked her roommates to take care of them. However, because Yang Huan came back earlier than Yang Yi, the cats were still living in her and Ding Xiang's house. When it saw the poop picker, Xiao Guai was a little more clingy. It jumped down from the sofa and rubbed its head against Yang Yi's trousers. Its tail was also curling up. It raised its big face and meowed bitterly. Little Gray and Shidu were a little cold. Little Gray stayed on the sofa and watched. Shidu turned its head angrily and pointed its butt at Yang Yi. It seemed that they were very unhappy that the poop picker hadn't come to see them for so long. Anyway, they could finally go home. Yang Yi packed them up in a cat cage and carried them back. The cat cage was a little dirty. Yang Yi opened the cage in the yard and let them out. He was going to clean the cage before carrying it back. Now that Murphy was pregnant, Yang Yi had to pay extra attention to the pets at home. It didn't mean that pregnant women couldn't raise cats and dogs at home. What worried people was that Toxoplasma gondii had nothing to do with dogs. As for cats, as long as some precautions were taken, there was no need to worry too much. For example, before this, Yang Yi had taken the 3 British Shorthair kittens to the pet hospital for checkups and vaccinations. Then, he never fed them raw meat. Cleaning the cat bed and cleaning the cat litter was also done by Yang Yi. After that, he would wash his hands clean. Usually, the 3 kittens weren't allowed to run outside. After they were neutered, they didn't like to run outside. This eliminated the chance of them having contact with wild cats. In addition to the kittens, Yang Yi would also arrange time to send Murphy for checkups regularly. Besides the checkups, he would also check on Murphy's health. Basically, he didn't have to worry about the cats causing trouble. However, the 3 kittens still recognized their home. They climbed the stairs by themselves. On the other hand, Shido was a little more reserved. She slowly walked up the stairs while Little Gray and Little Guai chased each other up the stairs like 2 black shadows. However, after turning the corner of the stairs, the 2 British Shorthairs became a little more reserved. They stopped running and slowly walked towards the living room. Little Guai couldn't help but call out, "Meow." Murphy, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV, heard the movement. She smiled and said to Shishi, "Look, Little Guai and the others are back." Shishi, who was sitting on the carpet and playing, turned her head. When she saw Little Guai and Little Gray, she excitedly called out to them. Then, she struggled to pick up Steamed Bun and turned around. Dang dang dang. The little girl was very happy to show off her new friends to Little Guai and Little Gray. Little Guai, Little Gray, and Dondo, "Look, this is Steamed Bun, your new little sister." Steamed Bun was still very ignorant of the world. He stuck out his tongue and looked at the few big kittens in front of him with his melancholy eyes. British Shorthairs that were more than 10 months old were already big cats, especially when they were a little fat. They were even bigger than Steamed Bun. However, they weren't scary. Their big round faces looked very silly. However, Little Guai and Little Gray stopped in their tracks. They looked at Steamed Bun with their big eyes and then looked at their beloved little master. They seemed to be a little shocked. "Meow, you actually secretly have a puppy outside?" Murphy had already expected that the encounter between cats and dogs would be extraordinary. Therefore, she didn't care about watching TV. She held back her laughter and leaned to the side to watch the show. She didn't think so. She happily put Steamed Bun down and patted his head. She giggled and said, "Steamed Bun, this is Little Guai, Little Gray, and the one behind is Dondo. They are all bigger than you." The little girl pushed the little puppy, wanting it to take the initiative to get to know the other little friends. Steamed Bun was a newborn cub that wasn't afraid of tigers. He wagged his tail and went over. It wasn't clear whether he wanted to smell the other party's scent or drink milk. He actually put his nose under Little Guai's belly. Little Guai's big round blue face was slightly tilted up. It seemed to be looking at Steamed Bun with disdain. "What are you doing, dog? What are you doing? Playing with a female dog in broad daylight? Are you a hooligan? Don't come over. If you come over, I'll..." Steamed Bun nudged around. Finally, little Guai couldn't take it anymore. It reached out its paw and slapped Steamed Bun over. Then, it jumped onto the cat tree and opened its small mouth that didn't feel threatening at all. It seemed to be threatening Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun was also useless. His body was actually not much different from a cat's, but his limbs were weak and he couldn't stand properly. He was slapped flat on his back. The little puppy had never experienced this before. After it got up, it whimpered and went back into Xixi's arms to seek comfort. "Little Guai, you are so bad. How could you fight with Steamed Bun? You two have to be good friends." Seeing this scene, Xixi was a little unhappy. She squatted down and patted Steamed Bun's drooping head to comfort it. At the same time, she spoke angrily to little Guai on the cat tree. However, little Guai didn't understand its master's words. It only felt that its master was blaming it. It seemed to have realized that it had done something wrong, so it buried its head on the soft cushion of the cat tree. Seeing this, little Gray also jumped onto the cat tree to avoid the limelight. On the other hand, Shido slowly turned around. It was a little arrogant and kept a distance from Steamed Bun. However, it still walked around Steamed Bun and Xixi, as if it was observing this new member. After a while, Xianxia finally came up. Xixi ran over and complained to her father. She pointed at little Guai on the cat tree and said, "Papa, little Guai is not good today. It bullied Steamed Bun. What's going on?" Xianxia was confused. Murphy finally couldn't help but laugh. She explained to Xianxia, "Cats and dogs are fighting. When we wanted to raise Steamed Bun, I told you that maybe the cats and dogs at home can't get along. Today, Steamed Bun's first day here, and he was slapped by little Guai. But it's okay. Little Guai's temper isn't that bad. It didn't even show its claws. Look, Steamed Bun's face is still fine." Murphy also tried to explain for little Guai. But they are also family. They can't fight." Xixi was a little confused. She looked at her mother, then looked up and said to her father. Xianxia smiled. He rubbed his daughter's little head and said gently, "It's okay. Steamed Bun is new here. Little Guai and the others are still not familiar with each other. In the future, they will play together." "Really?" Xixi looked at her father worriedly. There was indeed a saying that cats and dogs don't get along. However, Xianxia felt that this could still be reconciled. In his previous life, he had seen many videos of cats and dogs getting along harmoniously on the internet. Moreover, he had consulted with a pet expert. In the expert's opinion, it wasn't a problem for domestic cats and dogs to get along well. The expert even gave Xianxia a heartwarming story of a dog picking up a kitten to take care of as an example. Xianxia smiled and nodded to his daughter. He said, "Of course. Look, aren't Dodo and Steamed Bun getting to know each other? They aren't fighting." Steamed Bun seemed to have turned around and forgotten the grievance just now. He was interested in Dodo, who was sizing him up. He carefully moved closer and sniffed around. Dodo was still cold. It raised its little paw and pressed it on Steamed Bun's head, not letting him get close. However, compared to little Guai, Dodo was much gentler. It was the first time they met, so there was still a sense of distance between them. The negotiations between Global Pictures and Xianxi's team had reached a stalemate. Xianxia, who was busy purchasing furniture and appliances for his new home, took the time to visit Sahara Publishing. On the one hand, he wanted to give his employees wedding candy, and on the other hand, he wanted to listen to Lu Benji's report. Currently, the most important point of disagreement between manager Zhu and us is the adaptation of the script. Lu Benji told Xianxia, Global Pictures wants to adapt the original story to suit the Chinese national conditions. They also want to change the characters to Chinese. Xianxia found it unbelievable. He spread his hands and said, "Why? Are they out of their minds? My novel can almost be used as a script, and they want to adapt it? And they want to change it to Chinese national conditions? What a joke. Not to mention the strict gun control in China, with so many complicated character clues and characteristics, how can they just change it? Changing it to Chinese national conditions, just thinking about it is funny and ridiculous. What they mean is that you can be the screenwriter, and the original author can adapt it." Lu Benji scratched his head and added, There's no room for discussion. Either they shoot it according to my story, or they get lost. Xianxia was getting impatient. If they wanted to adapt Prison Break, they might as well write a new story. Of course, Lu Benji was not the other party's lobbyist. He nodded and said, "Boss, you've mentioned this request to us before, so our negotiation team has repeatedly emphasized to them that they can't change the story too much. We've also explained to them why they can't adapt it, then why are they still so persistent? Don't they have a reasonable judgment?" Xianxia asked, puzzled. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that there was no possibility of such a huge adaptation of the story. According to the information we received, this request was made by Global Pictures China President, Su Zhongwei, Lu Benji explained. Lu Benji explained, it's probably because they're hoping to achieve something in this project. If they were to use their headquarters resources to film in America and hire American actors, the benefits that Mr. Su would receive would be greatly reduced. The CEO of Global Pictures in China wanted to avoid the headquarters in the US, so he could only adapt the movie that they had high hopes for. Xianxia was not at the negotiating table, so he had no idea that the people sent by Global Pictures were talking about national justice to his negotiating team. But everyone was smart. How could they be so easily stirred up by these people? But Xianxia wouldn't think for them. He waved his hand at Lu Benji and said, "Since they insist on this request, let's put it aside for now. If you want to talk, then don't mention these conditions. Also, if they want to talk about it in the future, I can tell them that I have to be the scriptwriter. This is a necessary condition." After talking about this, Xianxia took out a USB flash drive and handed it to Lu Benji. "There are 2 new books that I wrote, but they are both storybooks, suitable for children to read. One of them is Journey to the West, which is based on ancient myths, and the other one is a collection of the bedtime stories that I told Xianxia recently. You guys can organize and lay out it. As for the title, let's call it Xianxia's Bedtime Stories 2. These 2 books took a long time to organize. Among them, the most complicated was the organization of Journey to the West. In order to make the story of Journey to the West easy to understand and suitable for children to read, Xianxia spent a few months rewriting it. Xianxia's Bedtime Stories 2-inch was a little better. Xianxia organized the long story of Ice Age and the short stories that he told Xianxia recently into words and put them into one book. Lu Benji quickly took it and plugged it into his computer. "You can read it when I get back. If you have any suggestions, you can tell me over the phone or email." Xianxia was very busy. He waved his hand and said, "Besides the film and TV copyright of Prison Break, is there anything else?" Lu Benji flipped through his small notebook and said, "Yes, it's about your 6 signing events next month. Didn't you say that you wanted to collect the readers' requests and that you could choose 3 to satisfy them?" Xianxia nodded. When he said this, Xianxia was in a good mood. After knowing that Murphy was pregnant, he walked like he was floating. So, not only did he agree to hold the signing events, but he also made some decisions that he felt were a little troublesome when he thought about it later. But, as a man, he must keep his promise. Lu Benji said, "We posted a post on your personal website to collect everyone's requests. Then, we sorted the replies with the most likes and filtered out some nonsensical requests. Finally, we sorted out the 10 with the most likes for you to choose from." Not every reader made a request seriously. Some of them even had some teasing or bad taste. For example, they asked for Xianxia to wear women's clothes. Naturally, these were filtered out. Lu Benji turned his computer screen over. There were 10 requests listed on it. For example, Xianxia was asked to interact with the readers in the book review section every day. Xianxia read it with great interest. To choose 3, Xianxia pondered for a while. He pointed to the requests and said, "I can agree to the first request. Organize more reader activities to let the fans have a sense of belonging." Xianxia raised his head and smiled at Lu Benji. "I think this can be done. You can find someone to organize it. Organize a small activity every 2 weeks and a big activity every 2 months. Yes, you can organize it on your personal website. This can improve the cohesion." Lu Benji nodded and wrote in his notebook. "Activities can't be organized casually. First of all, the small activities can't be too complicated. Let more people participate. The prizes can be smaller. For example, the Sahara Online Mall vouchers are good. But the quantity must be large to ensure that there are more winners. Xianxia said, I suggest that you can contact Backwave Technology Company and use their social media platform to design a small activity like a lottery. Lu Benji knew that these two companies were inextricably linked to Xianxia. He didn't ask much. He listened carefully and took notes. Big events can be organized on our website, but the awards have to be attractive enough. For example, we can reward them with an overseas trip or a 2-person honeymoon. The content of the event has to be well designed. Whether it's an online or offline event, it has to be interesting, difficult, and meaningful. For example, you can organize a half-marathon competition for the fans. Let everyone participate in the competition and promote the concept of healthy living. Of course, I'm just giving an example. The fans are scattered all over the country. It's not easy to gather people to participate in the competition. Xianxia smiled. Right, who came up with this fan family? It sounds like spaghetti. Interesting, Xianxia said with a smile. This was the first time he had heard of such a thing. A fan called Muyuchen. He's in Guangzhou. Lu Benji said, but he previously tipped you quite a bit on the website. It shouldn't be less than 100,000. Furthermore, he also put in a lot of effort to organize the fans to clear your name. Is that so? Xianxia was a little surprised and said, then if he comes to the signing event in Guangzhou, remember to tell me. Forget it. You can make an appointment with him. I'll treat him to a meal. Xianxia's second request was for him to interact more with the fans on his personal website. It's impossible to interact every day. Xianxia said to Lu Benji. Set it to once a week. I will appear at random times. Lu Benji also recorded it. As for the last request, Xianxia pointed at the screen and smiled, if you want me to sing for the fans at the signing event, that's not a problem. Furthermore, I want to sing a new song for everyone, a new song that belongs to them. Lu Benji's face was filled with excitement as he scribbled furiously. Then, he raised his head and asked, what song? What's the name? Xianxia smiled, you'll know when the time comes. In a few more months, a family of 3 will become a family of 4. On microbroadcasting, Murphy announced that she was pregnant again. Below the microbroadcasting, there was a hand-drawn photo by Xianxia. It was a photo of Xianxia's large hand wrapped around Murphy's slender hand, followed by Xishi's chubby little hand. Finally, in Xishi's small hand, there was an additional baby-sized hand. The message was straightforward enough that it caused many media outlets to scramble to report it. Although it lacked the thrill of breaking news, it still gave the public a pleasant surprise. However, the media couldn't get an interview with Murphy even though they blocked the door. In order to ensure her safety, Xianxia went to the furniture store alone to buy new furniture. Meanwhile, Murphy stayed in the house and rarely left the house. Of course, Xianxia couldn't bear to see the pregnant Murphy run around everywhere. So, he asked Guozi or Lin Muan for help. As for Murphy, she simply needed to stay at home and come up with ideas. The media couldn't find Murphy, but they still managed to find Murphy's manager, Mo Xiaowan. Mo Xiaowan responded to the media and announced some news on behalf of Murphy. That's right, Murphy is indeed pregnant. Sorry, I can't reveal the time of her pregnancy. This is a personal matter. I hope everyone can give her some private space. After all, she is pregnant and needs a quiet environment. No, Murphy won't retire like last time. She's just been working for too long. She's taking advantage of this opportunity to take a break. Yes, she will. These new songs that everyone has been waiting for will be released after the recording is complete. But not now, Murphy needs some time to rest. I'm sorry, because her body isn't used to it, Murphy won't be able to hold a concert for the time being. She will have to wait until after she gives birth to the baby before making any arrangements. Here, on behalf of Murphy, I would like to apologize to the fans who have been waiting for and supporting Murphy. Yes, she will continue to keep in touch with her fans through music. At the same time, she will interact with her fans through microbroadcasting. Fans who don't have a microbroadcasting account can register and follow Murphy's account. She will announce a lot of news and updates about Murphy's life. Mo Xiaowan was right. Murphy stayed at home with nothing to do, but she couldn't stay idle. After cleaning up, apart from studying the new singing style of songs written by Xianxia, she also pondered about photography and microbroadcasting. The update speed of Murphy's microbroadcast was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the past, she basically didn't play with these things. At most, she would have one status update per day. However, Murphy's microbroadcasting now gradually increased from one status update per day to several. In the beginning, Murphy just learned from Xianxia and recorded Xixi's interesting stories and the daily lives of the pets at home on microbroadcasting. Xixi is becoming more and more sensible. Mom asked her to pour a glass of water, and she was willing to put down the toys in her hands and run to get her a glass of water. Xiixi fell in kindergarten today and had a small wound on her hand. Dad put a band-aid with a little monkey pattern on it. When he bathed her at night, she would cover her wound and shout to her mom, "Mom, no, the little monkey can't touch water." Xiixi has grown taller. Today, Xiixi suddenly shouted as if she had discovered a new world. Her dad and I thought she had touched her wound. Later, we found out that Xiixi realized that she had grown taller. In the past, she couldn't reach the dolls on the cabinet, but now she can reach out and take them down. What a long-legged cutie. Like Xianxia, Murphy was also very concerned about child safety. She didn't want to post pictures of Xixi's face. So, when she recorded Xixi's interesting stories on microbroadcasting, it was mostly simple text descriptions. However, when it came to the pets at home, Murphy didn't get tired of posting many pictures she took. Her fans loved to see them. Today, Xixi came to complain that Xiaoguai and Steamed Bun were fighting again. Actually, they weren't. The two little guys were just playing around. Everyone, look, they are very careful. In the first picture, Xiaoguai stood up and bared its fangs at Steamed Bun. However, in the second picture, Xiaoguai was lying on the ground, and Steamed Bun was playing with its tail. Xiaoguai, with its big face, looked like it had nothing to live for. It seemed like it was tired too. Of the three kittens at home, the closest to Steamed Bun is actually Dodo. Dodo is the big sister. Although she looks cold on the surface, she is a big warm cat in her heart. Last night, when we saw Dodo drinking milk, Steamed Bun came over and she pushed her basin over. However, Steamed Bun still couldn't drink milk and had diarrhea in the middle of the night. She thought it was Xiaoguai who did it. With Xianxia's guidance, Murphy's photography skills had improved a lot. In addition, women were naturally sensitive to color and knew about composition. In her shots, the cute pets were very vivid. Although they were still pictures, people could always imagine the interesting stories that were happening between them. However, today, when Xianxia picked up Xixi from kindergarten and came back with her, he saw that Murphy had started to play with her handiwork, folding paper. "Mom, what are you doing?" The curious baby Xixi couldn't wait to break free from the shackles of her school bag, ran over and asked. "Mom is folding 1,000 paper cranes." Murphy smiled. She picked up a finished product and said to Xixi, "Look, this is 1,000 paper crane." 1,000 cranes? Xixi still understood the number 1,000. She took the paper crane from her mother's hand and looked at it curiously while muttering. "It's 1,000 paper cranes. Paper with white paper. Of course, you can also think of it as 1,000 paper cranes. However, Mom can't fold that many. She can only fold a few dozen and then use a rope to hang them up and make curtains." Murphy smiled and said, "Do you think it looks good?" Xixi didn't have any special reaction to her mother's words about the paper crane curtains. However, she looked at the small and cute paper crane in her hand and nodded. "Why did you suddenly think of folding 1,000 paper cranes?" Xianxia put away Xixi's school bag and asked. "Actually, it was Huan who taught me. During the day, she came here to fold 1,000 paper cranes. She said that she wanted to get a glass jar for Ding Xiang's birthday." Murphy said, "I learned a little and thought it was fun, so I folded some myself." "Ding Xiang's birthday?" Xianxia said in surprise. "Yes, Ding Xiang's birthday is next Tuesday." "You don't even know your own employee's birthday?" Murphy chuckled and said, "Didn't you see her ID card when you joined the company?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Why would I pay attention to this? But it's not too late to know now. Well, we have to quickly discuss what kind of gift to give Ding Xiang." Murphy said excitedly. At this time, Shishi lowered her head and pursed her lips. She was a little embarrassed as she handed over the paper crane that she had loosened in her hand and said timidly, "Mom, I'm sorry. I broke your paper crane." It turned out that the curious little girl had been playing with the folded paper. She thought that it was beautiful, but she wanted to know how it was folded. In the end, when she pulled, the paper crane became deformed. Murphy took a look and said with a smile, "It's okay, Mom can fix it." Shishi opened her eyes wide and watched as Murphy rearranged the broken paper crane. She also put the head back in place. After a period of careful manipulation, the paper crane finally returned to its original shape. "So awesome." Shishi looked at her mother in admiration and muttered to herself. Hearing her daughter's praise, Murphy was a little proud. She picked up a square piece of paper and said to Shishi with a smile, "Shishi, Mom will teach you how to fold 1,000 paper crane, okay?" Shishi nodded happily. Although Murphy didn't participate, but the entertainment circle was still in turmoil. What caused the uproar was the battle between the singer Yi Qing and the music critic Cui Rui on micro-broadcasting. Yi Qing was the A-list male singer who previously sang Fireworks in the Heart. At the time, he and Murphy's Coming Across the Ocean to See You were locked in battle for the #1 spot. Recently, one of his new singles was completely criticized by the famous music critic Cui Rui. Yi Qing couldn't take this lying down, so he scolded Cui Rui on micro-broadcasting for not being able to ask for money and maliciously splashing dirty water on his song. After Cui Rui was informed by his friends, he also signed up for micro-broadcasting and started arguing with Yi Qing. On one hand, he swore that he didn't take any money, on the other hand, he scolded Yi Qing for not being professional and not being able to listen to criticism. Of course, Cui Rui's poisonous tongue was also well known. Before, all of Murphy's albums had been scolded by him. It was just that his comments weren't objective at all, and he often relied on his pen to turn black into white, and white into black. According to Mo Xiaowan, this person did have the problem of extorting money from singers. It was just that he had all kinds of reasons for asking for money, so it was very hard for people to catch him. These two clearly underestimated the influence of micro-broadcasting. By the time Yi Qing's management company's PR department reacted, the vulgar words used by these two on micro-broadcasting had already stunned the netizens and fans. The mutual exposé made the audience even more excited. Regardless of who had the upper hand in the war of words, such a war of words was a lose-lose outcome. The one who suffered the most was still Yi Qing. All of the good image he had accumulated before was basically gone. There was only one winner, and that was micro-broadcasting. Taking advantage of this battle, micro-broadcasting harvested another wave of new users. With hundreds of millions of registered users, and still maintaining such a high level of activity, it made the backwave technology company behind it enter the sights of the big shots. Of course, this storm had nothing to do with Murphy and Yang Yi for the time being. Mo Xiaowan was the only one who was nervous. She wasn't the only one. Many other agents had learned their lesson. They were beginning to truly understand the power of this obscure social media platform. For this reason, Mo Xiaowan had specially convened a meeting with the employees of the new company and asked them to pay more attention to micro-broadcasting. It was just like how artists couldn't say anything to reporters in the past. Now, every star and manager couldn't casually post their own opinions on micro-broadcasting. They had to be careful and scrutinize everything clearly before posting anything that shouldn't be said. However, Zhu Jia was an exception. Now that he had a new manager, he was like a wild horse out of control. No one could control him. On the 1st of next month, Brother Jia will be back with a new song. Radisend Arrowheads, I missed you so much. Did you miss me? While that night was still in the recording stage, Zhu Jia couldn't wait to post a micro-broadcasting and announce his plans for a new song to his fans. This nonsensical wording and tone was exactly the same as his usual performance on variety shows. It was completely his own performance. Clearly, he didn't discuss with his manager before sending out the micro-broadcasting. This micro-broadcasting still received a lot of likes and pursuit from fans. Zhu Jia's fans basically all knew what kind of person Zhu Jia was. In the comments section, while teasing Brother Jia that this year was a bit too long, they were also looking forward to his new song. However, not everyone could like Zhu Jia's antics. Cui Rui, who had previously insulted Yi Qing and turned herself into an internet celebrity, forwarded Zhu Jia's Weibo and said in a strange tone, "You don't even know how to say ladies and gentlemen. Some uncultured singers shouldn't learn how to use English. Using transliteration will only teach bad things to children who just start learning English. Damn, is this old man crazy? It's fine if he insults Yi Qing, but even me? Do I have a grudge against you?" Zhu Jia, after discovering this, unhappily shouted. There really was a grudge. Zhu Jia was forgetful. He had once ridiculed a bunch of music critics who looked down on him singing Mistress on a variety show, but he forgot that Cui Rui was one of them. Unfortunately, he forgot, but Cui Rui always remembered. This time, she used micro-broadcasting to disgust Zhu Jia. No matter what, now that Zhu Jia had no one to stop him, he couldn't hold back his temper. However, he was still a bit smart. He didn't follow Yi Qing's example of insulting Cui Rui. Instead, he silently recorded a short video and then sent it out on micro-broadcasting. At the uncultured old man who said, "I don't understand English." Micro-broadcasting only left this sentence. In the video, Zhu Jia used fluent English the whole time. First, he greeted the audience, then told them that in this world, there was a kind of undying old thief who wanted to take revenge on society. He himself was insulted by him for no reason. Zhu Jia's English was really good. Although it couldn't compare to native speakers, it was still better than most students. After all, he had studied in England before and was sent by his dad to receive elite education. Finally, Zhu Jia left a message for Cui Rui, "FAQ you damn uncultured old man. FAQ you damn uncultured old man. FAQ you damn uncultured old man. I'm a Chinese, so I speak Chinese. I just like to use Chinese to speak English, so what? Oh right, by the way, you said I don't understand English, but you don't seem to understand English either. The plural of gentleman should be gentlemen, M-E-N. You can't even understand this little bit of grammar, yet you still have the nerve to insult me. Scram as far as you can." This paragraph, Zhu Jia used Chinese. Although it was Chinese, but after hearing the first half, no one dared to think that he couldn't speak English anymore. On the contrary, Zhu Jia's cursing in Chinese wasn't as disgusting as Yi Qing's. Most of the people who watched this video felt that it was very satisfying. Well insulted. Good job, Zhu Jia. The front row prompt, the one who insulted is Cui Rui, the guy who made a big news with Yi Qing. Before, he also inexplicably insulted our brother Jia. This old man, I've been unhappy with him for a long time. You should scold this kind of uncultured person. FAQ. Just for this point, brother Jia, I'm a fan. Haha, Cui Rui lost a lot of face, right? Pretending to know when you don't know, and ended up scolding someone who really knows. My brother Jia, scolding people without being dirty. My brother Jia is multi-talented, haha. In the comment section, it was almost one-sided in support of Zhu Jia. At this moment, Zhu Jia unexpectedly hyped himself up, and even more people knew that he was going to release a new song. The entertainment circle's liveliness had nothing to do with Yang Yi for the time being. By the weekend, after buying the basic furniture, appliances, and so on, Yang Yi and them could finally move. There was no rain on this day, the sun was shining, and the Grand Canal in the distance was sparkling, as if it was plated with a layer of silver film. The flower bed in front of the building was also full of beautiful flowers, red, yellow, purple, pink. It was as if the paint jar had been knocked over here, and it was also beautiful enough to make people stop and linger. It's time to go. Yang Yi gently patted Murphy's shoulder from behind and said softly. Murphy reluctantly looked again, then turned and gently drilled into Yang Yi's arms, hugged his waist, and sadly said, "Suddenly I'm a little reluctant to leave here." I know. Yang Yi gently lifted Murphy's hair that was messed up by the wind. Murphy pulled Yang Yi over, pointed down, and said, "Husband, look, I still remember the path on the other side of the Grand Canal. When I didn't have a relationship with you, we were there, walking with Xi. It was at night, there were no street lights, and you protected me, telling me not to be afraid. Of course I remember, at that time, you even sang a song for me. I found that your a cappella singing was better than the one played on the record." Yang Yi caressed Murphy's face, his eyes were full of love. "When it comes to records, I'm a little embarrassed. Murphy's face slightly blushed, and said in a low voice, "At that time, you just started to renovate this coffee shop, and I was worried that you would put other beautiful stars' photos and records on the shelf, so I occupied the shelf closest to you and let you put all my records and accessories. Could it be that at that time, you started to listen to my songs?" "How could it be? I have always liked your songs." Xianxia lied, but then he said seriously, "But I think it's also very good to release your album. How can there be a more beautiful star than you?" Listening to Xianxia's words of love, Murphy's heart was sweet, but she said, "No, I'm not beautiful. And the flower bed here, it was not so beautiful last year, we just tidied it up this year, and planted a lot of beautiful flowers. In the end, it just bloomed, and we have to move away." Murphy looked around and said sadly, "We have a large space in the new villa where we can plant flowers. When the time comes, I'll plant the flowers with you," Xianxia comforted her. "Besides, we won't be moving out of this house completely. Although Huan and Ding Xiang will move here in the future, the master bedroom will still be left for us. When we are free, we can come back and stay for a few days. And there is my coffee shop here. And so many good friends. When the reporters are no longer blocking here, we can often come to the coffee shop to play." Xianxia laughed. "Well, I know." Under Xianxia's comfort, Murphy finally felt relieved. She said with a smile, "In fact, no matter where we live, as long as you and Xianxia are here, it is enough." At this time, Xianxia, who was dressed neatly, ran over. The little girl with 2 long ponytails looked very cute. She shook Xianxia's mobile phone and giggled, "Papa, Papa, Xianxia called me and asked us to hurry up, she wants to visit my new home." Everything had been packed. Xianxia and Mo looked at each other and smiled. "Okay, let's go now." The scenery in the new villa was even better. The neatly trimmed grass in the villa area was lush green, and the purple and reddish-brown bushes and flowers also added to the overall color palette. Driving along the small path by the lake, Xianxia's car even passed by a few quaint little pavilions and quaint fountains. The car wasn't going very fast, so Xianxia decided to roll down the windows and sunroof to let the warm spring breeze in, and also let the little girl's happy cries drift out. "It's so beautiful." She couldn't sit still for a long time. She leaned against the car window and looked out greedily. Beside her, Murphy couldn't do anything about her, so she could only watch over her carefully, afraid that she would jump out herself. Fortunately, they soon arrived at their own home. Xianxia's car hadn't even stopped when a chubby little girl jumped out of a parked luxury car and ran over happily, waving at them. "Xianxia." She heard the noise, and she turned her head and happily called out to her mother's window. She couldn't wait to climb from the child's safety seat to her mother's body, and then climb over again. "You can't. You have to wait for Daddy to park the car before you can get out." Murphy hurriedly held down Xianxia and said reproachfully, "Xianxia, be good. Didn't you promise Daddy that you'll be a good baby? And look, Uncle Lon also called Xianxia back. They're going to drive the car in too." Xianxia spoke up to help. "I'm a good baby." She didn't play around anymore, and obediently sat back in her seat. However, the little girl's big eyes looked around, and her gaze had already drifted outside impatiently. The gate in front of the villa was an AI door lock. Xianxia pressed a button with the remote control in the car, and it slowly opened. 2 cars slowly drove in and stopped in front of the gate. "You're finally here. Xianxia has been nagging since yesterday." Xianxia got out of the front passenger seat. Before he even made his appearance, his loud voice traveled over. Lan Xian and her mother Wu Jingjing also got out of the car. Xianxia, who had just been carried out of the car by her father, couldn't wait to run over. She giggled and hugged her little friend, jumping and jumping. "Because we still had some things to pack today, so we were a step behind." Xianxia smiled at Xianxia. Wu Jingjing and Murphy also greeted them. They were already very familiar with each other and had a good relationship. After all, Wu Jingjing was Murphy's fan, and the 2 women occasionally contacted each other on the phone. While the adults were greeting each other, the children wanted to interrupt. Lan Xian pulled Xianxia and squeezed in front of Xianxia. She said excitedly, "Uncle Yang, can you take down Xianxia's cat and puppy first?" She also raised her little head and kindly added a few words to her little friend. Haha, Papa, Xian wants Xiao Guai, Xiao Hui, Du, and Bao Tua to play with. Xian, don't make trouble. Your Uncle Yang just moved here, and he hasn't packed yet. Wu Jingjing said softly. Yang Yi waved his hand and smiled. It's okay. He went to the back of Tyrannical Wolf and took down the cat cage with the 3 British Shorthairs and the dog cage with Bao Tua. He opened the cage and let them out. Bao Tua. Lan Xian shouted happily and pounced on the little puppy. Sure enough, small pets were more popular. Bao Tua was actually very smart. Unlike the other 3 British Shorthairs, he didn't look around after coming out of the cage. Instead, he wagged his tail and burrowed into Lan Xian's arms. Then he struggled out again and jumped to Xishi's feet for a while, and then jumped back to Lan Xian's side. He jumped around excitedly as if he had been locked up for many years. Cats were a little cold. Only Xiao Guai went to Xishi's side and rubbed his body against her feet. Then he closed his eyes and enjoyed Xishi's touch. Xiao Hui and Du scattered as if nothing had happened. They weren't affected by being locked up in the cage at all. Instead, they were more interested in their new surroundings. Xiao Guai, Bao Tua, this will be our home from now on. Cici picked up the chubby Xiao Guai with great difficulty, then led Steamed Bun, who was eagerly following her, to the grass under the sunlight. She put Xiao Guai down, then stepped on the grass with her pink sneakers, and said happily with her hands spread out. The bright and beautiful sunlight shone on the little girl's cute smiling face. Her small eyes were curved like crescent moons, her small mouth was smiling sweetly, and her neat and white teeth made it seem as if the whole spring was shining brightly. Xishi, I'll bring my big dog over to play with you in the future. Lan Xian was also bouncing around excitedly. Under the warm sunlight, her chubby little body seemed to be filled with energy as well. Okay. Okay. Xishi giggled. As if influenced by them, Bao Tua also ran around the grass happily or circled around the 2 little girls. His tail was wagging so much that his butt was about to pop out. Xiao Guai and the others also seemed to be very satisfied with this environment. Xiao Hui and Xiao Guai rolled around on the grass and played around. Meanwhile, Du was lying on the grass and lazily grabbing the grass. She stretched her enchanting waist and squinted her eyes. On the new side of the house, whether it was the space in the courtyard or the spacious villa, it was much bigger than the previous house. This was of course good news for the kittens and puppies who loved to play and move around. As for Xishi, the happiest thing about moving here was that she could often visit Lan Xian in the future. On the adult side, Murphy and Wu Jingjing sat on the swing outside the house and chatted. They needed to take care of the 2 little girls who were playing outside. It wasn't that there was any external danger, but they were worried that they would accidentally run to the back of the house. There was a swimming pool there. Although there was no water, it was still very dangerous to accidentally step into such a big hole. On the other hand, Lan Caokai was invited by Yang Yi to go in and look at the decorations after Yang Yi bought the furniture. When they walked to the dining room on the 1st floor, Lan Caokai turned his head and said, Yang Yi, I think you should make a red wine rack in the dining room to collect some red wine. It would look more tasteful. Now that this big rack is here, it's empty and doesn't look good at all. Yang Yi glanced at Lan Caokai's big rack and said with a smile, Murphy doesn't like wine, and she doesn't let me drink either. So now there's basically no wine in the house. How can I collect it? There's a mystery behind this rack. Look at this height. It's not a waste of space. In the future, it will be reserved for Murphy to place her flower arrangements. Flower arrangements? Lan Caokai looked at it carefully again, nodded, and said, This is good. Your wife knows how to do this. I'll ask Jingjing to come over and learn from her later. Haha, no problem. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. As the 2 chatted, Yang Yi suddenly received a call. Guozi and the others had finally arrived. When they moved, there were actually a lot of things to move. Although many things could be bought again, things like the guitar, Murphy's clothes, Yang Yi's books, Xishi's toys, and so on still had to be brought over. The more Murphy packed, the more things there were. Dominator couldn't fit them all. Therefore, Yang Yi asked for 2 commercial cars from Sahara Publishing. Together with Mo Xiaojuan's car, there were 3 cars in total. Guizi drove one car with Ding Xiang and Yang Huan. Lin Muan drove the other car with his girlfriend. Mo Xiaowan drove Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan. The group of people came over to help Yang Yi move and celebrate the arrival of the new house. Lu Xiaoxiu and Miao Chuan knew that Yang Yi had been helping them. Although they were still in the lawsuit and couldn't do anything else to repay Yang Yi, they could still come over and help Yang Yi move. They came a little later because Yang Huan and Ding Xiang had to go to class. Yang Yi and the others couldn't wait because of Xixi, so they set off first. The remaining 3 cars were led by Mo Xiaowan. They carried the remaining luggage and set off together after everyone had arrived. However, Yang Yi forgot that their cars hadn't been registered yet. They were stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood. "It's okay. I'll contact the security guard now and let you in." Yang Yi put down his phone and used the access control system to inform the security guard at the entrance. After a while, Yang Yi received a call from Yang Huan. The 3 cars had been let in. It wasn't good to stay in the sun for too long, so Murphy let the 2 girls play outside for a while before calling them in. After playing for a while, Xixi and Lan Xian were both sweating profusely, and their hair was curly from the sweat. However, they still happily called out and laughed. They dodged their mother's hands and ran happily with Bao Bao. When they were about to enter the door, Guizi and Lin Muan were carrying a large cardboard box and blocking the door. Xixi and Lan Xian stopped. The 2 girls giggled and huddled together as if they had bumped into each other. Bao Bao was too small, so he couldn't react in time and bumped into Xixi's leg. The little puppy shook his head and looked up at Guizi and Lin Muan in front of him. He hesitated for a moment, but still dutifully barked at the 2 big guys. "Woo! Woo!" His voice didn't sound like a dog's bark, and it wasn't threatening at all. However, the little one jumped bravely, as if he wanted to protect the little master behind him. "Ladies first." Guizi smiled and gestured to Lin Muan. The 2 of them moved aside to let them go in first. "What did he say?" Lan Xian asked Xixi in confusion. "Little Uncle Gua told us to go first," Xixi said, knowing this phrase. Yang Yi and Lan Zhou Kai walked out clapping their hands. Now, all the men were helping to move things. Even Lan Zhou Kai enthusiastically wanted to help. Of course, Yang Yi knew that Lan Zhou Kai couldn't carry heavy things, so he secretly used his strength to carry most of the weight. "Xixi, Xian, go upstairs and play. Don't disturb the adults," Yang Yi said, waving his hand. "Okay." Xixi and Lan Xian held hands and ran upstairs. Steamed Bun also eagerly followed along, but the 3 British Shorthairs were still playing outside. Xixi was already used to their wanton behavior. "Xian, let me show you my room," Xixi said crisply. "Okay." Lan Xian nodded happily. However, when they reached the corner of the stairs, they heard Steamed Bun's anxious cries. The 2 girls looked back and realized that Steamed Bun hadn't come up yet. The little puppy didn't dare to climb the stairs and anxiously paced around at the bottom. "Steamed Bun, come on up," Xixi beckoned. However, Steamed Bun jumped in front of the stairs. His short legs couldn't jump high, and he didn't know how to climb the stairs. He could only turn in circles, not knowing what to do. Just then, Yang Huan came over. Yang Yi was still worried, so he asked her to take care of the 2 girls upstairs. Xixi's big eyes lit up. She begged, "Auntie, can you bring Steamed Bun up?" It was a piece of cake for Yang Huan. She gently scooped Steamed Bun up and carried him upstairs. Xixi and Lan Xian happily continued to run upstairs. Steamed Bun, who was in Yang Huan's arms, was restless. He turned his little head and looked around. Then, he stepped on Yang Huan's bulging chest with his 2 front legs, leaving a green mark on her white shirt. Yang Huan didn't notice. She carried Steamed Bun upstairs and put him down. Then, she said, "Xixi, your dad told me to tell you that you can play upstairs, but you can't run around, especially on the balcony." "We're going to Xixi's room," Lan Xian said for Xixi. "Very good. Then let's play in the room." Yang Huan smiled. "My room is here. It's super big." Xixi brought Lan Xian and Yang Huan to the master bedroom. It was indeed big. The master bedroom was dozens of square meters, including a big balcony, a walk-in closet, and a bathroom. The furniture in the master bedroom was similar to those in the hotel. There was a bed, a cabinet, a table, a TV, and so on. However, compared to such a big space, it still looked simple. However, Xianxia and Xianxia didn't care. The two girls happily threw themselves on the big bed. They took off their shoes and jumped on the spring mattress in their socks. "This is super fun," Xianxia happily said to Xianxia as she jumped. "I like it too." Xianxia was also having fun. She panted and said, "My bed is soft." "You can't jump. Then you can come to my house to play," Xianxia said. Yang saw that they were having fun. The bed was big, so she didn't have to worry about them falling out. She walked to the balcony and looked around. Yang had been in cram school and practicing acting. It was her first time here. Xianxia and the girls jumped and sometimes fell down. However, the quilt was new and very soft. It didn't hurt when they fell down. Instead, the more they fell, the more fun they found it. The girls on the bed couldn't stop giggling. Steamed Bun anxiously barked under the bed. It couldn't get up. At this stage, it was very clingy and wanted its master to play with it all the time. Fortunately, the two girls didn't slack off this time. They climbed down the bed and picked up Steamed Bun. They worked together to lift Steamed Bun up so that he could reach the edge of the bed. Steamed Bun successfully got up. Xianxia and Xianxia climbed up. The two girls and the dog jumped on top of the bed again. Fortunately, it was quite tiring to jump around like this. Xianxia couldn't take it anymore. She lay on the bed and panted heavily. Xianxia sat next to them and watched Steamed Bun jump around between them. Xianxia, who was panting, suddenly remembered something. She turned her head and asked expectantly, "Xianxia, am I the first good friend to come to your room?" Xianxia thought about it. None of her good friends had come to her house. She nodded and said, "Yes, Xian is the first." "Hee hee." Xian raised her foot happily as if she wanted to dance, but she was too tired to do so. Yang couldn't hear the movements in the room. She walked in and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Xianxia, how could you let Steamed Bun on your bed? What if he dirted your parents' bed? You were playing outside just now." "This is Xianxia's bed," Xian said in confusion. "Xianxia, why did your aunt say it was your parents' bed?" "This is my, Papa's, and Mom's bed," Xianxia said matter-of-factly. "You still sleep with your parents?" Xian blinked and said, "I've been sleeping alone since I was 3 years old. I have my own room, which is as big as this one." "You sleep alone?" Xianxia was a little surprised. But I want to sleep with Mom and listen to Papa's stories. I'm a big girl." "Big girls don't sleep with their parents," Xian shouted proudly with her chest out. Yang helplessly saw that the two girls were going off topic. She had to go up and take Steamed Bun down. The little puppy was reluctant. He wanted to climb up on the ground. Unfortunately, his legs were short. "I want to sleep with Mom and Papa." Xianxia didn't care about Steamed Bun. She reluctantly said to Xian, "Then you're not a big girl. You're still a little girl." Xian didn't show any mercy. Xianxia looked at Yang for help. Yang sighed secretly. She decided to help her brother. She shrugged and smiled at Xianxia. "Xianxia, Xian is right. You're growing up. In a few months, you'll be 5 years old. You should learn to be independent and get used to sleeping alone." But I'm scared." Xianxia pursed her lips and muttered reluctantly. "Don't be scared." "I'm not scared," Xian said to Xianxia. "You can sleep in my room too. We can sleep together." "Really?" Xianxia suddenly became happy again, as if she didn't feel wrong just now. "Hee hee, I'll sleep with you too. Let's sleep now." Xian rolled on Xianxia's big bed. Xianxia was in high spirits. She rolled on the bed and rolled up the quilt. She giggled and said, "Let's sleep then." Hee hee, Yang watched the two girls rolling around in the quilt. She was a little confused by their changing topics. She shook her head helplessly and went to the balcony to enjoy the scenery. At night, after dinner in the clubhouse, everyone went back home. After a busy day, it was time to take a break. However, Xianxia couldn't bear to see the big and small boxes in the living room messily. He was still tidying up. He took out rows of clothes and bags of toys from the boxes and carried them upstairs to arrange them properly. Xianxia was full of energy. He didn't feel tired running up and down. On the contrary, seeing the boxes being cleaned up by him, he became more and more energetic. She had been playing all day. She was so sleepy that she couldn't help yawning. She didn't want to move and just wanted to sleep. But the little girl hadn't taken a bath yet, so Murphy carried her to the bathroom in the bedroom to take a bath. Soaking in the warm water and wiping her face, she finally felt a little refreshed. Mama. Cici, who was sitting in the bathtub, was playing with the bubbles in her hands as she called out. Yes? Murphy answered casually as she carefully washed the foam on her back with a soft towel. Mom, Xianxia said that she sleeps in a room alone. She said. Murphy looked up and said jokingly, really? Do you also want to sleep in a room alone? She quickly shook her head and said with a pout, no, I'll be scared. Murphy smiled secretly. She didn't have the heart to tell the little girl a cruel truth. In fact, after she fell asleep at night, she often slept alone in the room. At this time, she explained to her mother unhappily, but Xianxia said that she sleeps alone since she was 3 years old. Slow down. You mean that Xianxia has been sleeping alone since she was 3 years old, right? Murphy said softly. Yes, then Auntie also said that she has grown up and wants to sleep alone. She nodded her head and said with a little grievance. It was too late. If she washed her hair, she couldn't sleep later. So Murphy put a big bath cap on her little head, which looked very interesting. Do you want to sleep alone? Murphy asked softly. No, I want to sleep with Papa and Mom. She missed the feeling of being sandwiched between her parents. It was very warm. What's more, Xianxia didn't sleep with Mofei in Cici's arms many times. After they got the marriage certificate, they slept like this for a while. Later, when Grandpa came, Xianxia could only sleep in the second bedroom alone. She hadn't enjoyed this kind of happiness yet. Then don't rush to live in a room by yourself. Mofei smiled and asked the little girl to stand up. She was going to change the water in the bathtub. Really? She looked at her mother with her big eyes in surprise. After she heard Lan Xian and Yang Huan's words, she didn't know what to do. She didn't expect her mother to give her hope again. Of course, she will always be Mom's little darling. Murphy said with a smile. She opened her bare arms and hugged her mother's neck. With a bag sound, she gave her mother a kiss and then laughed happily. Hey, there are still bubbles and water on your body. They are all on Mama's body. Mofei smiled and patted Cici's little butt gently. The little girl was still hanging on Mom's body. She giggled and shook her little butt mischievously, saying, Mom, you haven't taken a bath yet. Don't be afraid. At this time, there was a soft knock on the bathroom door. Xianxia's voice sounded. Xianxia, tell Dad, what's with the messy dog footprints on the bed? Could it be that steamed bun can jump onto such a high bed by himself? Hearing her father's scolding voice, she, who had been caught doing something bad, hugged her mother's neck and stamped her feet on the ground as if she was running away. She was embarrassed and mischievous. The next morning, the chirping of birds opened the prelude to the day. They came from Pavilion Mountain behind the villa area. In this quiet and peaceful villa area, they didn't seem to have to worry about their own safety. They could fly freely between the trees and jump onto the bushes in the green belt to show their singing to passers-by. On the beautiful artificial lake, Xianxia was striding with his long legs, maintaining a steady breath and running in the midst of the singing of the birds. Running here, although it didn't consume a lot of energy like climbing Pavilion Mountain in the past to achieve the effect of exercise, the scenery by the lake was still as beautiful. The air was also very fresh, making people feel relaxed and happy. After running a few laps at an extraordinary speed, Xianxia went to the nearby market to buy groceries. However, it was still early, so he wasn't in a hurry to make breakfast. Instead, he threw the big and small bags of meat and vegetables in the kitchen. He went to the courtyard of the villa and began to practice Hong Quan. Although it was the kung fu of this life, Yang Yi's boxing was not ordinary. He used real kung fu. When he punched the air, his clothes fluttered, and it had the power to split mountains. When he kicked out, he turned around like lightning and swept out a second leg. The wind from his foot caused an explosion in the air. After practicing for an unknown period of time, Yang Yi's body was soaked in sweat. His slightly bronzed muscles seemed to be smeared with a layer of tung oil. It was a sight to behold. Just as he was panting heavily and slowly walking around the grass in the front yard to recover, Murphy rubbed her sleepy eyes and appeared on the balcony on the second floor. "Good morning." When Murphy saw Yang Yi, she revealed a beautiful smile and said with a soft voice that still had a slight nasal sound, "Good morning." Yang Yi replied with a smile. "Quickly come up and practice. I'll get you some water." Murphy waved her hand. Although Murphy was resting, she never slacked off. Every morning, she would wake up and practice her voice, rain or shine. Now that she had found a partner with the same goal, she would even pull Yang Yi to practice together. Of course, Yang Yi's practice was not as much as Murphy's. When Yang Yi finished practicing and went downstairs to prepare lunch, Murphy's clear singing voice could still be heard in the kitchen. "Your existence, deep in my mind." However, this was not Murphy's singing voice. It was Yang Yi's phone ringing. Yang Yi took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. When he found that it was Xianxia, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Calling so early in the morning, was there something urgent? However, if Zhang Lang had something urgent to look for him, it would be a big deal. Yang Yi was a little worried about his brothers and quickly picked it up. However, when he heard Xianxia's hearty laughter on the phone, Yang Yi's hanging heart was relieved. "Did you take the wrong medicine early in the morning?" Yang Yi was more casual with Xianxia. He smiled and said, "You called so early and you're laughing here." "Ha ha ha, sorry, jet lag, we just came back from abroad. When we heard that you had a wedding, we didn't even have time to put down our things and called you." "Wait a minute." Xianxia shouted on the other end of the phone, "Come on, I'm going to turn on the speaker." After a while, a group of people screamed from Xianxia's side, "Old Yang, congratulations on stepping into the grave of love. However, without marriage, love will die without a burial ground. Hee, I wish you a happy marriage." Yang Yi could tell that they were all Zhang Lang's brothers. Luo Zongxing, Yu Xiaotian, and the others' voices were mixed in. He was a little moved and smiled, "Thank you, everyone." "Hey, you said you got married in such a hurry. You didn't say anything in advance. You made a sudden attack and bumped into us going abroad for the competition. We couldn't even attend your wedding." Xianxia said. Yang Yi knew that Zhang Lang would once again represent the entire army in the World Special Forces competition this year. When he called Xianxia and the others to tell them about his marriage, the brothers who stayed behind told him about it. Yang Yi smiled and said, "Plans can't keep up with changes. Sometimes, there's nothing we can do about it. I can understand that you can't participate. Don't talk about going abroad for the competition. Even if there's nothing important, you can't ask for leave." A soldier's leave was not casually applied, let alone Zhang Lang who had to be on standby at all times. Hee. Xianxia laughed without any awkwardness. "It's good that you have the heart, brother," Yang Yi said as he seasoned the porridge. "Yang Yi, when are you coming back to take a look?" Xianxia suddenly said. For some reason, there was a hint of sadness in his voice. "Although it's impossible for you to come back and continue to fight side by side with us, we all miss you very much. After so many years, we all hope that you can come home and take a look." Yang Yi was silent for a while before he slowly said, "I understand. After a while, I'll take some time to visit you guys. The main thing is that old Luo is about to retire. He, that old bastard, has reported it and the higher-ups have approved it. He might leave Zhang Lang in June." Xianxia was probably afraid that old Luo would hear him and lowered his voice. Yang Yi was not surprised by this news. The last time they came to Jiang City, Luo Zongxing had expressed this intention. This is also a good thing. Old Luo has been in Zhang Lang for so many years. It's time for him to be promoted. It's a good thing for his personal development and for Zhang Lang's development. Yang Yi softly advised. I know. I'm not a little girl. I'm not reluctant to leave and cry. Xianxia shouted unhappily. I just feel that you guys are leaving Zhang Lang one by one. It's just that I feel bad. Come back early and take a look while the brothers are still here. Shocking. He's the one who wrote the song for Xianxia. When Yang Yi moved house over the weekend, an unknown Tianxiang employee leaked the news. The news that Xianxia was recording a new song was exposed on a new media website that specialized in gossip. The shocking headline attracted a lot of attention and clicks. If the non-mainstream singer Zhu Jie's announcement of his new song received widespread attention on the internet, but it didn't cause much of a stir in reality, then the news about the real superstar Xianxia couldn't possibly remain silent. Once it was exposed, the mainstream media scrambled to report it. What's more, according to the news, the one who wrote the song for Xianxia was Mu Xiang, who was also Yang Yi, who had been in the limelight this year. The two had a close relationship and Xianxia had even attended Yang Yi's wedding as his best man. The collaboration between Yang Yi and Xianxia wasn't unexpected, but it was enough to make people look forward to it. What song did Yang Yi write for Xianxia? Although Tianxiang told the reporters that it was not convenient to disclose it for the time being, it was inevitable that the media would speculate. Could it be the two songs that Yang Yi and Murphy sang before? However, I Want to Sing Me to You and Today You Will Marry Me didn't quite fit Xianxia's style. Moreover, the fans had already decided that these two songs had to be sung by Yang Yi and Murphy, so this speculation wasn't very likely. It was just a trick that the media put together to make up the number of words. However, one media outlet speculated that it might be University Days, which was the song that the male lead of Fairy Tale sang at the school's freshman party but didn't release. It was a folk song, so Xianxia might be able to sing it. Not only did the media speculate, but the netizens also discussed it. However, as they talked, the topic changed from Xianxia to Yang Yi. How long will this guy wait before he's willing to release his first song? After all, there were only a few tens of thousands of people who attended Murphy's concert. Most of them only knew who he was. They knew that his singing was not bad, but had not heard his voice. Just like urging him to get married, netizens gathered under Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting. Yang Yi's latest complaint about Xianxia letting the puppy dirty the sheets on the bed, urging Yang Yi to get married. Don't be busy showing off your baby every day. Hurry up and come up with a song. It's not that you can't show off your baby, but you should at least show off your front face. It's not like we don't know Xianxia. Your child with Murphy is so beautiful. Can't you bear to show it to us? Looking forward to the stars and the moon, Yang Beige, do you want us to wait until we are old to have the honor of hearing your song? It wasn't just Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting. Murphy's micro-broadcasting, which had been updated more frequently recently, was also occupied by netizens who came to watch. Goddess, it doesn't matter if you want to recuperate, but it seems like you are the one who is pregnant, not your husband. Hurry up and ask him to come out and sing. Auntie Mo, don't hide Uncle Yang at home. Good things should be shared with everyone. Some netizens teased. Perhaps because the netizens were urging her, Murphy updated a new micro-broadcasting, which made the netizens feel refreshed. Everyone, please be considerate of Yang Yi. Recently, he has to take care of Xianxia and accompany me for a prenatal checkup. He also has to cook delicious food according to my unpredictable appetite. It's already very hard for him. However, in order to thank everyone for their support and blessings, Yang Yi told me that he will try to release a new song next month. Under the micro-broadcasting, Murphy routinely posted a few photos. The first was taken by Murphy during her prenatal checkup, which she asked Yang Yi to take. The remaining 5 photos were photos of delicious food taken by Murphy. This subtle bragging immediately made the netizens explode, and they all started to comment. Is this really the food made by Yang Yi? If it weren't for the homely dining table and cutlery, I would have thought that it was made by a chef outside. No wonder Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting account is called Xixi's Chef. I thought that he was just praising himself. I didn't expect that he really has good culinary skills. My Xixi is so lucky. He can write songs and novels, and he can sing. Now, he has high-level culinary skills. Who can tell me, is there anything that Yang Yi can't do? I really think that Murphy is very lucky. Can you give me a dozen of such a husband who can cook? The netizens were envious, jealous, and hateful. Fortunately, Murphy revealed that Xianxia would release a new song next month, which calmed their restless hearts. They all began to look forward to it. On Monday, Xianxia did accompany Murphy for a prenatal checkup. However, it was only 2 months. The prenatal checkup didn't reveal anything other than ensuring that Murphy was healthy. Let's change our perspective to Springfield Kindergarten. Today, Xianxia and Xianxia were very excited. Under the envious eyes of their friends, the two of them told them that Xianxia had moved to Xianxia's house to be her neighbor. Then, the two of them played together for 2 days. Steamed Bun is very cute. He likes to play with me. Hee, there are many rooms in my house. I can play hide-and-seek with Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but say, hide-and-seek needs many people to be fun. It's not fun with 2 people. She seemed to have opened up the conversation of the other friends. Nanjiaoyu said enviously, Xianxia, Xianxia, I also want to be your neighbor, but my house is too far away. I can't play with you. Xianxia said enthusiastically, Xiaoyu, you can move here. My papa sold a big house and then moved here. Nanjiaoyu said awkwardly, but our family has no money. My father is sick and spent a lot of money. Then my mother doesn't buy me toys. It sounded so pitiful. Without toys, how could Nanjiaoyu live normally? Xianxia blinked her big eyes and said, then I'll lend you money. My papa gave me pocket money. He put it in my little piggy pot. I can do it too. I have money too. Xianxia didn't save money by herself. She didn't know that Xiao Kai had actually set up a trust fund for her. However, the little girl remembered that there was a beautiful foreign note in her drawer. She thought that it was very colorful, so she asked her father for it. I don't have money. My mother doesn't give me money. She said that if I want to buy something, I can just tell my father. Yang Luoqi said awkwardly. I have 2 yuan. I'll buy a big house for you. Chen Shiyun was the most straightforward. She took out 2 1 yuan notes from her pocket. It was also her pocket money, but Chen Shiyun often spent it to buy candy. Can I buy a house with 2 yuan? Chen Shiyun knew that 2 yuan could buy a bag of candy, but she had no idea about the price of a house. However, she still showed a generous attitude. Thank you, Xianxia. Thank you, Xianxia. Nanjiaoyu didn't take it. He politely thanked his friends, shook his head, and said, but I can't take it. My mother said that I can't take other people's money. The crisis of the piggy bank in the villa was temporarily resolved. Okay then. Chen Shiyun stuffed the money back into her trouser pocket. She said indifferently, I don't want to go to school. I want to go to Xianxia's house to play. Nanjiaoyu, you can come too. I want to go and play. Nanjiaoyu murmured enviously but hesitantly. Okay. Xianxia clapped her hands happily and said, I have a swimming pool at home. My father said that when the weather gets hot, we can go swimming. Xianxia, I want to swim too. Yang Luoqi said enviously. But, you can also come to my house to play. Xianxia said with some jealousy, my swimming pool is super big, and it's super fun. Hee, let's go to Xianxia's house. Xianxia's house is also fun. Xianxia said indifferently. But I still want to go to Xianxia's house because Xianxia's father can cook delicious food. Chen Shiyun said. That's right, Xianxia's eyes lit up. The foodie immediately changed her mind. Then don't come to my house to play. I want to go to Xianxia's house to eat delicious food. There's a big cake and a lot of delicious food. I want to compete with you to see who can eat more. Chen Shiyun said to Xianxia. Of course I can eat more. Xianxia said unconvinced. The children's ability to change the topic was even better. Murphy's announcement on microbroadcasting was not to fool the fans. It just so happened that the preparations for the signing event happened. Xianxia took some time to record the song in the recording studio of Hui Brothers Company. In fact, the signboard of Phoebe Studio should be hung, but now Murphy's contract has not yet ended. In order to avoid trouble, the studio has not been officially registered. However, the recording of this song started on Tuesday, which caused some controversy. Xianxia, isn't the prelude of this song too simple? Not to mention the integration of the human voice, won't this kind of beat make people misunderstand that it's too frivolous? Jining Ming, who was the producer, said with a frown. However, this time, Yang Yi's arrangement style changed again, which made Jining Ming happy and worried. He was happy that Yang Yi boldly made a change. For a musician, to appreciate Yang Yi's new arrangement style was not only a very enjoyable thing, but also new inspiration. But playing music was one thing, and selling music was another. Jining Ming was very worried about the market's ability to accept. If the arrangement was too unique, it would be rejected by the market. There was no need to learn too much from this precedent. Teacher Jean, I think it's very good. Simply don't use a sandhammer, just snap your fingers. Just like a beatbox, the human voice completes the prelude transition. Murphy sat next to Yang Yi and put forward a different opinion. Since this song is for the fans, we have to do something special and boldly integrate new elements. Murphy couldn't stay at home, so she came to the company with Yang Yi. In the early stages of pregnancy, when she needed to rest, Murphy was not allowed to record songs by herself because she was too immersed in the recording state, and it was easy for her to be immersed in it and forget to rest. But there was no problem with accompanying Yang Yi to record songs. Murphy just watched from the side and occasionally gave some advice. Yang Yi once thought that his love for music was at the level of a fever, but compared with Murphy, Yang Yi really felt inferior. After arriving at the recording studio, Murphy's whole mental state was refreshed, and she volunteered to help Yang Yi with the harmony. However, Murphy and Jining Ming's opinions did conflict. Murphy's consideration stopped at the level of playing music, while Jining Ming, because he had experienced too many failures, was very rational and found a balance between the professionalism of music and the acceptance of the market. Yang Yi pondered Jining Ming and Murphy's suggestions for a while, but he was still a little undecided. But seeing them arguing fiercely, he smiled and said, "It doesn't matter, old Jean, you can go back and try a new arrangement. Today, we'll first record according to Murphy's suggestion and see the effect. When yours comes out, we'll do a comparison." If it were any other producer, they might have just quit. However, Jining Ming's character was not strong. On the contrary, he felt that Yang Yi, as the boss, respected his opinion. He nodded gratefully. "Yang Yi, didn't you tell me at home that you can also do an electronic version of the arrangement?" Murphy said excitedly. "That's more frivolous, I don't like it." Yang Yi shook his head. "It doesn't matter. You can make it and let us listen to it. Maybe it can give Teacher Jean some special inspiration," Murphy said. Yang Yi looked at Jining Ming and saw that Jining Ming was also very interested, so he nodded with a smile. Discussions about music always made people forget about the time. If Yang Yi had not set the alarm to pick up Shishi, they might have been in a heated discussion until midnight. In the evening, Yang Yi and Murphy picked up Shishi, but they did not go directly to the villa. Instead, they went to the coffee shop. Today was Ding Xiang's birthday. Yang Yi and Guozi had been planning for a long time to celebrate Ding Xiang's birthday, but they did not show anything strange in front of Ding Xiang, including Yang Yi and the others. They also helped to keep it a secret and did not leak any information. Therefore, when Yang Yi and his family returned to the coffee shop in the evening, Ding Xiang was a little surprised. She thought that Yang Yi and his family had left something upstairs. She wiped her hands and took out her keys to help. "Ding Xiang, come here." Mo Fei smiled, took Ding Xiang, who was still thin, and took her to the front of the bar, let her face the bar with her back to everyone, and then said, "Can I trouble you to close your eyes first?" Ding Xiang was confused, but she still did as Murphy said. She had a vague feeling that something was going to happen. She did not see it. After Murphy made sure that she closed her eyes, she made an okay gesture to Yang Huan next to her. Yang Huan ran to the door and gestured for Guozi, who was hiding outside, to come in. Guozi was carrying a big box in his hand. Yang Yi also went to help. He opened the box in a hurry and took out the cake inside. Lin Muen and his girlfriend, Ran Jin, helped to open the candles in the bag and gave them to Yang Yi and Guozi. The five of them put the candles on the cake. "Is it done?" Ding Xiang asked, a little confused. "Wait." Murphy turned to look at her and said, "Don't open your eyes yet." Ding Xiang felt very strange in her heart, but she still remained motionless. She was leaning on the table, licking her lips and looking at the big cake. However, she knew what her father was doing, so she did not say anything. Moreover, when the young lady heard Ranjin clicking on the lighter, she shrank her head and raised her little finger to shush the other party. It seemed that she was even more nervous. Finally, the cake was arranged. Lin Muan quickly walked back to the piano and sat down to get ready. Yang Huan took a paper crown and put it on Ding Xiang's head. Murphy smiled and turned Ding Xiang around. After Ranjin turned off the light, she said, "Okay, Ding Xiang, you can open your eyes now." Ding Xiang opened her eyes and saw a big cake in front of her. The candlelight was flickering on the cake, and behind her, Yang Yi and Guozi were smiling. At the same time, Lin Muan played the birthday song. It was the same song that Yang Yi played on Xixi birthday last year. 1, 2, 3. Yang Yi directed. Xixi's little figure was hidden in the shadows, but her clear voice could be heard. "Happy birthday to you," the little girl sang 4 lines, which was just one section. Then everyone sang the birthday song to Ding Xiang. Under the candlelight, Ding Xiang still looked surprised, but there were tears in her eyes. This girl did not cry. She would only be so emotional when she was deeply touched. Ding Xiang, sister, sister, sister. Finally, after various titles, everyone laughed and said in unison, "Happy birthday to you." Ding Xiang choked. Thank you everyone. Thank you so much. I don't even remember my birthday today. Thank you for remembering. This is so expensive. Sigh, I don't know what to say. Ding Xiang never celebrated her birthday. She used to live a hard life. Every day was tiring. To Ding Xiang, birthdays were just numbers that needed to be filled in when doing registration. She did not expect that she would be able to celebrate her birthday this year. So many friends had secretly prepared so many surprises for her. Ding Xiang was so touched that she did not know how to express her feelings. The credit goes to Huan Huan and Xiaogua. They reminded us, Murphy said with a smile. Yang Huan was not greedy. She waved her hand and said with a smile, "It wasn't me. Xiaogua told me." I still don't know how he knew. I think he has ulterior motives. Guozi complained, "What do you mean by ulterior motives?" I have a good memory. I saw Sister Ding Xiang's ID before, and I remember it. Still, thank you, Ding Xiang said quickly. Don't say so much. Hurry up and make a wish and blow out the candles. It's your birthday. You should be happy. Come, Sister Ding Xiang, smile. Guozi said with a smile. Everyone laughed out loud. Ding Xiang also wiped her tears and smiled embarrassedly. Ding Xiang did not know how to make a wish in front of the candles. She closed her eyes and thought sincerely, "I'm sorry. Please forgive my greed. I have 3 wishes. First, I hope that every good friend of mine can be healthy and have everything go well. Second, I hope that my grandmother can get rid of her illness and live a long and healthy life. Third." Ding Xiang paused. "I hope that my brothers and sisters in the village can study hard and have a bright future. I hope that the teachers in the school who are paid will not leave the children." After making her wish, Ding Xiang blew out the 21 candles. The lights came back on. Ding Xiang, who was standing in front of the cake, smiled shyly. Her eyes were still red. Everyone was drunk, but she was the only one sober. After Ding Xiang blew out the candles, the group of people laughed and cheered. Only Cece stared at the big cake. She raised her little head, looked at her father, and whispered, "Can I eat the cake now?" Guozi answered her question. He took out a box wrapped in ribbons from behind him and said, "Don't eat the cake yet. Let's give you the presents first." Presents? Ding Xiang was already satisfied. She waved her hand and said, "No need for presents. I'm already very happy that everyone can celebrate my birthday with me. Really, I don't want anyone to spend more money." Yang Yi and Murphy also took out their presents. Murphy took Ding Xiang's hand and said, "It's okay. We've already prepared presents. Just accept them. Take Xiaogua for example. He can't take back the presents he bought for you, right?" Yang Huan said with a smile, "Sister Ding Xiang, don't worry. We didn't spend too much money. I know your personality, so I asked everyone to prepare presents for you. They won't be too expensive, and they'll try their best to make them by hand to express our feelings for you. Xiang took the presents with hesitation. Time to open the presents. With Yang Huan's shout, everyone gathered around. Cici, who was looking forward to eating the cake, curiously went to Sister Xiang's side. The first to open was Yang Huan's present. Yang Huan gave Xiang a glass jar full of colorful paper cranes. My present is mainly for its beauty. It'll look good on the bookshelf. Yang Huan introduced. Of course, I also wish Sister Xiang all the best. Then it was Lin Mu's and Ran Jin's presents. Although their presents were wrapped together, they were given separately. Lin Mu's present was a small teapot, which was a specialty of their hometown, while Ran Jin gave Xiang a knitted hat that she had knitted herself. Mu's clumsy. He really doesn't know how to make any handicrafts. Ran Jin smiled and explained, so I asked him to buy you a small teapot. Although we are in a coffee shop, I think it's good for your health to drink tea occasionally. Thank you, Senior Apprentice Sister Ran Jin and Big Brother Lin. Xiang was touched as she received the gift. Yang Yi and Murphy only gave one gift, but it was made by their family of 3. Xiang opened the package and saw that it was a hand-carved photo frame. Instead of flowers, it was a picture drawn by Shishi. I drew this. When Shishi saw the gift, she remembered that she had participated in the making of it. The little girl leaned against her father and pointed at the gift sheepishly. But. These were made by Mom. Shishi's drawing was rough, but one could still vaguely see that it was outside a coffee shop. The background was a 2-story building, and a group of people were standing in a row. Murphy's drawing was the flower bed. She made it with colorful petals. In order not to fade easily, Murphy made the petals into specimens. Who are these? Xiang asked, pointing at the stickman on the picture. This is Papa, this is Mom, this is me, and this is little Auntie, this is Uncle Xiaogua, this is Sister Xiang. She started to count them one by one. Everyone's gifts were not expensive, but they were all full of sincerity. Xiang liked all of them very much. Finally, it was Guozi's turn to present his gift. When Comrade Gua saw Xiang pick up the box he gave, he became inexplicably nervous. He coughed dryly and said, ahem, well, it's not early anymore. Sister Xiang, why don't we eat the cake first? You can open my gift when you go back later. However, his words were unanimously rejected by everyone. How can we? There's only one left. We have to open it, Yang Yi said with a smile. Even Cici, who had been gluttonous to the point that she couldn't move her eyes away, shouted excitedly at this moment, I want to open the present. She could not wait and wanted to pull the ribbon on the gift, but Yang Yi held her hand and shook his head at her with a reproachful look. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xiang opened the gift box and took out a smaller gift box from it. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense. Guozi pointed at it awkwardly. You have to open it again. Xiang opened it and took out an even smaller box. Yang Huan finally could not hold it in anymore. She laughed and said, Xiaogua, is this the Melrose Matryoshka doll you gave her? Not a typo, Guozi waved his hand with a red face and said, no, this is the last one. I'm not lying. Xiang still tore it open. Then, she was stunned. What is it? Yang Yi could not hold back his curiosity and asked. Don't tell me it's another Matryoshka doll? Yang Huan was more impatient. She could not help but take a closer look. Hey, it's a hair clip. It's quite pretty. Xiang took out the gift and everyone saw its true appearance. It was a crystal hair clip. Didn't you say we can't give expensive gifts? Yang Huan asked in confusion. Why did you buy such an expensive crystal hair clip? Guozi quickly waved his hand and said, it's not crystal. It's an imitation of crystal. It's actually transparent plastic and not expensive. I bought it from a boutique. He scratched his head in embarrassment and said with a smile, Sister Huan, you said it's best if it's handmade, so I got a few more boxes. It's probably a handmade gift. Guozi's words amused everyone until they started laughing. However, Xiang did not laugh. She recognized the crystal hair clip. It was the one she had been reluctant to buy when she and Guizi went to buy Murphy's birthday gift last year. You still remember it? Xiang blushed as she picked up the crystal hair clip and said shyly. Guizi chuckled and said, "Didn't I tell you? My memory is very good." You remember it? Sister Xiang, did you tell Xiaogua that you like this hair clip? Yang Huan caught the main point of their conversation and looked at them with a gossipy expression. Xiang shyly waved her hand and said, "No, I didn't say that I like this hair clip." You don't like it? Guizi asked with disappointment. It's not that I don't like it. Xiang had to deal with Guizi again. Then you like it? Yang Huan said with a smile. It's okay, Sister Xiang. You don't have to explain. I understand. Yang Huan took the crystal hair clip from Xiang's hand and turned Xiang's face to put it on. She then said with a smile, I think it's very compatible. Murphy also gave her a thumbs up and said with a smile, it's very beautiful. She turned her head and said to Yang Yi, Hey, Yang Yi, did you notice that Xiang's skin is much fairer than when we first met last year? She used to be tanned and thin. Now, not only does her skin look better, but her figure is also much better. With this hair clip, she will become a great beauty. Although Mo Fei's words were somewhat exaggerated, what she said was not wrong. Xiang's skin was not white, but it was still a healthy wheat color, and her round face also had a unique wild beauty. Xiang was so shy that she did not dare to raise her head. She picked up the plastic knife and said, Hey, let's eat the cake quickly. Shi is hungry. After opening the gifts, Shi's attention was attracted by the cake again. When she heard Sister Xiang's words, she waved her hand happily and quickly sat down with a small fork. She said clearly, Eat the cake, I want it, Sister Xiang, hurry, hurry. Okay, I'll cut the biggest piece for you. Xiang finally changed the topic. She smiled and cut a big piece of cake for the little girl. I like Sister Xiang the most. She looked at the cake in front of her and said happily. Don't forget. Murphy reminded her. I know. Thank you, Sister Xiang. The little girl was very sweet. After the fun, Yang Yi took Murphy and Shi back to the villa. Lin Muan and Ran Jin helped to clean up the mess and left. Guizi was also ready to leave. Xiang walked him out. Yang Huan was nowhere to be found. Little Gua, thank you. Xiang suddenly said when Guizi was leaving. Guizi turned around and saw Xiang wearing a crystal hairpin. Her eyes looked even clearer under the street light. What are you thanking me for? Guizi smiled. Sister Xiang, you helped me a lot when you were my manager. I don't know how to thank you. Work hard in the future. I made a wish. I hope that your dreams will come true. I also hope that you can become the best actor. Xiang said. Of course, I'm very confident. Guizi said energetically, clenching his fist. Before Murphy's pregnancy, Yang Yi usually had nothing to do at home. However, after Murphy's pregnancy, Yang Yi unknowingly became busy. It was all because of Murphy. Those who approached Yang Yi were his own business, for example, this great director Chen Fengchen. Soldier's Assault is about to be completed. As an original author, aren't you going to visit me? The old man's voice sounded a little bitter. Director Chen, when I signed the contract with you, I promised not to interfere with your filming. If I visit you, wouldn't that be looking down on your ability? Yang Yi gestured to Murphy and Jining Ming, then walked out of the recording studio with his phone. Am I such a petty person? Chen Fengchen pretended to be annoyed. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Chen Fengchen finally got to the point. Little Yang, I heard that you have a book called Prison Break. It's quite popular. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He frowned and said, Director Chen, you haven't finished filming Soldier's Assault, and you don't have a clue about drawing sword. Are you thinking about my other book? If that was the case, Yang Yi's opinion of Chen Fengchen would be greatly reduced. He hated greedy people. Haha, why would I? Your 2 dramas are enough to keep me busy for a few years. How would I have the energy to take on another drama? Maybe I'll have to retire after filming Drawing Sword. Chen Fengchen joked. What do you mean? Central TV has a channel called the Movie Channel. It broadcasts a lot of foreign translated films, and Global Pictures cooperates with the station in this regard. Chen Fengchen seemed to be talking about something irrelevant. However, when Yang Yi heard the name Global Pictures, he understood Global Pictures had not given up. Not only did they entangle with the negotiation team of Sahara Publishing, but they also followed Yang Yi's work and found Chen Fengchen. I heard that the CEO of Global Pictures in China is called Su Zhongwei. He's a Chinese national CEO. Sure enough, he's well versed in China's national conditions. He's already using his connections. Yang Yi smiled faintly and asked, Director Chen, did the people from Global Pictures ask you to be their lobbyist? Hee, I can't be considered a lobbyist. They don't have enough face for me to be their lobbyist. Chen Fengchen said proudly, it's just that one of the leaders of the TV station came looking for me and asked me to pass on a message. He hopes that you can focus on the global film industry. Out of gratitude, I'll pass on the message to you. After saying that, Chen Fengchen continued, but don't take it to heart. Just do what you have to do. Yang Yi was a little surprised. Puzzled, he asked, if I do what I should do, won't it affect you? Chen Fengchen was amused. He said, Little Yang, aren't you underestimating me? In any case, I, Chen Fengchen, am an evergreen of Central TV, a director of the Chinese Cultural Union, and the vice president of the Chinese Television Association. How can it affect me? Chen Fengchen had not told Yang Yi about his other official identity. Old directors of his age basically had an official identity. They were either from a film studio or from a military and political art troupe. Chen Fengchen belonged to the latter. His rank in the army was equivalent to that of a deputy division commander. Although he didn't have any real power, he was still an official. Yang Yi was stunned when he heard that. He was a little confused. If that's the case, why not say it? Why did he have to beat around the bush for so long? Don't worry, little Yang. Not to mention that this matter won't affect me, it won't affect you at all. With me around, no one will dare to hold back on these two shows. Chen Fengchen said boldly as if he wanted to protect Yang Yi. Thank you, Director Chen. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, he still underestimated Chen Fengchen. After Yang Yi thanked him, Chen Fengchen immediately followed up and said, You don't have to thank me. If you really want to thank me, then seriously consider the request I made to you last year. How about you participate in the promotional activities for Soldiers' Assault? So his real motive was this, a trick. Yang Yi was a little speechless. No, you only invited me to participate in the press conference for the completion of the movie. Is that so? Sigh, I'm old now, so I can't remember clearly. It's fine, it's the same. This book was written by you, and the script was also read by you. No matter what, it's your blood, sweat, and tears. You also hope that it can receive more attention and love, right? Chen Fengchen joked about this and that. After talking for God knows how long, Yang Yi finally returned to the recording studio and casually mentioned it to Murphy. Then did you agree? Murphy asked curiously. Do you want me to agree? Yang Yi asked back. Fortunately, Jining Ming went to the pantry to get some water and fruit at this time, avoiding a round of dog food. Murphy nodded, her eyes sparkling as she said, I also hope that you can receive everyone's recognition. Murphy knew that Yang Yi was very lazy and didn't strive to improve. Although Murphy didn't usually ask Yang Yi to do things that he didn't want to do, in her heart, Murphy still hoped that Yang Yi could be like her, be a star that didn't fight for anything and enjoy the fun of music together. Then, they wouldn't be too busy, and they could take a vacation together and live their happy lives together. To sum it up, there was only one word, step in step. There were too many examples in the entertainment industry where people came together because of love, but because of different steps, they couldn't understand each other and eventually fell apart. Yang Yi rubbed Murphy's head and said with a smile, You guessed right. I promised him so that he wouldn't keep thinking about it. Yang Yi promised Chen Fengchen because of a change in mentality. In the past, he was worried that it would affect his normal life after being exposed by the media. But now that it had been exposed, it didn't seem to have a big impact. After all, he was rich and could afford a luxurious villa. On the contrary, he didn't have to hide it anymore, and his life was more open. Yang Yi was also happy and relaxed. Now I suddenly realize that you're more like a big star than I am. Murphy hugged Yang Yi's waist, pouted, and said coquettishly, there's a signing event and a press conference. If you're not at home, what should I do? Yang Yi rubbed Murphy's head and said with a smile, basically, I'll be at home. I told Director Chen that I can attend the press conference, but it has to be held in Jiangqing. Then, the signing event will be held in another city next month. I can bring you and Shishi along. After the signing event, we can take a stroll in that city to see the scenery and try the local snacks. I don't think that we're going to work, but for our honeymoon. Yang Yi said with a smile as he hugged Murphy. You said it yourself. You have to bring me along. Murphy leaned in Yang Yi's embrace like a child, clinging onto him and asking for a guarantee. Yes, I have everything planned out. Look, other than Yanqing, Shanghai, and Beijing, there are also inland cities like Chang'an, Chengdu, and Spring. They are all very famous tourist cities and food cities. Yang Yi said with a smile. He also had this idea in mind when he chose these locations. When Yang Yi went out to work, how could he bear to leave his wife and child at home and let them eat in a restaurant? Nodding her head sweetly, Murphy said, it's the same for Guangzhou, Shanghai, and Beijing. Although I often go to these places, it's for work. I don't have many opportunities to visit them. The lives of celebrities were indeed out of their control. However, Yang Yi and Murphy were about to set up their own studio, and they wanted to be different celebrities. A week later in Guangzhou, Mu Yuqing was humming a song as he walked out of his boss's office. He called his assistant over. Xiao Fan, I won't be around for the whole day tomorrow. Everything else has been arranged, except for the R2M2 program testing. Help me keep an eye on it and record any problems. Xiao Fan nodded as he recorded. When Mu Yuqing was done, he smiled and said, Manager Mu, you're not taking a day off to go on a blind date again, are you? Most programmers were otakus, and Mu Yuqing was one of them. He was in his 30s, but he was still single. Recently, he was forced by his family to go on blind dates. Xiao Fan was still young and didn't know what it was like to be worried. He was still teasing Mu Yuqing, not knowing that Mu Yuqing's present could be his future. Taking a day off to go on a blind date? Do you think I'm that bored? Waving his hand, Mu Yuqing was in a good mood as he continued, I'm going to attend Yang Yi's signing event. That fellow finally agreed to hold a signing event, and his first stop is in Yangqing City. How rare. Mu Yuqing was still beaming with joy as he added, Xiao Fan, let me tell you, I've been invited to have lunch with him tomorrow afternoon. No way? Yang Yi, the superstar, is treating you to lunch? Xiao Fan didn't believe him. You don't believe me? I'll show you the photo later. Alright, I'll leave first. I still have something to do. After Mu Yuqing finished speaking, he excitedly grabbed his backpack and walked out. Today, there were many fans who weren't from Yanqing who came a day earlier. There were even some who came from the northeast to join in the fun at the signing event. Mu Yuqing and a few of his buddies who got along well with each other agreed to meet up tonight. There were many authentic restaurants in Guangzhou that had been open for many years. There were simple roadside shops that were similar to street food stalls, and there were also luxurious hotels. The restaurant that Yang Yi brought Murphy and Shishi to eat was a typical roadside shop. It was so simple that it looked like an old private building. The narrow and long facade on the first floor had been remodeled. The inside was filled with square tables and wooden chairs. The lights had to be turned on during the day, but the dim yellow light made it seem more warm. I heard from Fu Jun that the rice noodle roll in this restaurant is more authentic. Yang Yi smiled and handed the molded menu to Murphy. Murphy didn't have a good appetite now. Not only did she hate some of the food that she used to love, but she also often felt nauseous. Her pregnancy reaction was a little big. When they arrived in Yangqing, it was rare for her to suddenly say that she wanted to eat rice noodle rolls, so Yang Yi brought her out. There are so many people here. Murphy took the menu and looked around worriedly. There were people coming and going. Even though they were sitting closer to the center, she couldn't help but feel nervous when someone passed by the table. She shifted her butt. She also wanted to look at the menu, but it was filled with words. The young lady could not understand them. She could only recognize a few words and numbers. Yang lowered his voice and said to Murphy, "It's fine. These old restaurants are like this. Business is booming every day. But look, everyone is busy eating. After eating, they will pay the bill and leave. They won't sit here and look at us." Furthermore, when they came out, they had put on some small disguises. As long as they didn't pay special attention, they wouldn't be able to recognize them. And who would pay attention to a family of 3 that came out to eat? Murphy ordered a set of barbecued pork noodle rolls. The beef and shrimp noodle rolls were actually selling better, but Murphy didn't have any appetite for these 2 for the time being. Yang ordered beef and shrimp noodle rolls for himself and Xianxia. However, Xianxia was also a little picky. After the dishes were served, she pouted and said, "Papa, I don't want to eat rice noodle rolls." "Then what do you want to eat?" Yang asked puzzledly, "Do you want to eat porridge?" "There's porridge here too." "I don't want to eat porridge. I want to eat that." She turned her head and saw the sugar water on the next table. A girl was drinking mango coconut milk sago with big meatballs in it. Looking at it, she felt very tempted. She couldn't help but lick her small tongue. There was no sugar water in this restaurant, Yang had to ask the girl. It turned out that she bought it in the next room. After eating the rice noodle rolls, she would order dessert. "After we finish eating, let's go next door to drink the sugar water, okay?" Yang came back and discussed with Xianxia. "But I want to drink it." Xianxia looked at her father pitifully and refused to give up. "But we can't drink other people's sugar water here." Yang patiently explained, "You can eat some rice noodle rolls first, or Papa will buy you a bowl of lean meat porridge with century eggs in it." "I want to drink the sugar water." Cece wasn't that stubborn to begin with, but when she turned her head, she could see the young lady's expression of enjoyment as she drank the sweet water. She even saw the brightly colored mango coconut milk sago. The little girl was so greedy that she was about to drool. "Xianxia, you can't be so willful." Yang became serious. The little girl pursed her lips and lowered her head, feeling wronged. "You go buy it for her. I'll watch over here." Murphy pulled Yang's hand and couldn't bear to say, "I want to eat rice noodle rolls, and you brought me all the way here to eat." She just wants to drink some sugar water. You can't favor one and discriminate against the other." She didn't understand the latter part of the sentence. The little girl's eyes were a little confused. Yang looked at the pitiful little girl, shook his head, stood up, and said with a smile, "Okay. Let's go, Xianxia, Papa will take you to buy the sugar water." "Really?" Xiaxia's cloudy mood suddenly turned sunny, and she smiled in surprise. "Really? Look at how happy you are. Isn't it just a bowl of sugar water?" Yang couldn't help but smile and rub the little girl's head. Hee, Papa, let's go quickly. Mom is waiting for us." At this time, Cece became sensible again. She was a completely different person from the little girl who had insisted on drinking sugar water earlier. She stuffed her small hand into her father's big hand and let him lead her away. Not long after, Yang and Xianxia came back. They didn't encounter any difficulties, and Murphy wasn't recognized or just went out because of Yang's absence. "I bought you taro sugar water." Yang took out the packed sugar water and said to Murphy, "You can eat some later." Murphy didn't hate sweets because she was pregnant. On the contrary, she liked sweets because sweets could keep her happy. However, Murphy would try her best to control her desire. She couldn't eat too much sweets. If she ate too much sweets, she would get fat. She sipped her sago juice with a small spoon and couldn't help but look at her mother. Murphy's taro sugar water was also very tempting. The taro balls in it had 3 colors: yellow sweet potato taro balls, purple sweet potato taro balls, and white cassava taro balls. "Do you want some too?" Murphy saw her daughter's little eyes and laughed in her heart. She took a small bowl and said, "I'll share some with you." She nodded happily. Then, she watched her mother scoop out some taro balls and sugar water and said impatiently, "Mom, I want this, the purple one." Yang took the opportunity to pick out the shrimps from the fresh shrimp rice noodle roll that belonged to him with chopsticks and stuffed them into the little girl's mouth that was opened because she was talking. She turned her head and looked at her father. Then, she felt that she was eating crispy and delicious shrimps, so she didn't say anything and chewed happily. In the end, the whole plate of fresh shrimp rice noodle roll was picked out by Yang Yi for Xianxia to eat, including some beef dipped in soy sauce. He could only eat the rest of the noodle roll. The next day, Yangqing City's Huida Plaza was unusually lively. People who came to the mall on the weekend curiously saw a long line of people neatly lined up in front of a stage that was temporarily set up. Of course, it was a signing event, so the big bookstore next to it had already clearly hung up banners. But what made people feel strange was that there were people of all ages and dressed in all kinds of clothes in the line. It was easy to explain why there were middle-aged people or even old people who were dressed in high spirits. Maybe they were lining up for their children or grandchildren, but why were their children in the line? Could it be that the children were also lining up for their parents? Of course, their parents were also there, but the most excited were the children. Who exactly was this author Yang Yi? People who didn't pay much attention to entertainment news and literature couldn't help but have a strong interest in Yang Yi. At this moment, Yang Yi was in the lounge provided by the bookstore. He sat together with Murphy, Xianxia, and Emo Xiaowan. Because it was Yang Yi's first time participating in such a large event, Murphy was worried that Yang Yi didn't have any experience, so she let Emo Xiaowan temporarily act as Yang Yi's agent to deal with some miscellaneous matters. "Do you want to come with me? It might be boring to stay in the lounge," Yang Yi asked. Murphy smiled and shook her head, saying, "No need, today's stage belongs to you, I can't steal your limelight." "AI, what limelight? If you want it, then go ahead and take it." Yang Yi generously waved his hand. Murphy pointed to the TV in the lounge and smiled, "There's really no need, didn't the organizers say that we can connect to the live recording signal here? I can also see your performance here. Of course, I think it will be boring, because the signing event is basically just signing." Yang Yi didn't insist, but at this moment, Xianxia looked at her father with anticipation and said, "Papa, I want to play with Papa." "No, we can't disturb Dad's work." Murphy pulled her into his arms and said. Emo Xiaowan looked at her notes and said without looking up, "Xianxia can go if she wants to. Isn't there a popular request from fans who want to see Xianxia? That won't do. Xianxia is too young. I'm worried about her in such a chaotic situation." Yang Yi waved his hand and said, "That's why I didn't choose this request. I can help take care of it. Anyway, I don't need to sign for you. I have nothing to do anyway." Emo Xiaowan put away the notebook with a smile and said, "Your signing event is too simple. You don't even have a group photo. It's much simpler than my sister's." Murphy looked at her daughter's eager look. She thought for a moment and said, "Xianxia, do you really want to play? This is different from when Dad takes you to the amusement park or the zoo. Basically, you have to stay on that stage for several hours. There's no TV to watch, no toys to play with, and your dad doesn't have time to talk to you. He can only sit by himself." Xianxia looked at her mother in a daze. The little girl was so stunned that her little mouth was slightly open. This posture, coupled with her delicate face, had a special kind of cute feeling. "You can accompany Mom in the lounge. Uncles and aunties will bring you a lot of delicious food. Then, after we watch Dad's performance, we can change the channel and show you cartoons." Murphy said with a smile, "Which choice do you think is more interesting?" After hearing her mother's words, Xianxia waved her hands. She pouted and said, "Then I don't want to play with Dad. I want to be with Mom." After hearing Xianxia's words, Yang Yi and Murphy couldn't help but look at each other and smile. Emo Xiaowan could only helplessly shake her head. Finally, Yang Yi walked out of the bookstore amidst the cheers of the fans. He waved to the fans as he walked onto the stage. Today, he did not deliberately dress up, nor did he wear a suit. He only wore a set of casual clothes that he felt comfortable in. However, with his tall stature, he was like a clothes hanger. Even if it was casual clothes, Yang Yi looked extraordinary in them. When the fans saw Yang Yi with their own eyes, they couldn't help but show admiration in their eyes. That was because Yang Yi was indeed much taller than the staff next to him. Moreover, his figure didn't look out of shape, unlike most writers who were fat and otaku. Perhaps it was because they were all book fans. Although they were waving, they were very polite and were too embarrassed to shout. Yang Yi had the opportunity to make a fuss. He walked onto the stage, took the microphone, and smiled slightly. "Are you still a little disappointed to see me? This average-looking man doesn't fit the fantasy in everyone's hearts? Yang Yi should be very handsome, more handsome than Michael in Prison Break, cooler than Li Yunlong in Drawing Sword, and more handsome than Yuzue in Yuzue? The fans in the audience couldn't help but laugh. Their enthusiasm was finally aroused by Yang Yi's opening remarks. Many people shouted, "No." There were also some bold female fans who laughed and shouted, "Yang Yi, you're already very handsome." "Thank you, I like friends like you who love to speak the truth." Yang Yi pointed at the girl who had shouted very loudly just now with a serious face. That caused another burst of laughter. "I still have to introduce myself. My name is Yang Yi, and I'm a writer. Of course, everyone knows that I've been given other titles by the media. But today, here, in front of all of you lovely people, I'm just a writer." Yang Yi bowed deeply. The audience burst into thunderous applause. The book fans clapped excitedly. Although there were still many fans among them, most of them were book fans. The host of the scene came up. With him helping to control the scene, Yang Yi was happy to relax. The host first asked some questions that the book fans were more concerned about. First of all, everyone wants to know that your Prison Break and Yuzue are still serialized, but the plot seems to be nearing the end. I wonder if Yang Yi will continue to update these two novels? Will there be any other new plots? Book fans don't want them to end. Yang Yi nodded. He said frankly, these two novels have indeed brought joy to many book fans, but I don't want the plot to drag on. When it's time to end, they will end. Let me calculate the time. The end date should be in the middle of this month or the end of this month. The end dates of the two books are different. Regarding this question, there was a burst of exclamations. Then Yang Yi, do you have a new book plan? And in terms of the theme, will you continue to write suspense and mystery themes? The host asked. I have an idea for the new book, but I've been a little busy recently, so I haven't had time to write it. What I can tell everyone is that in terms of the theme, it's still in the suspense genre. However, I will be a little innovative. For example, I will incorporate some elements of web novels. Yang Yi said with a smile. Web novels? The host said excitedly, what kind of elements? Cultivation? Cultivation? Or is it a fantasy world? Of course, this can't be revealed in advance. Everyone will know when you read it. Yang Yi smiled. Even so, the fans below the stage were excited. They felt that the big news that Yang Yi revealed himself was worth looking forward to. Regarding the new book, I have a small question. Because of the book Journey by White Knight, there are mixed reviews in the book critics and on the internet. Of course, it is undeniable that it is indeed a very excellent novel, but its plot is too depressing, so it has caused many people to dislike it. The host said, then in the new book, Yang Yi, will you continue the style of Journey by White Knight? Yang Yi smiled and said, every book of mine has a different style, and it's the same for the new book. I've already expressed the style to my heart's content in Journey by White Knight, so naturally, I won't continue it in the new book. On the contrary, the new book style will be more warm. Perhaps everyone will feel warm or positive after reading it. A suspense novel with positive energy, this was a rare phrase, but unfortunately, the host also knew that he wasn't a gossip reporter. He only asked a few questions and didn't ask any further. Therefore, the fans below the stage were teased by the host, but they realized that this guy actually changed the topic. They couldn't help but complain in their hearts. The host then asked a few questions that the readers were more concerned about. It was about Yang Yi's interaction with the readers. Yang Yi also responded one by one. He also introduced to the fans that he would be interacting with the book review section from time to time, as well as his plans for future fan activities. This made the fans feel more excited. Most of the people present were young people. They were full of energy and were happy to participate in these activities. Of course, there were also a lot of people who weren't interested and just wanted to listen for fun. However, this conversation wasn't long. The host was also concise and didn't arouse the disgust of the fans. Finally, according to my understanding, Yang Yi, you came to Guangzhou today with a special surprise for the fans who support you, right? The host asked with a smile. That's right. On my personal website, I asked my colleagues to count some of the more popular requests. One of them is that they want me to sing for the fans at the signing event. Before Xianxia finished speaking, there was a burst of cheers from below the stage. Could it be that Xianxia was going to sing in public today? This guy wasn't like some anchors who would be flooded with anchors, "Don't sing, we're on the same side," comments. There were already rumors that he could sing very well. The eyes of some of the reporters in the commercial plaza lit up in anticipation. Xianxia smiled and said, "I've thought about this request for a long time. In the end, I've decided to write a song for everyone. I'll write a song for the fans, a song for our family of fans." The fans applauded excitedly, especially when they heard Xianxia's last words. Mu Yuqing, who had jokingly set up a family of fans post on Xianxia's personal website and didn't expect to be officially recognized, puffed out his chest proudly. "Okay, then let's welcome Xianxia with a round of applause. He'll sing a song for everyone, a brand new song." The host looked at Xianxia. "Glory, the name of the song is Glory." Xianxia helped him add. In the midst of the applause, the host walked off the stage. Of course, just like the stage, there wasn't any accompaniment. There was only the accompaniment from the sound system. The prelude was a vocal accompaniment. Xianxia, Murphy, and Ji Ningming studied it for a few days. In the end, they made some slight changes according to Xianxia's original score. They reduced the snapping sound and left only the beautiful vocal prelude. "Thank you for the glory you've given me. I want to bow to you deeply, because the effort I put in. Someone can understand." Xianxia grabbed the microphone and sang in a falsetto voice. It was really a song to thank the fans. They could hear the lyrics from the beginning. However, at that moment, the fans below the stage didn't know that Xianxia was using a falsetto voice. They thought that Xianxia's voice was so delicate and soft. Fortunately, when it came to the main song, Xianxia's voice returned to normal. Although the tone was still trendy, his unique magnetic voice still made the fans below the stage a little intoxicated. Xianxia stretched out his left hand and pointed his palm at the fans. He sang affectionately, thunderous applause, surging emotions. "This is just the beginning, not the end. When you clapped your hand until it hurts for me, what should I do to repay your love?" The fans understood the gist of the lyrics. It was to thank them for the applause they gave to Xianxia. Of course, the applause was just a symbol of their support for Xianxia. There was no one else who could sing this kind of gratitude. Xianxia's fans felt a sense of pride from the bottom of their hearts. This is the author that we're following. He's not worse than those sissy celebrities. Moreover, he knows how to write songs. He knows how to write songs to thank the fans. The fans thought proudly. Moreover, this song isn't just for show. It's sung very well. However, what was so good about it? They couldn't say. In this shopping mall, the only person who could say what was so good about it was probably Murphy, who was watching Xianxia sing with Xianxia in the lounge. Xianxia's singing of this song was very unique, especially when it came to the pronunciation. For example, when it came to the word "went in" when you did it for me, Xianxia used a little glissando technique to deal with this stress, including the word "what" in the next sentence, "What should I do?" Of course, the latter word wasn't as obvious as the word "when." Don't underestimate these techniques. Although most people wouldn't notice it, there was still a difference in the sound of it. It could even be said that it made the texture of the music more substantial. These were all rehearsed by Xianxia and Murphy in the recording studio, again and again, repeatedly. Murphy couldn't help but look away and look at the little girl next to her who was staring at her father intently. She couldn't help but feel happy. After today's events, she should know that her father is also a famous person, right? "Thank you for the glory you've given me." They entered the chorus again. Although Xianxia sang the same content as the beginning, his voice didn't become like before. He still sang with his normal voice. The falsetto technique was used once. There was no need to abuse it. Moreover, he was an 8-foot-tall man. It was quite strange for him to sing with his throat pinched. In the second chorus, the lyrics changed. "Thank you for the glory you've given me. This man used to be so ordinary. It was you who made my dreams reach the peak." Below the stage, many fans who were listening carefully to the lyrics couldn't help but be moved. Xianxia sang this line very sincerely. It also made the fans really feel that this once ordinary man didn't forget his roots after success. he still put the fans in a very important position in his heart. Of course, his success came from his own unremitting efforts, but without the support of these lovely fans, Xianxia wouldn't have had the chance to succeed. Thank you all. Xianxia's eyes expressed silently. More than that, thousands of words were gathered in his song. In the end, Xianxia sang again, "This is our glory. This is an ode to joy for you. Every one of you is my great hero." The song came to an end with the same harmony vocal accompaniment. Thank you all. Just like the song says, every achievement I achieve, every glory, is the result of everyone's support. It is the glory that belongs to everyone. Xianxia said sincerely after singing the song and bowed deeply. Saying these words, Xianxia said it from the bottom of his heart. Because of the previous controversy on the internet, Xianxia understood that these lovely fans had always been supporting him. The fans below the stage applauded one after another. Their faces were blooming with smiles and glory. Xianxia, thank you. This is also the best gift you've given us. Sitting in the front row, there was an excited fan who stood up and shouted with his arms raised. No, I just did a very insignificant thing. Every one of your support gathered together is the best gift for me. Xianxia responded. After singing the song, the real business had just begun. After all, at the signing event, the main thing was for Xianxia to sign the books for the fans who bought the books. Xianxia had also specially thought of a set of artistic signatures for this signing event. The signing was very fast and could be done with a few strokes. However, it was not sloppy. If one looked carefully, they could still recognize the two words Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia had integrated the calligraphy characteristics of the cursive. It looked very natural and artistic. After all, Xianxia had learned zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Although he was not proficient in the latter three, his calligraphy was still better than ordinary people. Xianxia's attitude was very proper. Every time a fan came up with a book, he would seriously say thank you to them. Then, he would take the book with both hands and sign his name on the title page. However, if only the signing event was so simple. Not long after, a girl with a red face holding a book came up. She came up and stuttered, Xianxia. Xianxia dada, I am your fan, thank you. Don't be anxious. Speak slowly. Xianxia kindly comforted the other party. No, what I want to say is, other than being your fan, I am also your fan. After the girl stopped stuttering, she excitedly said, I want to, other than signing, can I hug you? Oh. The fans at the back all shouted one after another. What's the situation? Fans who were at the back of the line who did not know anxiously asked the people around them. The girl's request was gradually passed down. Xianxia was embarrassed. However, the more embarrassed he was, the more the fans behind him cheered, hug. 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 Cough cough. There's no need to hug. I'm not an idol. Xianxia said embarrassedly. Then can we take a picture together? The young girl crossed her arms and looked at Xianxia sadly, settling for the next best thing. Xianxia could only nod. The girl happily handed her phone to the host on the stage and asked him to help take a picture. Xianxia stood behind the girl and smiled. However, his smile soon froze because the other party actually went overboard and stuck to Xianxia's body. She even reached out and hugged Xianxia's waist with a happy and satisfied look. Murphy, who was backstage, saw the entire scene. Although she knew that Xianxia was innocent and was forced, Murphy couldn't help but feel sour in her heart. Don't watch this. Let's watch cartoons. Murphy snorted and said to Xishi, who was staring at her father with wide eyes. Xishi's interest was immediately piqued. The little girl had been watching her father sign, and sign again for a while. She had long felt bored. She happily replied, then, she jumped down from the sofa and took the remote control from the table in the lounge. The little girl was not tall enough. She had to stand on her tiptoes to reach the remote control in the middle of the table. However, she still managed to grab it. Then, she ran back and handed it to her mother with a smile. Murphy glanced at Xianxia, who was signing for the girl, in annoyance. Then, she changed the channel and found the cartoon channel for Xishi. Mom, are you unhappy? Xishi was originally very happy to sit back on the sofa and then squeeze into her mother's arms. However, the little girl gradually became more sensible. She seemed to be able to sense that Murphy was a little angry. So, she held her mother's hand and asked in a daze. No. Mom is not unhappy. Murphy used her face to touch Xixi's little head and gently said. All right then, I thought Mama was unhappy. The little girl smiled happily again. Her big eyes had a smile that made people's mood brighten. She explained, so Mom is not unhappy. Then, there was nothing else. Xixi's logical thinking ability was not as thorough as an adult's. Fei chuckled and shook his head. At the signing event, Yang Yi, who was inexperienced, was in a difficult situation. The girl gave the other book fans a lot of inspiration. Except for a small number of male book fans who were embarrassed, most of the book fans eagerly wanted to take a photo with Yang Yi. At this rate, when would the signing event end? Fortunately, Mo Xiaowan, who was watching from the side, noticed Yang Yi's trouble in time. She found the host and muttered a few words. Then, the host walked up to the stage and explained to the book fans. I'm very sorry. Please inform everyone. The host's voice came from the sound system. Due to the limited time, I'm worried that many book fans who are waiting in line will not be able to get a signed book. Therefore, we have to suspend the photo activities with Yang Yi. I hope everyone can understand, Yang Yi was saved. If it was just a simple autograph, it would be easier. However, there were still some book fans who could not help but talk to Yang Yi. For example, the young mother who walked up next, brought her 7 or 8-year-old son and said, Yang Yi, hello. Our whole family is your fan, especially my son, Xiaoqi. He especially likes the storybook she wrote. Yang Yi smiled and nodded. Then, he winked at the little boy who shyly hid behind his mother and said, I'm honored to be liked by you. Although the little boy named Xiaoqi was still embarrassed to talk to Yang Yi could see that he was happy after he said those words. The young mother smiled and said, Xiaoqi is really timid. He kept asking me who Xixi is at home. Why does she always listen to Uncle Yang Yi's stories? Xiaoqi shyly pulled his mother's arm and whispered, Stop talking. Look, he's shy now, the young mother smiled and said. Xixi is my daughter. That's why I tell her so many stories. Of course, Uncle still shares these stories with you. Yang Yi smiled and told Xiaoqi the answer. In order to give the little book fan an autograph, Yang Yi specially left an extra sentence in front of the Xixi's bedtime stories book that they brought. I wish Xiaoqi to grow up quickly and make progress in his studies. The young mother took the book and was very grateful. However, she could not help but nag, Yang Yi, I'd like to ask if you will continue to write more fairy tales? I've read this book to the child many times. Yang Yi nodded with a smile and said, Of course. I've written 2 storybooks. One of them is a long story that's more suitable for children of Xiaoqi's age. The second one is similar to the Xixi's bedtime stories book. They're both more interesting fairy tales. It's still being typeset and proofread by the publishing house, but I believe it will be released soon. Then, Mom, you must remember to buy it. Xiaoqi finally opened his mouth and said to his mother eagerly. Of course, we'll definitely support you. Good luck, Yang Yi. The young mother smiled and said. Thank you for your support. Yang Yi smiled. Book signing events were always like this. The book fans always had all kinds of strange requests or endless things to say. Yang Yi was in pain but happy at the same time. His hand was sore from signing autographs and his face was almost stiff from maintaining a smile. However, it was still very interesting to communicate with the readers. Yang Yi could hear their hearts and also gain their heartfelt love and admiration. Feelings were mutual. Yang Yi was sincere, and of course, the others would also be sincere. However, Yang Yi did not realize that he was going to be in trouble. At noon, the number of people in the queue gradually decreased. Some of the shopping mall customers also left to look for food. Yang Yi patiently signed autographs for the rest of the fans, although in the end, he was a little tired and his hands were weak. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Yang Yi sent away the last fan, who was holding a book, and said apologetically to Mu Yuqing, who was chatting with Mo Xiaowan, you go to the restaurant with my assistant first. I have some personal matters to deal with. I'll be there soon. Xiaowan, let Mu Yuchen order whatever she wants to eat. Yang Yi said with a smile. At noon, he was going to treat Mu Yuqing to lunch, which was agreed before. However, before that, Yang Yi had to pick up Xixi and Murphy. When Yang Yi returned to the lounge, Xixi, who was watching cartoons, happily ran over. The little girl reached out to her father for a hug, and then in her father's arms, she pouted and said, "Papa, why are you back so late?" "I'm starving." "Didn't I ask Auntie Xiaowan to bring you some biscuits?" Yang Yi asked with concern. "Yes, she ate it and drank milk," Murphy said from the side. But I didn't eat," Xixi argued, hugging her father's neck. Yang Yi rubbed his daughter's little head and said with a smile, "Well, it doesn't matter. Let's go for lunch now." After letting Xixi take her small school bag, Yang Yi asked Murphy with concern, "Are you hungry?" Murphy pursed her lips, turned her head, and snorted, "I'm not hungry." Yang Yi was too familiar with Murphy's little tsundere at this moment. He was stunned, and then asked, "What's wrong? Why are you suddenly unhappy?" "I'm not unhappy," Murphy retorted, but her face was full of unhappiness. Although she tried her best not to show her anger, some emotions were hard to hide. Yang Yi stroked Murphy's hair lovingly and said, "How can I not know how you are? Look at your expression. It's obvious that you're saying, I'm in a bad mood. I won't listen to you. Come and comfort me." Yang Yi's teasing words still amused Murphy so much that the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. She almost laughed out loud. However, Xixi, who was carrying her little school bag, turned her head in confusion and looked at her father. The little girl asked in confusion, "Papa, what are you talking about?" Yang Yi was a little embarrassed. He said to Xixi, "No, it's okay. I was talking to your mother, not you." Murphy held back her laughter and picked up Xixi. Then, she said to Yang Yi, "Well, let's not talk so much. Go and eat with your book friends first." "But you still haven't told me why you're unhappy," Yang Yi asked in confusion. Murphy pursed her lips and shook her hair. Then, she turned around and walked out first. With her back to Yang Yi, she snorted, "I'm not unhappy." Murphy still cared about the overall situation. During lunch, she didn't give Yang Yi any face, nor did she treat Mu Yuqing coldly. Instead, she listened more and talked less. She took care of Xixi herself and occasionally answered a few questions thrown by Mu Yuqing. However, compared to Murphy, who had been famous for a long time, Mu Yuqing was more interested in his idol, Yang Yi. While eating, he threw out questions one after another. "Yang Yi, everyone says that you're a soldier, but you haven't publicly admitted it. I want to know, is this true?" Yang Yi smiled and nodded. "It's true. I used to be a soldier for more than 10 years. Similar to Su Sanduo and Soldier's Assault?" Mu Yuqing asked excitedly. "Pretty much, but novels are artistic. My family isn't as poor as Su Sanduo, and my family is very supportive of me becoming a soldier. I've had the ambition to be a soldier since the beginning," Yang Yi explained. Mu Yuqing quickly nodded. "I understand. What I mean is, looking at Yang Yi's figure, I know that you're amazing." "Haha, you flatter me." Yang Yi smiled and shook his head. "Actually, as far as being a soldier is concerned, the figure isn't the most important. Look at Su Sanduo. His height made it impossible for him to be selected, but in the end, he still became a qualified and outstanding soldier. This shows that a strong will is the most important thing. But Yang Yi, your figure is really good. There are netizens posting on your personal website. They said that after hugging you, they realized that your figure is great. Your waist is full of muscles." Mu Yuqing excitedly held up his phone and said, "I was sitting by the side and was bored, so I saw it. Yang Yi, do you want to take a look? It's this post." He really touched the pot that didn't boil. At this moment, Murphy stretched out her hand. "Let me see." Yang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought of that bold female fan. Although he had taken photos with a few other fans, the only one who hugged him was that girl. Mu Yuqing hesitated, but he didn't know how to refuse. In the end, he still passed the phone to Murphy. Murphy took the phone and read it. She didn't pay attention to what the post said, but she saw a photo. In the photo, there was a girl hugging Yang Yi's waist like a little bird. She was in his arms, and her heart was instantly filled with jealousy. Mu Yuqing wasn't stupid. He also realized something. He laughed dryly and quickly defended Yang Yi. Don't misunderstand. That photo was taken at the scene. Hundreds and thousands of people saw it. I know. I saw it in the lounge. Murphy handed the phone back to Mu Yuqing as if nothing had happened. She smiled. I didn't care. How could she not care? Yang Yi knew Murphy the best. The more she acted as if nothing had happened, the more it meant that she took it to heart. I see. Yang Yi thought to himself. No wonder Murphy was unhappy before. So this was the reason, but now wasn't the time to reconcile. Yang Yi changed the topic with Mu Yuqing. Mu Yuchen, I heard from old Lu that you're in the IT industry. I don't know what field you're in. After dinner, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Yang Yi brought the tired Murphy and Shishi back to the hotel to rest. After coaxing Shishi to sleep, Yang Yi came to the other side of the bed and sat beside Murphy. Murphy was sulking. She pretended to be asleep, but in fact, she turned her head and opened her eyes. Hey, why are you sitting here? Don't disturb my nap. Murphy said angrily. Yang Yi grabbed her hand and carefully looked at her aggrieved expression. He sighed and said, okay, don't be angry. I'll explain to you. The photo is not the same as the reality. Don't be jealous. I didn't know that girl was so bold, I know. You rejected her at first, but she still hugged you. Murphy pursed her lips and muttered, it's not your fault. I know. Then why are you still so angry? Yang Yi asked, puzzled. I'm not angry. Murphy insisted. You're still denying it? I can see that you're unhappy. Yang Yi said, do you know? Actually, I wanted to pull her away and throw her off the stage. Hey, you can't be so violent. She's just a fan. Murphy became anxious for Yang Yi. If you hit someone, tomorrow's newspaper will scold you. Yang Yi reached out and scratched Murphy's nose and said with a smile, thank you for being so concerned about me. But, if you can understand my helplessness at that time, why are you still sulking here? Murphy was silent for a moment before she said with grievance, I'm not sulking. I just feel a little unhappy. I'm jealous. Murphy turned around and hugged Shishi and moved her inside. Then she also moved to make some space for Yang Yi. After all, it's not true. Don't take it to heart. Yang Yi lay down beside Murphy, facing her and gently stroking her face. I want you to hug me. Murphy, like a child, looked at Yang Yi pitifully and said. Yang Yi hugged her in his arms and carefully protected her slightly bulging belly. Baji, he gently kissed her forehead and said, don't sulk anymore, okay? It's not good for you and the child. N. Murphy softly responded. I want her arms to belong to me alone. Suddenly, Murphy raised her head and looked at Yang Yi with sparkling eyes and said, except for our child. Of course. You're the only one. Yang Yi smiled. Murphy smiled with satisfaction. Like that girl, she hugged Yang Yi's waist and then rubbed against Yang Yi's chest like a kitten. Okay, it's time to sleep. Yang Yi couldn't help but smile. He rubbed her head and said, rest well. We still have to go out tonight to see the night view of Yangqing. Although Yang Yi and Murphy did not publicly announce their whereabouts, they did not try to hide it either. In fact, even when they discovered reporters taking photos, they did not mind. At most, they simply picked up Shishi and turned her face to the other side as if nothing had happened. As a result, the next day, the media began to expose news of Murphy and Yang Yi touring around Yangqing. Shocking news. Yang Yi comes to Yangqing for a signing event and she's with him. Mo Fei and Yang Yi went on a night trip to the Pearl River, holding hands so romantically that they made the Mandarin ducks jealous. So Murphy, who was on vacation, went to Yangqing. Pregnant Murphy makes her first appearance. She looks like a young girl in pink and red hat. Yang Yi and his family appear on the streets of Yangqing. Murphy smiles brightly, but her belly is still big. There were also some tabloid media that did not get tired of digging out the restaurants that Murphy and Yang Yi went to. Although not all of them were accurate, they still allowed people to see a side of Murphy that was similar to normal people. Murphy and Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting updates were actually slower than theirs. As they were busy touring around Yangqing, they went back to the hotel to rest. They only slowly uploaded the photos they took when they got home to microbroadcasting. It had to be said that women love to look good. Even Murphy had to carefully edit the photos before she uploaded them. Unlike Yang Yi, even though he taught Murphy the software, Yang Yi did not like to edit photos. On the other hand, Murphy never got tired of it. Yang Yi sang Glory to his fans at the signing event. On the same day, the song was uploaded onto all the major music websites and released as a single. However, this time, he used his real name. Murphy had previously told her fans about the news on microbroadcasting, so her fans were not surprised. In fact, they had been looking forward to it for almost 2 weeks. When the song was finally released, they couldn't wait to buy it, download it, and listen to it online. Normally, new singers would need a long time to gain recognition from the market. However, Yang Yi was different. On the first day of release, his song made it to the top 10 of the new songs chart. Everyone says that Yang Yi's singing is very good. Today, I finally got the chance to see it for myself. He is indeed very good. Although the first line's falsetto was a little flashy, I have to say, he sang it really well. His first line alone made my scalp tingle. Was Murphy the one humming in the prelude? I think I can tell that Murphy's voice is very distinctive. It's not just the falsetto. Yang Yi's pronunciation and breathing are very good. He doesn't sound like a fledgling singer at all. Moreover, Yang Yi's voice is also very nice. It has a magnetic quality that makes people unable to stop themselves. A lot of people are analyzing Yang Yi's singing skills. Is there no one who likes the concept of this song? I heard that this song was written by Yang Yi for his supporters. After listening to it, you feel very proud of yourself, don't you think? It's really a blessing to be a fan of Yang Yi and Murphy. He even wrote a song for his own fans. However, a few days later, the reviews of the song by the music critics came out one after another. Surprisingly, the reviews of Glory were mixed. The music critics who said that the song was good praised the arrangement of the song. The melody was simple, but it used a variety of techniques to accompany the voice. Like the arrangement of instruments, it reflected the layering of the vocal area very well. The music critics who gave the song a bad review were also very interesting. They felt that Yang Yi wrote the song and exaggerated the role of the fans in the content. It was like flattery, trying to use sensational language to gain popularity. In their opinion, compared to songs like Listen to the Sea, the emotions expressed in Glory were too vulgar. Everyone had their reasons, and the mixed reviews had become a distinct feature of the song. However, Yang Yi did not care about that. He did not release the song to curry favor with the music critics. Yang Yi did not even care about the sales of the song. For example, when Murphy released a new song in the past, in order to sell more CDs, she had to work hard to perform on major chart shows. She had to fly to several cities to catch up on announcements and promote. However, Yang Yi did not. His song was released online. Yang Yi did not participate in any chart shows. He also had Mo Shawan reject all the variety show invitations that came flying at him like paper. In fact, other than his signings, Yang Yi did not participate in any promotional activities. Many people were puzzled by his maverick behavior. However, when some gossip media were talking about why Yang Yi did not do anything to promote his song, someone dug out the words that Yang Yi and Murphy said in an interview when they returned from a concert in Guangzhou last month. Even if I debut, I will not be a qualified artist. At most, I will release an album and sing for everyone to listen to. Sure enough, he was not a qualified artist. The media ridiculed Yang Yi and even compared him to Murphy, who was jokingly called the Ice Queen by the media many years ago. Compared to his wife, Yang Yi seems to be more aloof. Of course, there was no free lunch in this world. All the gains had to be exchanged with hard work. Yang Yi did not participate in major chart shows and other promotional activities. The negative effects gradually showed. A week after its release, Glory was only at number 6 on the chart. Although at the beginning, the song showed a surprising momentum, it was weak and barely climbed to the 6th position. However, anyone could see that the declining daily sales had already destined the song's upper limit. Regarding this, the emperor was not worried, but the eunuchs were worried. Many entertainment media felt sorry for Yang Yi. They felt that Yang Yi's song had the potential to hit #1 on the chart, perhaps they were deliberately exaggerating. However, Yang Yi's arrogance stopped the song. If Yang Yi was willing to work harder, he might be able to replicate Fei Yu's miracle from 12 years ago. As a new singer, he had a song reach the top of the chart right after his debut. The entertainment media felt sorry for him, but Yang Yi did not care. You really don't care about the rankings? Mo Xiaowan sighed. I think if you win a big award, our company's reputation will be spread. What does it matter if it's spread or not? Murphy and I only sing because we like to sing. We don't sing for awards or to compete with others for rankings. Yang Yi smiled faintly. Hee, I think so too. I don't want to get an award, as long as people like my songs. Mo Fei was very happy next to them and said. Sis, you won't be as willful as brother-in-law in the future, right? You're a serious singer, you can't not participate in the chart show. Mo Xiaowan asked fearfully. However, Murphy looked serious. I'm thinking about this. I may or may not go. It depends on the situation. Anyway, I don't care about these things anymore. Murphy liked her current free and easy life and work. I really don't know what to do with you guys. The husband sings and the wife follows. Mo Xiaowan rolled her eyes. Yang Yi looked at the time and smiled. It's about time. Go back and rest. Xiaowan, you've worked hard at today's signing event in Spring City. I'll give you a day off tomorrow. I'm going to take Murphy and Xianxia somewhere. It's a bit far and we'll have to drive a long way. Unknowingly, more than a week had passed since the press conference in Yangqing. Yang Yi had already held 3 signing events. Spring City in Kaiyun Province was the 4th stop. Murphy asked curiously, aren't we going to Spring City tomorrow? Yang Yi shook his head and smiled. It's in another city, but it's not too far from Spring City. Then where are we going? Murphy's curiosity was off the charts. Yang Yi's eyes revealed a trace of complicated emotions. Of course, part of it was longing. He said softly, a home. In another sense, it's a home to me. In fact, Yang Yi's original plan to hold a book signing event in Spring City was to distribute the resources reasonably so that the book fans in the Southwest could also participate in the limited number of book signing events. Spring City was indeed beautiful, and it was worth Yang Yi bringing Murphy and Xianxia for a trip. So at first, he didn't plan to return to the army to take a look. However, after a phone call with Xianxia more than half a month ago, Yang Yi changed his mind. He felt that he couldn't escape from the past, and that it was time to go back and take a look. It just so happened that Mo Fei and Cici were also together, so Yang Yi decided to take them back with him, so that Cici could also see the place where her father once worked hard. So, early this morning, Yang Yi drove a rented car and drove off with Murphy and Xianxia. Once they were out of Spring City and away from the big city, the natural scenery along the way gradually became richer. There were endless green mountains, sparkling lake water, and white water birds gliding on the surface of the lake. The sky was also very clean and pure. The shimmering spring scenery was intoxicating, and they couldn't help but want to sing, "Where is spring, where is spring?" Hee. Xixi's childish voice came through the open car window. Why don't you continue singing? Murphy asked with a smile in the car. Mom wants to sing too, Mom wants to sing too. I can't remember all of it. Cici grabbed Mo Fei's hand, which was waving around for her to command, and smiled happily. She was so happy that her eyes turned into crescents. Okay, you first. Murphy said. Where is spring, where is spring, spring? Xianxia started singing from the beginning. Spring is in the green mountain forest. Murphy also sang. She didn't use any special skills, just her clear voice. Just like Xianxia, she clapped her hands and shook her head as she sang. Her voice was also full of childlike charm. Yang Yi held the steering wheel in front and smiled slightly. He had just taught them this nursery rhyme on the road. Because they had to drive for a few hours, Yang Yi was worried that Xianxia would feel bored. However, the melody of this song was light and the rhythm was clear. Basically, one could sing it after listening to it once. Although Xianxia said that she couldn't remember it, the little girl really liked this song. As Murphy sang, Xianxia happily followed along. Dee 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 lee 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 lee. Although she did not enunciate the words clearly, she sang very hard. This interesting melody made she dance with joy. In the green forest in spring, there are little orioles that can sing. While Xianxia was driving, he would also glance at the rearview mirror and look at Mo and Cici, who were singing happily while shaking their heads. "Who's the little oriole?" Murphy teased Shishi. "I'm the little oriole. I'm the little oriole that can sing." Cici giggled. She was already tired from laughing. She leaned back on the child safety seat, turned her head, and pointed at herself as she spoke to her mother. "Who said she wasn't?" The little girl's voice was so clear and sweet, as cute as the little oriole. Along the way, time passed quickly. After a few hours, Yang Yi's car arrived at Yongchang City. However, he wasn't going to the city. His car was going to the suburbs. Finally, he appeared in front of a military district. This military district was no different from the others. It was also surrounded by long walls. From afar, he could only see some simple buildings. There were armed soldiers standing guard at the door and military barricades to prevent collisions. Whatever the Jiangnan military district had, there was also everything here. This was very normal. This military camp was not exclusive to Zhanlang. It also belonged to the Southwest Military District. There was also an artillery company and 2 reconnaissance companies. Zhanlang's usual training location was deep in the mountains and forests behind, or even further and more difficult places. This was just their base. There was no melodramatic plot of being stopped. Yang stopped the car and registered at the door. He also made an internal phone call at the door and asked Xianxia to come out and pick them up. Before coming, Yang had of course explained to Luo Zongxing and Xianxia to confirm that no one was out training or on a mission today. Of course, if there was really an urgent mission and Yang and the others were empty-handed, there was nothing they could do. Fortunately, there was no sudden urgent mission. On the phone, Xianxia was so excited that she didn't know what she threw. With a loud bang, she hung up the phone and said, "I'll be there soon." After putting down the phone, Yang smiled at the soldiers at the door and nodded. Then, he walked to the waiting area and took Shishi from Murphy's arms. He said softly to the nervous Murphy, "It's okay. Relax. They will come to pick us up soon." Murphy nodded gently, but she still couldn't relax. The soldiers standing guard next to her had a serious look on their faces. They were even holding guns. Looking inside, they could see a tank parked inside. The big barrel looked unstoppable. Yang glanced at Murphy's hand on his elbow. He could only pat it gently and comfort her. "I'm here." She hadn't recovered from her excited state yet. The little girl looked around curiously in her father's arms. Her big eyes kept looking at the uncle holding the steel gun. After looking for a while, she turned to look at the barricade on the other side. The barricade was a triangular camouflage rectangle, but it was densely covered with mom spikes. It looked ferocious and terrible. "Papa, what is this? It looks weird." She couldn't help but ask. Shishi, don't make noise." Murphy was a little worried and scolded in a low voice. Looking at her frightened look, it was as if the soldiers standing guard would shoot them as soon as they opened their mouths. "It's okay. It's not that you can't talk. Just don't make a lot of noise." Yang explained and then said to Shishi, "This thing is called a barricade. In ancient times, it was used to stop horses from rushing over. But now, its function has changed. It is used to prevent vehicles from rushing into the military camp. Just like the car we drove here, we can't drive directly. It's like a hedgehog." Shishi opened her little paws, smiled at her father, and whispered, "So many spikes." "Yes, it's like a hedgehog." Yang didn't even remember that Shishi knew the name of this animal. He was happy and laughed. At this time, a military jeep drove out and stopped at the gate. Xianxia jumped out of the driver's seat. With his dark skin, he showed his white teeth and shouted, "Yang Yang, Murphy, and Shishi were let in." The rented car couldn't be driven in, so they just parked it on the side of the road. Anyway, they didn't have to worry about losing it at the gate of the military camp. They would need it when they went back tomorrow. Xianxia and Yang made a very manly fist and chest bump. Then, he smiled and greeted Murphy, "Is this sister-in-law?" My name is Xianxia, Yang Yi's comrade in arms. You can call me Little Shen. The last time Xianxia and Luo Zongxing went to Jiang City, they didn't meet Murphy. After Murphy came in, she relaxed a little. She smiled and replied, "Hello, I'm Murphy." I know. It was such a big news a while ago. Everyone in the military knew that old Yang married such a big star as his wife. Xianxia laughed. Don't say that. I'm just an ordinary person. Murphy waved her hand shyly. Xianxia laughed. He had a good impression of Murphy. She was much better than before. In the past, he was worried that Murphy would ignore people because of her celebrity status. Now, it seemed that Murphy was quite approachable. Yang Yi had good taste. It's her first time in the military camp. She's a little nervous. Yang Yi explained for Murphy. Hey, what's there to be nervous about? Sister-in-law, don't think too much. Just treat this as your home. Your husband used to be a soldier here. He's familiar with so many brothers like family. Xianxia said happily. Okay. Murphy nodded. Shishi, you should also say hello to Uncle Shen. Yang Yi shook Shishi's little hand and laughed. Just now, Shishi had been looking at Xianxia without blinking, as if she was confirming something. Xianxia smiled and waved at Shishi and said. Hello. Shishi, right? Do you still remember me? I met you last year. Shishi finally reacted. The little girl pouted and said, I remember you. You're the uncle who fought with my papa and was defeated by my papa. Wow, the little girl was very vengeful. She clearly remembered the fight between Xianxia and Yang Yi. Xianxia was embarrassed. In Yang Yi's laughter, he said resentfully, How was I defeated by your father? I was letting your father win. The place where Dad used to struggle, on the way to Yongchang City, Shishi was very curious. Although she still couldn't understand the significance of this past to her father, it didn't stop her from being curious. The little girl liked everything about her father. She really wanted to know what kind of place her father used to live in before she was born. Sitting in the military vehicle, Shishi and her mother sat together in the back seat. However, she wasn't content at all. She looked at the roof of the car for a while and then looked outside the car. She looked left and right. To Shishi, the military camp was like a huge maze. The houses inside all looked the same. Then, there were many soldiers like Uncle Shen, wearing camouflage uniforms. They either walked in formation or drove a big truck. The big truck would make a rumbling sound. Did Dad work here in the past? Did Dad used to wear such strange clothes in the past? Many questions popped up in the little girl's mind. Soon, the jeep arrived at Zhang Lang's place. Shishi saw that as soon as the car stopped, her father jumped out of the car and hugged a few people. Shishi realized that 2 of them seemed to have come to their house last time. However, the little girl couldn't remember the names of the other uncles. She only remembered the bad guy, Uncle Shen, who fought with her father. Shishi, let's get out of the car. Her mother's voice rang in her ears. Shishi turned to look at her mother. The little girl, who was looking at her father absent-mindedly, was a little confused at this moment. However, she was still carried out of the jeep by her mother. Then, she landed on the ground. Let me introduce you. Yang Yi walked over and carried Shishi. Then, he pulled Murphy and introduced them to everyone again. With so many people watching, Shishi still felt nervous. The little girl hugged her father's neck and looked at these uncles timidly. During her father's introduction, Shishi finally remembered that she felt a little familiar. It was Uncle Luo and Uncle Yu. There were also a few other names that Shishi couldn't remember. The little girl could only follow her father's instructions and greeted them in a low voice. Hello, Uncle, this child is very obedient, Luo Zongxing said to Yang Yi with a smile. He even said to Murphy, sister-in-law, don't be nervous. Coming to Zhanlang is like coming home. Yang Yi is our brother. He's not blood-related, but he's closer than blood-related. So, if you have any requests, just tell us. If we haven't taken care of you well, just point it out. Don't be polite. Murphy was a little embarrassed as she nodded her head and said, You're all too enthusiastic. There's nothing wrong with taking care of him. Although Murphy was not used to this environment, she had to admit that the people here were smiling very sincerely. Gradually, she forgot her nervousness. It's almost noon. Yang Yi, Murphy, you haven't eaten yet, right? Luo Zongxing asked. Seeing them shake their heads, Luo Zongxing smiled and said, that's good. Have lunch with us today. I told the kitchen to make extra portions for 3 people. It's just that the army doesn't have any special hospitality, so I'll have to trouble you to eat the army's food with us. It's okay, Murphy said quickly. It's okay. I just wanted to come back to Zhanlang to take a look. It's not like I have the idea to eat seafood. Yang Yi laughed, Murphy and the others don't have to worry. It's just nice that they can broaden their horizons. Actually, the food in the army has improved a lot over the years. There's meat and vegetables for all 3 meals. Moreover, the brothers in the kitchen are good at cooking. This group of young men, every time it's time to eat, they will shout and rush into the cafeteria. Luo Zongxing led the way and said with a smile. Hey, old Luo, I suddenly remembered. Xianxia suddenly shouted, there's still a child. You let Yang Yi's child eat the same food as us? That's right, it was Xianxia, the guy who she held a grudge against, who noticed this detail. He was still very concerned about Shi. Luo Zongxing, Xianxia, Yu Xiaotian, and a few others turned their heads in unison to look at Shi, who was being held by Murphy. The little girl was a little scared and hid behind her father, one hand still holding her mother's hand. Yang Yi was stunned at first, then smiled and said, it's okay. She's almost 5 years old. She'll eat what we usually eat. There won't be a problem. This child's appetite isn't as good as ours. The food is fine, but the food we eat is too hard for the child to digest. Yu Xiaotian rarely opened his mouth and said. Then I'll go to the kitchen to make some more porridge? Xianxia asked, take a bowl of rice and boil it with some water. Yang Yi still knew some rules. He didn't want everyone to give special treatment to his child, so he quickly grabbed Xianxia and said, it's okay. Let her eat some food later. If she can eat, eat. If it's too hard, get some hot water. I'll make some milk powder for her. Milk will be fine. Eating in the army was not as gentle as eating outside. They chewed slowly. One by one, the soldiers lined up with plates, took the rice and vegetables, and then returned to the table to eat. They were sweating after training for the whole morning, but they didn't slack off at all when eating. They slurped the rice and then stuffed the vegetables into their mouths. The whole scene could only be described as wolfing down the food like a whirlwind. In less than 5 minutes, the soldiers walked out one by one with a plate of rice and no vegetables left. This scene made Murphy, who had just sat down with a plate, dumbfounded. It's okay. Our table is special today. We can eat a little slower. Luo Zongxing noticed Murphy's gaze and quickly said. Old Luo, indeed, this meal is much better than 6 years ago. Yang Yi held 2 plates and sat next to Murphy with Shi in between. He smiled and said to his brothers, look at what you're eating now. Chicken legs, pork belly, cabbage, and radish. If we had such good food back then, Ah Xiao would have grown at least 10 centimeters taller. Yu Xiaotian was a local of Kaiyun province. He was short and thin, and was often teased by Yang Yi and the others. However, it wasn't malicious, so he didn't care. Yes. I said you didn't come at the right time. Xianxia said. Anyway, your wife and child will get used to it. It's fine as long as they don't think it's too simple. Luo Zongxing smiled and said, let's eat, let's eat. Just now, Luo Zongxing said that they could eat a little slower, but when they really started eating, Luo Zongxing and the others also swept away the clouds, one eating faster than the other. Murphy also wanted to eat faster, but she really couldn't. After stuffing a big mouthful of rice, she couldn't chew it. Slow down, slow down. Yang Yi saw it. He stopped his chopsticks and poured a glass of water for Murphy and said with a smile. It has to be said that the sound of everyone eating made him feel very familiar. Perhaps affected by the environment, Yang Yi also sped up. He ate very quickly, almost at the same speed as Luo Zongxing and the others. He finished all the food on his plate. Then, while helping Shi tear the chicken leg meat, he talked to Luo Zongxing and the others about his current situation. You've started writing songs and becoming a star. Xianxia said in surprise. When we saw the news, we thought it was fake news. Well, these years, I've been running around outside, and I've improved a lot. Like writing songs, I didn't realize that I had talent in this area before. Yang said with a smile. Luo Zongxing, on the other hand, was more concerned about Cici. He and his wife hadn't had children yet, but they had reached the age of being a loving father. He looked lovingly at the little girl who was using her chopsticks to pick up the drumstick and put it into her mouth. He asked softly, Cici, do you think it's delicious? Cici raised her head and looked at this Uncle Luo. Perhaps it was because they were gradually becoming more familiar with each other. She nodded and said, this one is good, but this one is too hard. It doesn't taste good. The little girl pointed at the streaky pork with her chopsticks. This streaky pork was cooked by stir-frying. The meat was a little hard. For adults, the taste was very good, but for Xi, it was a little difficult to bite. Then eat more drumsticks and vegetables. Luo Zongxing stood up and said, I'll go over there and see if there are any drumsticks. Yang Yi quickly stopped Luo Zongxing and said with a smile, Old Luo, there's no need. One drumstick is enough. She can't eat too much. This drumstick was still very big, and a lot of meat could be torn off. She finished a drumstick and some stir-fried radishes, then drank some milk and began to burp. The little girl was still a little embarrassed. She hid in her father's arms and secretly peeked at the other uncles, afraid that they would laugh at her. Then she twisted in her father's arms and laughed at her own hiccups. She whispered to her father, I'm full. Hee. In order not to waste food, Yang Yi also finished the rest of Xi's food. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't give Xi too much rice. The rice here was indeed very hard, and Xi didn't want to eat it after tasting it. Murphy also burped after eating. I've arranged the rooms in the guest house for you. Go back and rest at noon. What do you want to do in the afternoon? I'll get someone to show you around and see Yang Yi's old dormitory. Or to watch our training? Luo Zongxing asked. The training at the base didn't have any special programs that needed to be kept secret, so it was fine to show Yang Yi, Murphy, and the others. Yang Yi looked at Murphy, but Murphy let Yang Yi make the decision. Then let's go and watch the training. My old dormitory has been changed several times, and I'm not the one living there now. There's no need to disturb other people's beds. Yang Yi smiled and said, just as well. Let Xi see what a soldier is like. In the afternoon, in the big field, a group of soldiers carrying big backpacks and spears were running in an orderly and rhythmic manner. This kind of running with weights and maintaining a fast speed was extremely exhausting. They tried their best to adjust their breathing, but every time they ran a lap, they had to follow the team and shout the slogan in unison. This was another big test for themselves. Under the shade of a tree, Murphy sat on a small stool and asked Yang Yi in confusion, after running for so long, aren't they tired? Yang Yi stood on the side and looked at his comrades who were training in a daze. When he heard Murphy's question, he came back to his senses and said with a smile, in Wolf Warriors, this is just a very basic training. Of course, even the basic training has higher requirements than other troops. Only by constantly gritting your teeth and working hard can you break through your limits and become better and stronger soldiers. Then how many laps do they have to run? Murphy asked curiously. I don't know if the current standards have changed or not. In the past, we had to run 20 laps and carry weights for 10 kilometers, Yang Yi said. This lap was different from a normal track. A normal track was 400 meters per lap, but a lap here was 500 meters or even more. So many laps? I'm probably tired to death from running a lap, and they're still carrying so many things. Murphy was shocked. Xi was also sitting on a small stool. She didn't feel bored. On the contrary, a group of people were running like a swarm of bees. They even made strange noises from time to time, which made the little girl watch with great interest. At this moment, when she heard her mother's words, she couldn't help but jump up from the small stool and run to her mother. The little girl grabbed her mother's knee and shook it while saying impatiently, Mom, let me tell you, I can run very far and I'm the fastest. I'm the best. You mean you're the best runner in class? Murphy asked curiously, but didn't you lose to someone else in the last competition? That's not the same. That competition was a two-person race. It was a competition of tacit understanding between two people. Xianxia and Xianxia's tacit understanding is still a little worse than that of the brother and sister. But Xianxia is really good at running. At her age, no other children can run faster than her, not even boys. Because she inherited your long legs. Xianxia winked at Murphy and flattered his wife without leaving a trace. Before Mo Fei could give her a reproachful look, Cici, who was praised and recognized by her father, was overjoyed. The little girl smiled brightly, leaned on her mother's knee, and twisted her body. As if she couldn't control herself, she said, "Papa said that my legs are very long, so I can run fast, hee hee. The sun is very hot. It's not easy to run for so long." Mo Fei glanced at her daughter, whose forehead was covered with fine beads of sweat. As she spoke, she held her down, reached her hand behind the little girl's back, and said, "Cici, are you hot? Do you want to take off this sweater?" The little girl nodded eagerly, and then chattered about the example of how she ran better than other children in school. "Teacher Shin said that we should run, and then Qin Shiyun and I ran very fast, but Qin Shiyun was not as fast as me." Murphy took off Xixi's sweater and pulled the thick sweater from the little girl's head. The moment she took it off, Xixi's face was a little red because of the sweater. It was the kind of white with a hint of red, which looked very tempting. "Don't move, Mommy will help you tidy up your hair," Murphy said with a smile as she held down the little girl, who was moving around restlessly and giggling. Just as they were sitting in boredom, Zhang Lang's team finally finished their training. Xianxia was counting silently. No more, no less, 20 laps. It seemed that nothing had changed after so many years. Of course, it was understandable. After all, it was only basic training. For the soldiers, this was just the beginning. It was just a small warm-up. After resting for 15 minutes, the soldiers took out water bottles from their backpacks to replenish their water. Xianxia came out of the line and walked towards Xianxia and the others. "Are you done with training?" Murphy asked curiously. "Done with training? How is that possible?" Xianxia laughed and said, "We just started moving. Next, it's normal training." Xianxia wasn't exaggerating at all. Moreover, he avoided the important points and said that Zhang Lang's normal training couldn't be considered as training in the base. In the base, they only maintained their usual physical fitness and skill training. They also had to learn other subjects, such as the mastery of pistols and rocket launchers, motorcycles and tanks, aircraft piloting, language learning, and so on. It was almost an all-round training. Of course, the real test was the field training outside the base. Every week, they had a 300-kilometer mountain road training and a 30 kilograms cross-country march training. Every month, there was also a wilderness survival training. They were often required to parachute from an altitude of 8,000 meters and land in the desolate mountains and forests of the southwest. They only had 3 days' worth of food on them, but they had to survive in the wild for 7 days. Not to mention, there were often missions such as catching drug dealers, encircling and suppressing militants who entered the border, and even crossing the border to rescue others. The competition between life and death was the meaning of their existence. Of course, at this time, there was no need to mention this in front of Xianxia's wife and children. Xianxia pointed to the strange equipment in the outer circle of the sports field. There were hooks, ladders, barbed wire, obstacles, and so on. Then he smiled and looked at Xianxia and said, "Xianxia, you used to be the record holder of this event. Can you still do it now?" Whoa, was this guy trying to goad him? However, this goading tactic was too low level, and Xianxia saw through it completely. However, Xianxia's hands were already itching. He smiled faintly and said, "What? Do you still want to challenge my record? Or do you think that my ability has regressed after not being in the army for so many years? Why don't we have a competition?" Xianxia smiled mischievously and said, "I just think that you rarely come back. It's too boring to just sit on the side and watch. Why don't you come down and play with us?" Of course, since you want to have a competition with me, I will reluctantly agree. Don't worry, I will go easy on you. After all, you haven't trained for more than 6 years. I won't bully you. Hee hee, kid, your tone is getting bigger and bigger. Don't go easy on me. Come on, let's have a good competition. Yang Yi rubbed his hands and said in high spirits. Yang Yi seemed to have expected that there would be an opportunity to show off this afternoon. So, although he was not wearing a military uniform, he also changed into sportswear that was convenient for running. Yang Yi. Murphy was a little worried. She hesitated and called out. It's okay. It's just a training with everyone. There won't be any danger. Yang Yi had to turn around and comforted Murphy. Then you have to be careful. Murphy had no choice but to gently nod her head and said. Papa, are you going to fight with Uncle Shen? At this time, she reacted. The little girl ran over and anxiously pulled her father's hand and said, Papa, I don't want you to fight. It's not a fight. It's the same as your race. Papa and Uncle Shen will climb on these equipment to see who can reach the finish line the fastest. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he explained. Right, we won't fight. Don't worry, I won't touch your father's finger. Xianxia revealed her white teeth and said with a grin. She pouted her mouth and turned her small head away. She didn't want to pay attention to Xianxia. She seemed to be worried about her father. She felt that this bad Uncle Shen had dragged her father down. Don't worry, Papa will definitely win the competition and return triumphantly. Yang Yi squatted down, gently rubbed his daughter's small head and said, Don't you want Papa to win? I do. The little girl nodded. But, no buts, Papa already told you that there won't be any danger. Yang Yi said with a smile, Come on, give Papa some support. Yang Yi turned his face and raised his eyebrows at the little girl. She reluctantly came over, kissed her father's cheek, and muttered, Papa, you have to do your best. Listening to her slightly sad tone, it seemed that she was still worried about him. Yang Yi laughed, patted Xishi's small head, stood up, and said, Well, with Xishi's encouragement, Papa must beat Xianxia today. Humph, you're bragging. Xianxia snorted. For the sake of fairness, Yang Yi gave Xianxia some time to rest. Although for an expert like Xianxia, the amount of training just now was nothing. Yang Yi, on the other hand, walked around the training ground to familiarize himself with the equipment that was still fresh in his memory. Hearing that these two guys were going to spar, the soldiers of Wolf Warriors were all excited. They ignored the sun and walked to the middle of the field, found a good position, and prepared to watch. Old Luo, help me carry the weight. Yang Yi walked a circle and returned to the starting point. He then stretched out his hand and said to Luo Zongxing. Luo Zongxing hesitated for a moment, then took off his backpack and handed it to Yang Yi. Full set. Yang Yi rolled his eyes and said angrily, Old Luo, are you looking down on me? Luo Zongxing shook his head, smiled bitterly and began to take off his bulletproof vest, tactical belt, gloves, shoes are not necessary. Yang Yi was actually a little resistant to the sweaty bulletproof vest, but Luo Zongxing's combat boots, which had been worn countless times, was completely unacceptable. He quickly waved his hand and said, Give me the gun. Fortunately, the training gun was not a real gun, but a steel gun wrapped in plastic of the same weight. Luo Zongxing did not hesitate to take off his shoulder strap and handed over the rifle. The pistol had already been clipped to his tactical belt. After about 8 minutes of rest, Xianxia adjusted her breathing, patted her chest, and turned to Yang Yi, who had already put on his helmet, and smiled, Come on, old Yang, let me see if you're still as good as before. Yang Yi slightly turned his face and looked at Xianxia. With the gun on his back, he crossed his hands and twisted them, and there was a series of cracking sounds. The battle intent was unspoken. Luo Zongxing was still slightly out of breath, but he clapped his hands and said in a loud voice, Okay, you two go to your positions. Ah Xiao, time. Yu Xiaotian nodded coldly, ran over, stood straight, pinched his watch, and then gestured that he was ready. Without further ado, Yang Yi and Xianxia took their places. Luo Zongxing raised his right palm and shouted, Get ready. Begin. Luo Zongxing's voice fell at the same time as his palm blade. The fully armed Yang Yi and Xianxia rushed out like arrows from a bow. First of all, he had to carry a large and heavy ammunition box and run for 50 meters. During this process, he had to face some tire obstacles. He didn't have to go around them. Instead, he had to step into the circle with every step he took. In this section, Yang Yi and Xianxia were equally matched. Although Yang Yi was taller than Xianxia, and it was reasonable to say that his long legs should have an advantage in running in a straight line, the obstacles were somewhat annoying. Often when Yang Yi started to speed up, they would cross in front of Yang Yi, forcing him to slow down. After all, Xianxia had been training tirelessly. He was far more familiar with this field than Yang Yi, who could only find countermeasures in his memory. In the second section, although they could put down the ammunition box, the challenge had just begun. In front of them was a 6-meter-high vertical obstacle board. Both of them had to climb over this obstacle board, and then crawl over a 10-meter-long barbed wire fence. Almost at the same time, Xianxia used both his hands and feet to grab the slits in the middle of the obstacle board and climbed up with all his might. However, Yang Yi didn't follow the rules. Yang Yi took a deep breath. When he was about 2 meters away, he suddenly kicked and jumped up. He stepped on the slits several times in a row, and with the momentum, he didn't fall back. At the last step, he suddenly exerted force. Just as his whole body was about to fall back, he grabbed the top of the obstacle board with both hands. This wasn't a special skill. If the obstacle board was a little shorter, Xianxia could also do it. However, he didn't have Yang Yi's jumping ability and sharp and accurate judgment. Therefore, when he heard the movement next to him, Xianxia, who had just climbed halfway, turned his head to look. Damn, old Yang can fly. He didn't hesitate. He also took a deep breath, jumped up again, and sped up his climbing speed. When Xianxia grabbed the top, Yang Yi had already turned over, grabbed the top, and jumped down. When he landed, he held the gun in his arms and rolled sideways to reduce the force. Ah! Murphy couldn't help but exclaim when she saw Yang Yi jump down from a height of more than 4 meters. However, Xi, who was next to her, was not afraid at all. She just opened her eyes wide and looked at her father's natural and unrestrained strength. The expression of worship on her face seemed to have said the words in her heart. Papa is so powerful. Yang Yi got into the barbed wire a second faster than Xianxia. With his elbows, he moved left and right, and crawled on the ground full of yellow soil. Even so, his clothes were still hooked. Although he wasn't injured, his sports jacket was cut open. Damn it! Yang Yi secretly cursed. He was not satisfied with himself. In the barbed wire area, Xianxia crawled faster. He was like a loach, twisting in the soil. After a few moves, he overtook Yang Yi and got out of the 10-meter-long barbed wire area first. The next few levels were to rush across the single-plank bridge and climb over a 10-meter-long bar with a slight slope. In these 2 levels, Yang Yi and Xianxia were competing with each other, overtaking and being overtaken. In the end, they were only neck and neck. It seemed that they had returned to a new starting line, so powerful. Some of the recruits of Zhang lying next to him, as well as some veterans who were unfamiliar with Yang Yi's physical condition, were dumbfounded. Originally, Xianxia's skills were already one of the best in Zhang. Now, there was a veteran who had retired for more than 6 years who forced him to go all out and was even on par with him. What kind of monster is this? A recruit couldn't help but mutter to his brother next to him, if he didn't retire and trained every day, wouldn't he be invincible? The next level was a good opportunity for Yang Yi to win points. He and Xianxia carried the trunk that was as tall as a person and as thick as a thigh almost at the same time. They put it on their shoulders and necks, then hooked their hands and rushed into the 1-meter-deep and 20-meter-long pool. No, it should be said that it was half a quagmire. The water inside was dyed into mud by the surrounding yellow soil. Yang Yi had just steadied himself in the quagmire when he heard Xi's crisp voice not far away. Papa, you can do it. Yang Yi turned his head. It turned out that this place was the closest to Murphy and Xi. Murphy and Xi stood up nervously from the small stools and looked at him. Yang Yi looked at his daughter's worried and excited little face. His sweaty and muddy face also revealed a smile. He responded, okay. You can do it. Xianxia didn't turn his head. He kept rushing forward, stepping on the mud while panting. He shouted intermittently, at this time, if you're still distracted, you'll lose. Yang Yi turned around and chased after him. His footsteps were steady. He couldn't take big steps in the mud, but his speed gradually increased. Is that so? but for me, it's too easy to win against you. When the two of them were chasing each other in the quagmire, a military vehicle slowly stopped in the big field. A middle-aged soldier with shining military stars on his shoulder and two soldiers got out of the vehicle. Luo Zongxing heard the movement, turned his head, and quickly turned to greet him. "Hello, Chief." Zhang Yazhong was the chief of staff of the Southwest Military Region. He was also the leader in charge of this military region and Luo Zongxing's immediate superior. He looked with interest at Yang Yi, who was competing with Shen Xinyu in the field. Yang Yi's outfit, although fully armed, but the sportswear and sneakers still clearly showed his identity. "This is Yang Yi. I've reported to you before. It's rare for him to come back." Shen also wanted to find someone to compare notes with, so Yang Yi came down. Luo Zongxing said. "Yang Yi is not ordinary now. He's a big star, and he's been retired for 6 years. Looking at Shen's posture, I'm afraid he's going to lose. You have to train harder in the future." Zhang Yazhong said seriously to Luo Zongxing. "Yes." Luo Zongxing said with his legs crossed. "Those two are Yang Yi's family, right?" Zhang Yazhong looked at Murphy and Xianxia under the shade of the tree. After Luo Zongxing nodded, he smiled and said, "If I remember correctly, Yang Yi's wife is also a big star. It's rare for our military region to welcome two singing stars. We have to seize this opportunity." There was a clear gap between Yang Yi and Shen Xinyu. Yang Yi's strength was greater than Shen Xinyu's. In the part of carrying the log across the quagmire, which did not require much skill, Yang Yi was ahead of Shen Xinyu by nearly 2 seconds. And then, in the climbing of the net wall and the descent of the rope, Yang Yi also firmly maintained this 2-second advantage, which made Shen Xinyu unable to pursue him. In the last 50 meters of the snake sprint around the obstacles, Yang Yi slowly pulled away from Shen Xinyu and finally rushed to the finish line. "Yeah." Yang Yi held the rifle in his left hand, his right hand with dirty gloves clenched into a fist, and excitedly waved at Xishi who just cheered for him. It seemed that he was proudly showing to his daughter, "See, this is your father." It seemed that Yang Yi used almost all his strength to fight with Shen Xinyu. He was not fighting for any glory, nor was he trying to steal the limelight. He just wanted to prove in front of his daughter that her father was the best. She could also understand that her father won. The little girl was jumping and jumping beside her mother. She was as happy as a lark jumping among the green leaves. "Brother, the sword is not old. King admire you this time." Shen Xinyu used all her strength. At the moment, she was panting with her hands on her waist. She shook her head and said to Yang Yi. Retracting his gaze from his daughter, Yang Yi laughed. He walked over and picked Shen Xinyu up. The rifles in front of them made muffled sounds of collision. It was very loud. "You're not bad either. You forced me to fight with my life on the line." Yang Yi smiled and patted Shen Xinyu's shoulder. "What's the point of fighting with your life on the line? It's embarrassing if I lose. I train every day and I can't compare to you, a retired veteran." Shen Xinyu was somewhat depressed. "I just won by luck. Didn't you see that you overtook me several times before? You won by height, although my legs are long, haha." Yang Yi seemed to be proud of himself as he comforted her. "Haha, if that's the case, I have to find a basketball player to compete with you." Shen Xinyu couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, a clear voice came from behind, "Papa." It turned out to be Xishi. The little girl couldn't wait to run over from the shade of the tree. Murphy couldn't stop her. She couldn't run, so she could only follow behind quickly. Xishi ran over and excitedly wanted her father to hug her. However, Yang Yi hurriedly took off his gloves and stopped Xishi with his palm, which was relatively clean. He pointed at his dusty and muddy clothes and equipment and said with a smile, "You can't hug me now. Look at how dirty I am. I'll dirty your little dress later." Xishi had to give up, but she was still very excited. She clapped her hands happily and twisted her little body, unable to stop. She called out in a childish voice, "Papa, Papa, do you know you've won? I saw that you were the first to run over." Yang Yi couldn't help laughing. He snickered and said seriously, "Really, thank you, Xishi, for telling me that you've observed me very carefully. It's true, it's true. Uncle Shen is too slow." He can't even compare to Papa. Papa is super powerful. The little girl beside her father bounced and said. Xianxia's face was black, but looking at this cute little girl, she couldn't even think of blaming her. She could only helplessly look at the sky. Murphy came over, but before she could talk to Yang Yi, Luo Zongxing came over with Xianxia. When Xianxia heard the commotion, she turned around and hurriedly saluted with her legs together. Xianxia also raised his hand and saluted back. He smiled and said, "Little Shen, in the future, you have to work hard in training. Don't slack off after winning the championship in the international competition. The competition is secondary. Our mission is to always be prepared for the safety of our country's territory and the safety of our people's property." Xianxia's expression was very awkward at this moment, but he still responded neatly, "Yes." Yang Yi frowned slightly. He saw the general star on Zhang Yazhong's shoulder and secretly regretted it. He seemed to have been a little too serious just now. Why didn't he see a general passing by? He even caused his brother to be scolded. If he had known, he would have gone easy on him. Zhang Yazhong didn't continue to scold him. Instead, he turned his head and looked at Yang Yi with a smile. He stretched out his hand and said, "You're Yang Yi, right?" "Yes, hello, Chief." Yang Yi was stunned for a moment. He learned the habit of saluting and then stretched out his hand, which was held by the other party. Luo Zongxing smiled and said, "Yang Yi, let me introduce you. This is General Zhang Yazhong, the Chief of Staff of our Southwest Military Region." So it's him. Yang Yi had heard Luo Zongxing mention him before. He used a little strength to shake Zhang Yazhong's hand and said with a smile, "So it's General Zhang. Thank you for helping to restore my military status in Zhanlang, even though I've already retired." Zhang Yazhong laughed and said, "Let's not talk about the past. I'm very pleased to see that the outstanding talents from Zhanlang, even if they're not serving in the army, are still shining in society and showing the spirit of Zhanlang." Sure enough, officials were good at talking. They were able to connect everything together. Yang Yi wasn't used to such empty words, so he could only continue to smile. "Chief, you're right. When we saw Yang Yi last year, we thought that it was a pity that he didn't come back to Zhanlang with his skills. I didn't expect that he would quietly do such a big thing outside." Luo Zongxing was able to deal with it easily and said with a smile, "I think that's a good thing. Look at Yang Yi. After he left Zhanlang, he wrote Soldiers' Assault, right? It perfectly showed many of the excellent qualities of our soldiers. The sentence that left the deepest impression on me was, 'Don't abandon, don't give up.' Right? When I was at a meeting at the beginning of the year, I heard from others that after this book was released, the people praised the army a lot more. This is little Yang's contribution," Zhang Yazhong said. Yang Yi was still smiling stiffly. On the other hand, Luo Zongxing and Zhang Yazhong praised Yang Yi to the heavens. Zhang Yazhong said excitedly, "I think that our army can also use little Yang as a representative to vigorously promote his excellent deeds. On one hand, it's a form of encouragement for the soldiers. On the other hand, it's also a way for the people to see that our soldiers continue to shine and contribute to society, whether before or after retirement." Luo Zongxing raised a little objection. "Chief, our identities in Zhanlang are quite special and need to be strictly confidential. Isn't it inappropriate to expose it to the public? This may cause some trouble for Yang Yi and his family." Yang Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and looked at Zhang Yazhong. He wanted to know what kind of response this chief of staff, who had a lot of ideas, would have. "What you said makes sense." Zhang Yazhong was still very considerate of his subordinates. He nodded and said to Yang Yi, "This may cause little Yang to be wronged. We can hide little Yang's true identity and just let him be an excellent soldier of the Southwest Military Region for publicity." Luo Zongxing thought about it carefully and felt that it was feasible. He smiled and said to Yang Yi, "Yang Yi, what do you think? The publicity of the army will also be beneficial to you." Luo Zongxing kept winking at Yang Yi, wanting Yang Yi to agree. Yang Yi was not stupid. He knew that they were doing this for his own good. After all, with the army supporting him, those monsters and the gossip media would have to think twice if they wanted to mess with him. Of course, he still had to say some polite words. Although he felt awkward, Yang Yi still nodded and said, "Thank you for your concern, Chief." If the army needs it, of course I won't refuse. Xianxia nodded with satisfaction and said with a smile, there's no need to be so tragic. Our Southwest Military Region and the Chinese People's Army only need to establish a positive image to bring the strength of an example to everyone. And you are no longer a soldier. As for the appearance fees and endorsement fees, our military region's art team will discuss it with you in detail. How can that be? Of course it's free. Zhanlang and the Southwest Military Region are my other hometown. It's only right to contribute a little to my hometown. Yang Yi said quickly. After Zhang Yazhong and Yang Yi finished speaking, he looked at Murphy and said with a smile, Mrs. Yang, you are also a big star. We are honored that you came to the Southwest Military Region. Mo Fei, who had been standing behind Yang Yi with Cici like an invisible person, was stunned for a moment. It was the first time she was called Mrs. Yang by someone. She was very happy and showed a smile. Chief, you flatter me. To be honest, our Southwest Military Region, especially our military region now, is relatively remote and not very safe. Usually, the country organizes the next company performance for the big stars, and it's not our turn. Zhang Yazhong sighed and said, so, it's really the first time I've seen a big star, and it's a big star. It's like a dream. Luo Zongxing said with a smile, yes, it's the first time, Chief. Not to mention the stars, even the art team of the military region rarely comes. Murphy was a little confused. She vaguely felt that they were hinting at something. Chief, what do you mean? Yang Yi also felt it and took the initiative to ask. Hey, don't move. Let me see if you're hurt. In the evening, Murphy's anxious voice came from the room of the guest house. Murphy held down Yang Yi, who was about to take off his clothes to take a shower, and gently pulled open the sportswear and trousers that had been cut open by the iron wire with a worried look. Even Cici covered her small mouth and stood at the side with a shocked expression when she saw the messy hole that looked as if it had been robbed. Because he had been covered by the bulletproof vest, the cuts were either on his arms or his thighs. After checking his arms, Murphy squatted down again and carefully turned Yang Yi's trousers to see if there were any bloody wounds on the inner thighs. But this posture was a bit too, some strange thoughts came to Yang Yi's mind. However, when he glanced at Xixi next to him, he felt embarrassed. Ahem. He pulled Mo Fei up and said helplessly, I'm not injured. It's just that my clothes are torn. I'm fine inside. Look, I'm still alive and kicking. Do you think I'm an injured person? Xixi shook her head and said, no, Papa, if I'm hurt, it'll be very painful. Then I'll want Papa to hug me. Yang Yi snapped his fingers, pointed at his daughter, and said with a smile, yes. But I'm not in so much pain that I can't walk. Right? Xixi was no longer worried. She smiled and nodded to her father. Murphy didn't notice that something was wrong with her actions just now. She was not completely relieved. She stood up and walked behind Yang Yi. She tiptoed and turned over Yang Yi's collar, and said worriedly, what about here? Is there a wound behind your hair? This was the first place that was hooked. Well, look, there's no injury, right? Looking at Murphy's worried look, Yang Yi simply took off his sportswear and vest, turned around, and showed it to Murphy. Aya. Cici blinked and reacted a little sluggishly. After a while, she covered her eyes with her two little hands and pouted her little mouth as she shouted, Papa is not wearing clothes. I'm ashamed. Although she mischievously covered her eyes, Yang Yi could see that the little girl's fingers were spread open, and through the gap, he could see her beautiful smiling eyes. Sometimes, when Yang Yi called her to sleep, she would cover her eyes and say that she was asleep. However, this was also a little trick that Yang Yi was very familiar with. Mo Fei, however, believed it. After confirming that Yang Yi was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she pushed Yang Yi to the bathroom and said with a smile, hurry up and take a shower. Stop showing off your muscles. You see, even Xixi is scolding you. Hey, she's pretending. Let me tell you, this little girl is getting more and more naughty. Yang Yi's resistance was suppressed. Amidst Xixi and Murphy's laughter, he was locked in the bathroom. When Yang Yi came out of the shower, Murphy was excitedly holding a set of women's military uniform and playing with it in front of her. The clothes were sent by the army. In order to let Yang Yi and Murphy complete the performance tonight, they sent 2 sets of brand new military uniforms, which were selected according to Yang Yi and Murphy's sizes. Zhang Yazhong's ultimate goal was to invite Yang Yi and Murphy to perform for the soldiers. Of course, because it was rushed, it was impossible to make a full party. However, the army also had a training program at night. After training, each class would sometimes play songs with each other, which could be considered as enriching everyone's boring training life. At this time, Yang Yi and Murphy would go out and sing for the soldiers. However, it couldn't be pop songs, it had to be military songs. Because it wasn't pop songs, and Murphy didn't have any military songs in her repertoire, Yang Yi couldn't teach her a new song at the last minute. However, Murphy still knew some of the more famous military songs, so she picked a female song that she was more familiar with. It seemed to be called something like The Army's Moonlight. There were many men in the army, so Yang Yi also picked 2 military songs to sing for the soldiers. The clothes are here? Try it on. Yang Yi hadn't seen Murphy in a military uniform yet, so he excitedly urged her. It's here, but it's a pity that there isn't one for Xianxia. Murphy said to Yang Yi with some regret. There was no other way. After all, Xianxia was too young. There were female soldiers in the army, but not a 4-year-old female soldier. However, Xianxia shook her head and said, I don't want it. I want to wear my clothes. My dress is the best. Yang Yi shook his head and smiled at Murphy. It's okay. If you really want to wear it, I'll get someone to cut camouflage cloth and make a few. They'll be tailor-made. It'll definitely fit better than this. As he spoke, Yang Yi suddenly thought that he could start a family photography business. Every year, he would set a time for the whole family to wear the same clothes, a parent-child style, and take a group photo. It was similar to cosplay. It should be very interesting. Murphy didn't waste any time. She took the military uniform to the bathroom to change. However, it took a long time. After Yang Yi and Xianxia finished talking about the dangerous parts of today's competition, a neatly dressed Murphy slowly walked out. Yang Yi couldn't help but feel his eyes light up. Murphy, who was wearing the camouflage uniform, stood in front of him. The uniform, which was originally a little loose, was supported by her tall and slender figure. Her somewhat plump chest appeared a little bulging, but he could still see her graceful figure. Murphy didn't put on any makeup at this time. She, who was barefaced, had a kind of light beauty that was like a lotus emerging from clear water. She wasn't charming, but she was graceful and pure. The only flaw was that Mofei's hair was a bit fashionable. Her long hair was spread out, and she did not look like a soldier's hair. The slight curl at the end of her hair and the shyness on her face also made her look less heroic and more tender. Come, I'll help you tie up your hair. Yang Yi asked Murphy to sit over and then helped her tie up her hair. It was like the hair of a female guard of honor, coiling it into a neat and beautiful ball. Put on the cap and take a look. Yang Yi handed the military cap to Murphy and then pulled her to the disciplinary mirror. He pointed at the valiant female soldier and smiled. How is it? Of course, without looking at her expression, Murphy was indeed an outstanding female soldier. Wearing the military uniform, she had a kind of handsomeness that women couldn't resist. Just looking at her expression, Murphy became a gentlewoman. Even if she wore the military uniform, she was still a rose in the gun, still weak and delicate. It couldn't be helped. After Murphy got together with Yang Yi, she lost a lot of her cold and tough temperament. Not to mention that she was now embarrassed by Yang Yi's gaze. Her shy expression didn't look scary at all. But she was stunned. When her mother came out of the bathroom, the little girl had been looking at her mother in astonishment. She seemed to find it hard to believe that her mother would look so good in such an ugly color. Xianxia, what do you think? Murphy was overjoyed to receive Yang Yi's praise. When Yang Yi went to change, she couldn't help but ask her daughter. Mom is so beautiful. Xianxia said enviously. She didn't know what words to use to describe it, but it could also express her meaning. Really? Murphy asked happily. But didn't you say that you don't like this kind of clothes? But I thought it wasn't good. She didn't know how to answer. She pouted her mouth and said, it's better now. Mofei smiled and said, are you saying that Mama's clothes look good? I like Mom wearing it. Mom looks good in it. She tried her best to explain. Thank you, she. It's a pity that there are no children's clothes or military uniforms similar to yours. Murphy said regretfully again. Mom thinks that it would be great if there were. That way, she can also wear beautiful clothes like Mom, right? It'll be cool. The frowning little girl was actually still pondering. Finally, she thought of a word. Her eyes lit up and she said excitedly. Who did you say was cool? Xianxia changed his clothes relatively quickly. His movements seemed to be imprinted in his mind. After a while, he came out. Just then, he heard Shishi's words and asked with a smile. It was also the first time that she saw her father in a military uniform. After seeing her father put on the camouflage uniform, he looked capable and neat. His spirit and appearance seemed to be renewed. She couldn't help but look at him again and again. Is Papa or Mom cooler? Murphy asked with a smile. Papa is cool. She said casually and turned to look at Murphy. She wavered again. The little girl said hesitantly, but Mom is cooler. Are you serious? Your mom is cooler? Xianxia teased his daughter and said with a smile, which part is cooler? I don't know. She pouted. She buried her head in her father's arms and twisted. Papa, don't ask me, okay? At around 8 o'clock in the evening, a row of troops that had finished their training ran forward in unison and drove into the large square in front of the main building. They would sometimes gather here to listen to the guidance of the chief or watch patriotic movies. Many activities would be held in this large square. Today, Chief Xianxia made a summary of tonight's training. After performing or criticizing, he introduced Xianxia and Murphy to the soldiers. Of course, he did not tell them that Xianxia used to be a member of Wolf Warriors. He only told the soldiers that the author of the novels they liked to read, Soldier's Assault and Drawing Sword, Xianxia used to be a soldier in the Southwest Military Region, just like the soldiers present. It had to be said that after Xianxia's emotional introduction, the faces of the soldiers present were flushed, as if they were proud to be in the same unit as Xianxia. Today, it's rare for two big stars in the music industry to come to our place, so I invited them to sing for our soldiers. Xianxia said. Hearing this, there was a small commotion in the audience, but after all, they were a disciplined army. Although the soldiers were excited, they did not make a loud noise. They just followed and applauded hard. Xianxia ordered the troops to remove the requirement to sit upright. They only needed to sit in their own positions and no other requirements were made. At this moment, the atmosphere began to liven up. Murphy sang first. Murphy, who was a popular singer 6 years ago, still had a lot of fame among the soldiers after the information comparison. Therefore, when Murphy went on stage, she also received thunderous applause. Murphy was a little nervous when she went on stage. After all, she was facing thousands of soldiers, not ordinary fans. However, after she started singing, she got into the mood and was no longer affected by the environment. It was the song Army's Moonlight. With her excellent singing skills and clear voice, Mo-Fei perfectly performed this slightly high-pitched song, which made the soldiers feel intoxicated. It was not until Xianxia came to the stage to speak that they finally came back to their senses. Obviously, the soldiers did not know that Xianxia, who was not famous in the music industry, could sing. This was introduced by Xianxia, so at first, everyone looked at Xianxia with suspicion. Can he sing, or, just like how we usually sing, we can just shout at the top of our lungs? Today, I'm going to sing 2 songs for our comrades without accompaniment. Because they're new military songs that I've written and haven't released yet, I can't find any accompaniment. The chief's order came rather abruptly, and I was also in a hurry to go on stage. I can only sing once for everyone. I hope everyone will like it. Xianxia did not mind. He waited for Murphy to come down and help take care of Shishi. Then, he came up with the microphone. A cappella? It was becoming more and more like they were singing. The first song is called The Soldier. I hope to tell everyone my understanding of the army and soldiers through this song. After Xianxia finished speaking, he prepared for a while and began to sing. What's so different about us soldiers? It's just because we all wear plain military uniforms. What's so different about us soldiers? Ever since we left our hometown, it's hard for us to see our parents. Yang Yi skipped the prelude and began singing directly. His loud and rhythmic voice spread through the audience through the sound system. The first line, that firm and powerful high-pitched voice, instantly made the soldiers in the audience feel refreshed. That obvious rhythm seemed to have a warm current surging in their hearts. Yes, not to mention how touching the lyrics were, just the singing alone was enough to make their blood boil. Below the stage, Murphy, who was holding Xixi's hand, was also surprised. She looked at Yang Yi on the stage and could not help but praise Yang Yi in her heart. At this moment, Yang Yi's tenor voice was too good. There was no modification at all. It was completely Yang Yi's original voice. Murphy knew that Yang Yi's original voice was the most suitable for this kind of military song. It's not the same to say it's different, but it's actually the same. We're all youthful, hot-blooded men. It's not the same to say it's different, but it's actually the same. The same footprints are left behind, the mountains are high and the rivers are long. If the beginning was steel, then Yang Yi's voice was now mixed with softness. In the high pitch of "it's not the same to say it's different, but it's actually the same," Yang Yi sang so softly that the soldiers below the stage could not help but be moved. This song was not just a high-pitched voice. Its lyrics were written really well. Gradually, after they began to understand the meaning of Yang Yi's song, the soldiers seemed to have found a soulmate in this song. Listen, we soldiers are indeed different. Our heads rest on the bright moon of the border, our bodies are covered in rain, snow, wind, and frost. Didn't such lyrics have the same effect as Wan Chongling's leaving the fortress? The bright moon of the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty, the long march has not ended. Only soldiers like them who were truly stationed at the border of their motherland, the southwest border, knew what kind of sadness the border scenery described by these lyrics was. However, this was not strange. Yang Yi used to be one of them, and he was also really stationed at the border. He rested his head on the bright moon of the border and experienced the continuous rainy season and winter wind and frost of the border. Otherwise, how could he write "Soldiers Assault" and "Soldiers," such works that were so close to reality? It's not the same to say it's different, but it's actually the same. They're all yearning for glory, and they're all winning glory. It's not the same to say it's different, but it's actually the same. The same style flying on the flag of the Republic. This song was full of positive energy. Yang Yi sang it enthusiastically, and the soldiers below the stage also listened with passion. They were full of energy. It was as if they had found the affirmation they longed for from this song. Soldiers are no different from ordinary people, but we bear the responsibility of guarding the peace of the country, we bear the responsibility of protecting the safety of the people, we shed our blood on the land of the motherland's border, and we live up to the expectations of our fellow villagers, especially these lyrics. The soldiers thought of the red flag flying every day, and their youth fluttering in the wind like the national flag, and they couldn't help but tear up. This kind of feeling might be difficult for outsiders to understand, but only they knew how exciting it was to be recognized by others in the boring training, sentry duty, and battle. For the peace of the country, we hold the guns in our hands tightly. We soldiers are like this. Finally, in Yang Yi's high-pitched singing, the song slowly came to an end. But just like the soldiers' feeling of wanting more, Zhang Yazhong, who was listening attentively, also turned his head and said to Luo Zongxing, "Just now, Xiao Yang said that this song was written by him, right? I don't think I've heard it before." If such a classic military song existed in this world, it would be impossible for it not to be sought after by soldiers. Luo Zongxing smiled and nodded. Yes, today, Yang Yi said that he would sing 2 songs. Both military songs were written by him, and they haven't been released before. Such a multi-talented soldier is the treasure of our army. Zhang Yazhong said with emotion. Xiao Yang is so outstanding. If we don't promote him, who else can we promote? Let everyone see that the soldiers who came out of our army are also so good that there's nothing to say. Luo Zongxing smiled and nodded. He was also proud of Yang Yi in his heart. There's one more song. This song may be a little emotional. Yang Yi calmed down his emotions from singing just now and said to the soldiers with a smile. The song "Soldier" ignited a sense of pride in the hearts of the soldiers present. One by one, they sat on the small bench, puffed out their chests, and looked excited, as if they were going to the battlefield. "Soldier" was so good, which proved that Yang Yi's composing ability in military songs was not bad. Then there was a new song, and everyone was looking forward to it. Xianxia stood on the stage and said as if he was chatting, "When I come back here, I will think of the time when I was stationed at the remote border like everyone else." At that time always passed very quickly. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter passed in the blink of an eye, and then another year passed. Often, for a few years, I would spend the holidays with my comrades, but when I looked at the moon in the sky, I would often think of my distant hometown, and my parents at home. He paused and sang with deep emotion, "To be honest, I also miss home. My old mother at home has a head full of white hair." Although there was no accompaniment, Xianxia sang a little like a bel canto. It sounded as if he had integrated the melody of the accompaniment, and the tone was rich. Even if they couldn't tell the singing level of the singer, they would be moved by the gentle rhythm in the song, as if they had imagined the accompaniment, and just like Soldier, the lyrics of this song were very simple, like chatting, and it aroused the emotional resonance of the soldiers. To be honest, I also have love. I often miss her in my dreams, her in my dreams. Hearing this, the eyes of many soldiers became complicated. They were brought into their deeply buried longing by Xianxia's singing. Family, love, in this place, seemed to be very far away. Even if the communication method was very convenient now, most of the soldiers' homes were in remote villages. There was no phone at home, so it was inconvenient. Sometimes, they really didn't have time, or they were training or going on missions, so they were so busy that they forgot. They almost didn't call home for 10 days or half a month. Besides, even if the communication was convenient, calling still couldn't solve the feelings of missing home. This military camp was basically full of veterans, but even so, during the holidays, when they were alone and quiet, they would still cry. Of course, men did not easily shed tears. Even though the hearts of the soldiers below the stage were already churning with emotions, they did not tear up because of this aroused emotion. At most, they just looked forward with determination and held back the tears in their eyes. Not to mention the ordinary soldiers, even Zhang Yazhong, Luo Zongxing, and the other high-ranking officers sitting below the stage had complicated emotions in their eyes. Zhang Yazhong was still fine. His family had moved to Spring City, so it was not difficult for them to meet. Even so, he did not have much time to spend with his family and children. Not to mention, he had once been an ordinary soldier, so he knew what it was like. Luo Zongxing was just like Zhang Lang's brothers. Just like what Xianxia said, he often didn't go home to visit his family for several years. Didn't Xianxia tease him that only his sister-in-law came to visit him and he didn't go back to visit his family? With him wholeheartedly devoted to Zhang Lang, how could he have the time to create a human? Behind them, the low-key warriors of the wolf troop, including the carefree Xianxia, were also filled with emotions. She couldn't cry. If she cried, she would be ridiculed. Xianxia couldn't help but curse in her heart, this bastard Xianxia. However, just as they thought that Xianxia would continue to stir up emotions, Xianxia suddenly raised his voice again. "Come, come, come. Since you're here to be a soldier, come, come, come. You know that you have a great responsibility. If you don't carry a gun, I won't carry a gun. Who will protect our mother? Who will protect her? Who will protect her?" This line seemed to have struck a chord in everyone's heart. If you don't carry a gun, I won't carry a gun. If everyone shirked this responsibility, then this country would not be as peaceful as it was now. Thinking of this, the grievances in the hearts of the soldiers seemed to have disappeared without a trace. Only a heavy sense of responsibility was left in their hearts. Although the lyrics were about protecting one's mother, the motherland's mother was still a mother. Moreover, if one could not protect the motherland's mother, how could they protect their own mother? Because there was no accompaniment, Xianxia only paused for a moment before jumping over and continuing to sing. "To be honest, I'm not stupid. I know that the road to the army is stormy. To be honest, I also have feelings. The fireworks in the human world raised me." The second paragraph was not as profound as the first paragraph, and it also lacked the urge to burst into tears upon hearing it. However, it did not matter. At this moment, the soldiers had already shouldered the responsibility on their shoulders. They had also preserved the tenderness and longing in their hearts. Come, 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 come. Although that's the case, come, 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 only when there's a country can there be a home. If you don't stand guard, I won't stand guard. Who will protect our motherland? Who will protect our home? Yang Yi's high-pitched singing seemed to inject a valiant energy into the soldiers once again. All of them puffed out their chests. Yes, only when there's a country can there be a home. They were the first line of defense of the motherland. They protected the motherland and also protected their home, only they could shoulder this heavy responsibility. No matter how hot and humid this place was, no matter how dangerous the forest was, no matter how many wind and rain, no matter how many snake beasts there were on the road, they stood guard here and protected the safety of the country. Who will protect home? In the end, under the gaze of thousands of soldiers, Yang Yi used a vigorous and long high-pitched voice to end the song. However, the long high-pitched voice at the end was really surprising. Murphy could not help but open her mouth. She was stunned by Yang Yi's performance. It was really amazing. Murphy did not expect that Yang Yi's high-pitched voice could reach such a level. It was like a real high-pitched singer. His breath was even longer than the others. He did not even need to take a breath. Murphy felt very comfortable listening to it. Next, naturally, Yang Yi and Murphy could not only sing. The soldiers also had to sing. When it came to singing military songs, they had also been honed by singing night after night. 123, quick, quick, 1 2 3 4 5, we waited so hard, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7, we waited so anxiously, wax gourd skin, watermelon skin, XXX row is not allowed to act shamelessly. Under the leadership of a few company commanders, the soldiers also sang the military songs that they were more familiar with. Although they did not have any singing skills, there was only one word: roar. The louder they roared, the more mighty and majestic they looked. Murphy, who was sitting next to Yang Yi, could not help but tug at Yang Yi's clothes. She smiled and whispered to him, "I finally understand why you sang in that tone at that time. It's because you're used to roaring." After the meeting, Yang Yi was preparing to bring Murphy and the sleepy Shishi back to the guest house to rest. Zhang Yazhong came over with a few of the higher-ups in the army. He was still not satisfied and asked Yang Yi if there was a CD of the two songs that he sang tonight. However, they were disappointed. Yang Yi's two songs had not been released yet. "That won't do. Little Yang, when you go back, you have to hurry up and record these two songs. These two military songs are very good. I've listened to so many songs, but I've never seen these two songs that moved me so much." Zhang Yazhong instructed habitually. "Little Yang, release them as soon as possible so that we can organize the art troupe to learn them and let them teach the soldiers." The regiment commander of the artillery regiment smiled and said, "Look, everyone liked it tonight. If they learn it, they will definitely sing it every day." It was rare for Yang Yi to hear a conversation between leaders that was not empty talk. He smiled and said, "Yes, I promise to complete the mission." After all, the army was the army, not a friend's home. Yang Yi came back for a day and met his old comrade. The next morning, after breakfast, they were ready to go back. Before they left, Yang Yi hugged his brothers one by one and said goodbye. When it was Xianxia's turn, he took out a tank made of bullet casings from behind him. It wasn't very big, only about the size of Yang Yi's palm. The body of the tank was golden. It was obvious that Xianxia had carefully selected the well-preserved bullet casings and polished off the black stains on the bullet casings. That was why it was so beautiful. Under the sunlight, it even reflected a dazzling light. "Old Yang, this tank is for your daughter to play with." Xianxia stuffed it into Yang Yi's hands and said without any explanation. Yang Yi was stunned. Giving such a toy to Shishi to play with, however, the important thing wasn't the gift, but Xianxia's intention. Yang Yi smiled and hugged Xianxia. He patted his shoulder and said, "Good brother. Sorry for last night, you were scolded by the chief." Yang Yi lowered his voice and said. However, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and raised his chin slightly. He said proudly, "My skills are not as good as others, so I deserve to be scolded. What are you apologizing for? If we're brothers, you should let me see my own shortcomings." Yang Yi smiled and patted Xianxia's shoulder. When he returned to Murphy and Shishi's side, they were already waiting in the waiting room at the entrance of the military camp. Yang Yi took out the tank and said with a smile, "Shishi, look, this is a gift from Uncle Shin." "Wow. The little girl didn't know if it was because the tank was exquisitely made or because she was attracted by the bright golden light. She ran out from her mother's side in surprise. Her eyes were shining as if she had seen a rare treasure. Xixi's reaction was a little out of Yangyi's expectations. Yangyi thought that she would not be interested in this kind of boy's toy. After all, when he usually took her to buy toys, Xixi would choose dolls and plush toys that little girls liked to play with, or mini kitchens and mini nurse outfits that were used for playing house. Does Xixi like it? Yangyi handed it to Xixi and said, "You have to be careful. After all, it's glued. It may break if it falls to the ground." Xixi didn't even pay attention to him. She grabbed the heavy cartridge tank with both hands and looked at it happily. She looked at it carefully and couldn't bear to let go. Yangyi even heard the young lady mumbling as she looked at the tank. "Do you want to forgive Uncle Shen? He fought with Papa, but Uncle Shen lost to Papa. Then, Uncle Shen gave me a beautiful car. I'm not angry anymore. Uncle Shen is a good person." Yangyi couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at this little kid's logic. However, Yangyi could roughly understand that Xixi didn't like this gift because of the tank. She should like the color and the exquisite appearance. "Papa, can I put it at home and let Xianxia come to my house to see it?" Xixi raised her head and held the cartridge tank with her two small hands and said happily to her father. "Of course." Yangyi nodded. "Did Shinsen go back?" He gave Xixi such a valuable gift, but Xixi didn't even say thank you to Uncle Shen. Murphy came over and looked at the cartridge tank in Xixi's hand. She felt very sorry. "He went back. They still have a task. It's not a valuable gift, just some cartridge shells. Usually, a lot of discarded cartridge shells are left when shooting. You can get a lot of them from the management." Yangyi said with a smile, and I also thanked him on behalf of Xixi. It's not a matter of whether it's expensive or not. It's not easy for him to make this handicraft. And your gratitude is different from Xixi's personal gratitude. Murphy said. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Xixi held the cartridge tank for a while and felt a little tired. She took her father's hand and asked him to hold it for her. Yangyi took it with his left hand and rubbed Xixi's little head with his right hand. He said with a smile, "Your mother said that you should say thank you to Uncle Shen. This is what you should do. But Uncle Shen has gone back now. Let's call him next time and say thank you." Yangyi drove the rented car and took Murphy and Xixi back to Spring City. Along the way, they sang and danced. Looking at the spring forest outside the car window and the flower fields of the special villages along the way, Xixi was so excited that she couldn't stop. She sang the song "Where is Spring" dozens of times. Yangyi and Murphy were about to vomit, but she was still happy and didn't get tired. She even dragged Murphy to sing with her. "How about this, let's change. You sing a song, then Mom sings a song, then Papa sings a song, and then it's your turn to sing. How about that? Let's see who can sing the most songs." Murphy finally found a way to compromise and played a game with Xixi. Maybe it was because they were eager to go back, but it didn't take them long to reach Spring City. However, Yangyi didn't plan to go back to Jiang City today. According to the plan, they still had to play in Spring City for a day. Coming to such a beautiful place, wouldn't it be a pity if they didn't tour the scenery of Spring City and try the local delicacies? Therefore, they went directly to Dianchi Lake National Park in the morning. Dianchi Lake National Park was a little big. After Yangyi bought the tickets, he could drive Murphy and Xixi around. It was said that Dianchi Lake wasn't so beautiful in the past, and it was even troubled by pollution. However, under the vigorous management of Spring City, not only did the water quality recover and become clean and clear, but the grass along the coast was also neatly trimmed. At a glance, it was refreshing. After taking many photos and memories by Dianchi Lake, Yang Yi and the others went to a rice noodle shop in Spring City for lunch at noon. "Come, Kaiyun. Cross the bridge, rice noodle is a must," Yang Yi said to Murphy and Xixi. Xixi was very curious. She ran to the granny and watched the granny add ingredients to the big plate. "No, no chili, I don't want chili," the little girl suddenly cried out. She ran to her father and complained with her small mouth, "Papa, I don't want chili." "But the granny has chili in it." I don't want chili either, Murphy said quickly. She didn't like to eat spicy food. She couldn't eat spicy food at all. This was exactly the same as Murphy. This rice noodle shop was an old shop, and the service standards were not as high as those in big hotels. Therefore, the meat, sour bamboo shoots, and other ingredients were directly placed on the plate and not separated by small plates. Xianxia stood up and smiled at the granny, who stopped in surprise and said, "I'm sorry, give me the plate with chili. Don't put any more chili in the other dishes." Finally, the dishes were served. In addition to the previous bowl of rice noodle, there was also a big bowl in front of each person. It was filled with thick soup and was covered with a layer of chicken and duck fat. Xianxia was not so particular. He helped Xianxia and Murphy to put the ingredients and rice noodle into the soup. He gently mixed it, and the oily noodles spread out. The originally calm soup unexpectedly emitted white steam. "It's very hot. You can't eat it yet." Xianxia turned his head and saw Xianxia, who was holding chopsticks in her mouth. He said, "Before it gets cold, Papa will tell you a story first." "Okay." "What story?" Xianxia saw the steam in the soup and knew that it was very hot. Therefore, she shifted her attention from the food to her father. Not only Xianxia, but also Murphy looked at Xianxia curiously. "Do you know where the crossing bridge rice noodles came from?" Xianxia asked. "I know." Murphy chuckled. "I know what story you're going to tell." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said deliberately, "Really? You know all about it? Then I won't tell you." But I don't know." Xianxia shook her head, twisted her little buttocks on the chair, and cried anxiously, "Papa, I want to hear it." Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry and said, "Okay, Mom, don't spoil it. I'll tell Xianxia." Murphy waved her small fist at him, but her eyes were full of smiles. Long, long ago, there was a scholar. In order to concentrate on preparing for the exam, he studied on an island in the center of Dianchi Lake that we just went to. Xianxia said with a little modification, there was no food on the island, no restaurant, and he was alone. So, at lunchtime, his wife would come to bring him lunch. But, because the journey was a little long, when she arrived at the island, the food was cold. It doesn't taste good when it's cold. Xianxia had been immersed in her father's vivid story, and the little girl kindly reminded him. "Yes." Xianxia clapped his hands, gave Xianxia a thumbs up, and said, "Xianxia, you're so smart. Yes, the food doesn't taste good when it's cold." Xianxia was praised. She twisted her fingers and smiled happily. But there was no other way. At that time, it was not as convenient as it is now. There was no insulated box, and it would definitely be cold. "What could I do?" Xianxia said, deliberately keeping her guessing. Murphy's eyes sparkled as she looked at Xianxia. She could hear the flaws in Xianxia's story, but she didn't say anything. She just sat there holding back her laughter. "What should we do?" She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then, she stopped smiling and asked worriedly. "That young lady thought of a very good idea, which is to make the crossing the bridge rice noodles that we eat. The other dishes are all boiled and then placed on a plate and placed in a basket. And the most important thing is the soup." Xianxia pointed to the big bowl and said with a smile, "After the soup is cooked, it is covered with a layer of fat chicken oil." The little girl's mouth was slightly open as she listened attentively. This layer of oil is the key. Because the oil cap is on the broth, it can block the heat in the broth and make it difficult for the broth to come into contact with the air and lose its heat. Xianxia gestured with his fingers as he led Xianxia into science. "How miraculous!" Xianxia's big eyes were filled with amazement. "So, that young lady brought this bowl of hot broth to the island and then put in the cooked dishes and rice noodles. Just like what we have now, all the dishes and rice noodles were boiled by the hot broth, and the scholar could eat a hot and fragrant lunch. Finally, he could continue to work hard to prepare for the exam. This is the origin of the crossing the bridge rice noodles." Xianxia finished and was ready to receive his daughter's praise. However, at this time, Murphy couldn't help it. She laughed and said, "Wait, we have the rice noodles, but what about the crossing the bridge rice noodles?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He quickly thought of the key point and didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he explained, "That young lady went to the island through a bridge, so this dish is called crossing the bridge rice noodles. As he spoke, Xianxia couldn't help but stare at Murphy, as if complaining, "You're actually undermining me." Murphy's plot succeeded, and she secretly smiled. She also stared at Xianxia and said, "Humph, what's wrong? You're not convinced?" She didn't think much of it. She felt that this story was very interesting, and she also learned something new. She smiled happily and watched her parents make eyes at each other. Because the broth was still a little hot, Xianxia asked for a small bowl, scooped out some, and blew on it while feeding it to the little girl. Xianxia picked up a strand of rice noodle and watched as the little girl slurped it into her mouth and munched on it. He asked with concern, "Are you okay? Do you think it's delicious?" "It's tasteless." She shook her head. "It's tasteless? Then drink some broth. Eat this with the broth, a chopstick of rice noodles, and a spoon of broth." Xianxia scooped some broth into a small bowl and then let Shi taste it. Finally, the little girl's eyes lit up and she said, "It's delicious." She followed her father, and she was very picky. She knew what tasted good and what tasted good. This broth was stewed with duck, chicken, and pig bones. How could it not taste good? She tried other dishes. The chicken was okay, the vegetables were not good, the coriander was not good, and the thin slices of meat were also delicious. However, Shishi's favorite was still the small quail egg. However, there was only one quail egg in each bowl. After Shishi finished the one in her bowl, she still wanted more and looked at her father eagerly. Xianxia was about to give his to her. "Don't want this, don't want this." Shishi anxiously grabbed her father's hand and said, "It's spicy." Shishi really didn't like spicy food. She could smell the spicy smell coming from the broth. "It's not very spicy." Xianxia had already tasted it. The stir-fried chilies here were not spicy at all compared to those in Sichuan and Shannan. He said, "Try it if you don't believe me." "No, I don't want it." The little girl shook her little head in resistance. "How about I brush it with water for you?" Xianxia said. Shishi's little head shook like a rattle drum. Murphy took the quail egg from her bowl and said with a smile, "Then Shishi will eat Mommy's." Shishi agreed this time. She even opened her little mouth happily, raised her little head, pointed at herself, and said happily, "Mom, here, let me eat." Little lazy bum. Murphy stuffed the egg into Shishi's mouth and watched her eat with joy. She couldn't help but laugh and say, "There's no more. I'm full too." Shishi patted her little belly and said proudly. She just drank 2 small bowls of thick soup and ate a lot of meat. Her little belly was already bulging. After serving his daughter, Xianxia was relieved. He waved his chopsticks and slurped a big mouthful of rice noodles. He was also a little hungry. However, while Xianxia was eating, he also gave the quail egg from his bowl to Murphy. Murphy ate slowly. She still had a big bowl. "Hey, don't give it to me." Murphy saw a little chili oil floating on her clear soup. Although she felt warm in her heart for Xianxia's caring behavior, she couldn't help but complain. "You're eating enough for 2 people. Hurry up and eat more." Xianxia said with a smile, "And it's really not spicy." "I'm not lying to you. Try it. If it's spicy, you can beat me, okay?" "I can't beat you." Murphy patted Xianxia's shoulder gently. Xianxia smiled and continued to give her the best duck meat in his bowl. "Good girl, eat more." "I don't want to. I don't want to become a fat pregnant woman when I'm pregnant," Murphy said angrily. "Take it back. You don't have any dishes left." "Shishi, the rest is mine." "What's there to be afraid of?" Xianxia smiled. "And I don't like duck meat." Of course, this was a blatant lie. Murphy had eaten duck with Xianxia at home. Murphy couldn't persuade Xianxia. She could only think about it. She took the fancy pork and chicken from her bowl and gave them to Xianxia. "Then help me eat this. It's too greasy." In fact, it wasn't particularly greasy. This kind of pork and chicken was delicious. Xianxia and Murphy were like this. They pushed each other and ate for a long time. When Xianxia was still playing with Murphy and Shishi from Spring City in the southwest to the ancient capital of Chang'an, the entertainment circle was once again engulfed in a whirlwind of brainwashing songs. After half a year, Xianxia once again released a new song, That Night. That night, you didn't reject me. That night, I hurt you. This song was even more brainwashing than a mistress, and it had a special charm to it. Xianxia singing in the single CD was very heartbreaking. After all, Niu Miling had also spent a lot of effort to invite the gold medal producer, teacher Duan Shirong, to guide and tune Xianxia. The slightly nasal singing sounded like a drunkard, magnifying the man's sad feelings. In such a sad and helpless song, That Night gradually invaded people's eardrums and minds, becoming a melody that could not be forgotten. Although it wasn't that exaggerated, and the song took nearly a week to spread, when people suddenly realized it in their intoxication, they would mistakenly think that it became popular overnight. It was as if that night had entered people's vision overnight, and it was also as if it had been sung in the streets overnight. Shoe stores, hair salons, discount clothing stores, and other shops were all playing the song with their loudspeakers. I miss and miss, I hope and hope, I hope to return to our first love. I look and hope, I see your smile again here. When the magical sound entered people's ears, anyone who heard it couldn't help but want to snort. That night, this was a phenomenal song. Although the critics' criticism of the song was far more than the praise, the jaw-dropping thing was that even though the reviews in the industry were terrible, the song's sales were becoming more and more popular. When Yang Yi's family returned to Jiangqing from the signing event, That Night had already surpassed Glory on the new song chart. With a proud posture, it continued to advance to a higher ranking, and even the throne of the first place. Xianxia also finally began to participate in variety shows again. He was indeed a man with a funny personality. He played in variety shows with ease. Even if others ridiculed him for his bad reviews, Xianxia would still reply with a smile, I'm a more realistic person. My attitude towards music is based on what my fans like. After all, it's a pop song, and we're competing in popularity. It's not about the positive themes, beautiful melodies, and positive energy that the music critics mentioned. It's a very simple principle. My songs can sell well, but the songs praised by the music critics can't sell well. So which one is considered a pop song? Besides, even if I wrote such a song to cater to the tastes of the music critics, how many sales can the music critics give me? A few hundred? A few thousand? I'm afraid it's not even a fraction of my current results. Only a retard would listen to their nonsense. Although Xianxia did not say this sentence out loud, everyone could hear the meaning behind his words. With his comments on the variety show, the music critics were even fiercer in their criticism of That Night. Some older musicians even wanted to launch a boycott of Xianxia and That Night in the entertainment industry. The lyrics of this song are vulgar, uncultured, and always give people bad associations. It even encourages people to have one-night stands. This is a kind of blasphemy and desecration to people's souls. However, the current music industry was no longer the small circle that was controlled by them decades ago. All kinds of interests were intertwined, and it was more integrated and open. Hundreds of flowers bloomed and hundreds of schools of thought contended. Spoof songs like That Night and Mistress also had the soil to survive. The so-called boycott was just a few old musicians shouting and inviting some media to report it. However, their actions were like throwing a stone into the Yellow River. The water splashed, but it was quickly drowned by the surging waves. As for That Night, it was still circulating on the streets. It was deeply loved by the general public. Not to mention the red-headed and green-haired street youths, even children in open-crotch pants were jumping and shouting, That night, you didn't reject me. The influence of That Night continued to heat up. On the internet, the first annual Weibo Cup micromovie competition organized by Microbroadcasting had also entered the final selection stage. The preliminary round was an online voting. Microbroadcasting users would vote for 20 outstanding micromovies. Of course, it was worth mentioning that before the competition started, Yang Yi had already reminded Mao Peifu to organize the most elite technical staff to modify the voting system in advance and set up many conditions to increase the difficulty of online vote manipulation. As expected, when the preliminary round of the micromovie competition began to enter the voting stage, a large number of fake accounts appeared on Microbroadcasting, trying to influence the voting results. Fortunately, the conditions and thresholds prepared in advance rejected them. In addition, the technical staff kept watch day and night, catching works that were suspected of vote manipulation from time to time, severely examining and even punishing them. In the end, the fairness of the voting results was ensured. The final round was interesting. The Weibo Cup micromovie competition was a collaboration with Jiangchuan's University Film Festival. Backwave Technology Company invited 20 participating teams to come to Jiang City Media University to compete in the final round. Jiangchuan's auditorium would play the micromovies they shot over the next 2 days. Just like the movie press conference, the main creative team that came to participate in the competition would also be introduced to the audience by the host. Of course, this was just a small honor. The final round of judging would be judged by Jiangchuan, Shanghai Drama Academy, Beijing Film Academy, Beijing Drama Academy, and a few other top film and television schools, as well as a celebrity jury formed by some big shots in the film industry. They would choose the first, second, and third places together. This scale was not inferior to an ordinary film festival or film award selection. Of course, just throwing money was not enough. This was also the result of Jiangchuan's strong support. After all, this was a big competition organized by Jiangchuan's own student. Mao Peifu was still in charge of this big project. How could Jiangchuan sit back and do nothing? Finally, the first annual Weibo Cup micromovie competition came to an end in mid-April. The first place was a micromovie with a touching plot, Back View, directed by a student from Beijing Film Academy. The awarding of this award also indirectly destroyed the rumors of Jiangchuan's remote control micromovie competition. The second place came from The Folk. It was a comedy mini-movie, Xiaobing Hero, which was self-directed by a group of unknown side actors. It was a hilarious story about a young man who sold Xiaobing and dreamed of becoming a chivalrous hero. This micromovie also received unanimous praise on the internet. It was said that even before the award, there were already film companies that wanted to sign them as real actors just based on their amazing performance. The third place was finally taken by Jiangchuan's student. It told the story of a forest ranger sacrificing himself to protect a migratory bird. It was adapted from a true story. Although it was only 10 minutes long, it was extremely detailed. Watching it made one's nose snot and tears flow. Although there were some who questioned whether Jiangchuan was saving himself some face, the overall comments were still positive. After all, this movie was really touching. Many people were hoping that it would win the first prize. Although it only got third place, it was said that this micromovie was also seen by the film company and was discussing with them about the rights to adapt it. Not only the top 3, but the top 20 teams that were voted out also gained something. Not only did they gain monetary rewards, but they also gained the attention that they desired. This was also a great help to their future stardom. The micromovie competition came to a successful end. Everyone gained a lot. Microbroadcasting also gained more attention. Of course, it also successfully made everyone accept the concept of micromovies. Seeing the popularity of the first competition, many spectators became restless. They rubbed their palms together and prepared to participate in the next competition. There was still the autumn competition after the spring festival competition. They wanted to be like these lucky people and stand out among their peers. Compared to microbroadcasting, Facebook's performance was much more lackluster. It was even more popular among university students. Young and energetic university students preferred to post some photos and diaries on Facebook. However, when it came to working people, Facebook could not be promoted. Even though the person in charge of Facebook had applied for funds from Xianxia to advertise in office buildings a few times, the results were mediocre. This kind of semi-public and semi-private homepage that was similar to a blog was not popular. This made Xianxia feel strange. Could it be that it was the same as in his previous life, where social networking sites like Facebook or Renren did not have the potential to develop in China? Xianxia was still a little unsatisfied. He decided to give it another try. Therefore, Xianxia called Mao Peifu, who had been performing well recently but was only in charge of the human resources of Backwave Technology Company and the micromovie competition that had just ended, over. He gave Mao Peifu a new project and asked her to be the person in charge to develop a web game called Leisure Farm. Of course, it was not to change her career to a game. Instead, this project would be like the micromovie competition and shoulder the role of promoting their social networking site. However, whether Leisure Farm would be used on Facebook or microbroadcasting was still up for discussion. Xianxia was inclined to use it on Facebook to increase Facebook's popularity. Then, he would look at Facebook's development and decide whether to keep Facebook or not. Of course, Yang Yi did not communicate with Mao Peifu. He only handed over a very promising project to a business talent who had shown that she was worthy of being trained by Yang Yi. Needless to say, Yang Yi's plan had reignited Mao Peifu's fighting spirit. She had also put her heart back into it. Even though her family was quite satisfied with her and wanted to call her back to take over some of the family business affairs, after all, the family business had too many restrictions. Mao Peifu still wanted to rely on her own efforts to achieve results. After Yang Yi returned to Jiangqing, he discussed this with Mao Peifu at the coffee shop. Not long after, Du Yuanlei, who knew that Yang Yi had returned, came to the coffee shop. "Teacher Yang Yi, you're finally back." Du Yuanlei looked at Yang Yi with some resentment. This resentment made Yang Yi think that he had done something wrong to the girl. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Why are you looking for me? About the casting for the movie?" Du Yuanlei nodded. Her helpless eyes seemed to say, "Do you still remember that you have a movie in preparation? Then tell me, what do you need my help with?" Yang Yi said straightforwardly. "Let me report to you about the casting progress of The Fugitive," Du Yuanlei said to Yang Yi as she picked up a book. Ding Xiang brought a cup of coffee to Du Yuanlei and also poured some for Yang Yi. Yang Yi called out to Ding Xiang, take out the special Blue Mountain coffee beans I brought back from Yangqing some time ago and grind a pot." This batch of coffee beans was more authentic. Fu Jun had specially ordered someone to buy them for Yang Yi. They had almost changed hands, so naturally, the price wasn't cheap. However, Yang Yi wasn't stingy. He let such good coffee beans stay in the coffee shop. Occasionally, he would come over to drink a cup or two. He would also invite friends to taste it. For example, Guozi drank with Yang Yi a few times. Du Yuanlei wasn't particularly interested in coffee. After Yang Yi finished explaining to Ding Xiang, she continued, "After a few days of auditions, we've decided to let Guozi play the role of police officer Du Jiang. He's very experienced in playing the role of a police officer, especially some of his hand movements. He's able to portray the police officer very realistically in detail. Other than Guozi, we've also invited a few experienced actors to audition. But overall, Guozi's portrayal of Du Jiang is the most realistic. Plus, his entire person is full of laughs. Any random scene can make people laugh." Du Yuanlei was worried that Yang Yi would accuse her of abusing her power for personal gain, so she added on. Yang Yi didn't think much of it. He smiled and said, "I was wondering why he went to the police station recently to experience life. It turns out that he's observing and imitating to gain experience." It was also Guozi who had the qualifications. In order to play a good role, he could mix into the police team and go to the scene with experienced old police officers to figure out other people's movements, expressions, and dialogue. Wang Li's candidate has always been difficult to choose because he has strict requirements for the body. He has to be short, thin, and good at acting. He has to be able to portray the character's naivety and clumsiness without leaving any traces. "We've let a lot of actors audition, but none of them could satisfy us," Du Yuanlei said. "Then how did you find him?" Yang Yi asked curiously. "Because of Guozi's recommendation, he let Geng Sha, the young actor who gave you the award for the lead role of Soldier Assault, come over for an audition. We found that he completely met our requirements." Du Yuanlei revealed a smile and said, "Not only does he meet all the requirements, but his acting is also really good." Yang Yi was a little surprised. "You mean Geng Sha? So it's him." Yes, even Guozi was surprised by Geng Sha's acting skills. After all, it was under director Chen's guidance. Geng Sha's acting skills can already portray his naivety without any traces of acting. Furthermore, he's usually not naive. "He's quite a smart boy," Du Yuanlei said. "Isn't Geng Sha still filming Soldier Assault? Why is he free for an audition?" Yang Yi asked, puzzled. "He took the time to come over for an audition. It happened last month, and Soldier Assault is about to finish filming. Geng Sha doesn't have any scheduling conflicts, so I don't think there's a problem," Du Yuanlei said. "I don't have any objections to him playing Wang Li, but who's playing Ludi?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. Du Yuanlei took a deep look at Yang Yi and said slowly, "We found suitable candidates for the other roles, but there are only two. First, we're still conflicted about the person you asked about playing Liddy, but let's talk about Wang Mai first. The little girl who's mentally isolated in the script. Yang Yi had an ominous feeling. Sure enough, Du Yuanlei said, some talent agencies recommended some little girls for the audition, but in comparison, I'm more inclined to let Xixi play the role of Wang Mai. Yang Yi said with a headache, why are you talking about Xixi again? Didn't I tell you that Xixi isn't even 5 years old? She doesn't know anything about acting, right? In the script, Wang Mai is also 5, 6, or 7 years old. Furthermore, Xixi is tall, so she looks very suitable for the role. For example, Guozi's age doesn't match Du Zhang's, but with makeup, he can also play a middle-aged police officer, Du Yuanlei said. Also, Mr. Yang, you've misunderstood your daughter. It's not that she doesn't know how to act. She knows it, and she's very talented and interested. Have you forgotten her performance at the Christmas party? Of course, Yang Yi remembered. He still remembered that his daughter played the role of the ugly duckling. But Wang Mai is too different from Xixi. Wang Mai is silent and gloomy, while Xixi likes to talk and laugh. Even if she acts, she can't play a role like Wang Mai. Yang Yi said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Yang Yi didn't want Xixi to come into contact with the entertainment industry too early. Therefore, even though he liked to show off on Weibo, he had never posted a picture of Xixi's face. Or he would use other pictures to cover Xixi's face. Acting is all about playing a role. She can't play a role just by being herself. For a role like Wang Mai, we can't find a little girl with autism to play it. Du Yuanlei tried her best to persuade Yang Yi, but she couldn't find the crux of the problem. I believe that Xixi, a little girl who likes to act, can play a role that only requires her to maintain a silent and sad expression. Seeing that Yang Yi was still hesitating about how to reject her, Du Yuanlei became anxious. She said, Mr. Yang, regarding Liddy, we don't have a suitable candidate, right? Actually, we think that this role is very suitable for you. When Yang Yi returned to the villa, the car was still parked in front, waiting for the electric gate to open. A little yellow dog had already run to the gate, excitedly jumping around and wagging its tail, welcoming Yang Yi's return. Steamed Bun had inherited the fine traditions of his ancestors, and his keen sense of hearing and smell were not for nothing. Papa. At this time, Cici, who didn't go to kindergarten on the weekend, appeared at the window of the villa. When she saw her father's car, she happily called out, Mama, it's really Papa who's back. She was still skeptical of Steamed Bun's judgment. After a while, Yang Yi parked the car and got out. The little girl couldn't wait to throw herself into her father's arms. Yang Yi was about to squat down and hug Xixi, while Steamed Bun wagged its tail and jumped back and forth, trying to attract the attention of the two masters. Look at me, I'm here to welcome you. Yang Yi was happy. He stretched out his right hand and scratched Steamed Bun's head. The little puppy happily stuck out its tongue and narrowed its eyes. You're back? How did it go? Murphy also came out of the house, gently stroking her belly, which was not particularly protruding yet, and looked at Yang Yi gently with a smile. It went well, but there are other things I'll discuss with you later. Yang Yi stood up with Xixi in his arms, reached out to hold Murphy's waist, and walked back into the house together. Papa, Steamed Bun found us first. It ran super fast. Xixi hugged her father's neck and couldn't wait to tell her father about her discovery. Steamed Bun seemed to have heard its name and jumped on the ground excitedly. Unfortunately, it was too small, and its short legs couldn't reach Yang Yi's knees, let alone the little master who was being held up by the big master. Papa knows. Because a dog's hearing is 16 times better than a human's, and its sense of smell is 40 times better than a human's, which means that its ears and nose are better than a human's. Yang Yi explained to his daughter, so it can find out that Dad is back before Xixi. Xixi was suddenly enlightened. She said, Papa, do Little Guai, Little Gray, and Dodo have bad ears and noses? They don't know that Papa is back. Yang Yi turned his head and looked at the cat nest. There was only one cat, Shiver, lying on the cat tree. The other two were nowhere to be seen. However, there was no need to worry. After being castrated, Little Guai and Little Gray were more homesick and would only play in the villa. Cats, the situation is different for cats. Yang Yi smiled bitterly and said, although a cat's ears and nose are not as good as a dog's, they are still better than us humans. It's just that, they have a cold personality. If they want to play with you, they will come back to play with you. If they don't want to play with you, they will not even look at you. Father, let me give you an example. If Steamed Bun finds out that Papa is back, he will think like this. Xianxia put Xishi down and then shouted in a strange tone, "Wow, you're back, you're back. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm so happy that you're back. I'm so happy that you're back to play with me." Xianxia tried his best to restore Steamed Bun's inner OS and even imitated his expression. Looking at his wide eyes, shaking eyebrows, and excited appearance, not to mention Xishi, even Murphy could not help but burst out laughing. Xishi giggled and said, "Steamed Bun can't speak. Papa, you're weird. But do you know what little Guai and the others think?" Xianxia returned to his normal tone, stretched out a finger, and stopped imitating Steamed Bun. "I don't know," Xishi said with a smile. Murphy found a sofa and sat down. She couldn't stop laughing just now and was worried that she would laugh until her legs turned to jelly. Xianxia put on a cold expression and said in a strange tone, "You're back. I know. I don't care. Don't look for me if there's anything, I still have my own things to do." Xianxia waved his hand as if he was swatting a fly. Then, with a look of disgust, he walked away step by step, just like a cat that glanced at you and then walked away. It could be said that it was very vivid. Murphy laughed so hard that she leaned forward and back and directly lay down on the sofa. Xishi was also very happy. She even followed her father's strange cat steps and felt that it was like dancing. It was very fun. Steamed Bun did not know that his owners were teasing him and the three cat ancestors. He thought that Xishi was playing with him and excitedly ran around Shishi's feet, not feeling tired at all. After dinner, Xianxia, Murphy, Xishi, and Steamed Bun took a leisurely stroll on the lakeside green path in the villa district. Xishi and Steamed Bun walked in front. The little girl was chattering with Steamed Bun about something and was very excited. Xianxia, on the other hand, talked to Mo Fei about what happened this afternoon. Director Du said that my image and temperament are suitable for this role. To put it bluntly, I'm cool enough. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said to Murphy. "So, you don't want to play Ludi, or you don't want Xishi to play Wang Mai?" After Murphy became pregnant, she became a lot more patient. She listened to Xianxia's narration and asked slowly. Xianxia frowned slightly and said, "Both. I don't want Xishi to come into contact with the entertainment industry too early. The environment in the entertainment industry is more complicated. I'm afraid that she will be wronged." However, Mo Fei seemed to be talking about her own experience incoherently. "When I was very young, I learned music from my mother. Then, when I was 6 years old, because our family still lived in a big city at that time, I was lucky enough to be on one of the more influential children's programs in the United States at that time, singing opera. Later, I was continuously invited to participate in some programs." Then Murphy talked about how she went back to Hong Kong to be a trainee when she grew up. Then, she debuted with the help of her mother's friends. "Although I was greatly influenced by my mother and entered the entertainment industry too early, I feel that I didn't go down the wrong path. I like music, so I persevered." Murphy seemed to be a little emotional as she said, "Then sometimes I think, if my mother didn't build a foundation for me early and use her connections to pave a path for me, would I still step into this industry? I think the answer is yes. Because I like it. But if I didn't have those early resources, I wouldn't have been able to go so smoothly. Compared to other trainees, I wouldn't have been able to get to where I am now. Perhaps I need to experience more setbacks and give up more things before I can realize my dream. Maybe because I'm not willing to give up, I'm mediocre and my dream is out of reach. Reality is actually very cruel. Although you and I want to protect Xishi," Murphy said softly, "sometimes, too much protection is not a good thing. Of course, when you and I have the ability, we definitely can't let Xishi get hurt. But, can we say that in order to protect Xishi, we can't let her do what she likes to do? For example, if my father wants to protect me, can he stop me from singing and not let me enter the entertainment industry?" Mo Fei asked. "You mean Xishi likes to act?" Xianxia asked in surprise. "I don't know. Maybe it's because she usually likes to perform. She also likes to participate in the kindergarten performance. She played the ugly duckling very well. Or maybe it's not. Children do things with a certain degree of enthusiasm. We don't know if she really likes to act. Murphy didn't give an accurate answer. But, if we don't try, how do we know if she likes it or not? How do we know if she has talent in this area? Murphy said. Yeah, how would he know if he didn't try? Murphy's words also made Xianxia fall into deep thought. Seeing that Xianxia didn't say anything, Murphy smiled and said, actually, I think you've fallen into two misconceptions. First, you think that she shouldn't do anything. Then, have you tried to understand what she thinks? After all, Murphy grew up in America. Some of her thoughts weren't as traditional as Chinese parents. She advocated free will, which meant that she shouldn't interfere with other people's thoughts, including her own children. Other than some necessary behavior norms, Murphy rarely forced Xi to do anything. For example, Murphy once tried to teach Xi some music theory knowledge, but Xi felt that it was too boring and too profound. She didn't like to listen to it, so she temporarily gave up. In response to Murphy's question, Xianxia gently shook his head. Did Xi want to play this role? Xianxia really hadn't asked her. Second, even if Xi is very willing to act in this movie, it doesn't mean that she has to keep acting in movies and interact with the complicated entertainment industry, Murphy said with a smile. Xianxia's eyes lit up and he asked, what does that mean? She doesn't have to interact with the entertainment industry? It's very simple. This is your movie. No one can go over you and ask Xi to do anything. So, if you don't want Xi to interact with the entertainment industry, we can just go home after the movie. After that, Xi doesn't have to participate in any publicity or distribution. She also doesn't have to be interviewed by reporters or the media, Murphy said. It's just like last time when Xi showed her face at the concert and then left. She's only there to act in the movie. She has nothing to do with anything else, Murphy added. Xianxia could reluctantly accept it if it was just to act in a movie, like a guest star or just for fun. It's just like going to the amusement park or the park. We'll take Xi to the filming site for a few days. Then, we'll take her to the cinema to watch her movie, right? Xianxia understood. He smiled and said, in this way, even if Xi really likes acting, we don't have to let her come into contact with those complicated problems too early. She can just have fun and have fun. Murphy nodded and said, that's right. However, it's useless for us to talk about it now. You have to ask Xi if she likes acting in movies. If she doesn't like it, then everything we've said before will be in vain. Xianxia called his daughter, who was walking the dog, back. Looking at the little girl's innocent big eyes, he considered his words and asked, Xi, Dad wants to ask you, do you like acting in movies? The little girl immediately became interested. She pulled the steamed stuffed bun, who was about to walk forward, and asked happily, I know about acting in movies. I've acted in a movie with Xianxia and Papa. I'm not asking if you've acted in a movie before. I'm asking you, how did you feel after acting in a movie last time? Did you like it? Xianxia said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Murphy chimed in, your Papa is asking you, is it fun to act in a movie? It's fun, but Xianxia and the others don't like it. Xianxia likes to eat cake. Sister Ding Xiang makes cakes. The little girl habitually digressed from the topic. Because of this, she was a little depressed. Then if there's a chance to act in a movie now, would you want to give it a try? Murphy asked. Xi blinked her big eyes. She was a little emotional. The little girl was stunned for a moment, then nodded happily. She waved the leash holding the steamed stuffed bun and said, I want to act in a movie, because I like acting in movies. The role you want to play is like this. She's a little girl who doesn't like to talk and can't smile. She can only keep her mouth shut. She often has to be in a daze or stare blankly at something, Xianxia said. Xi, do you think you can keep your mouth shut? Xianxia was deeply skeptical. However, Xi understood her father's words. The little girl covered her mouth with her two small hands, then looked at her father with smiling eyes. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He shook his head and said, no, if you don't talk, you're not covering your mouth. You're very introverted and don't like to smile. Murphy reminded Xianxia and said, "It's just like when you played the role of ugly duckling. You keep acting, but you can't talk or smile. By the way, it's similar to your good friend Chi-Chi." "Xianxia, didn't you tell Mom that she often sits alone in a daze? You can learn from her and stare blankly for Dad." Xianxia understood. She jumped happily and said, I know Chi-Chi doesn't talk." "Papa, look." The little girl actively pulled her father's hand. Then, Xiaxia's eyebrows drooped. She pursed her lips and looked ahead sadly. At this moment, the little girl's delicate little face seemed to be covered with a cloud of sadness, and her lowered little eyes seemed to become a little dull. However, perhaps because Xianxia wasn't autistic, she didn't feel cold, and she didn't have the loneliness that kept people thousands of miles away. She was just sad. She was very similar to young Luoqi, like the ostracized ugly duckling, and also like the little girl with soft blonde hair in Yang Yi's memory of the movie, Amazing. Yang Yi looked at the little girl's performance with some surprise. Not only Yang Yi, but Murphy also felt that Xiaxia's performance was a little beyond her mother's imagination. "That's enough." Yang Yi patted Xiaxia's little shoulder and said with emotion, "Xiaxia, it seems that Dad underestimated you." Xiaxia immediately recovered from her sad appearance just now. She took her father's hand and shook it with a smile. She couldn't stop loving him for even a moment. "Xiaxia, how did you do it?" "You acted very well." Murphy asked curiously. Xiaxia looked at her mother strangely and said, "Mom, you told me." "Ah? I want to be like Chi-Chi, and then I'll be like Chi-Chi. I'll even laugh like Chi-Chi," Xiaxia said happily, "and I'll eat like Xianxia." After saying that, she smacked her lips and imitated Lan Xian's mouth shape and posture when she greedily ate the cake. Although it was just a little similar, it was still very interesting. It made her parents laugh. The little girl puffed out her chest as if she had been praised. She was in a good mood. After Xiaxia finished her imitation game, she continued to walk in front with steamed bun. Yang Yi said with emotion to Murphy, "It turns out that Xiaxia's imitation ability is so strong. She is indeed a little talented in acting." Murphy smiled and said, "That's because you didn't observe carefully. Usually when she comes back from kindergarten and tells you the interesting things that happened in kindergarten, doesn't she often imitate the children in her class? Then let Xiaxia play. She also likes it. Anyway, in this movie, Wang Mai doesn't need good acting skills, and she doesn't have any lines. It's not bad to let her have some special experience." Yang Yi finally made up his mind. "What about you?" Murphy looked at Yang Yi with interest and asked cheerfully. "Me? I don't know." Murphy smiled and said, "This is the first time you have hesitated. It's not that you are determined to say that you don't want to. It means that you still have some ideas." Yang Yi frowned and said in confusion, "But I told you before that I don't like to show my face. If I can stay at home or sit quietly in a coffee shop and read, that's enough." "But you actually like to make movies, right?" Murphy said. "Ah?" Yang Yi was a little surprised. "I also suddenly have a very strange feeling. If I say something wrong, you can't blame me." Murphy held Yang Yi's hand and said pitifully. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He gently rubbed Murphy's head and said, "Why would I blame you? If you have something to say, just say it. Actually, I think you are quite interested in making movies." Murphy said. "No, didn't you see that after I threw this project to do Yuan Lei, I didn't care about it anymore?" Yang Yi denied. "It's not that you are interested in all aspects of making a movie. Of course, you are not interested in such trivial preparations. But you might be interested in the process of making a movie." Murphy gave an example. "Just like the last time when you were shooting Fairy Tale, didn't you often go to the set to watch others shooting? I had nothing else to do at that time. I just went to take a look." Yang Yi said, but he was a little unsure. "But you usually have nothing else to do at home, right?" Murphy analyzed. "You went to the set because you have such a desire in your heart. If you were not interested, how could you write so many interesting stories? If you were not interested, why would you make up such a script for Du Yuan Lei?" Murphy continued. "You might as well ask yourself, do you really not like movies and acting? Or, you just don't want to get too much attention, so you put your real self in a small cage? After spending so much time with Yang Yi, Murphy was the person who understood him the most in the world. Her words made Yang Yi stand there in a daze. Is it really like what Murphy said? Yang Yi thought of his previous life. When he was not on a mission in his secret house, he was free and could fly freely in his own world. He knew how to play the violin. He imagined himself and David Gret appearing from the back of the audience at the concert venue. In front of countless people, they would intoxicatedly play He's a Pirate, the theme song of the Pirates of the Caribbean, as they walked down the stage coolly. He would also open his mouth and sing silently, as if he were Pavarotti, standing on the Forbidden City, singing My Son with Domingo and Carreras. He would also hold a pistol, wear sunglasses, a round knitted hat, overalls, and a round-neck t-shirt, and pretend to be Jean Reno, playing the role of Leon in Leon, the Killer. Does he like acting in movies? Maybe he didn't like singing as much as Mo Fei, but he might be interested in acting in movies. He wanted to play the role that he liked in the movies that he liked. Then, is Rudy? Yes, this character and Wang Mai were Yang Yi's two favorite characters in this movie. It was a bit like Leon and Matilda in Leon, the Killer. Papa! Hurry up! Xixi's giggles brought Yang Yi back from his memories. Yang Yi continued to walk forward, and then said to Murphy, You are right. Out of self-protection, I don't want to be like a celebrity and be watched by the media. So, maybe I suppressed my original desire. Mo Fei seemed to be a little distressed as she hugged Yang Yi tightly and said softly, But now, although we have been noticed by the media, our life is still okay. It's not as bad as you think, right? Her attitude of keeping Xixi a secret was actually very similar to Yang Yi's. Yes. Yang Yi nodded. Then there is no need to worry too much. You can do what you want to do. If you don't like acting and don't like playing this role, you can generously refuse to Xiaodu. If you really want to act and don't like the entertainment circle, you can be like Xixi, just like you are now. Just focus on acting and don't care about so many complicated things, Murphy said. Murphy was teaching by example, and she was the same. If she didn't like it, then she didn't like it. She just focused on her own music and didn't pretend to be polite with others. This conversation made Yang Yi suddenly enlightened, as if the knot in his heart had been untied. He showed a smile on his face. I understand. Thank you, my wife, for your guidance. Yang Yi pulled out his hand, turned around, hugged Murphy's face, kissed her fragrant red lips, and then said with a smile. This was outdoors. Murphy's face suddenly turned red. She glanced at Xixi, who was running around happily in front of her. While hammering Yang Yi, she said reproachfully, Why did you suddenly attack again? What if someone saw us? The movie was just a small interlude in life. The next morning, Yang Yi acted as if nothing had happened and prepared to take Xixi to the gym. It had been almost a month since he applied for the card. If it weren't for Lance Hao Kai calling him, Yang Yi might have forgotten about it. Yang Yi was packing some milk powder and pastries when Xixi ran over and asked, Papa, can I bring Baozi and Xiao Guai to play with us? No, we're going to exercise. We can't bring pets with us. Yang Yi raised his head and looked at Xixi. He smiled and said, Also, you have two good friends today, Xian Air and Chen Shiyun. Do you want to play with them or with Baozi? Xixi was going to exercise today, so she wore a pair of gray pants that reached her knees and a red hoodie. With her slightly upturned ponytail, she looked very clean and energetic. But we can play with Baozi. Chen Shiyun hasn't played with Baozi yet. Xixi asked, puzzled. It was getting harder and harder to fool Xixi now. Yang Yi could only explain to her, there are a lot of people at the gym. If we bring Baozi there, it will make others uncomfortable. We can't just think about our own happiness when we do things. We also have to consider other people's feelings. Don't you think so? Xixi seemed to understand. She said unhappily, Okay then. Next week, you can invite the other children to play with us. They will be able to see Baozi. Yang Yi patted the little girl's shoulder and comforted her. Chi-Chi said she wants to play with us. Chen Shiyun wants to play too. After hearing her father's words, Cece became happy again. She raised her little head happily and said to her father, Don't worry. Yang Yi patted the little girl's head, smiled, and didn't say anything else. He continued to pack his things. If he were to respond to her, Cece would be able to talk for the entire morning. The two cars drove to the gym. As soon as they got out of the car, Xianxia and Shishi stuck together. After all, Shishi was off and not in kindergarten for the past 2 weeks. Xianxia was looking forward to playing with Shishi. Shiryun. When they reached upstairs, the sharp-eyed Shishi immediately spotted Shiryun in the boxing ring. She pulled Xianxia along and ran over happily. She grabbed the edge of the boxing ring and jumped up and down. How are you faster than us? Shiryun was dressed like a real boxing girl. She wore a black mask, boxing gloves, and a simple boxing suit. She waved her hand coolly at Shishi on the stage and said, "Because I came with my father. I woke up very early, unlike you guys who sleep in." This little girl was a little straightforward. However, she didn't have a bad heart. She was just too straightforward and didn't think before speaking. Shishi shook her head and explained, "I didn't sleep in. I woke up very early and played with Bowsy. That's why I'm late." Xianxia giggled and said, "I slept in. My mother woke me up, but I didn't want to get up." On the adult side, Chen Guichang greeted Yang Yi and Lan Zhou Kai. Then he said, "You guys take the children to change first. Then come up and I'll teach them how to play." After changing into the equipment, Yang Yi bought Cece a pair of bright red boxing gloves and a bright red headgear because Xianxia had asked for a pink color when they bought the equipment previously. When Shishi put on the boxing gloves and the mask, she instantly became festive. Seeing her grin like a fool, her little cheeks squeezed until they looked a little chubby, really made one want to reach out and pinch them. So stuffy. The little girl was still overjoyed as she said to her father, "Papa, I can hear you talk." "Of course you can. This mask doesn't cover your ears. There's an opening here." Yang Yi laughed. Of course, the father and daughter were dressed in the same style. Yang Yi also put on a festive red headgear and boxing gloves, and changed into a boxing vest and shorts. His explosive muscles, like those of a black man, could no longer be hidden. However, Yang Yi's muscles were destined not to be the focus of everyone's attention. When he came out of the changing room, Yang Yi saw Lan Cao Kai, who was wearing a pink headgear and boxing gloves, and the chubby big brother Lan, who was frowning miserably as if he was a young girl. Yang Yi could not help but laugh. "Oh, sorry, big brother Lan. I really couldn't help it." Yang Yi waved his hand and said with a smile. "Humph." Lan Cao Kai waved his hand in annoyance. What could he do? They had agreed to get a parent-child set, but he did not expect his daughter to choose pink. With his figure, even he could not bear to look at pink protective gear. However, at this moment, the king of support appeared. When Cece shifted her gaze from her little friends to Uncle Lon, who was dressed in pink, she curiously sized him up a few more times. "My father's is the same as mine. Pretty, right?" Xianxia said proudly. Shishi nodded vigorously and said seriously, "Pretty, super pretty. Uncle Lon is super pretty." "Really?" Xian Shishi, you all think I look good in this set? Lan Cao Kai was a little surprised. Shishi and Xian both nodded. Shishi even said, "My papa's looks good too. Uncle Lon is super pretty. I like this color." It was not just the two of them. Chen Shiryun, who was hanging from the rope on the stage, was also unwilling to fall behind. She said loudly, "I like it too. I used to have boxing gloves like this too." Receiving the unanimous approval of the girls, Lan Cao Kai was instantly enraptured. He looked at Yang Yi with some pride. It was as if he was saying, "See that? What kind of aesthetic sense do you have? It can't even compare to a child's." Yang Yi shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. On the boxing stage, Chen Guichang began to explain boxing postures to Xianxia and Shishi, starting from the basics. Chen Shiryun swayed from side to side. She shouted, "I've already learned it." "Why haven't you guys learned it yet?" "Shiryun, don't be naughty. It's your classmate's first time here. She hasn't practiced for a long time like you. Be patient." Chen Guichang scolded with a straight face. Chen Shiryun pursed her lips. However, she did not throw a tantrum. After a while, she mingled back and excitedly became her father's teaching assistant. She helped teach Xianxia and Lan Xian how to pose together. Xian, put your hand here. Don't put it there. It's wrong there. Xianxia, don't lower your head. You'll get beaten up. Chen Shiyun was quite enthusiastic. She chattered nonstop. According to Chen Guiqiang, Chen Shiyun had never been so enthusiastic before. Today, it was probably because her good friend was here that she was so excited that she did not want to stop for a moment. After all, learning this posture was a bit boring. Xianxia was fine. She had practiced swordsmanship with her father and was used to practicing the same posture repeatedly. However, Lan Xian was not so patient. It was also because she saw that Xianxia did not move that Lan Xian persisted for almost 10 minutes. Finally, she could not bear it anymore. She turned around and ran to the side of the stage. She shouted to her father, "Dad, I don't want to learn anymore. I want to play like Chen Shiyun." He only wanted to practice some punching targets or sparring. Learning simple postures was really boring. In fact, laziness was contagious. When Lan Xian began to complain that she was bored, Xianxia turned her head and looked for a while. Then, she also came to the side of the stage and whispered, "Papa, I also want to play with Chen Shiyun. I don't want to learn this." "You've only been learning for a few minutes, and you're already impatient?" "No, go back and practice with Coach Chen." Lan Zhoukai felt a little embarrassed and said reproachfully. Lan Xian was more stubborn. She pouted her small mouth and said, "I don't want to learn." Chen Guiqiang was strict with his daughter, but he was embarrassed to keep a straight face with other children. Moreover, he had seen this kind of situation many times in the gym. Weren't all children like this? It was their nature to be active and impatient, therefore, Chen Guiqiang walked over and gently patted Lan Xian's shoulder. He said, "Xian, Xianxia, you can practice with uncle for another 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can take a break. Then you can play with Shiyun, okay?" I don't want to. Lan Xian was still angry with her father. Her little temper came up. Cici, on the other hand, was relatively calm. She tilted her little head and thought for a while. After weighing this condition, she hugged Lan Xian's arm with her 2 little fists and persuaded, "Xian, it's okay. It's only 5 minutes. It's so fast. We can play soon." In order to gesture for 5 minutes, Xianxia also stretched out a small hand. However, the boxing gloves didn't have separate fingers. Only one thumb was separated from the gloves. However, the little girl didn't realize that she had made a wrong gesture. "Shiyun, you also have to practice with your 2 younger sisters," Chen Guiqiang said in a commanding tone. "Okay." Chen Shiyun was a little reluctant, but in the end, she said indifferently, "We're not younger sisters. Xianxia is the younger sister. I'm older than Xianxia and Chen Shiyun." Lan Xian immediately changed the topic. She seemed to have forgotten her earlier unhappiness and loudly defended her position as an older sister. "I'm older than Xianxia. Xianxia is my younger sister," Chen Shiyun also shouted. "But I'm older than you. I'm 5.5 years old." Lan Xian and Chen Shiyun's voices were louder than the other. "I want to be an older sister, too. My mom said that I'll be an older sister when I have younger siblings." Xianxia didn't raise her voice, but she was still unconvinced. "I also have a younger brother and sister. My mother said that I will have them next month," Chen Shiyun said excitedly. Chen Shiyun's mother had gotten pregnant much earlier. Previously, she had said that she was going to have a younger brother or sister, so Xianxia had been envious. "Really? Chen Shiyun, then when you have a younger brother or sister, can I go to your house to play with him?" Lan Xian said enviously. Looking at the 3 children chattering about various side buildings and then happily practicing together, Yang Yi and Lan Zhoukai, who were sitting below, looked at each other and shook their heads, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Because of his renewed interest, Chen Guiqiang observed their expressions and taught them for more than 10 minutes. When he saw that the little guys were gradually becoming impatient, he let them rest. On the boxing ring next to them, Lan Zhoukai was already practicing with his personal trainer. He himself wanted to lose weight, so he had come to the gym several times. Therefore, he had already learned the posture and so on. At this moment, the personal trainer was holding a boxing target and calling out to him. Lan Caokai was also punching vigorously. Yang Yi also had his own personal trainer, but he had no intention of practicing. After all, holding back his strength and pretending to be a beginner slowly punching one punch after another was really boring. He might as well stay and take care of the two little girls. After Xianxia and the others came down from the boxing ring, they were attracted by Lan Caokai's movements. They all gathered around and watched with relish. Not knowing that this was just practice, Lan Xian even shouted excitedly, "Dad, you can do it! Dad, you can do it!" As if his daughter's cheers filled Lan Caokai's body with strength, Lan Caokai fought even harder. It had to be said that the strength of a fat person was not small. After wearing boxing gloves, Lan Caokai's punches, which were the size of a sandbag, whizzed over with a momentum that could swallow mountains and rivers. His personal trainer had no choice but to use a technique to deflect his punches with a punching target. So strong. She heard the punching sounds of the boxing target and couldn't help but open her little mouth in surprise. Unfortunately, his coolness didn't last for more than 3 seconds. Throwing punches like this exhausted a lot of stamina. Lan Caokai stopped after a while, panting heavily as he leaned against the railing. But he still had to act cool. He stretched out his left hand, and the fingerless boxing glove was just enough to give a thumbs up. Lan Caokai was just like that, panting and winking at his daughter. Lan Xian was also quite proud, and copied her father and gave him a thumbs up. She ran up, raised her little head and said loudly, "Uncle Lan, you're super strong. I saw you hit that uncle. Did it hurt a lot?" "Haha, are you saying it hurt, me or him?" Lan Caokai was amused by Xi's words, and asked while panting. "That's right, that uncle was in pain. He was going to be sent flying." In order to explain what she meant, Xishi gestured with her hands and feet. "No, that uncle is strong. He's stronger than me, how could he be sent flying?" Lan Caokai waved his hand. The personal trainer beside them heard this and hooked his arm at Xishi, proudly showing off his biceps. "My daddy is the best. This part of his will become super big." Xishi also hooked her thin little arm and pointed at the little muscles that didn't have much meat. Yang Yi was opening the backpack he had brought over. When he heard his daughter's words, he shook his head with a smile and said, "Well, don't talk about it. Dad and the children have worked hard. Come and eat something." The fastest runner was Lan Xian. She was a little tired just now, but now she was full of energy, and her face was full of excitement. Yang Yi brought the children homemade canned yellow peaches, as well as sweet, glutinous, and pink mung bean cakes. It was a pity that Yang Yi didn't make the strawberry yogurt that Xishi liked the most, because it was difficult to carry. Otherwise, the children would love it so much that they couldn't put it down. Although there was no strawberry yogurt, the canned fruit and mung bean cakes were still popular with the children. Lan Xian ate a few pieces. If Lan Caokai hadn't stopped her, she might have eaten until she was full. After eating and drinking, they rested for a while, and then it was time to start practicing again. However, the children were not interested in continuing to practice boxing. Only Lan Caokai continued to sweat with the personal trainer. Seeing this, Yang Yi took a boxing target, put it on his hand, and said to Xishi with a smile, "Xishi, didn't you say that you want to practice boxing like Qin Shiyun? Come on, punch your father's boxing target." Xishi was a little hesitant at first. She frowned and said worriedly, "But, I'll hit Papa, and then Papa will be in pain." "No, you can't hit Papa. Come on, it doesn't matter. Use your strength and raise your big fist," Yang Yi said. Xishi raised her gloved hand and looked at it, only to find that the fist was almost as big as her face. The little girl couldn't help but giggle. "Big fist, I'm a big fist." Yang Yi also laughed. "Come on, hit here." Xishi raised her big fist and hit it. Although it was a little off, Yang Yi caught it well and hit the boxing target. But he felt that Xishi's fist didn't have much strength. He didn't know if it was because her body was weak from laughing. "Use more strength. You've already hit it very well," Yang Yi said encouragingly. The little girl's interest was piqued, and she gradually became serious. She called out, "Hey, hey." She threw punches at her father's punching target, making banging sounds. "I want to do it too." Xianxia was sitting lazily to digest the food, but when she saw her friends playing so happily, she couldn't sit still and ran over. "Wait, let me put on the boxing gloves for you first." Xianxia put on the boxing gloves for Xianxia, and then put on the boxing target for his right hand. He said, She hit the boxing target for my hand, and Xian air hit this hand, okay?" The two little girls nodded obediently, but then they began to rain their big fists on Yang Yi's hand. Fortunately, Yang Yi reacted quickly. He blocked with both hands, and at the same time, he had to reduce the force to prevent the excessive shock from hurting the little girl's delicate wrists. Giggle. Hee hee. Xian and she became more and more happy as they fought. In the end, the two little girls looked at each other and laughed. Then, they punched with all their might. It was unknown how many punches were missed, but Yang Yi hurriedly adjusted the position of the boxing target and caught them. "I want to do it too." Chen Shiyun was originally practicing with her father. At this moment, she heard the movement over here and shouted as she got down from the boxing ring. Yang Yi deliberately pretended to be very scared and hid, and shouted, "Another one? No, spare me. Don't hit my papa." She also defended her father, but she only shouted and didn't stop her little sisters. Yang Yi pretended to run away, and the three little girls chased after him happily. They didn't want to hit him, but it was fun to chase. In the end, the three little girls hung on to Yang Yi's body, looking at their friends and laughing softly. Their bell-like laughter echoed in the boxing stadium. In a week's time, Yang Huan would be taking the art examination of Jiangqing Media University. This was a big matter for the Yang family. Not only was Dong Yuer concerned about it, but Yang Qing also called every day to ask about Yang Huan's situation on behalf of his mother. Yang Yi also cooked some soup for Yang Huan from time to time. "Brother, I drink chicken soup every day and Sister Ding Xiang cooks for me every night. Look, my face is round now." Yang Huan sat in the booth and said coquettishly as she drank the soup. Yang Huan was actually under a lot of pressure these days. After all, she couldn't get into Jiangqing Media University with her academic results. Yang Yi had high hopes for her. Moreover, after living in the city for half a year, Yang Huan had a clear understanding that it wasn't easy to be a farm girl. The best way out was the one her brother had pointed out to her. Therefore, when Yang Huan was preparing for the art examination, she wasn't as insignificant as before. She was also worried about the risk of failing the examination. However, Yang Huan didn't like to show her negative emotions. Therefore, she still acted coquettishly. "Come on, you don't know how lucky you are. Ding Xiang buys groceries and cooks for you every day. Why are you complaining about this and that?" Yang Yi scolded. Ding Xiang came over and poured coffee for Yang Yi. "I'm not complaining about Sister Ding Xiang. I love Sister Ding Xiang the most." Yang Huan hugged Ding Xiang's arm and said with a smile, "Sister Ding Xiang, don't you agree?" Ding Xiang rubbed Yang Huan's head affectionately and said, "I didn't do anything. I'm receiving Brother Yang's salary and living in such a big house for free. I'll feel bad if I don't do something for you. It's okay. After the examination, I'll cook for Sister Ding Xiang." Yang Huan patted her chest and said. Yang Huan's culinary skills were pretty good. She had learned cooking from Dong Yue since she was young. Previously, she had cooked for Shi and received her praise. "Focus on your exams and try to get into Jiangchuan. Don't let your family worry about you." Ding Xiang smiled and slapped Yang Huan's hand away. She continued to make coffee at the counter. "If you're as smart as Ding Xiang, I'll be relieved. She gets first place in every exam, but she still has to take care of other work. You, on the other hand, focus on preparing for the art exam. We still have to worry about you." Yang Yi couldn't help but sigh when he compared Yang Huan and Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang was indeed amazing. Even though she had to work at the coffee shop, her academic results did not fall behind at all. Last semester, she was the first in total score. Unfortunately, there were too few bonus points and her national scholarship was snatched away. Even so, she still received the first-class scholarship. You can't compare yourself to others. Yang Huan said gloomily. Xiaogua and sister Ding Xiang are two straight-A students. They only need to read the book once to remember it. I can't remember it no matter how hard I read it. Before they left, Yang Yi handed Tyrannical Wolf's car key to Ding Xiang. He had already told Ding Xiang that the car was for her to use. She could use it to buy groceries and coffee beans. The reason was that the car was rarely seen. It was too obvious, attracting a bunch of reporters to Yang Yi and Murphy. Just treat it as lending it to you. When Huan learns how to drive after her exams, both of you can drive it. Ding Xiang could accept this explanation. Ding Xiang took the key and said awkwardly, Brother Yang, but I haven't learned how to drive yet. Ding Xiang only had to pass the road test. The theory test was too easy, so there was no need to mention it. You haven't learned how to drive yet, so all the more you have to practice. I've already told Guozi to drive you to the open space behind the mountain to practice when he's free. Yang Yi smiled and said, You'll naturally know how to drive once you're familiar with it. Speaking of Guozi, Ding Xiang's face showed a trace of awkwardness. It wasn't a big deal. It was just that on Ding Xiang's birthday, Guozi had given her the crystal hairpin. After Yang Huan asked about it, she kept teasing the two of them and even wanted to matchmake them. This made Ding Xiang and Guozi feel awkward. Ding Xiang and Guozi didn't have any intention of dating. Guozi was young and ignorant. He had suffered a few setbacks in his relationship. After that, he decided to work hard and achieve his dreams before thinking about relationships. As for Ding Xiang, needless to say, she was a child from a poor family. She wanted to work hard, so how could she have the heart to date? Ding Xiang was even a little afraid of love. After going to university, what she had seen and heard, as well as the experiences of her friends, made her understand that love in the big city was not as simple as the love of her parents in the Miao village. People separated and treated love as a game. She couldn't understand it and didn't have the energy to think about it. She simply didn't want to think about it. Ding Xiang wasn't as carefree as Yang Huan. It was easy for her to integrate into the big city. She still had a thick layer of defense in her heart, it was just that she didn't realize it. Brother Yang, if you give me the car, how will you go back later? Ding Xiang asked, a little puzzled. I'll go back and take a taxi. My family has already bought a car. You don't have to worry about me. Yang Yi smiled and waved his hand. Yang Yi wasn't joking with Ding Xiang. The garage of his villa was now full of cars. There were 2 ordinary cars and 2 SUVs, each worth a few 100,000 yuan. There were also 2 slightly larger nanny vans of different colors. In addition, there was also a Humvee SUV that Yang Yi liked. The Humvee SUV wasn't a pickup truck like Tyrant. It was a little like the Hummer in Yang Yi's previous life. It had a reinforced appearance and looked like a tank. It gave people a fierce feeling. However, even though there were so many cars, the total cost of the 7 cars didn't exceed 5 million yuan. It wasn't even comparable to the price of a sports car from Lanzhao Kai, who helped Yang Yi buy these cars. This time, Yang Yi didn't have to go to the 4S store to buy a car. Lanzhao Kai had connections to help Yang Yi settle it. A few thick books of drawings were placed in front of Yang Yi. He only needed to draw and choose the car he wanted to buy. The next day, the people from the regional distributor drove the top car to his door. However, Lanzhao Kai had a lot of opinions about Yang Yi's choice. I don't have any opinions about you buying a car that can hide your identity. But why don't you buy a sports car? You are a billionaire. Driving a Humvee that costs 1 or 2 million yuan, isn't it degrading? Lanzhao Kai was right. Not to mention the Backwave Technology Company, Yang Yi's stock in Sahara Online Mall was worth a few 100 million yuan. Not to mention, he had 20 to 30 million yuan in income from novels and music copyrights every month. Yang Yi was indeed a billionaire. Our family advocates frugality. Murphy also doesn't like luxury cars. So, we decided to buy a practical car. Yang Yi explained to Lanzhao Kai. It was true that the Yang family advocated frugality. He and Murphy really didn't want Shishi to develop a princess syndrome. Usually, Shishi had to finish the food in her bowl before she could play. It was also true that Murphy didn't like luxury cars. Murphy pursued quality in life, not luxury. The only thing she pursued was music. Currently, Yang Yi was building a recording studio for her in the villa. Not only was all the equipment top-notch in the industry, but it was also fully equipped with other instruments. Even if she didn't use it to record songs, it was still a top-notch musical enjoyment to listen to songs. However, Murphy didn't do unto others what she didn't want. She didn't object to Yang Yi buying a luxury car. She even said to Yang Yi, "If you want to buy it, then buy it. Don't you have to spend the money you earned?" However, Yang Yi still didn't buy it. It wasn't that he didn't like it. Yang Yi liked top-notch sports cars very much. In the past, he even bought a sports car from a rich man in the Middle East. It was just that Yang Yi needed to save money. A year ago, he promised Xianxia a super amusement park. Although Xianxia had forgotten, Yang Yi had always kept it in mind. Building a Disney-level amusement park cost too much. At present, Yang Yi's net worth was only a fraction of this amount. So, he couldn't spend money recklessly. He couldn't be greedy for enjoyment. He had to continue working hard to earn more money. In this competitive entertainment industry, if a singer didn't appear in front of everyone often, no matter how good a singer was, he or she would gradually be forgotten. Singers like Murphy, who had a lot of classic songs, were better off. It was more difficult for idle singers who relied on their faces and figures to make a living. After all, behind them, there were countless newcomers waiting to rise up. As long as they did not work hard, they would be replaced. But other people would not be able to achieve Murphy's current achievements and status. Even if they tried their best to catch up with their work, they still had to worry that they would be beaten to death by the new generation. Anyone would be envious of the treatment that Murphy enjoyed. This was also why, after Murphy disappeared from the camera and stage for more than a month, and did not participate in any jobs or programs, there were already people on variety shows who sourly predicted that Murphy's popularity would plummet after her pregnancy. There were also media people who, while repeating the same old tune about Murphy's pregnancy, teased Tian Mei. Tian Mei is probably the unluckiest agency in the industry, right? After their artists reached the top twice and became the new song of the Chinese music industry, they immediately went into a state of retirement because of pregnancy. Tian Mei is really suffering a huge loss. Of course, in the end, he still praised Tian Mei for their tolerance. After all, artists were also human. They also needed to rest when they were pregnant. Tian Mei did not only care about their own interests and did not inhumanely squeeze their artists. Such a performance was praised by the media as industry conscience. Of course, it was not known whether Niu Meiling should cry or laugh when she saw this industry conscience. She probably also had her own difficulties that she could not voice out, right? In fact, the popularity of the media tracking Murphy's daily life had decreased a lot. Yang Yi could see the clues from the decrease in the number of paparazzi and reporters around the coffee shop recently. However, the appearance of a news article made Murphy and Yang Yi once again enter the mainstream media's vision. The China Music Golden Dove Awards, jointly organized by the Copyright Association, the Music Association, and CCTV, announced the nominees for last year's Golden Dove Awards. Although the album First Dream was released this year and could not be counted in last year's selection, Yang Yi and Murphy were both on the list of nominees. First, it was Murphy. Her song First Dream last December was nominated for the Golden Song of the Year. There were 10 songs in total. It had to be said that the judges' vision was still a little different from the public's. I Came Across the Sea to See You actually didn't become a candidate for the Best Song of the Year, which also made some fans of this song on microbroadcasting very dissatisfied. Dissatisfaction aside, there was no such thing as fairness when it came to judging awards. Therefore, the uproar from the netizens did not affect the judging committee at all. Murphy was also nominated as one of the nominees for the Best Female Pop Singer of the Year. This award is a little hard to say. After all, you only showed your strength at the end of the year, Mo Xiaowan said to Murphy. If Yang Yi and Murphy had nothing else to do during the day, they would come to the studio to record Yang Yi's 2 military songs. Although Murphy came to accompany Yang Yi, she was even happier than Yang Yi in the studio. It could be considered as letting a pregnant woman relax. Mo Xiaowan called today. Knowing that Yang Yi and the others were in the studio, she excitedly ran over to tell Yang Yi and Murphy about the nomination. But it's not like there's no chance at all. It just depends on whether you want to do some PR. Our company's PR ability is a little weak, so we might need Sister Ling to step in. The more Emo Shawan spoke, the softer her voice became. She knew that Murphy didn't like to do this kind of thing. What about Yang Yi? Didn't you say that he was also nominated? What did he nominate? Sure enough, Murphy didn't answer Emo Xiaojuan's question. Instead, she asked about Yang Yi's nomination with interest. Brother-in-law was nominated for 2 awards. Pop music's Best Composer and Best Lyricist. Oh, right, the song that brother-in-law wrote for Xianxia, Long Time No See, was also nominated for the annual Golden Melody Awards. Emo Shawan said. The online support for Long Time No See was higher than First Dream. However, there were still 8 other songs. In front of the unpredictable judges, it was hard to say who would win. You have more nominations than me. Murphy pushed Yang Yi and smiled sweetly. Awards don't mean anything to me. If you want it, I'll give it all to you. Yang Yi said indifferently. I don't want it either. When I was young, I wanted to win an award, but now that I'm old, I feel that it's all just floating clouds. Murphy waved her hand and said like an old man. She and Yang Yi were, of course, flirting. Her aged tone was fake, and she even learned some new words that Yang Yi usually came up with. Yang Yi smiled as he pinched Murphy's nose and said, You're younger than me by half a year. You can't say that you're old, okay? Emo Shawan rolled her eyes helplessly. These nominations were something that others couldn't ask for. Yet, they didn't care about it. If word got out, how infuriating would it be? Ahem. Emo Shawan interrupted the 2 of them and said, I'm here today with 2 invitations to the Golden Dove Awards ceremony. I'd like to invite the 2 of you to attend. Yang Yi and Murphy were a couple in the entertainment industry. If they attended the Golden Dove Awards ceremony, they would definitely be noticed by the media. Do you want to go? Yang Yi looked at Murphy. I don't want to go. I'm so fat now, and I don't want to see anyone. Furthermore, I don't like those events. They're all hypocrites. Murphy stretched out her arms and gestured with her palms as she complained to Yang Yi. How can you not be fat when you're pregnant? You'll recover after you give birth, so don't worry. Yang Yi smiled as he continued, It's fine if you don't want to attend the ceremony. If you're free, why don't you stay at home and study or sing for your child? Although the child in her stomach had just started to take shape, Yang Yi and Murphy had already started to plan for the child's prenatal education. Hee, I like it this way. No one is forcing me to do anything that I don't want to do. Murphy smiled as she continued, In the past, Big Sister Ling always wanted me to attend those commercial performances in Tianmei. A bunch of bosses always wanted to come over, and it was so annoying. That's for sure. We set up our own studio to do what we want to do. Abandoning one's character and dignity for money, wouldn't that be a very hard and boring life? Yang Yi said with a faint smile. Furthermore, their family wasn't lacking in money at all. Emo Shawan was ignored once again. She asked pitifully, Are you really not going? This award ceremony is the biggest one of the year. If you don't go, the judges will have opinions about you. Next year's award might be in jeopardy. Next year's Golden Dove Awards, which was the selection of this year's songs, was when Murphy really had a chance to win. Furthermore, brother-in-law, you're very likely to win the Best Lyricist and Composer of the Year award, Emo Shawan added. However, Murphy and Yang Yi both shook their heads firmly. Their opinions were the same, and they weren't interested in winning the award. Well, there was no other way. Emo Shawan felt that she had to go on behalf of the 2 of them. Although representing wasn't a good choice, at least she wouldn't offend the people in the industry too much. Shishi's big homework for the semester had finally arrived. Although Springfield Kindergarten didn't arrange exams for the children like other schools did, this semester, they still gave a big homework assignment to the children who were about to be promoted to a senior class and had a certain degree of hands-on learning ability. Teacher Mu had explained this matter to the parents at the parent-teacher conference a few days ago. Today, Shishi came home from kindergarten with a homework card that was similar to a task card in her school bag. Murphy took it, looked at it, and read, Xianxia, child, please complete the task of observing the growth of Xiaoyu with the guidance and help of your parents. The task period is 1 month. Please take good care of Xiaoyu and record the growth of Xiaoyu at the same time. Finally, make flexible use of various methods to produce a task result report. Xianxia jumped on the sofa as if she was afraid that her mom didn't understand. She said with concern, "Mom, the teacher said that we have to raise Xiaoyu." Xianxia touched his chin and said doubtfully, "Is this considered research? It should be a university or a middle school course, right? Why does the kindergarten let the children do this?" Murphy smiled and turned the paper over to Xianxia. She said, "It's normal. This is just a small research. You see, there are no special requirements on the homework card, so it's an open assignment. The main purpose is to stimulate the children's interest in new things and cultivate their ability to do research by themselves." Xianxia said helplessly, "Xianxia is less than 5 years old. How can she do research by herself? Look at the task result report. Xianxia can't even write. How can she write a report?" Xianxia blinked her big eyes as she listened to the conversation between her parents. At this moment, the little girl pouted and said, "Papa, I can write. I can write my name." "Alright, but other than your own name, you don't know how to write any other words. In this way, won't your mother and father have to do this homework in the end?" Xianxia said with some confusion. "The report doesn't have to be completely written." Murphy patiently explained to Xianxia, "Didn't the teacher say that there are many ways to complete the report? You can also take photos, record audio, record videos, and so on. Of course, parents have to participate in this report. It's just like raising fish. Without your guidance, how could Xianxia learn how to raise fish? However, this is a learning process. Tell her to take good care of Xiaoyu, observe him, and take notes during this month." Murphy smiled and said, "Even if the final result is not ideal and the report is bad, it doesn't matter. What's important is the process. Xianxia will definitely learn a lot and grow a lot." Murphy had received an American-style education when she was a child. It was not like the exam-oriented education in China. In order to let the children have good results in exams, they were usually given a lot of tedious homework, which put a heavy mountain of exercises on the children's shoulders. In the past, Murphy had done a lot of homework like Xianxia, which required her to do research on her own. She had to admit that although she did not like all the research, it had brought her a lot of interesting memories. Therefore, she was very satisfied with this kind of teaching method. Springfield Kindergarten was a kindergarten that combined Chinese and Western education. Murphy and Xianxia had made the right choice. "You're right. She's learning while playing." Xianxia was convinced by Murphy's analysis. He nodded and began to wonder if he should teach Xianxia how to use a camera and other equipment. He could buy Xianxia a card camera that was not very cumbersome. Since it was Xianxia's task, it was best to let Xianxia do what she could. When Xianxia saw that her parents had finished their discussion, she pulled her father's hand and asked doubtfully, "Papa, but we don't have Xiaoyu." Xianxia patted Xianxia's little head, smiled, and said, "It's very easy to get Xiaoyu. Tomorrow, Papa will go to the flower and bird market and buy it for you. When you come back from kindergarten tomorrow, you will be able to see Xiaoyu." "It's true." Xianxia looked at her father, unable to contain her joy. The next day, on the way back from kindergarten, Xianxia and Lan Xian, who were sitting in the back seat, were chatting. "Xian, do you want to come to our house to see Xiaoyu? Papa bought Xiaoyu for me." Lan Xian had a chauffeur to take her home, but she liked to play with Xianxia, so she cruelly refused her chauffeur and insisted on taking Xianxia's Hummer off-road vehicle. It was not possible in the past, but now that they lived in the same villa area, Xianxia could take her home. Moreover, Xianxia had a good relationship with Lan Kai. After the chauffeur asked his boss, he had to remove the child safety seat from his car and put it in Xianxia's car. "I don't want to see your Xiaoyu. We also have one at home. Yesterday, Grandma Wu said that she would buy Xiaoyu for me." Lan Xian shouted. Grandma Wu was Lan Xian's nanny, and she was also a very good cook. "Okay then." Xianxia was a little disappointed, but her heart had already flown home, and she was looking forward to seeing her Xiaoyu. After sending Lan Xian to her villa, Xianxia finally returned to her home. "Mom, I'm back." After the little girl with a small backpack got out of the car, she happily trotted all the way with Bao Bao, who was wagging his tail and was very happy. Before she took off her shoes, she couldn't wait to look inside with her little head. Murphy was sitting on the sofa with her elbows on her knees, looking at a beautiful fish tank on the coffee table. When she heard the noise, she smiled and waved to her daughter. Xianxia, come here and see what this is. Xianxia forgot to take off her backpack. She happily squeezed into her mother's arms and looked at the fish tank on the coffee table together. There were 4 little goldfish swimming leisurely in the fish tank. They were really small, like goldfish seedlings. However, although they were small, each little goldfish looked different. There were golden ones red ones with white spots, and white ones with red spots. He couldn't just buy one. Xianxia was worried that Xianxia would raise the goldfish to death. He wanted to buy a few more. At least there would be a spare tire, so beautiful. Xianxia's big eyes were a little blurred as she looked at the 4 little goldfish and murmured. Mom and Papa spent a long time building this fish tank in order to give the little goldfish a good environment. They used to live in a very ugly plastic box. Murphy smiled and said to Xianxia. The big fish tank and the materials inside it were bought by Xianxia, but he wanted to do it himself. So, the couple who had nothing to do fiddled with the fish tank for a long time. They used dragon bone stones to make a small rockery and some fake seaweed. It was just a simple landscaping, and they didn't want to make an ecological fish tank. After all, they weren't crazy fans of raising goldfish, so they didn't want to make it too complicated. However, it looked pretty good. The little goldfish swam around the rockery and the fake seaweed, looking very comfortable. Xianxia walked in and happened to hear Xianxia say to her mother, "The little goldfish are pretty, and then this big fish tank is pretty too." The little girl even turned around and gestured. She was a little embarrassed as she giggled and said, "Mom, I thought the little goldfish were going to live in our family's swimming pool. There's really big water there. Such little fish living in the swimming pool. How are you going to find them to observe?" Xianxia smiled. At night, just as Xianxia was happily looking at the little goldfish, Xiaokai called. "Xianxia, did you see the homework assigned by the kindergarten? Why do I feel that my understanding is a bit wrong?" As soon as the call was connected, Xiaokai shouted from the other end of the phone. Half an hour ago, Xiaokai had just returned from a business trip in Yangqing to discuss the second round of financing. When he got home, he saw his daughter standing on the sofa, looking at a big basin on the coffee table from afar. Xianxia shrunk her neck and wanted to poke her head out. She looked scared and curious at the same time. "Xianxia, what are you doing?" Xiaokai was confused. He walked over to take a look and suddenly found that there was a long grass carp in the big basin on the coffee table. "I'm looking at the fish," Xianxia said without turning her head. At this time, the grass carp flopped. Although it didn't jump out, its tail splashed the water in the basin, which scared Xianxia. Xiaokai, who was nearby, couldn't help but tremble. Mother woo, Mother woo." Xiaokai couldn't help but call the housekeeper over and asked, "What's going on? You put a fish here." Grandma Wu was quite innocent. She quickly explained, "I didn't want to put it here. Xianxia said to put it here. And she said she wanted to raise it." "Raise it?" Xiaokai's first reaction was that his daughter's brain was short-circuited. "Teacher Mu asked us to raise fish." Xianxia felt her father's tone of blame, so she pouted and said unhappily. Xiaokai thought for a long time and finally figured out the ins and outs of the matter. It turned out that Xianxia told Grandma Wu that she wanted fish. Then, Grandma Wu bought the grass carp that Xianxia usually ate, and she bought the biggest one. Xianxia didn't dislike it. She thought that it should be the grass carp, so she asked Grandma Wu to show it to her in the living room. Now, Xiaokai took Xianxia's task card and complained to Xianxia. The teacher clearly wrote that he wanted her to observe Xiaoyu. "No matter what, I don't think Xiaoyu is such a big grass carp, right?" On the other end of the phone, Xianxia and Murphy, who was listening by the side, were already convulsing with laughter. Murphy, who was overjoyed, even asked Xianxia to help her ask, "Sister Jing isn't at home. How could I make such a funny mistake?" Wu Jingjing was indeed not at home. She had been invited by her friends to go shopping abroad. After laughing, Xianxia explained carefully to Xiaokai, "It's not the big fish that we usually eat, but I think the teacher didn't limit the type of fish." As long as it's a small fish, it's easier to raise and can be observed by the children. What did you buy for Xianxia? Lan Xiaokai asked. His main purpose was to learn from Yang Yi. They didn't have many pets at home. I bought a goldfish for Xianxia. It's about the size of her finger. After Yang Yi finished speaking, he looked at Xianxia, who was looking up at him. He covered the phone and asked Xianxia, your good friend Xianxia's nanny bought her the wrong fish. Now that you have 4 fish, are you willing to share 2 with Xianxia? Don't ask why it was 2 and not 1, although Lan Xiaokai might not necessarily want it. Yang Yi felt that it was better to ask for Xianxia's opinion before he said anything. Xianxia blinked her large eyes and turned to look at the little goldfish she had just gotten, her eyes full of reluctance. The little goldfish is so cute, very pretty, and can swim, the little girl muttered in her heart. But Xianxia doesn't have any little goldfish. What should she do? Will she be sad? After all, Lan Xian was her good friend. After moving to the villa, Lan Xian would often bring some delicious snacks from abroad to share with her. So, after some hesitation, Xianxia nodded and said to her father, all right, then I'll give some to Xianxia. Yang Yi let go of the phone and said, Big brother Lan, I bought 4 goldfish for Xianxia. Why don't I share 2 with you? Oh right, do you have a fish tank at home to keep fish? We have a fish tank, but it hasn't been used in a long time. I'll get Mother Wu to clean it up tomorrow. Lan Xiaokai smiled and said, forget about the 4 little goldfish at home. Leave them for Xianxia to keep. If Xianxia takes them, Xianxia might cry for a while. Lan Xian was like that. If she let someone else take away any of her treasures, she would cry for a few days. Xianxia won't. She just said that she was willing to share with Xianxia, Yang Yi said. Hey, your daughter is so nice. I really want to exchange one with you. Lan Xiaokai said cheerfully, haha. I'm just kidding. Help me thank Xianxia for her kindness to Xianxia. But there's really no need. You haven't seen our fish tank. It can fit any person. Your 2 little goldfish are too little. Tomorrow, I'll get someone to get more goldfish for Xianxia to keep together. Otherwise, it'll be empty and boring. Since Lan Xiaokai said so, Yang Yi let it go. Before hanging up, Lan Xiaokai seemed to have remembered something and said, oh right, Yang Yi, don't say I didn't remind you. Your house is a restricted area for fish. There are 3 cats. That's right. Cats. Yang Yi turned to look at Dodo, who was squinting on the cat tree and wagging its tail leisurely. The other 2 had disappeared into some room. Cats love to eat fish, however, Yang Yi didn't say anything. After putting down the phone, he smiled and said to Xianxia, Xianxia's father said that he would buy goldfish for Xianxia, so you don't have to take your goldfish. Then, he said that he wanted to thank you. He said that you were willing to share with your friends. What a beautiful heart. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. She still needed some time to react. After figuring out that Xianxia didn't need her goldfish and that she didn't have to part with them, the little girl's reluctant expression suddenly became happy. Then she was praised. Murphy gave Xianxia 2 thumbs up and praised her with a bright smile. Xianxia is really sensible. You're not stingy. You know how to share. You're great. Xianxia smiled happily. She twisted her body, a little embarrassed. Then, with a sweet heart, the little girl turned her face to look at her goldfish. She was mumbling something in a low voice. Maybe she was talking to the goldfish, telling them that they had escaped a disaster. Yang Yi walked to one side with Murphy and muttered. If Brother Lan didn't tell me, I would have forgotten about this. Our 3 cats are like sending sheep to a wolf's den. It shouldn't be that bad. Just now, after we finished eating, we didn't bother with the fish tank. We didn't see Xiao Guai and the others do anything to the goldfish. Murphy said. But we really have to be careful. Maybe one day they'll be interested and eat the fish. How? Yang Yi asked. Xiao Guai and the others are very naughty. They're everywhere. That day when we came back, didn't we see them climbing up to the roof? I don't think it's safe to put the fish in any room. How about this? Put them in the dining room tonight. Use a basket to cover them. They won't be able to move. Murphy suggested. Then, go buy a wire mesh cover tomorrow. Usually, when Xianxia isn't home, we'll use the wire mesh cover. Put some weight on it. When Xianxia wants to see the goldfish, we'll remove it for her. Xianxia understood. He clapped his hands and smiled. No need to put weight on it. I know how to do it. I can carve a mortise and tenon structure out of wood to hold the wire mesh. If we don't open it, the wire mesh cover won't be able to be lifted. Xiaoguai and the others don't have high IQ to unlock it. A few days had passed, and under Yang Yi's strict protection, the 4 little goldfish were not harmed. Actually, little Guai and the others had no intention of touching the little goldfish. When the little goldfish first arrived home, they came over to take a look with interest, but they did not approach them later on. Was it because there was enough food? Cici also gave each of the 4 little goldfish a name. However, the little girl's vocabulary was rather limited, so little gold, little red, little white, and big white were simply distinguished just like that. However, goldfish were not family pets. Although Xianxia liked their small and beautiful appearance, they were separated by a glass tank and did not communicate, so it was difficult for her to develop strong feelings for them. So, within a few days, Xianxia's interest in the 4 little goldfish decreased a lot. On the other hand, Steamed Bun, who was full of energy and jumped around every day, wanting the little owner to take him out to play, was favored again. Yang Yi saw from the camera he gave Xianxia that Steamed Bun's photos took up most of the time. The rest of the photos were of the little goldfish and little Guai. There were a few photos of little Gray and Dodo, but those two did not seem to like the camera. In the photos, they either had a look of disdain or were facing the camera sideways. Dodo also had a photo with Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun was wagging his tail and running happily with Dodo. It was interesting. Among the 3 kittens, Dodo had the best relationship with Steamed Bun. Sometimes, Steamed Bun would take a fancy to the chicken rice that Dodo was eating. There was no salt, but there was some canned cat food inside. Dodo would see him come over and take the initiative to raise his head and sit on the side to watch Steamed Bun eat. Little Guai and little Gray could now get along well with Steamed Bun, but they just did not want to fight with him. They did not want to play with him. Every time Steamed Bun ran over, little Guai and little Gray would jump onto the table or sofa and look disdainfully at Steamed Bun, who could only wait anxiously with his short legs. Even so, Steamed Bun was a big-hearted guy. He still looked for little Guai and little Gray to play with him every day. After all, the little owner was not at home all the time. Xianxia liked to take photos now. Yang Yi gave her a card camera and taught her how to press the shutter and how to take pictures through the screen. The little girl treated it as her new toy and happily took pictures everywhere. It was Saturday and Yang Yi was going to take her exam. Yang Yi brought her to the coffee shop to wait for her to finish her exam. Because Xianxia liked to take photos recently, Murphy dressed her up like a little photographer today. She wore a camouflage vest and a small gray felt hat. There were a few female students who didn't know Xianxia and came to the cafe to drink coffee and chat. When they saw Xianxia passing by, they praised her. "Wow, little girl, why are you dressed so cool?" "Hee hee." Xianxia stopped and looked at the girls. She didn't know what to say and could only smile embarrassedly. "It's true, it's very beautiful." The girls praised, "Your parents have good taste. The clothes are well matched." "Sister, do you want me to take a photo for you?" Xianxia asked shyly as she picked up the camera hanging in front of her neck. Xianxia wanted to return the favor. Since she was praised by these beautiful girls, she naturally wanted to repay them with her most sincere service. "You want to take photos of us?" The girls laughed. "Do you really know how to take photos? I thought you were just carrying a prop." Xianxia pouted slightly and said, "I know how to take photos. I took a lot of photos." "There are Steamed Buns, Xiao Guai." Seeing that Xianxia was unhappy, the girls quickly comforted her. "It's not that. I'm not saying that you don't know how to take photos. I'm just asking. It's amazing that you can take photos at such a young age." Cici smiled and said, "My papa taught me. My papa said that he wanted to take a picture of Xiaoyu himself. Then, he wanted to look at it from here. He wanted to put Xiaoyu in the middle and press here. If Xianxia was allowed to continue, she could finish the entire story and then extend it to the next story for half a day. Fortunately, one of the girls who liked to look pretty smiled and said, "Little girl, can you wait for a moment? Let me touch up my makeup." She blinked her eyes in confusion, but she still nodded her head. Every girl liked to look pretty. When this girl said that she wanted to touch up her makeup, the other girls hurriedly took out their makeup boxes from their bags. Some of them touched up their lipsticks, some put on their foundation, and some even drew their eyebrows. It was originally just a small photo shoot, but they treated it seriously. She curiously watched the girls put on their makeup. For some reason, the girl was watching with great interest. "It's done." The young lady who was the first to say that she wanted to touch up her makeup pursed her lips with light red lipstick and said to Cece with a smile. It didn't take long for the few big sisters to lean on each other and face Shishi with smiles on their faces. Everyone's posture was different. Some held up 2 fingers, some puffed up their cheeks, and some stuck their cheeks to their friends with bigger cheeks. Shishi skillfully turned on the card camera. However, her hand was a little fast and pressed the shutter button. The screen entered the photo interface. She wanted to exit, but she pressed the wrong button. She didn't know why, but it jumped to the settings interface. The girl was a little confused. She blinked her big eyes and pressed here and there, not knowing how to restore it. Fortunately, Xianxia taught her a simple method. She lowered her head. Her left hand held the camera and pressed it to her chest. Her right hand pressed the switch button. After a while, she confirmed that the camera was turned off and turned it back on. The girls looked at Shishi's operation in confusion and asked kindly, "What's wrong? Is there a problem? Do you want me to fix it for you?" "It's done." "Thank you, sister." The girl was very polite. She smiled sweetly and held the camera up high with her 2 little hands. She started to look at the screen for the shot. She took pictures very quickly. She pressed the shutter button and then put down the camera. She raised her head and said to the girls, "I'm done." "Done?" The girls' smiles froze. They all shouted at the same time, "So fast? I didn't even get my expression right. You didn't even say 3, 2, 1. She looked at them in confusion. Her father didn't teach her how to say 3, 2, 1. Fortunately, the girls patiently taught her how to do it. She said 3, 2, 1 and took another picture for them. "Little girl, let me have a look. Let's see how well you did," the girls said to Cece excitedly. She handed her camera over. Although she had to remove the strap from her neck, the girl looked at the girls expectantly, hoping to receive their praise again. However, how good could a picture taken by a little girl less than 5 years old look? The girls looked and were disappointed. The expression in the first picture wasn't good, and the second picture was blurry. Even adults' hands would shake when taking pictures, not to mention Shishi. When she pressed the shutter button, her hand would often shake. Although the card camera's configuration was good and had the latest optical anti-shake technology, it would still be blurry if it shook too much. Therefore, it was normal for 2 or 3 of the 10 pictures taken by the girl to be blurry. They whispered, "Ah, forget it. She's a child after all. Don't ask for too much. When we were so young, we didn't even know what a camera was. At least the shot is good. The 4 of us are in the picture." Therefore, they raised their heads and handed the card camera back to Shishi. They smiled and said, "Little girl, you did a good job. Continue to practice and try to make it look better. In the future, you can take better pictures for me." She couldn't tell what they were talking about. She caught the key phrase, "You did a good job." Then, she skipped away happily. In a secluded booth far away, Xianxia had already noticed Shishi's movements. However, he didn't disturb them. Instead, he continued to talk to Guozi about the art test. Although he was rambling, he was still very nervous. He didn't know how Shishi would do. Would she pass? The art examination in this world was completed within a day. There were no preliminary, second, or third tests. After the examination, the scores and rankings would be announced a few days later. Just like Guozi last year, although he knew that he would not make it, he gave up only after the rankings were announced. The Performing Arts Department of Jiangxi Media University had a total of 3 tests. The first was recitation, the second was talent show, and the last one was comprehensive performance test. It tested one's acting skills with real swords and spears. When Yang Huan stepped into the examination hall, she was still a little nervous. She discovered that although the rules stated that the candidates were not allowed to wear makeup or high-heeled shoes, there were still some girls who had put on makeup. Some of them had put on makeup without traces, while others ignored the rules and put on light makeup. When she walked closer, she could smell some of their scent. Before long, a serious-looking female examiner came out with a stack of wet tissues. She walked towards the students who had put on makeup and asked, "Do you want to do it yourself, or do you need us to help you?" This made Yang Huan click her tongue. She finally got to experience firsthand the stories that Du Yuanlei and some of the senior sisters from the performing arts department told her about girls who were lucky but ended up embarrassing themselves. However, there were still one or two girls who had put on makeup without traces. But Yang Huan didn't take it to heart. Sister Huan had a big heart. After the farce, Yang Huan calmed down and performed well in the next two tests. In the recitation test, Yang Huan's voice was clear and powerful. Her pronunciation was clear. She didn't stutter or break her voice when she read the prose. Moreover, from her appearance, she didn't have the delicate and pitiful look that some girls pretended to have. Her neat ponytail, tall and straight figure, and her expression was neither servile nor overbearing. She tried her best to show the vitality and elegance that a girl of her age should have. Those who took part in the art examination were all good-looking. Compared to them, Yang Huan's looks were below average. However, Yang Huan and Yang Yi both had a pair of big eyes. Even without contact lenses, one would think that they were big. Her bright eyes and white teeth made people feel comfortable looking at her. She also left a good impression on the judges. After the recitation test, Yang Huan returned to the waiting line and continued with the talent test. There were more tricks in the talent test. The examinees in front of Yang Huan either performed music or dance. Some of them also performed folk art. For example, a male student from Lu province performed a monologue with a clapperboard. When it was Yang Huan's turn, she faced the examiners and said, "I will be performing martial arts." Martial arts? The examinees lining up at the back all revealed surprised expressions. Although they didn't dare to whisper to each other, some people couldn't help but sneer in their hearts. Do you think martial arts is so easy to play? The examiners aren't fools. They're experienced and knowledgeable. They can tell the difference between real and fake at a glance. A few years ago, quite a number of examinees had thought of performing some unpopular talents, such as Shu Laibao, Allegro, etc., or Wushu, as mentioned by Yang Huan, were easier to attract the examiner's attention. That was indeed the case. When one was tired of eating big fish and big meat, they would always want to eat something simple and plain. This example wasn't very appropriate, but the principle was similar. Most of the examinees performed music or dance. If they occasionally performed something new, the examiners would naturally like it. But gradually, the examinees realized that this method didn't work. The examiners found it fresh, but some of the performances that were performed after a few months of practice gave the examiners a feeling that they were pretentious and destroying the classics. Naturally, the examiners wouldn't give high marks. Instead, they dug their own grave by trying to find a new path. Although the examinees were waiting to see a joke, Yang Huan was very calm. When the examiner signaled for her to perform, Yang Huan got into a starting position and performed the Yang family's heirloom Hong Quan. When an expert made a move, it was obvious whether they were skilled or not. Yang Huan's skills were not as good as Yang Qing's and Yang Yi's, but she had been practicing martial arts since she was a child. Her steady and powerful punches, her agile movements, her stiff back support, and her soft and strong bending chop immediately made the examiner's eyes light up. This is real kung fu. One of the examiners who often interacted with kung fu when filming movies couldn't help but whisper to the examiner next to him. Of course, it was real kung fu. Moreover, the set of kung fu that Yang Huan was performing was rearranged by Yang Yi based on the original set of moves that had been passed down in his family. Without losing the characteristics of Hong Quan, the combination of moves was as wide as possible, making it more enjoyable to watch. Also, many of Yang Huan's friends, such as Guozi, Du Yuanlei, Qin Wen, and the others, gave Yang Huan advice. They taught her to face the examiners directly or sideways when performing kung fu, so that the examiners wouldn't be able to see her back. There were also some little tricks that made Yang Huan's kung fu performance more lively and interesting. After the talent segment, one of the examiners told me, "Examinee, do you know that there is a shortage of female stars in the Chinese film industry?" In the coffee shop, Yang Huan, who had just returned from the examination, was happily talking to Yang Yi, Ding Xiang, Guozi, and a few friends who were concerned about her performance in the art examination. Yang Huan was not stupid. She knew that the examiners must have a good impression of her when they said that. Her score in this segment should not be low. Your talent is your strength. Sister Huan, I told you that no one can compare to you in terms of height and skills. You will definitely be able to do it, Guozi said. Who said that no one can compare to me in terms of height? There is a girl in our group who is 1.75 meters tall. Her legs are so long. Yang Huan said. The first two segments together only account for 50% of the total score. The performance is the highlight. How did you do in the performance segment? Du Yuanlei, who had been preparing materials and venues for the movie project, had also taken some time out to come over. She had not relaxed yet, so she asked. The performance was a skit about visiting a zoo. The people in our group were fighting over the roles, Yang Huan said. They were all fighting over the roles of tigers and animals. Because it was easier to perform as animals. Qinwen nodded and said, but it's okay. Our tutor said that only by performing ordinary roles well can one be considered a real talent. What role did you play in the end? I played the sweeper. Originally, I also wanted to play the tiger because I thought that I could be very fierce. Haha. But seeing that they were quarreling so much that the tutor frowned and wanted to intervene, I didn't fight with them. Instead, I quietly took the role of a sweeper. Sister Du, didn't you tell me about some skills in the performance test? One of them is how to play an ordinary role well, Yang Huan said with a smile. In fact, what Du Yuanlei taught Yang Huan was how to attract the director's attention in a small role. This was a real case that had happened when she was directing a student film. It was a scene in a small store. The male lead wanted to buy a bottle of water and a bag of finger pancakes, but when he was talking to the supporting actor, he forgot what he was doing and missed the finger pancakes. A boy who was purely playing a small role next to him noticed it. He also wanted to add scenes for himself, so he picked up a bag of finger pancakes and asked the shop owner loudly, "Boss, how much is this bag of finger pancakes?" Indirectly, he also reminded the male lead of this action. Of course, it was not allowed to add scenes randomly, but the budget of a student film was tight. If there were too many NGs, they would not be able to continue shooting. Du Yuanlei felt that there was no big flaw in the scene, so she did not reshoot it. But after this small incident, she found that the boy who added scenes for himself was not bad at acting. Later, in another scene, she asked the boy to change his costume and play a small role. The boy also seized the opportunity and successfully became a special cast member from a small role, although it was only a special cast member in a student film. Du Yuanlei knew that the performance test would not give a script. The director would specify a scene and let the examinees act freely. This way, this little trick of adding scenes for oneself might come in handy. Yang Huan, who was playing the role of the sweeping auntie, entered the scene with a non-existent broom when there was a problem with the skit performance. While sweeping left and right, she mumbled in the dialect of her hometown while bending her back and sweeping right and left. Oh, my God. Lift your foot. There is a cigarette but under your foot. Okay. Brother, don't stand so far away. What can you see from this distance? The tiger is locked in a cage, not lying under your foot. Why are you being so careful? This performance was not long, and it did not deliberately steal the limelight, so much so that it made people feel disgusted. However, it appeared at the right time to give the male student who was stuck with his lines time to catch his breath and rearrange his lines, so that the entire skit performance could continue. If I were the examiner, I would definitely give you a high score. Qinwen said with a smile after watching Yang Huan's performance. The others also gave their affirmation one after another. I don't know. I think there is a problem. I don't have much time to perform. Will the teachers not give me a high score because of this? Although Yang Huan was in a good mood during the performance, she was not that optimistic. Everyone was silent for a while. They were not sure. After all, Guozi and the others were only students. They could not read the minds of the examiners. But after a while, they comforted Yang Huan, "No, it won't. As long as your performance is good, it will be fine. And you should be able to get a high score in the previous performances. Overall, you should have no problem getting on the list." Yang Yi listened to them talking at the side and had a rough idea of what was going on. He smiled and said, "No matter how she did in the exam, Huan did well today. Thank you all for tutoring her and giving her advice. Tonight, I will treat you to dinner." Everyone was happy that they were going to dinner. Yang Huan was even happier. She could finally break free from the heavy pressure of reviewing. Although she still had to wait for the release of the results and prepare for the college entrance examination, it was good to be relieved. "Papa, but my camera is out of battery." Hearing her father say that there was an event tonight, Cici held the card camera, pulled her father's trousers, and said awkwardly, "It's okay. We have to go back and pick up Mom. Papa will get you a new battery." Yang Yi said with a smile. Shishi, I heard that you can take pictures now. Remember to take a picture of me later." Yang Huan squatted down with a smile and gave Shishi a big hug. Hee, okay. I took a lot of pictures." The little girl was hugged. She leaned back and giggled. However, Yang Yi and the others did not know that in the afternoon, another piece of news about Murphy was released by the media when they were happily having dinner for Yang Huan. The news of Murphy leaving Tianmei was actually kept to a small extent within Tianmei. Only Niao Meiling, Xianxia, and Zhu Jia knew about it. Therefore, the media praised Tianmei for being lenient towards Murphy because of the asymmetry of the news. But paper can't wrap fire, not to mention that they were facing reporters who were eager to expose more shocking news. One reporter, through some shady deals, got a Tianmei agent to reveal that Murphy's contract would end in July. Of course, the agent didn't know if Murphy had renewed her contract with the company. After all, Niao Meiling didn't reveal any information to them. However, the reporter saw something fishy from this point. The termination of a contract might be a family secret, but the renewal of a contract should be considered a good thing. A normal management company would announce the renewal of their artist's contract to the world, so as to drive away the covetous eyes of other companies. But Tianmei didn't release any information internally or externally, which was very strange. Looking at Mofei's contract, there was only more than a month left, and there was no news of a contract renewal, so there was only one possibility. As a reporter, boldly hypothesizing and decisively fabricating stories were their basic skills. Therefore, on the day of Yang Huani's exam, the headline of an entertainment evening newspaper was, "Murphy has not renewed her contract." Her original management company, Tianmei, is suspected to have been headhunted by a top record company. Murphy's singing skills had been widely recognized in the industry. Although Murphy had told Mo Xiaowan to ignore her this year, there had been record companies and management companies trying to get in touch with Murphy and headhunt Tianmei. Therefore, although this exposed news caused an uproar in the industry, they didn't think it was ridiculous. Instead, they were all guessing which big shot was behind this. On the internet, Murphy's fans were also excitedly analyzing Murphy's next company. Ordinary agencies and record companies wouldn't be able to poach Murphy. After all, Tianmei's strength in the industry was not bad, and a singer like Murphy wouldn't stoop to a small company, so they could only guess from the top record companies. There were 6 major record companies in the Chinese music industry. 4 of them had their own female singers, but 2 of them weren't as famous as Murphy. For example, the record company that Li Man was in. So, there were a total of 4 record companies that had the potential to poach Murphy. Which record company could it be? No matter which company it was, the reporter who first exposed the news had already earned enough attention. It was just that he lacked follow-up and was unable to give more information. After all, he himself did not know which company it was. What was more disappointing was that Zhuozai, who had been making waves in the gossip news recently, was unable to provide any concrete information. LVU also posted a summary article the next day in order to ride on the hot topic. He detailed the past of Murphy and Tianmei, but the whole content was about history. There was no constructive judgment at all. However, the next day, two record companies had already issued statements one after another, saying that they had no intention of recruiting Murphy in order to appease the emotions of their artists. It seemed that the scope of this speculation had narrowed again. Xianxia and Murphy came back from dinner in the evening and learned the news. However, Murphy didn't rush to clarify or announce it. She was also waiting for Tianmei's reaction. The next day, Niu Miling called and asked Murphy to go back and talk about it in detail. If Xianxia wanted to come, he could also come together to discuss it. After all, he didn't have a good impression of Niu Miling. Xianxia didn't feel at ease with Murphy, so he accompanied her to Tianmei. However, the progress of this conversation surprised Xianxia. Niu Miling actually gave in. On the night when they returned from Tianmei, the official micro-broadcasting of Tianmei Entertainment Agency released an announcement to the public. After a friendly negotiation between the company and Murphy, the agency contract between Murphy and Tianmei has been terminated. We deeply regret the departure of Murphy. Murphy is a conscientious artist. She has invested her passion in the music industry for 15 years and has also created great value and wealth for Tianmei. Tianmei and Murphy will maintain a friendly relationship. We hope that there will be opportunities to continue cooperation in the future. When this announcement came out, not only Tianmei Agency, but the entire entertainment industry was shocked. Murphy really left. She really terminated her contract with Tianmei. Tianmei was fine internally. A few days ago, Xianxia tenaciously reached the top of the new song's sales chart with That Night, which was scolded by music critics. Although his reaching the top was called a disgrace in the industry, after all, the results were there. No one could ignore Xianxia's brilliance. With a new signboard, even if Tianmei lost Murphy, it couldn't be said to be at the end of the line. But the entertainment industry was already in an uproar. Where did Murphy go? This announcement only said that Tianmei and Murphy terminated their contract, but it didn't mention what Murphy's next home was. Was Murphy going to retire at the top of the tide again? After getting pregnant, she disappeared from the music industry for a few years again? In fact, when Murphy and Xianxia returned home, they still felt that it was a bit unreal. Niu Miling took the initiative to terminate the contract with Murphy and restore Murphy's freedom. This move was something they never expected. With Niu Miling's profit-oriented character, how could she be willing to terminate the contract in advance? You know, even if Murphy doesn't work, her brand image has been earning money for Tianmei, around millions a month. Perhaps it was because Xianxia reached the top, which made Niu Miling feel gratified and in a good mood, or maybe, she finally understood the power of the man behind Mo Fei, so she decided to show goodwill to Mo Fei even if she had to give up the millions of benefits, in order to maintain a good relationship with Xianxia. However, Murphy didn't let the anxious fans wait for too long. After discussing with Xianxia for a night, the next morning, she also forwarded Tianmei's announcement on micro-broadcasting and briefly told the fans where she was going. Thank you for your concern. Tianmei and I terminated the contract amicably. I am very grateful for Tianmei's 15 years of careful cultivation and Lingjia's care. I hope we can still keep in touch in the future. I want to clarify that I am not going to join another record company. Leaving Tianmei is just a matter of my work philosophy. In the future, Xianxia and I will set up our own studio. We have already named it Fei Si. We will continue to work hard and create more beautiful music for everyone. This is our wish and we will not let everyone down. Murphy's whereabouts surprised the industry, but it couldn't be said to be an accident. After all, for a singer of Murphy's level, it was normal for her to set up her own studio. However, while Murphy's fans were pleasantly surprised, they also had some small worries. A star's studio will face a shortage of resources. Although Murphy has a husband who writes songs for her, in terms of album distribution, I'm afraid that whether it's channels or publicity, they won't be able to reach the level of a record company or agency. Others secretly rejoiced. The fans were really worried about Mo Fei. They also didn't want to see Mo Fei's record not being able to sell. Whatever, no matter which store Murphy's albums are sold in the future, we will buy them and support them. Some fans called out in the comments. Tianmei's early termination of the contract meant that Mo Fei could record her own new song? Now that she's 3 months pregnant, her situation has basically stabilized. Even if she can't go to any concerts, recording songs in the studio is no problem at all. After Yang Yi and Murphy announced that they were going to set up a studio, they disappeared from the public eye again. The media swarmed to Jiangqing, but they couldn't find anyone to interview. They gritted their teeth in hatred, but they couldn't do anything about it. However, some of the media were more witty. They knew to get the news from the Industry and Commerce Bureau. First, the name Phoebe Studio was registered. Although the registration address was confidential, it also showed that Murphy had indeed left Tianmei to set up her own studio. Secondly, the agency that released the Glory single for Yang Yi was also dug out by the resourceful reporters. Huai Brothers, this name was very flamboyant. It was obviously related to Yang Yi, therefore, the reporters made up a lot of eye-catching stories, such as the spy story where Yang Yi abducted Murphy in the name of marriage, or the Western cowboy story where Murphy fell into Tianmei's mud pit and Yang Yi helped her get out of it. Only Tianmei's public relations were busy clarifying. Yang Yi and Murphy were indifferent to these rumors. At the end of May, Mo Xiaowan, who replaced Yang Yi and Murphy to appear at the China Music Golden Dove Awards award ceremony, personally clarified the reason why Murphy left Tianmei and the couple's current situation under the siege of the media. "We left Tianmei because Murphy and the agency had a friendly communication and finally reached a consensus. First of all, it's not unusual for Murphy and Yang Yi to set up their own independent studio. After all, they are husband and wife. Second, Murphy and Tianmei have always had a good relationship. Tianmei's boss, Madame Niao Meiling, is also Murphy's teacher and friend. After Niao Meiling repeatedly urged Murphy to stay, she knew that Murphy had made up her mind. She also generously agreed to let Murphy set up her own studio and gave her blessing. This was already discussed before, but Murphy also wanted to minimize the impact on Tianmei, so she didn't announce the news until this month. Mo Xiaowan actually didn't have a good impression of Niao Meiling, but after all, Niao Meiling let Murphy leave in advance, so now in front of the media, she gave Niao Meiling enough face. The reason why Yang Yi and Murphy didn't attend the award ceremony is that they went back to the countryside. Yang Yi's only biological brother is getting married, so there's a conflict in terms of timing, so we can only apologize to the organizers. As for their future schedule, if there is, I will also release it in the future under the name of Phoebe Studio. Thank you for your concern and blessings, Mo Xiaochuan's reason was not wrong. After Yang Yi's art examination, when the storm broke out, Yang Yi's family and Yang Huan did indeed return to Wudayaku village to attend Yang Qing and Jing Shuyi's wedding. He even brought Yang Qing to a car shop in Pegua County to buy a pickup truck that could be used for driving around the countryside as Yang Qing's wedding gift. However, Mo Xiaowan still lied. The wedding had no conflict with the award ceremony, and Yang Yi and Murphy had already returned to Jiangqing. Because they drove a new car, and it was the most comfortable minivan, no reporters were able to track Yang Yi's whereabouts. What were they doing now? Yang Yi and Murphy were teaching Xixi how to make an observation report. After more than a week of observing the little goldfish, Xixi had already accumulated some materials. Yang Yi helped Xixi pick out a batch of usable photos from her card camera's memory card. He even used a color printer and photo paper that specialized in printing photos to print them out. Look at these. These are the recordings of you observing the little goldfish every day. Dad has also renamed the titles according to the time. Yang Yi was controlling the laptop, but he pointed at the big TV screen in the study room as he spoke to the little girl. Wow. Xixi was, after all, still too young. Although the little girl had a strong interest in electronic devices and had a good receptive ability, she was still a little confused when she heard what her dad said. She couldn't get a clearer idea. She could only look at her dad for a while, then look at the screen for a while and exclaim in admiration. It was as if these operations were something amazing. Play it. I want to hear what Xixi recorded, Murphy said excitedly. Yang Yi nodded and clicked on an audio casually. There was a rustling sound coming from the sound system in the study room. Xixi looked around in confusion, wanting to know where the strange sound was coming from. But soon, a little girl's confused voice was heard. Today, the voice was very similar to hers. Xixi blinked her big eyes and turned to look at her dad. It was as if she wanted to remind him or ask him a question. The recording was very good. Although there was some noise, they could still hear Murphy's gentle voice. Today is May 23rd. Today is May 23rd. It seemed that the little girl finally stopped fiddling with the microphone of the recording pen. The little girl's voice finally became clear. It was obviously Xixi's clear, sweet, and soft voice. I saw that little you didn't grow up. Are you done with the observation? Murphy asked with a smile. You've been saying this for a few days in a row. You have to say more. For example, how did they eat? Did they eat a lot? Did they swim happily, or did they not want to move and were as lazy as a piglet? Xixi, who was sitting on the side and listening with her mouth slightly open, finally confirmed that it was her. And these conversations reminded the little girl of the situation that day. Papa, Papa, look. Xixi impatiently pulled on her dad's sleeve. Xianxia looked down and saw the little girl holding her recording pen with a smile on her face. Her mouth was moving, and she seemed to be saying something silently. Just then, Xixi's recording came from the sound system. Little you ate a lot, and then little White ate the most. He will definitely grow up quickly. It turned out that the little girl was dubbing. Xixi fiddled with it for a while and couldn't help but smile happily. She said to her dad, Papa, this is what I did, and then I said so much. She was patiently explaining the recording process to her dad. Of course, the little girl forgot that it was her dad who taught her how to use the recording pen before. After fiddling with the materials, Xianxia took out a card from the big notebook. This card could be disassembled or assembled with a ring buckle. You first paste the photos on the first day on this card. Choose a place yourself. Remember to leave space for writing and drawing. Xianxia said to Xixi. Xianxia helped Xixi paste the double-sided stickers on the back of the photos. He also taught her how to buckle them. The little girl had now mastered the technique of playing with the double-sided stickers. She even poked them with her little finger and had a lot of fun. It was time to work, so Xixi became serious. The little girl pursed her lips and hesitated for a while with the photos on the big card. Then, she pasted them. Xianxia and Murphy watched from the side and didn't interfere with Xixi's choice. However, Xixi was still too young. She didn't know how to allocate space, so when she pasted the photos on the back, she found that there was a lot of space, but there was one photo that couldn't be pasted. Papa, what should I do? The little girl grabbed the last photo. In a daze, she could only turn her little head and look at her father pitifully, asking him for help. In fact, Xianxia could have helped Xixi finish this stage of the report by himself with just this little bit of effort. But it was meaningless. He had to let the little girl do it herself. He had to let her do as much work as she could. Only then would she learn something new and have some new experiences. For example, frustration and helplessness. The photos were not big, but they were not small either. They were pasted everywhere. Xixi still had one that couldn't be pasted. If she insisted on pasting it, she would only be able to cover the other photos. What should we do? Xixi was at her wit's end. She could only look at her father with her big, pitiful eyes. We can't tear down the ones that have already been pasted. If we do, it will ruin the cardboard, Xianxia said to Xixi. But it hasn't been pasted yet, the little girl mumbled as she pushed the remaining photo in front of her father. Since we can't stick this one, we can only give up and use the ones that have already been pasted. Xianxia rubbed Xixi's little head and comforted her softly. It's okay. The remaining ones are enough. Okay. Although Xixi said so, she still looked at the remaining photo reluctantly. She felt that she hadn't done a good job. There was no smile on the little girl's delicate little face. Xianxia took this opportunity to demonstrate to Xixi with the photos from the next day and the second cardboard. So you have to plan from the beginning. How many photos are there and how to allocate the space? For example, you can do this. Before you tear off the double-sided tape, take these photos and fiddle with them on the cardboard. If you don't place them well at first, you can adjust them. Xixi looked at them seriously. With her smart little brain, it wasn't difficult for her to learn these simple skills. After the last few cards were successfully pasted with the photos, Xixi finally smiled and gradually got rid of the impact of the initial setback. Next, Murphy and Xixi used colored pencils to draw on the cardboard. There were many narrow gaps and spaces around the photos. If there was white space, it would look monotonous. Drawing some beautiful patterns or cute patterns would add a lot of color to the report. Xianxia was quite fond of drawing. Previously, under Yang Yi's guidance, although she did not deliberately learn those drawing techniques, the little girl could still draw the images of small fish, ducklings, and other animals swiftly. Moreover, they looked decent and were not scribbles. In the middle, Yang Yi walked away. Because the 8 treasures chicken soup for dinner was rather complicated, it had to be mixed with Cotinopsis palaciula, Poria cocos, Rehmannia chinensis, angelica root, white peony, and other herbs. After that, it had to be washed clean and placed in a clean gauze bag. After that, it had to be butchered. Moreover, it had to be boiled in another pot for a few minutes. In the middle, the water had to be boiled first. Then, it had to be seasoned with scallions, ginger, salt, cooking wine, and other condiments. After that, it had to be simmered slowly for an hour. The process was very troublesome, but this soup was very beneficial for Murphy's pregnancy. In addition, it was delicious and nutritious. Both he and Xianxia could drink it. It was also very helpful for Xianxia's healthy growth. Therefore, even if it was troublesome, Yang Yi would change the way he cooked for Murphy and Xianxia every day. Yang Yi only came back after the fire was simmered. Xianxia was still seriously drawing pictures. She had been drawing for half an hour. Moreover, there were more than 10 colorful cardboard cards. However, she did not lose her patience and continued to draw with her head lowered. Xianxia, why is the little goldfish you drew green? Yang Yi looked behind her for a while and could not help but laugh. How can there be a green goldfish? Xianxia raised her little head and looked at her father. She said innocently, but, after little fish eats grass, it will become green. Steamed bun will also become green. The little girl said that the bun had turned green because the naughty little puppy had run, rolled, and played on the lawn of the villa after a day of rain. In the end, when it came back, its beautiful yellow fur had become dirty and stained with a lot of grass clippings and mud. Yang Yi did not care about anything else at that time. He hurriedly took steamed bun to take a bath and scolded this naughty puppy with a stern face. He did not know that after seeing this scene, Xianxia's imagination had run wild and made such a strange connection. If eating grass would make one green, then why didn't Popeye turn into the Hulk? Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to explain, but Murphy stopped him. She did not let Yang Yi affect Xianxia's divergent thinking. Children's thoughts are all wild and unconstrained. This is a good thing. Let them think freely. Murphy did not idle just now. She wrote the words day 1, day 2 on each cardboard. Then, Xianxia also drew a beautiful border around it. After watching Xianxia draw for a while, Yang Yi wrote down the observation results from Xianxia's recording in the empty space on the cardboard. Although Xianxia was supposed to complete the observation report by herself, after all, she did not know many words and could not write many words. Therefore, Yang Yi did not make things difficult for the little girl. He wrote down the work that Xianxia could not do for Xianxia. As he wrote, Yang Yi smiled and said to Murphy, "It's a pity that this can't be an electronic version of the report. If it were possible, I wouldn't have to write it. I could just paste the recording on it." Murphy smiled and said, "If it's an electronic version of the report, then it's boring. Xianxia will not have the chance to experience the joy of doing it herself. Besides, isn't the electronic version of the report more difficult? Do you think Xianxia can operate your computer skillfully now?" "You don't say. I think the child is very talented in this area. Don't I know how to use the computer to play cartoons for her?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "Later, I found out that she knows where the power button is. Then, she can point to me to open the purchased and downloaded cartoons for her. That's just the cartoons that she likes. Let me tell you, women are not interested in technical things. Let alone Xianxia, even if you ask me to learn, I can't learn." Murphy giggled. When Xianxia finished drawing, Yang Yi was almost done writing Xianxia's report. He pointed at the words under each cardboard and said to Xianxia, "Here, draw a horizontal line here and write your name." "I know how to write my name, Xianxia. But it's so difficult to write." The little girl was eager to try. She did not forget to chat with her parents. He watched as Xianxia wrote her name stroke by stroke on the cardboard. Although the size of the 2 characters was uneven and the writing was crooked, Xianxia still wrote down the 2 characters of her name completely. After writing a piece of paper, Cece turned her head to look at her father. While smiling, she eagerly waited for her father's evaluation. Well written. Many adults don't know how to write the character she. You're so good at drawing. Xianxia praised, continue to work hard and finish it. We'll be done with half of the report. Okay. The little girl nodded with satisfaction. Although such a complicated name needed to be written more than 10 times, she was more motivated to write her name after receiving her father's praise. In the future, when we give our second child a name, we can't give him a name as difficult to write as she. She doesn't understand now. In the future, when she finds out that she has to write this name for the rest of her life, I'm afraid she'll blame you. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh softly to Murphy. Then what name do you want to give to second child? Murphy asked reproachfully. I think the name she sounds good. Looking for recommendation tickets on Monday. Looking for all kinds of tickets. QAQ, Shishi's name was given by Murphy. She had thought about it for several months and flipped through the dictionary before coming up with it. Now that Xianxia was reprimanding her, Murphy was not happy. She pursed her lips and looked at Xianxia as if she was annoyed. I still don't know if Erwa is a boy or a girl. How am I going to name him or her? Xianxia had not thought about this problem carefully, so he could only say this. You can give him a boy's name and then a girl's name. Isn't that enough? Murphy saw Xianxia's embarrassment and deliberately teased him. Also, aren't you very witty? I think sometimes you are quite talented in giving names, as long as you are serious. Mofe was right. For example, the name of the dish Flying Together, and the name of their studio, What Fei Thinks, both looked very interesting, but these were all based on the situation that Xianxia had a proper attitude towards them, just like the name Xianxia came up with for Dao Dao. When he was facing the 3 British Shorthairs, he was thinking about something and didn't give them a proper name. This Dao Dao sounded so shabby. Murphy was now jokingly urging Xianxia to think about it. Of course, she did not really want to decide on the child's name right now. However, Xianxia still seriously thought about it. A few minutes later, he said hesitantly, my initial idea is that if it's a boy, I'll name him Xianxia. If it's a girl, I'll name her Xianxia. What's so special about these 2 names? Murphy did not comment and asked curiously. In Shishi's name, the word she is usually used to refer to the morning sun or the sun. And in Xianxia's name, the word yi is also used to refer to light. It refers to the bright and brilliant appearance, and it also has a beautiful meaning of overflowing talent, Xianxia said. If it's a girl, the word yu in Shishi's name, on the one hand, contains the word yu in the moon and echoes the word sun in Shishi. Moreover, it has the meaning of precious pearl and divine pearl. I think it's more suitable for a girl's name, Xianxia spoke frankly and showed his true ability. He even said proudly, these 2 names have a very good characteristic, it's easy to write. However, Murphy had been suppressing her laughter. When Xianxia finished speaking, she laughed out loud and said, didn't you realize that there's a big problem with the names you? Xianxia looked at Murphy suspiciously and asked, what's the big problem? Let's use the same word to call Shishi's name. Then, you can use the same word to call Xianxia's name. Murphy pushed Xianxia's hand and encouraged him with a smile. When Murphy mentioned the word you, Xianxia understood. Xianxia, Yi. Grandpa. These names were too convenient. Ahem. I didn't think this through. I'll think of a better name for a boy later, Xianxia said awkwardly. Why don't you read it? Mofe said happily. Xianxia could only change the topic. When he saw that Shishi had finished writing her name, he walked over and helped her tidy up the paper. He folded it according to the time and put it into the large hardcover book. At the same time, he said to Shishi, I was just talking to your mom about your younger brother and sister. Dad wants to ask you, do you want a younger brother or younger sister? Younger brother or younger sister? The little girl raised her head and looked at her father in confusion. Yes, do you want mom to give birth to a younger brother or younger sister? If it's a younger brother, it'll be like Nanjiaoyu, and a younger sister will be like Xianxia. She said in confusion, but Nanjiaoyu isn't a younger brother. He's older than me, he's an older brother. And Xianxia is also older than me. Dad is just making an analogy. Dad means that the younger brother is a boy, and the younger sister is a girl. Yang Yi said with a helpless smile. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Then she frowned and said, but, Papa, I want a younger brother and a younger sister. What should I do? Can I have both of them? Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This younger brother and sister were like dolls. Could they have both? I'm afraid not. Yang Yi shook his head and said, you can only have one. Murphy had been pregnant for more than 3 months. A few days ago, Yang Yi took her for a pregnancy test. The ultrasound examination had ruled out the possibility of twins. Ah? She cried out in disappointment. Murphy, who was laughing next to them, finally couldn't help but come over and interrupt the conversation between Yang Yi and Shi. She said, well, don't embarrass Shi. She should say that no matter if it's a younger brother or a younger sister, you'll like it, right? The little girl nodded hard. After Murphy terminated her contract with Tianmei, she put the recording of a new song on the agenda. Now she could do some work. As long as she was not too tired, it was good for her physical and mental health. However, because Yang Yi was going to release military songs, Murphy was not willing to be left behind. She planned to sing military songs with Yang Yi. For this reason, Yang Yi temporarily gave up the unsuitable night at the military port among the few military songs in his mind. Then, he wrote the remaining 2 songs for Murphy. In the recording studio of the newly listed Phoebe Studio, after reading the lyrics of the 2 songs that Yang Yi took out and listening to the demo that Yang Yi hummed, Murphy was not as excited as Jining Ming, who was as excited as if he had found a treasure. Her expression was a bit strange. Yang Yi, how can you even write such a song? Mo Fei couldn't help but ask. She found it funny and strange at the same time. The first song was okay. Murphy liked it very much. The key was the second song. The second song was also good, but it was written by the rough Yang Yi. It was very strange. Jining Ming was a loyal fan of Yang Yi. He held the score of the second song and excitedly defended Yang Yi. No, it's not strange. I think this is the strength of teacher Yang Yi. He has made innovations in the style of music. This time, he incorporated the elements of older folk songs and the characteristics of minority music. In the instrumental music, he also added the eru. Jining Ming said a lot, but in fact, Murphy was not talking about the arrangement of the song, but the lyrics of the song. Yang Yi understood. He smiled awkwardly. After Jining Ming finished, he explained to Murphy in private, the 2 people I wrote in the song are not referring to me. You know, before I met you, how could I have had time to date? The sourness in Murphy's heart subsided. She asked puzzledly, then who are you describing? Old Luo. Don't look at him now. When I first came to Battle Wolf, he was still a young man. Yang Yi said with a smile, his wife was his childhood sweetheart. At that time, she wasn't his wife yet. The 2 of them had a very good relationship. Although Yang Yi said this was a connection that he reluctantly made up, he was not lying. The story of Luo Zongxing and his wife was indeed like that. Our army discipline is very strict, you know. Usually, they are not allowed to call home. They have to keep it a secret. They can only call during the new year. Then, after old Luo called his parents, he called his girlfriend. The 2 of them are so tired of each other. It's even more tired than the song I wrote. Murphy covered her mouth and snickered. She said, then if you write this song and old Luo hears it, will he come and beat you to death? Who cares? Let's sing it first. He can't beat me anyway. Yang Yi laughed. In the blink of an eye, it was already June. After June 1st, Yang Yi suddenly remembered that June 1st Children's Day hadn't passed yet. It wasn't that he didn't care about the outside world, but because there was no June 1st Children's Day in this world, and there was no such thing as Children's Day. So he just sent Shi to kindergarten and picked her up. Nothing else happened. Yang Yi didn't feel sorry for all the children in the world. He just felt that he didn't give Shi a happy holiday that belonged to her, and he felt sorry for Shi. So, this weekend, Yang Yi held a small party at home and invited Shi's friends and their parents to come over to play. He wanted to let Shi and her friends celebrate a late Children's Day together. In fact, after Yang Yi moved last month, Shi said that her friends wanted to come over to play, but Yang Yi was occupied with various things in those few weeks. One moment, it was Yang Huani's exam, and the next moment, he just came back from Yang Qing's wedding in his hometown. He was travel-worn and didn't have time to organize, just right, he could kill two birds with one stone. On Saturday morning, Xixi dressed up beautifully. She wore a chiffon shirt and a pleated skirt. Murphy also put on Xixi's favorite butterfly headband and pink leather boots. She looked beautiful and cute, like a little lady, but also like a cute fairy in a fairy tale. The early summer sunshine sprinkled on her hair, as if the loose ends of her hair were emitting a golden light. Looking at the little girl running happily by the grass and running to the door to greet her friends, the bell-like laughter seemed to bring people back to their youth. The first one to arrive wasn't Lan Xian, who was the closest. Instead, it was Yang Luoqi, who was brought along by Yang Gua and Wu Yu. The two girls were together, and their angelic smiles melted everyone's hearts. The second to arrive was Nan Zhaoyu. Yang Yi was more surprised that Nanny Yun also came today. He had been resting for a long time after his stroke, however, there was a small episode here. After Nanny Yun fell ill, Guozi's father went to visit Nanny Yun. Guozi inadvertently mentioned this to Yang Yi later. Last year, when Guozi helped Yang Yi entertain the children's fathers in the coffee shop, Guozi and Nanny Yun talked and heard him play the piano, so he had an impression. Guozi's father, Guo Jingyan, was the deputy mayor. Nanny Yun was indeed a person's identity in the calligraphy world. Not mentioning this, Yang Yi smiled and greeted Nanny Yun, "Old brother Nan, I haven't visited you for a long time. How have you recovered? Looking at you now, you're in a good state of mind." Nanny Yun smiled and nodded to Yang Yi, then said slowly, "Walking and standing are basically not too big of a problem. The doctor also said that my recovery is good, but now my writing hand is still a little shaky, and my energy is not as good as before." It could be seen that the hair on Nanny Yun's temples had turned a lot white. It seemed that the stroke still had a big impact on him. After all, he was also old. But Yang Yi still comforted him, "It's okay, take your time. This recuperation really needs some time." Nanny Yun's wife and Wu Yu were entertained by Murphy. They were very interested in the villa, so Murphy took them around. Yang Yi accompanied Yang Yi and Nanny Yun to chat in the living room. Xixi took her friends to play with steamed bun. In fact, Yang Luoqi wanted to play with the cats. She was afraid of steamed bun, and thought that dogs were fierce. But the three little British Shorthairs were quite vengeful. When they saw the naughty children coming again, they had already slipped away. Steamed bun was quite conscientious. When Yang Luoqi came, he was still at Yang Yi's feet. He clawed at Yang Luoqi with his 4 feet on the ground. He bared his teeth and barked at Yang Luoqi, scaring the little girl. Then he tucked his tail and hid behind Yang Yi. Now, steamed bun knew that Yang Luoqi was a good friend and not a bad person. Not only did he not remember the bad things he had done before, he also shamelessly wagged his tail and went between Xixi and Yang Luoqi, wanting to play with them. "Chichi, steamed bun is very obedient. He won't bite people. Don't be afraid." Xixi put her small hand on steamed bun's head and patted it gently. The little yellow dog seemed to understand its master's intention and lay down. Xixi said, "Look at how obedient steamed bun is. Come and play with him." Yang Luoqi was actually not very afraid. She had told Xixi in kindergarten that she wanted to play with steamed bun. So, under Xixi's demonstration, she hesitantly squatted beside Xixi and reached out to touch steamed bun. Steamed bun raised his head and sniffed Yang Luoqi's hand. He even opened his mouth to lick it, but Yang Luoqi did not know. She was so scared that she quickly retracted her hand. "Hee, Chichi, don't be afraid. Steamed bun didn't want to bite you." Xixi looked at her little friend's scared expression and couldn't help but laugh. Xixi reached out her little hand to steamed bun, who had an innocent look on his face. Steamed bun rubbed against Xixi in a fawning manner. Then he stuck out his little pink tongue and licked his little master's soft little hand. So that's what he was like. Yang Luoqi understood. She liked steamed bun more than she was nervous. She walked back to steamed bun and played with him. "I also want to play with steamed bun," Nan Zhaoyu whispered as he squatted on the side and looked at Xixi and Yang Luoqi enviously. Ever since Nanny Yun got sick, Nan Zhaoyu had become even more introverted. If it weren't for these little friends, he probably would have become an autistic child. Xianxia looked at him with some confusion and said matter-of-factly, Xiaoyu, you can also play with steamed bun. The little girl was very kind. She stood up and pulled Nan Xiaoyu over to squat in her previous position. Then she giggled and said, this way, you can play with steamed bun. Steamed bun saw that another person had come to play with him. He happily wagged his tail and got up from the ground. He raised his 2 front feet and put them on Nan Xiaoyu's legs. Yang Luoqi was a little scared and a little surprised as she quietly called out. But Nan Xiaoyu was much calmer. He liked steamed bun even more than Yang Luoqi. He revealed a surprised smile that he hadn't seen in a long time. He carefully patted steamed bun's head and muttered, steamed bun, you want to play with me? I also want to play with you. Perhaps this kindness was contagious. Steamed bun was very enthusiastic towards Nan Xiaoyu. After he put down his front feet, he jumped around Nan Xiaoyu and sniffed around. Nan Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia and Yang Luoqi also saw this scene and laughed. They happily joined in the siege of Nan Xiaoyu. After playing until he was a little out of breath, Nan Xiaoyu hugged steamed bun and said to Xianxia dejectedly, my mom won't let me raise a pet. I really want to raise a puppy that's as big as steamed bun. Then you can raise a big dog. Xianxia's dog is very big. She said that she'll bring it over to play with us later. Xianxia didn't hear him clearly. She was still trying to advise her friend. Xianxia, Xiaoyu said that his mom won't let him raise a pet. Even a big dog won't do. Yang Luoqi said from the side. I see. Xianxia blinked her big eyes and said, but Xiaoyu, you also have little fishy. Little fishy is also a pet. Nan Xiaoyu was stunned. He also realized that his words didn't make sense. He scratched his head and didn't know what to say. Xianxia was very happy to talk about her little goldfish. She said, I'll take you to see my little goldfish. I'll take pictures of him. Yang Luoqi was also interested. She happily said, okay. So, the few friends gathered in front of Xianxia's fish tank. The little girl deftly opened the mechanism that her father had made and removed the barbed wire. Then, she introduced her goldfish to her friends. This is Little White, and this is Golden. I call it Little Gold. After listening to Xianxia's introduction, Yang Luoqi knelt on the floor curiously and leaned over the low little table. Previously, Yang Yi had it specially built for Xianxia to observe and take pictures. She looked at the little goldfish through the glass tank. At this moment, Nan Xiaoyu finally understood his logic. He pulled Xianxia and said, Xianxia, I want to say that I don't like little goldfish, but I like puppies. But my mom won't let me raise puppies. You don't like little goldfish? Xianxia looked at Nan Xiaoyu with a little surprise. She was so surprised that her little mouth was round and her eyes were big. Moreover, the little girl had a little baby fat. She looked a little like the little goldfish sister when she puffed up her mouth. Little goldfish are so cute. How could you not like them? However, Nan Xiaoyu still nodded. Xianxia didn't care too much. She still cared about her friends. She stood up and clapped her hands. Okay. Then let's go play with the steamed buns. Okay then. Yang Luoqi was still a little reluctant, but she didn't have her own opinions. She liked to follow her friends. At this moment, Yang Yi called out from the living room. Xianxia, come over quickly. Xianxia and Chen Shiyun are here too. Xianxia and Chen Shiyun are here. Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. Nan Xiaoyu and Yang Luoqi were happy. They ran out happily with Xianxia. Another burst of laughter echoed through the house and flew all the way out. Steamed Bun was a little puppy, a little yellow dog that loved to play. He liked to follow behind his little master and look for opportunities to run in front of his little master. He wagged his tail and raised his head, hoping that his little master would take him out for a walk. Its favorite thing was to run happily with its little master on the path by the lake. Then, it would jump up and play games with the butterflies flying above the flowers. However, Steamed Bun still maintained the vigilance of a stray dog. Although she was only a 4-month-old female dog, she was still very loyal. When her owners were not at home, she would raise her vigilance and prick her ears to prevent strangers from intruding. If an unfamiliar car passed by, Steamed Bun, who was lying in front of the house, would stand up, look out the fence, and growl a few times, although there was no sense of threat at all. On this day, many of his little master's friends came to visit. There were adults, and there were also children. In the end, there was a chubby little girl with a big white dog. This adult Samoyed was well taken care of. Its fur was fluffy and covered with a layer of soft snow. It was really beautiful. And it was also very obedient. It lay there quietly with its tongue out, like a smiling angel. Its arrival was immediately welcomed by Xianxia and the other children. They played with Xianxia's big dog downstairs. Steamed Bun was also a newborn puppy that was not afraid of tigers. He was facing a big dog that was more than 10 times his size, but he was not afraid at all. He wagged his tail, ran in front of the Samoyed, and sniffed around. The Samoyed had a gentle personality. Facing the lively Steamed Bun, it only turned its head left and right to look at him. At most, when Steamed Bun stepped on its tail to play, it would reach out a paw and gently pat Steamed Bun's head, as if it was very doting. However, the Samoyed did not play with Steamed Bun. After all, it was a big dog. It was surrounded by its little master and a group of children, so it did not move around like Steamed Bun. It just sat there obediently, waiting for them to hug it. The big white dog did not play with Steamed Bun, but Steamed Bun was not angry. He was still cheerfully jumping around, full of energy. The children ate some of the pastries that Xianxia brought out, and then chattered away. No one knew what they were talking about, but they actually decided to go to Xianxia's house to have a look. Xianxia, Xianxia, and the other girls were fighting to hold the Samoyed, but no one remembered Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun followed them to the gate of the villa and found that the young master didn't want to take him out to play, so he stopped. Xianxia was worried that these children would go out to play by themselves, especially with a large dog. Although it was a docile Samoyed, Xianxia was still worried. He told the parents to let Murphy continue to accompany them, and then he went out with them. Steamed Bun, you have to stay and watch the house. You can't go out to play. Xianxia saw Steamed Bun pacing back and forth in front of the yard. He didn't have time to take Steamed Bun out. He still had to take care of the 5 children, so he pointed at the house and said to Steamed Bun. Steamed Bun didn't understand his master's words, but the loyalty in his bones made him understand his master's meaning. He had to guard the villa. There were so many strangers today, so he couldn't let them steal the house. Hoof! Steamed Bun turned his head and ran back to the door of the house. He sat down on his stomach vigilantly. He really did find some movement. There was a rustling sound coming from the fence in the yard. Steamed Bun turned his head to look. However, he didn't move because he could smell it. It was one of his own people. He saw Dodo nimbly crawl out from the fence and look at Steamed Bun with its big blue face. If it were any other day, Steamed Bun would definitely go up and play with Dodo. But today, he couldn't. Steamed Bun could only watch as Dodo stretched, then nimbly climbed up the tree in the courtyard and squinted his eyes. Guarding the house was actually a bit boring. Steamed Bun laid at the door for a while before deciding to patrol the house. He could hear the adults chatting in the house. After circling the living room, Steamed Bun went to the side hall and saw the fish tank on the low table. What is this? If Steamed Bun could speak, he would definitely think this. The fish tank was usually locked with barbed wire, so he didn't have a chance to touch it. Steamed Bun often saw his little master looking at the things inside. Seeing that the fish tank wasn't guarded, his curiosity surged. The low table wasn't very tall, and Steamed Bun was gradually growing up. Even though his legs were still very short, he could still jump onto the table. Steamed Bun looked inside and saw a few small fish swimming around. Steamed Bun wasn't interested in the small fish. He felt that the rocks that the small fish were swimming around were a bit interesting. Cats were afraid of water, but dogs weren't. He curiously extended his paw into the water and poked at the small rockery. Suddenly, a piece of the dragon bone rock fell over, scaring the small goldfish inside. He didn't know if they were scared out of their wits. Steamed Bun was actually scared by this movement. He quickly retracted his paw and shrunk back. After observing for a while, he didn't find anything strange. It was a bit boring, but since he was here and Steamed Bun was thirsty, he went over and licked the water in the fish tank. The taste was strange, but steamed bun didn't dislike it. After drinking 2 mouthfuls, he curled his long tongue and accidentally pulled a small goldfish that was running in a panic into his mouth. The lively little goldfish gave steamed bun a fright. He sneezed and spat out the little goldfish in his mouth. Perhaps if he spat it out into the fish tank, the little goldfish could still be saved. However, steamed bun pulled his head back. The little goldfish was spat out onto the table and lay there on the verge of death. Not long after, it stopped moving. Steamed bun tilted his head and observed the little goldfish. He even extended his small paw and poked at it. Perhaps he was still wondering how this thing got out of the fish tank. "Steamed bun, what are you doing?" Murphy's voice was suddenly heard. She was going to the kitchen to get some fruit salad. When she passed by the side hall, she saw this scene. Steamed bun also turned his head and looked at his mistress. He wagged his tail and ran to her feet and rubbed up to her. "Goldfish." After steamed bun moved his butt away, Murphy saw the goldfish on the table. She cried out in alarm, "Steamed bun, what did you do to it?" Steamed bun could feel the anxiety in his mistress's voice. He wagged his tail and raised his head with an innocent expression. "You might not believe it, but this fish ran into my mouth by itself." If steamed bun could speak human language, he would definitely explain it to his mistress. Murphy ran over in a hurry. She carefully picked up the little goldfish and put it back into the fish tank. But it was too late. The poor little goldfish was already motionless. It floated on the surface of the water with its belly up. At this moment, Murphy realized that the fish tank was a mess. The fake mountain that she and Xianxia had spent a long time on was a mess, not to mention the other fake aquatic plants that were all over the place. The other 3 little goldfish were fine. They were still alive, but seeing how they were avoiding Murphy in a panic, it seemed like they were quite frightened. You might not believe it, but the 4 of us goldfish brothers were swimming in our own territory when a terrifying head suddenly stretched out. It was like a heavenly dog, swallowing the sky and covering the sun. It swallowed one of our brothers with its tongue. "Steamed bun, you little baddie." Murphy looked at steamed bun, who was staring at her pitifully. The little yellow dog also had a pitiful look on its face. This made Murphy unable to vent her anger. However, there was no point in blaming steamed bun now. Steamed bun wasn't human, so it wouldn't understand anything she said. The problem was, what about the little goldfish? Although one died, there were still 3 spare tires, but this was the most beautiful little goldfish. She really liked it. If she knew, wouldn't she be heartbroken, thinking about how sad the little girl would be and how she would cry? Murphy's heart was in a mess. She felt terrible and uncomfortable. "Murphy, we're preparing to go to Boss Land's house to take a look," Wu said to Murphy in the living room. "Do you want to come with us?" "I'll come too. I have something to ask Xianxia about." Murphy forced a smile. She scooped out the dead little goldfish, put it in a plastic bag, and brought it over. Of course, before she left, she didn't forget to cover the fish tank with a wire mesh. When they arrived at Lan Cao Kai's villa, she was playing with Lan Xian, Yang Luoqi, Qin Shiyun, and Nan Zhaoyu, and the other children, throwing little balls at Lan Xian's Samoyed. "I want to come too." She heard the little girl's cheerful laughter, and then Murphy saw she run across the grass, chasing after the Samoyed and taking the little plastic ball from its mouth. The Samoyed was also very excited. It stood up like a human, sticking out its tongue and waving its 2 front paws as if to say, "Throw it to me. Throw it to me." The little girl threw the little plastic ball high up into the air. The Samoyed flipped over, and its large body was still very agile. It pounced forward and bit the little ball in midair. Amazing! She and the other little girls jumped and jumped, all cheering excitedly for the Samoyed. "It's my turn." Nan Zhaoyu also seemed to be in the mood. He happily ran to the big Samoyed, stroking its soft hair while reaching out to ask for the ball. Other people's dogs, Murphy glanced at them and waved at Xianxia, who was watching over the children, to come over. "You guys go and play. I'll take care of the children." Wu happened to see Murphy and Xianxia's actions, so she volunteered to take over Xianxia's duties. She walked towards the children with a smile. Wu's maternal instincts were aroused when she brought out this group of innocent little fellows to play. She forgot to close the lid of the fish tank, and now the little goldfish is dead. What should we do? Murphy pulled Xianxia aside, carefully opened the bag, and said sadly to Xianxia, we have to think of a solution. Otherwise, Xi will be very sad. Murphy had such an experience. When she was a child, her family's dog fell sick and died. She was so sad that she couldn't eat for several days. Xianxia looked at the dead goldfish in surprise. He frowned and asked, who did this? Little Gray? Little Guai? Or Shido? It's not a cat, it's Bowsy. When I went to the kitchen, I happened to see it by the fish tank. Its paws were still wet, Murphy said. Xianxia nodded gently. But if it was Little Gray who did this, Little Gold would have disappeared. Can we buy the same one for Xi and bring it back? Murphy suggested. It shouldn't be a problem. It's just that, in such a rush, how would we have time to buy a new one for Xi? She'll be bringing her friends home for some snacks later. Chen Shiyun and Xian were talking about this just now. As Xianxia spoke, he pondered. Then, his gaze fell on the huge aquarium tank in Lan Xian's living room. This aquarium tank was not just big. Lan Caokai had previously gotten someone to arrange it into an ecological aquarium tank. Hundreds of goldfish swam around inside, beautiful as an underwater world. Big brother Lan, help. At night, the noisy villa finally quieted down, and the children returned home. Xi, who had played the whole day, was still not satisfied. She had already finished eating and was still circling around the dining table, excitedly telling her parents about the fun stories of her friends. Xiaoyu said he likes puppies and doesn't like little goldfish, but his mom didn't let him raise puppies, so he raised little goldfish. Chi-Chi didn't dare to play with steamed bun. Then I told Chi-Chi that steamed bun was very obedient, so Chi-Chi played with steamed bun. As Xianxia listened to his daughter's story, he subconsciously glanced at the obedient steamed bun. Although he and Murphy hadn't had the time to give steamed bun a lesson on ideology and politics, steamed bun seemed to have realized that he had gotten into trouble and didn't dare to look at Xianxia. He only saw his ears drooping, neck shrunk, head lowered, sitting pitifully to one side, completely unlike his usual crazy dog appearance. Xianxia and Murphy listened to Xi's story with a smile, but didn't give a positive response. They also didn't dare to mention the little goldfish to Xi. They avoided the topic of fish, delaying it for as long as they could. But after taking a shower that night, before Xi went to bed, she thought of her little goldfish. She hadn't done her homework to observe the little goldfish that day. So the little girl giggled, grabbed her camera, and wobbled down the stairs barefooted. Wait, Mom. Mom will go with you. Murphy felt like she had done something wrong, so she followed behind Xi in fear. In the side hall, Xi skillfully opened the mechanism, opened the lid, and looked at the fish tank. After a while, the little girl made a puzzled sound. Huh? What's wrong? Is something wrong? Murphy was shocked and asked nervously. Did Xi see through it? Mom, this stone fell. Xi pointed at the rockery in the fish tank, looked at her mother with confusion in her big eyes, and said. Murphy took a look. It was the rockery that the steamed stuffed bun had dropped. Xi and Xianxia were so focused on getting the little goldfish back that they didn't remember to restore the rockery to its original state. But it didn't mean that there was a problem with the little goldfish. Murphy let out a sigh of relief, smiled, and said, it's okay. Maybe Dad accidentally knocked it over when he was changing the water in the fish tank. It won't affect us. Mom, you have to tell Dad not to hit the little goldfish. They will hurt, Xi said with concern. Her worried little face still looked very cute. When Dad comes out of the shower, I will tell him. Murphy quickly nodded and said. Xi started to take pictures of the little goldfish. Murphy watched from the side, but her heart was still hanging. She kept muttering to herself, did they pass? Did they pass? Mom. Xi suddenly turned her little head and happily told Murphy about her discovery. Little goldfish has grown bigger. It is bigger than Little White and Big White. The little girl was so surprised that Murphy almost thought that she had been exposed and was shocked. However, it seemed that Xi's reaction wasn't sadness, but happiness. Murphy remembered the excuse that she had discussed with Xianxia before, and she was secretly happy. She doesn't suspect that little goldfish isn't the original little goldfish. She just said that it has grown bigger. She should be able to fool us. Little goldfish can grow too. Murphy said softly, just like xiao guai and steamed stuffed bun, they are also growing up, right? You have taken care of little goldfish for so long, it must have grown up too. Really? The little girl was so happy that she danced with joy. She had been looking forward to the little goldfish growing up, but after observing it every day, it seemed that she couldn't see any changes. She didn't expect it to suddenly appear. She didn't doubt her words at all, which made Murphy feel a little guilty. She felt that she had deceived she. After all, the little goldfish couldn't grow up so easily. However, sometimes white lies were necessary. Murphy looked at Shishi's happy and not sad expression, and the big stone in her heart was put down. Shishi, this is a very good discovery. You have to record it, Murphy said softly to Shishi. N. The little girl nodded with a smile. She sat down at the small table, then took out her recording pen and skillfully pressed the record button. Then, she happily told her new discovery as if she was telling a story to a good friend. Yang Yi had repeatedly hit a wall. They had even used some of Su Zhongwei's connections to pressure Yang Yi, but to no avail. The frequency of Global Pictures' contact with Sahara Publishing House had decreased a lot. It seemed like they had given up. It was also possible that they were deliberately ignoring Yang Yi. It was as if they were certain that no one could offer better terms than them. Indeed, other than Global Pictures, some domestic film and television companies were also eyeing the copyright of Prison Break. Although they did not make excessive demands, the bargaining chip to buy the film and television rights of Prison Break was nothing compared to the huge Global Pictures. Yang Yi would not destroy his own classic for money, but he would not easily sell it to a film and television company at a cheap price. Therefore, the copyright of Prison Break was still in his hands after a few months. Yang Yi did not care, but Lu Benji from Sahara Publishing House was anxious for Yang Yi. We can't be so passive. We have to take the initiative for our boss. Lu Benji said to his subordinates during a meeting. Boss's book is to be filmed overseas. Therefore, it's not realistic to wait for others to come to us. We can find a translator who is proficient in American culture to translate Prison Break. Then, we can take the initiative to find someone from a foreign film and television company to watch it. This was a good idea. After the task was assigned, Sahara Publishing House started to look for a suitable translator. At the same time, Yang Yi's 2 storybooks, Shishi's Bedtime Stories 2 and Journey to the West, were also in the process of publishing. Sahara Publishing House had also bought advertising space in major children's literature magazines to promote Yang Yi's new book. These 2 books had just appeared in the market and showed good sales. Of course, it was the best sales in children's literature. If they were to be compared to the entire publication market, their competitiveness would be much weaker. After all, it was too niche. After nearly 2 weeks of waiting, the results of the art examination of Jiangqing Media University were finally released in early June. Just like the Capital Film Academy, the Jiangchuan Performing Arts School's ranking list also attracted the attention of the media. Every year, there would be some young stars who became famous at an early age applying. The most popular one was, of course, the Beijing Film Academy. However, that place was like a narrow wooden bridge. Even if one was a famous celebrity, he or she might not be able to get in. Jiangxi Media University's Performing Arts Department had become the second choice for some celebrities. For example, Qin Wen had chosen Jiangchuan last year. This year, there were also celebrities applying for Jiangchuan. According to the media, there was an idol celebrity named Liaoiqi among the candidates. He was quite good-looking and had acted in a few campus idol dramas before. This time, when he reached the age limit, his management company arranged for him to apply for Jiangchuan's acting major. No one knew if they wanted him to come here to make him look good or if they really wanted him to hone his acting skills. However, the reporters did not notice an inconspicuous name on the list, Yang Huan. Although Yang Huan had been exposed by the reporters because she had appeared beside Yang Yi and was known to be Yang Yi's biological sister, no one had connected the name with Yang Yi's sister. Yes, Yang Huan had passed the Jiangxi Media University's Performing Arts Department exam. When the news came out, the cafe at the corner of the street cheered again. Yang Yi was grinning from ear to ear. He was happy for Yang Huan. Among the candidates who had passed the exam, Yang Huan was ranked in the middle. She did not perform particularly well. After all, Yang Huan had only studied for half a year. She was not a genius and could not have gotten the first place with arrogance. However, overall, she was not too bad. She did not almost fail the exam. Yang Huan's martial arts foundation had probably helped her a lot. Of course, no matter what, Yang Huan had passed the most difficult stage. It was almost certain that she would get into Jiangchuan. What was left was to take the college entrance examination in half a month. As long as she did not mess up and pass the cultural test, which was not too high, Yang Huan would be able to become the junior of Ding Xiang, Guozi, and Qin Wen. You can't relax yet. After being happy, Yang Yi pulled a long face and played the role of a brother. He said to Yang Huan, in the remaining half a month, continue to do the questions and strive to pass the college entrance examination perfectly. Got it. Yang Huan hugged Yang Yi's arm and said with a smile. Although she had not received the final acceptance letter, Yang Huan was still grateful to Yang Yi. She felt that if she did not have such a strict brother, her life would have gone on a different track. Perhaps she would not have the opportunity to sit in a university class. Instead, she would have walked into a big factory in a coastal city like many of her friends in her hometown and become an ordinary member of the factory girls. Although Yang Huan was usually carefree, her character was similar to Yang Yi's. She did not know how to express her gratitude. However, she would work hard and repay Yang Yi's expectations with her results. The case of Qianli Chuanshu Group against Rong Huada finally came to trial. However, because the contract dispute had to be filed in the court where the contract was performed or where the defendant was located, the court that accepted the case was the local court of Xiangnan. It was normal that the case would not be filed in their own territory. Lawyer Hui Yang was very confident in the beginning. After all, he had been paid to do things in the past 6 months. Through phone recordings, interviews with other artists, and even some illegal means, Hui Yang had gathered a lot of evidence. There was evidence that Rong Huada had set up a contract trap to steal Qianli Chuanshu's original song. There was also evidence that Rong Huada had maliciously suppressed its artists and exploited their benefits. In order to avoid suspicion, Yang Yi did not appear in court. He did not even have too much contact with Qianli Chuanshu to prevent the reporters from catching him. Lu Xiaoshu and Miao Chuan were also very grateful for Yang Yi's help. However, they were so poor that they could only live in the dormitory. They did not have the capital to repay Yang Yi. Until now, they only had the opportunity to help Yang Yi when he moved. Like Yang Yi, they could only continue to look forward to the future and secretly compose their own music. They hoped that in the future, they would have the opportunity to repay Yang Yi's kindness by singing. However, in the middle of June, the case that had been going on for more than a week finally came to a conclusion. However, Hui Yang was shocked that the court's verdict had been reversed. Originally, there was a lot of evidence against Rong Huada Group. However, in the end, the court's verdict was not to terminate the contract between Qianli Chuanshu Group and Rong Huada Group. Instead, Rong Huada Group was to compensate Qianli Chuanshu with a loss of 100,000 yuan. Just compensation? Why did it turn out like this? Hui Yang found out from the court that Rong Huada Group had a good attitude in admitting their mistake. They had taken the initiative to fire the relevant agents and legal manager. They had also apologized to Qianli Chuanshu in writing. Therefore, the court gave a lighter sentence. They apologized to Qianli Chuanshu. Qianli Chuanshu didn't know that the so-called written apology was actually an internal email sent to Qianli Chuanshu by their company. However, this email was not Qianli Chuanshu's own email. It was an official email that was controlled by the original agent. Moreover, the apology was not understood by the parties involved. Was this considered an apology? If they didn't terminate the contract, Qianli Chuanshu still had many years of contract left. Wouldn't he continue to be frozen by Rong Huada Group? What could the compensation of 100,000 renminbi be used as compensation? Hui Yang's legal fees were more than that, okay? Faced with this ridiculous verdict, Hui Yang was furious. He immediately appealed to the provincial court and asked for a heavier sentence. However, a few days later, the provincial court rejected his appeal and upheld the original verdict. There's something fishy about this. Back in Jiangqing, Hui Yang explained to Yang Yi in shame, someone must have interfered with the trial. It said that Rong Huada has an official background. Now, it seems that this background is very deep. Then what should we do? Yang Yi looked at Lu Xiaoxu and the rest, who were originally hopeful of going to Xiangnan, but were now holding their heads in despair and asked Hui Yang. No, I'll continue to help you guys fight this case for free. Hui Yang gritted his teeth and said. This mistake was simply smashing his reputation. I don't believe that they can do whatever they want in Jiangnan. What Hui Yang meant was that he would think of a way to get this case to the court in Jiangnan. In Jiangnan, he still had some connections. He didn't believe that he couldn't compete with the power behind Rong Huada Group. After Hui Yang left, Lu Xiaoxu walked towards Yang Yi. He smiled bitterly and said to Yang Yi, Brother Yang, I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble. If there's really no other way, you don't have to worry too much about us. Why do you think that way? Don't give up on yourself. Yang Yi frowned and said. No, I've discussed it with Miao Chuan. Our current contract is very troublesome. If we continue to be in a deadlock and the reporters find out about your relationship, it will bring you and sister-in-law a lot of trouble. Why don't we just grit our teeth and endure for 6 to 7 years? When the contract is no longer valid, then we can consider making a comeback. Lu Xiaoxu said. But we won't give up on our music dreams. In the future, no matter what we do, whether it's working in the supermarket or making a living, we will continue to write songs and write our own music. When the contract is over, we'll bring our songs to you. We won't look for other management companies, we'll sing for you guys. Lu Xiaoxu wanted to repay Yang Yi in this way. Are you guys stupid? 6 to 7 years later, you guys will have passed your golden age. Furthermore, you guys lack the tempering of the stage. Do you guys think that you guys still have the ability to make a comeback? Yang Yi said reproachfully. Don't think too much about this matter. Just continue your lessons in school. As for the rest, Hui Yang and I will help you guys find an explanation. While Yang Yi was reprimanding Lu Xiaoxu and Lu Xiaoxu, Lin Muan was also sitting next to them with a thoughtful look. Lu Xiaoxu and Miao Chuan had a good relationship with him now. They often communicated with each other about music. Seeing that these two brothers were in trouble, did he have any way to help them? Due to Chen Fengchen's perfectionist attitude, Soldier's Assault, which had been delayed for half a year, was finally completed. Yang Yi also attended the press conference for the completion of the filming as per his agreement with Chen Fengchen. However, today, Murphy's behavior was a little strange. Especially when Yang Yi finished lunch and was about to leave, Murphy asked casually, Honey, do you know what date tomorrow is? Tomorrow? Tomorrow is June 18th. Yang Yi asked curiously. Why do you ask? Don't you normally ask what date today is? Murphy looked carefully at Yang Yi's expression and didn't find anything strange. She smiled and said, Oh, look at my slip of the tongue. I asked today. Today is the 17th, she pouted and said to Yang Yi coquettishly, They say pregnancy makes one stupid for 3 years. How long have I been pregnant? Why am I so stupid? Yang Yi couldn't help laughing, rubbed Mo Fei's head, and said dotingly, How can I be stupid? Don't scare yourself. Be careful at home. You don't have to worry about anything else. The press conference won't be long. I'll cook dinner for you after I pick up Shishi. Murphy reached out her arms and hooked them around Yang Yi's neck. She said in a sweet voice, I want a kiss. Yang Yi kissed her gently on the lips and drove away under her satisfied gaze. Although Soldier's Assault was filmed in the military, Chen Fengchen obviously wouldn't hold a press conference there. Yang Yi arrived at a hotel in the coastal area. He arrived early. Under Chen Fengchen's lead, Yang Yi met with the main cast. Yang Yi was more familiar with Geng Sha, and he had a good impression of this simple and honest short young man who spoke with a thick accent. The two of them chatted for a while on the side. They were mainly talking about The Fugitive, which was going to be filmed in Jiangqing City next month. Through his conversation with Geng Sha, Yang Yi realized that Geng Sha was very dedicated. He studied the script seriously and could tell some of Wang Li's background. He even analyzed Wang Li's psychological activities and spoke clearly and logically. Of course, when Geng Sha talked to Yang Yi, he sounded nervous and embarrassed to look at Yang Yi. This was because he was still not confident in himself. When he faced Yang Yi, it was like facing a teacher who had come to give him an exam. Hearing Geng Sha stuttering his opinion, Yang Yi admired and patted Geng Sha's shoulder. He smiled and said, "What are you nervous about? I won't eat you." "You said it well, you have to believe in your ability." Geng Sha scratched his head embarrassedly, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, Yang Yi didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he started chatting. "What are your plans after filming Soldier's Assault?" He realized that there was something wrong with his words, so he smiled and added, "What I mean is after you finish filming Soldier's Assault and The Fugitive." "I don't have any plans, I don't know." Geng Sha scratched his head and said in embarrassment, "Everyone said that I should join a management company, and many management companies have approached me. But Mr. Guo told me that I have to be careful when I choose and don't fall into other people's traps. So I don't know which one to join." Whoa, Guozi became Mr. Guo in front of Geng Sha. Yang Yi smiled, but still said seriously, "He's right. I have two friends who signed with a management company called Ronghuadai in Xiangnan. In the end, that company stole their songs openly and secretly, and if they didn't give it to them, they hid them. Now they're fighting a contract lawsuit, it's very troublesome." Geng Sha became even more worried. He said, "Big brother Yang, this Ronghuada management company you're talking about seems to have contacted me, but I didn't agree." "It's right that you didn't agree." Yang Yi smiled. "Also, when you previously told me not to look for a male manager, I thought it was quite strange. I still don't understand why." Geng Sha said, "Last month, Big Brother Ben said that he wanted to be my manager, I didn't even dare to respond to him." "Big Brother Ben?" Yang Yi asked in confusion. "Who's Big Brother Ben?" "Big Brother Ben is Song Dabin. Director Chen helped to contact the extras and the crew. He's from the same hometown as Assistant Ruan, and he used to introduce a lot of jobs to me," Geng Sha explained. Geng Sha didn't have the nerve to go into detail. His friendship with Big Brother Ben was built up through the barbecue in Ziran village. Actually, while Geng Sha was grateful to Big Brother Ben, he also kept a certain distance. He felt that Big Brother Ben was a bit unreliable. At that time, when he was still a small part in various crews, Big Brother Ben ordered him around and ignored him. Later, when Shin Fengchen took a liking to him, Big Brother Ben took credit and asked Geng Sha to treat him to a meal. Later on, when Geng Sha played the role of Su Sanduo, Big Brother Ben knew that Geng Sha was really going to be popular, so he started to curry favor with Geng Sha. The difference in attitude before and after was like heaven and earth. These were things that Yang Yi didn't know, but when he heard Brother De Bin's surname, he frowned, shook his head, and said, "Someone with the surname Song won't do." "Geng Sha, let me tell you, I've calculated that you and the surname Song will clash, so don't look for someone with the surname Song. Also, it's better to look for a female manager. A female manager knows how to take care of people." Geng Sha was still a bit superstitious. He looked at Yang Yi and nodded in confusion. "It's best if you have relatives in this line of work, such as cousins, you can ask them to help you," Yang Yi said with a smile. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this is to find a good management company first. This was something that Yang Yi couldn't help him with. Although the Yang Yi brothers opened their own management company, they didn't hire people casually. Yang Yi wasn't a philanthropist, and he wasn't related to Geng Sha by blood, so they weren't particularly close brothers. For him to say a few words to remind Geng Sha, it was already very kind of him. "Thank you, Big Brother Yang." Geng Sha nodded gratefully at Yang Yi. Just as Yang Yi was chatting with Geng Sha and waiting for the press conference to start, Murphy received a call from the security office at home. They are all my family's friends and relatives. These two cars, let them in." Not long after, Mo Xiaochuan's car and Tyrant Wolf appeared in front of the villa. Murphy walked out and welcomed them in. Tyrant Wolf was driven by Guozi, and he was responsible for sending Ding Xiang over. Yang Huan originally wanted to come as well, but she was about to take the college entrance examination, so she couldn't be distracted. There were a total of 4 people who came to help today: Mo Xiaowan, Xiao Ai, Guozi, and Ding Xiang. That was enough, Mo Xiaowan said excitedly, "Sister, do you think brother-in-law will know that we made such a big fuss and were even seen by the security guards?" Probably not, and even if he knows, he won't know what I'm going to do. Murphy smiled. When he left, I asked him what day it was tomorrow, but he didn't respond at all. Then hurry up and do it. Mo Xiaowan rubbed her hands and said, it's only one afternoon, so time is tight. Soldier's Assault received a lot of attention from the start of filming. On one hand, it was because Chen Fengchen was the director. Television dramas directed by the old man were almost always the blockbuster of the year. On the other hand, Chen Fengchen used a lot of rookies and old actors who were not famous or had never played the lead role before. This caused a lot of controversy. After filming started, Yang Yi and Murphy's relationship was exposed. Yang Yi, who had risen to fame as the original author of the series, brought even more fame to the series. At the press conference today, the reporters were surprised to see Yang Yi walk out behind Chen Fengchen and the others in a low-key manner. They raised their hands excitedly, wanting to ask Yang Yi questions. After all, this guy and his wife rarely went out and basically didn't see anyone. It had been more than a month since a reporter had been able to interview Yang Yi in person. However, after the press conference began, when a group of reporters excitedly asked him and Mo Fei some questions, Yang Yi took the initiative to say, "Today is the press conference of Soldier's Assault, so please ask more questions about the show. Other than that, please forgive me for not being able to answer." He really did what he said, which made some of the gossipy reporters feel very disappointed. You have a good plan, but I have a way around it. The reporters were also very smart. They thought of ways to skirt around the edges. For example, they would ask, Yang Yi, Soldier's Assault has been adapted into a television series. Do you have any role in this series? Or even more circumstantial questions would be, did Murphy make a guest appearance in this series? If not, does she have any plans to make a comeback? Hearing this series of roundabout questions, Yang Yi couldn't help but want to complain in his heart. Luckily, Chen Fengchen and the other old foxes were very good at controlling the situation. They joked around and pulled the reporters' attention back to the series itself. After the press conference, Yang Yi said goodbye to Chen Fengchen and declined their invitation to dinner. He then drove to pick up Xixi. Today, Xixi was also a little abnormal. Usually, when the little girl was on the way back, she would excitedly talk to her father about a lot of things. However, today, Xixi was unusually quiet. Yang Yi glanced at the girl sitting in the back through the rearview mirror. Her big black eyes were rolling around, and he didn't know what she was thinking. Xixi, didn't you have anything to be happy about in kindergarten today? Yang Yi asked tentatively. There is. Xixi nodded and couldn't help but say, Mr. Shen taught us to speak English. I can also say potato and tomato. Haha, Papa, is potato the same as tomato? The little girl couldn't help but smile until her eyes turned into crescents. Potato is potato, tomato is tomato. These two are not the same. You have to learn to distinguish between them. Yang Yi smiled and said. I know, Papa. I mean, they are similar. Xixi said with joy. Then Zhao Yu went to sleep again. He doesn't like to speak English. Yang Yi smiled. However, Xixi seemed to have thought of something. She quickly raised her small hand and covered her mouth, not saying anything. What's wrong with you? Why don't you continue to tell your father about the fun things in kindergarten? Yang Yi asked in confusion. However, the little girl covered her mouth and shook her head. What's going on? Fortunately, Xixi was never a child who could hold back her words. When she saw that her father didn't ask, she couldn't help but slightly loosen her small hand and cover her mouth less tightly. She whispered, Mom said I can't tell Papa. What? Why can't you tell Papa? Yang Yi's ears were very sharp. He asked in amusement. The little girl seemed to be coerced. She shook her head vigorously and then put down her hand. She pouted and twisted her mouth and said, Oh, Papa, don't ask me. Is that okay? You can't tell Papa. What's going on? Why are you being so mysterious? Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Fortunately, they were about to arrive home. Yang Yi was going to go back and ask Murphy what was going on. The Humvee slowly drove in through the open gate. As usual, Steamed Bun followed beside it and excitedly welcomed the return of the Big Master and the Little Master. When Yang got out of the car, he didn't see Murphy coming out to greet him. Usually, she would come out to greet him. Moreover, the curtains in the front living room were closed. What happened? Yang wasn't a person who liked changes. Murphy's abnormality made him feel that something was wrong. He quickly patted Xianxia, who was giggling with steamed bun, and pushed the door open with her into the house. But just as they entered the house, they heard a paw sound. It wasn't very loud. Although Yang's muscles suddenly tensed, he reacted immediately and didn't make any moves to counterattack. This sound was too familiar. When he celebrated Murphy's birthday, he used this firecracker. As he expected, amidst Cece's exclamations of shock and surprise, the shredded confetti that filled the sky swirled down and landed on his and Cece's hair and shoulders. Steamed Bun, who came in with them, also had some scattered on his head. He shook his head and shook his body to shake off the shredded confetti. Yang turned his head and saw Murphy, who was lying in ambush, smiling like a flower. Murphy threw down the firecrackers and opened her white arms. She smiled and said, "Hubby, happy birthday." At this time, Yang also saw that the entire living room was decorated like a birthday party. There were all kinds of balloons and confetti, just like what he had arranged for them before. They were very attentive. Right, it's my birthday, Yang's brain suddenly turned. His predecessor didn't pay much attention to this, and he didn't pay much attention to it either, so he forgot that today, no, tomorrow was his lunar birthday. Yang's lunar birthday was different from Murphy's. If it was tomorrow, Yang also understood. No wonder Murphy asked him what the date was at noon this afternoon. Thank you for remembering my birthday. Yang gently hugged Murphy's waist, which was already a little plump, and said somewhat emotionally. She was also unwilling to be left out. She bounced and said, Papa, I also know your birthday, Mom told me. Mom said that I can't tell Papa, because I want to give Papa a surprise. Yang turned his head and looked at the smiling little girl. She pulled on her father's trousers and giggled, as if she also wanted to get her father's praise. Dad was wondering why she didn't want to talk to Dad when she came back from kindergarten today. It turned out that she wanted to celebrate Dad's birthday. Thank you, Xianxia, Dad is also very happy. Yang hugged the little girl, kissed her tender little face, and then said with a smile. Xianxia giggled and shrank her neck to hide in her father's arms, as if being kissed by her father was very shy. Of course, she was also too happy, so she was playing tricks. Yang didn't have time to talk to Xianxia. He stretched out his right hand, held Murphy's waist, and walked with her to the living room. At the same time, he asked curiously, "You arranged so many tricks by yourself? Wouldn't you be exhausted?" Murphy snuggled in Yang's arms and said with a smile, "How could I do so much? Actually, I asked Xiaowan, Xiaoai, Xiaogua, and Shouting to help." What about them? Yang's ears moved, but he didn't feel any other movement. They went back. Tomorrow, they will give you a gift at the coffee shop, because tomorrow is actually your real birthday. Today, I want to celebrate it with you alone, and accompany you through the early morning, our family together. Murphy sat on the sofa, holding Yang's arm, looked at Yang pitifully, and said, "I'm a little selfish, will you be unhappy? How is that possible? I think it's not easy for you to come up with so many ideas for my birthday." Yang smiled and rubbed Murphy's head. It had to be said that this woman was very good at decorating, and she did it better than Yang. Even the three kittens, Xiao Guai, Xiao Gray, and Dodo, who stayed on the cat tree unwillingly, wore small singlets with the three characters I, heart, and you on them. Hee, you don't have to cook today, because it's already done. Although it's Shouting who made it, I have an assistant. Murphy said. At this moment, Xianxia, who was playing on the side, raised her little head and shouted excitedly, "Mom, I want to eat cake." Yes, and cake. Murphy nodded with a smile. Well, today I'll be the birthday boy who doesn't have to do anything. Yang said happily. And, I prepared a surprise for you tonight. Murphy bit her lower lip and said in Yang's ear with her charming eyes. There's a surprise tonight? When Yang saw Murphy's intoxicated expression, he immediately guessed what the surprise was. Ever since Murphy got pregnant, he had been holding it in for a few months. Not counting the times he used his hands or other parts of his body, when he heard Murphy's whispers, the wildfire in Yang Yi's heart began to burn. Glancing at Xixi, Yang Yi could only lower his voice and whisper into Murphy's sparkling ear, "Look at what you're saying. I want to skip the previous programs and go straight to the theme." After flirting with Yang Yi, Murphy got up from his arms with a smile and said, "That won't do. The theme is your birthday. Xixi and I have prepared some small programs for you." In the evening, after dinner, Yang Yi's birthday party began. Murphy said that she and Xixi had prepared some small programs, mainly singing. After all, Murphy had only secretly told Xixi about it yesterday. There was no special rehearsal, so they could only perform what they knew. It was impossible for them to come up with anything special. The first program was her and Xixi singing "The King Asked Me to Patrol the Mountains." The main character was Xixi. The little girl was now very skilled in singing this song. "The king asked me to patrol the mountains. I'll go around the human world. I'll play my drums and strike my gong." Xixi, who was wearing a cute little nightgown with a rabbit pattern, stood in front of her parents with a bright smile. She twisted and turned like a little elf dancing among the flowers. Of course, Xixi also had times when she forgot the lyrics. At this time, Murphy sang a few lines with her. "The sun blinked at me, the birds sang to me," then, Xixi's big eyes lit up. She sang along with the lyrics in a clear voice, "I'm a hard-working little fairy who's not clingy." Here, the little girl even made a move by herself. She cutely used 2 index fingers to point at her little face, bashfully, like a little fairy in an exaggerated play. Then, she felt a little embarrassed and threw herself between her father's legs, giggling. After Xixi's performance, Murphy performed 2 small programs for Yang Yi. One was her playing the violin. Murphy's violin playing skills were not superb, but after all, she had been playing since elementary school. She played a world-famous violin song called Autumn Love Song. Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other warmly amidst the gentle melody. If it weren't for Xixi jumping around and giggling while pulling steamed bun, who was forced to stand up, the atmosphere would be as romantic as Christmas Eve. At that time, Yang Yi also played a violin song for Murphy. It was called Praise of Love. Murphy's second program was When You're Old, which Yang Yi sang when he proposed to Murphy. Murphy liked this song very much. Yang Yi told her that this song was actually better sung by a female singer. Murphy loved it so much that she couldn't put it down. She even studied the various singing styles of this song for a long time. "Only one person still loves your devout soul, loves the wrinkles on your old face." Mofei sang seriously. The trembling ending of the song was really full of emotions. Note 1, Yang Yi listened to the song while looking at Murphy's beautiful face. His heart was filled with a myriad of emotions. "When the wind blows, your news, this is the song in my heart." Murphy also looked at Yang Yi affectionately. One hand gently stroked her full chest, and the other hand affectionately reached out to Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled and took Murphy's hand. He was not satisfied with just listening to the song. He also followed behind Murphy's singing. He gently mixed the notes, adding a bit of human voice and rhythm to this a cappella singing. After the performance, Xixi, who was dancing with the pitiful steamed bun, was still not satisfied. She ran into her father's arms, raised her little head, and said, "Mom sings well." "Yes, Mom sings well. You also sing well. Our 2 lovely and elegant ladies sing well." Yang Yi lovingly rubbed Xixi's little face and said with a smile, "Hee hee." Hearing the praise, the little girl smiled with satisfaction. Next, it was time to open the gift and eat the cake. Xixi's gift to her father was nothing new. It was still a picture that she drew with a colored pencil. However, in this simple picture, there was a rich plot. This powerful person is Papa. She pointed to a long man with a face and a body in the picture. Then, she pointed to a big dog-shaped creature in front of her and said, "Then Papa defeated the big bad wolf with one punch and rescued Xixi and Mom." "Where are Xixi and Mom?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. In fact, he had already seen it. Xixi was very serious. She quickly pointed to a big tree in the picture, on which there were 2 small matchstick men. "Xixi and Mom are on the tree. There is a big house on the tree, and then Xixi and Mom live in the big house. This is a tree house. Where did you learn it?" Murphy curiously asked. TV. I saw a big house built on a tree. Then you can live in it. It's very fun. The little girl thought that her parents didn't understand. She quickly stood up and described it to her parents with her small hands. They blew out the candles and ate the cake. It was worth mentioning that the little foodie, Steamed Bun, also wanted to get a share of the cake. Steamed Bun, do you want to eat it too? Cece was a kind and naive little girl. When she saw the steamed stuffed buns crawling around her feet and standing upright on her little skirt, she wanted to share some of the steamed stuffed buns. Although she also liked to eat cake, she was a little reluctant. Steamed Bun can't eat cake. Xianxia heard the movement. He said to Xishi, there is cream in the cake. It can't digest it and will have diarrhea. And this is a chocolate cake. There is chocolate in it. Steamed Bun can't eat it. Eating it will be dangerous to its life. Xishi looked at her father in surprise. After listening, she quickly raised the small piece of cake in her hand and said with a pout, Steamed Bun, you can't eat it. Papa said you can't eat it. That night, the whole villa was filled with laughter until the sticky little goblin was coaxed to sleep by Murphy. Murphy turned her head and pushed Xianxia, who was smiling wickedly, and said, go take a bath. You're the only one who hasn't taken a bath yet. Let's not get up. Xianxia pulled Murphy's hand and laughed. No. Go. Murphy refused. Xianxia could only turn around and go into the bathroom. When he came out with a towel wrapped around his waist, only Xishi was sleeping soundly on the bed in the big bedroom. Murphy was nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Xianxia was very curious. He walked to the bedside and saw a note left by Murphy. Come to the second bedroom. The words were concise and comprehensive. There was even a lipstick mark on it. Xianxia's blood rushed up. He was curious and excited. He came out of the master bedroom and walked to the second bedroom on the second floor. There seemed to be a wild wolf howling in his heart, a woo. Of course, out of politeness, Xianxia gently knocked on the door. Come in, why are you still knocking on the door? Murphy's laughter came out. Then I'm coming in. Xianxia couldn't wait to open the door of the second bedroom. The moment he opened the door, Xianxia seemed to have entered a dreamlike world. There was no light on, only the light red light on the bedside, like a veil shrouding the room. Not to mention the other decorations in the room, on the big bed, there were thousands of delicate and colorful paper cranes strung together like a mosquito net to form a curtain. It looked like an exquisite veil, waiting for the groom to reach out and lift it. It turned out that the paper cranes that Murphy folded in the past 2 months were all used here. Xianxia was wondering why Murphy had been folding them, but he didn't see any results. There was one thing that Xianxia didn't know. In fact, Mofei didn't ask anyone to help her with the layout of this room. It was all done by herself. Especially making this paper crane curtain, it took her a lot of time and energy. Through the curtain made of paper cranes, Xianxia could see the beauty of his dreams. She was sitting sideways on the bed. Her white and slender arms and jade-like legs seemed to be only covered by a piece of red cloth. Her body was faintly discernible, but the most moving thing was the beauty's shyness. For some reason, Xianxia suddenly thought of Lu Yang's Fighting 100 Flowers, full of palace, slender waist, age of 10. Described as slim figure, shy of rain and shy of clouds. Note 2, but now was not the time to recite. This is actually your birthday present today. Through the curtain of paper cranes, Murphy said shyly in a low voice, didn't we not consummate our marriage on the day of our wedding? I thought. Towards the end, Murphy was too embarrassed to continue. Can your body take it? Xianxia asked a little worriedly. It can, usually after 3 or 4 months. Last time, I specially asked the doctor, as long as it's not too intense. These words were not words of love, but they were better than words of love. This soft whisper was like a song that tugged at the heartstrings. Xianxia couldn't hold it in. He pulled open the curtain and could finally see clearly. He saw Murphy's red face, as if she was intoxicated by wine. Similarly, he was intoxicated by her eyes and that bright red doo-doo. Actually, some of the desire was mutual. That night, there was no storm. After all, it was only the end of spring and the beginning of summer. The gentle and continuous drizzle was accompanied by the clear croaking of frogs, singing a pestering song until dawn. A few days after Yangyi's birthday, it was time for Xishi to hand in her big homework. Early in the morning, Yangyi sent Xishi to kindergarten. After getting out of the car, Yangyi carried the large notebook bag and prepared to bring Xishi inside. "Give it to me, Papa, give it to me." The little girl was particularly active. She excitedly jumped around her father and stretched out her small hand. This was her homework, which she worked hard for a month to complete. Naturally, she wanted to hold it herself and couldn't wait to show it to others. "It's a little heavy. You can't carry it, right?" Yangyi hesitated for a moment. Because they were all large cards, this loose-leaf book was also of a certain scale. Not to mention the cards, even the rings in the middle of the book were heavy. "I can do it." Xishi raised her small head and confidently said to her father, "Papa, I'm super strong." Yangyi felt funny in his heart, but he still carried the bag to Xishi. The little girl grabbed the bag and took it. It was a little difficult, but Xishi still picked it up. The bag was almost hanging to the ground. Xishi didn't want her work to be dirty, so she lifted the bag higher with her small arm. "Can you do it?" Yangyi looked at his daughter with some worry. "I can do it." Xishi still answered confidently, even though she felt like she was holding back her strength to speak. Don't say, the little girl was like her father. She usually didn't show it, but there was a surprising strength in her bones. She actually carried the bag from the entrance of the kindergarten to the building, then went up the stairs and finally walked into the classroom of the middle class. Yang Yi, who was worried about Xishi, watched her walk into the classroom. He couldn't believe his eyes. He didn't expect his daughter to have such great endurance. However, Xishi had already gone in, so Yang Yi didn't follow her to praise her. Instead, he greeted Mr. Mu and turned to leave. He still had to rush to Jiangqing City's number 16 middle school, where Yang Huan was taking the college entrance exam. It was the second day of the exam, and there was another day tomorrow. Although Guozi helped to drive Yang Huan to the exam hall, Yang Yi was still a little worried. He wanted to go over to the exam hall. Like the other parents, he waited anxiously for Yang Huan to finish the exam. They still had to return to Springfield Kindergarten. Mr. Mu walked in from outside the classroom. The children who were chattering excitedly did not react. "Children, please return to your seats. The class is about to start." Teacher Mu smiled gently and clapped her hands to greet them. "Haha, haha." The little guys still haven't come out of their excited state. One by one, they cheered even louder. In twos and threes, they ran back to their seats. The classroom was filled with cheers and laughter. It was so loud that it almost overturned the ceiling. Finally, Teacher Mu managed to calm the children down. She smiled and said, "I saw that all the children brought their homework to observe Xiaoyu. Am I right?" "Yes." All the children replied happily with their chests puffed out. Teacher Mu, my homework is over there." Qin Shiyun was still not satisfied. She said loudly to Teacher Mu, as if she was afraid that Teacher Mu wouldn't know. After she started, the other children also pointed to the cabinet in the classroom where their schoolbags were. They all talked to Teacher Mu about the whereabouts of their homework. "Mine is over there too. My homework is super big." She followed the crowd and shouted enthusiastically. Okay. Everyone, stop for a moment." Teacher Mu did not know whether to laugh or cry. She could only try to control the situation. She said, "I know, but I hope that everyone will listen to me quietly. Later, each child will bring your homework one by one and hand it in. Let everyone see the results of your observation of Xiaoyu. Then, Teacher Mu will comment on it. Okay?" Finally, there was some order in the classroom. Every child showed their own work. Because there was no restriction on how to do the report, the children handed in all kinds of homework. The simplest and most widely used one was like writing a diary. It was a thick diary that recorded the children's stories with Xiaoyu every day. There was an advanced version of this. The homework submitted by Yang Luoqi was probably done under the guidance of the university professor, Yang Gua. It was an A4 softcover book that was used for experimental reports. Mom wrote down the results of her observation. Obviously, these words were written by their parents. However, Teacher Mu read a few paragraphs to each child. This simple record was indeed written in the tone of the children. It was just that the parents had added some embellishment. Therefore, it could not be considered as their parents writing homework for them. There were also parents who directly made a photo album and took pictures of children feeding Xiaoyu. Other than the date written on the back of the photo, there were no other words. However, this observation report was also quite interesting. This child was praised by Teacher Mu. Then, next, it's Xianxi's homework. Teacher Mu looked at Xishi with a smile. The little girl could not sit still any longer. She answered happily and stood up from her seat. She ran to the cabinet and struggled to bring her homework over to Teacher Mu. Wow, Xianxi, your homework is so big. Although Teacher Mu had already seen it, he could not help but exclaim when he took it over. Hee hee. She twisted her little butt and stood beside Teacher Mu with a smile and embarrassment. Teacher Mu took out a loose-leaf notebook and flipped it open on her table. The more he looked at it, the more the smile in Teacher Mu's eyes became. Teacher Mu, you have to specially praise our Xishi. Although the other children's observation homework is also very good, Xishi's homework is the most interesting and creative that Teacher Mu has ever seen. Teacher Mu roughly looked at a few pages, then he raised his head and said with a smile. It had been a long time since Xishi had experienced being praised by the teacher in public, and it was a serious praise. She looked at Teacher Mu happily. Her small chest was high and her small hands were intertwined behind her back. It could be seen how happy she was. Everyone, look. In this homework, there are photos of the little goldfish and daily observation records. Teacher Mu raised Xishi's homework and showed it to the children. This place is also full of patterns and patterns. Wow, it's so beautiful. The children below the stage were all attracted by Xishi's homework and cried out enviously. I know. Xishi can take photos. She took a lot of photos. She even took photos with me. Lan Xian proudly introduced Xishi to Teacher Mu and the other children with her loud voice. She was proud of Xishi, but she was so happy that it was as if she was the one being praised. Really? Teacher Mu had actually seen Xishi's division of labor in Yang Yi's brief introduction of the process of forming the report on the first page of the loose-leaf notebook. However, she still asked with a smile, Xishi, you actually know how to take photos? You're so good? My papa taught me. The little girl was looked at with admiration by so many little friends. She felt happy and a little embarrassed. She waved her two little hands in front of her and explained. Then Xishi, tell everyone that this big homework was done by you, right? Teacher Mu said with a smile. I took photos, and then Papa asked me to paste them. Then I drew, Teacher Mu, I spoke with a recording pen, but I don't know how to write. The little girl chattered a lot. So, it was your father who helped you write these observation reports, right? But I saw that the signature here seems to be written by you. Teacher Mu said with a smile. Hee, I can write my name. She said to Teacher Mu with a smile. Very good. Teacher Mu likes it very much. I hope that other children can learn from Xishi in the future and work hard to complete your homework in more interesting ways. The more you can stimulate your thinking and create innovative children, the more applause you will receive and the higher marks you will get from Teacher Mu. Teacher Mu asked Xishi to sit back down. She still wanted to continue. Unsurprisingly, Xishi's big homework, which had pictures and text, was done the best among all the children. She also had the highest participation rate. After grading all the homework, Teacher Mu gave Xishi the last little red flower of the semester. Xishi finally experienced the joy of success brought about by participation, hard work, and perseverance. The sense of accomplishment that was exchanged for a month of hard work was incomparably precious. In the cafe, Yang Huan, who was wearing a school bag and dressed like a good student, followed Yang Yi into the cafe amidst the cheers. Seeing this scene, she smiled and waved at everyone. The burden that she had been carrying for a long time seemed to have been lifted. Congratulations, Huan Huan. You've finally overcome the difficulties of the college entrance examination. Murphy walked in front with a bouquet of flowers that she had personally selected. The flowers were bright yellow, light pink, and elegant purple. The combination of the three colors looked very beautiful. Yang Huan took the flowers and smiled sweetly at Murphy. Thank you, sister-in-law. Not only Murphy, but also Ding Xiang, Guozi, and other friends congratulated and wished Yang Huan well. After all, the college entrance examination was not easy. Most of them had experienced it before. The hubbub lasted for a while before it died down. Huan, what are you going to do with the rest of the holiday? Murphy sat at the bar and asked curiously, are you going to travel? Many students chose to travel after graduation. Not only college graduates, but also high school graduates began to travel. This had already become a common phenomenon in society. Yang Huan smiled and said, I've already made a plan. I'll go home first to accompany my parents. Then I'll come back to Jiangqing. When Sister Ding Xiang is on holiday, I'll go to her Miao village with her. When we come back from the mountain, we'll go to the capital to shoot a movie. Just like Xiaoguo last year, she'll play a small role and gain experience. Ding Xiang is going to shoot a movie too? Murphy looked at Ding Xiang in surprise. Ding Xiang waved her hand in embarrassment and said, I'm going with Huan. Sister Ding Xiang is going to be my agent, Yang Huan said with a smile. Sister-in-law, didn't you say that you wanted Sister Ding Xiang to be your agent? She can also use the holiday to learn. Sister Xiaowan is also very supportive of Sister Ding Xiang going with me during the holiday. Murphy didn't care about this. She just smiled and said, so that's how it is. That's good. Ding Xiang can also take care of your life. Yang Yi walked over and overheard their conversation. He smiled and said, Ding Xiang used to do all kinds of part-time jobs and even set up her own stall. She can be considered to have rich social experience. Huan is bold and also has skills, but she doesn't have much social experience. I'm afraid that she will be fooled. With Ding Xiang around, the two of them complement each other. I don't have to worry too much. Yang Huan had mentioned this to Yang Yi before, but Yang Yi was worried that Yang Huan would be alone outside, let alone in that kind of place. Later, Yang Huan said that Ding Xiang would go with her, and he reluctantly agreed. In fact, it was better for Guozi to accompany them. After all, Guozi had been there last year and was more familiar with the area. Moreover, this guy was better at dealing with those people than Ding Xiang. However, Guozi had to shoot a movie during this holiday. He was filming The Fugitive with Yang Yi, so he didn't have time. Moreover, Yang Yi was worried about Guozi. Although they were friends, he felt that it was absolutely impossible for Guozi to be his brother-in-law. This guy, when Yang Yi first met him last year, he was still strolling around Jiangchuan's campus as a high school student. He wanted to see pretty girls with a cheeky smile. What a playboy. Even if Guozi didn't have such feelings for Yang Huan, Yang Yi still had to be careful and keep Guozi away from his sister. I feel that I will be the one protecting Sister Ding Xiang. Yang Huan muttered unhappily. Murphy changed the topic. She still didn't understand and asked, Huan, why don't you go to some tourist spots? For example, the South China Sea or my hometown, Taiwan Island. It's rare for you to have such a big exam. I thought you would let yourself relax. Is it because you don't want to go out? It's okay. Even if your brother doesn't give you money, your sister-in-law will. It's not a bad thing to go out and travel. Murphy thought that Yang Huan was too shy to ask her brother for money. Moreover, Yang Yi did limit Yang Huan's pocket money. He didn't want her to spend lavishly after she had some money. He didn't want her to be captivated by money and become a bad girl. That's not the case. Yang Huan smiled and said to Murphy, it's not because of my brother. It's mainly because I'm curious about Sister Ding Xiang's hometown and want to have a look. Also, Sister Ding Xiang and I don't have much time. We don't have much time to travel. Murphy still felt that it was a pity. The next day, Yang Yi still came to the coffee shop. Murphy was upstairs helping Yang Huan pack her luggage. She was going to send Yang Huan to take the train back to her hometown. Yang Yi didn't have much to do, so he asked Ding Xiang to make a cup of coffee for him in the coffee shop downstairs. Ding Xiang, it's a holiday and you're all going out. There aren't many customers during the holiday, so I've decided to renovate it. Yang Yi pointed at the interior of the coffee shop and said to Ding Xiang. He had this idea after the Chinese New Year. At that time, he and Xishi were shopping on the streets of Shanghai. They happened to have a chance to see the decorations of other artistic coffee shops. He suddenly felt that his coffee shop had a lot of room for improvement. However, his relationship with Murphy was suddenly exposed, and there were a lot of troublesome things after that. He put this idea aside. Xianxia didn't come to the coffee shop as often as before. One of the reasons was that there were more things between him and Murphy. Another reason was that the coffee shop had been closely watched by the paparazzi. Now, the reporters and paparazzi around the coffee shop had all left. After all, Xianxia didn't appear often. Even if he did, it was just a repeat of his daily life. If it wasn't a particularly shocking piece of news, it wouldn't attract the attention of the audience at all. In addition, Xianxia and Murphy's relationship was very stable. There was almost no chance to report on them. The couple was too low-key. They didn't even look like celebrities. What was there to report on? It should be known that the entertainment industry was very competitive. Xianxia didn't want to be on the news. There were a lot of celebrities who pretended to be fake and wanted to be on the headlines. The paparazzi didn't have the patience to play with Xianxia and his wife every day. Hearing Xiangxi's words, Xianxia curiously asked, "Big brother Yang, how do you want to renovate?" Xiangxia's question was just right. Xianxia said excitedly, "I plan to change these seats. Did you notice that our coffee shop is made of wood? I want to replace the original fiberglass table with wood, and then change the sofa to the corresponding color. It will be more suitable." "Wouldn't that cost a lot of money?" Xianxia said in surprise. "Money isn't a problem. The problem is how to design this coffee shop to look better and have more feelings." Xianxia laughed. "In the future, I want to come here to read books and drink coffee. In the end, it's a little lacking in feeling at home." Xianxia had already thought about it. In terms of design, he would use some flowers and plants to separate his exclusive booth. Although it would still be in the same space, other customers wouldn't be able to see if there was anyone or what was happening in the booth, ensuring privacy. At that time, even Murphy could come to read books and listen to music. Staying at home all day wasn't a good thing for pregnant women. "The wallpaper needs to be changed. Then I plan to remove these partitions and replace them with stair-shaped bookshelves that can be planted with flowers. I'll use green plants and flowers to increase the coffee shop's natural atmosphere." Xianxia had a lot of ideas, but he hasn't completely mixed them together. "I want to make the bar's wall into a whiteboard. Every once in a while, I can draw some pictures on it. Of course, customers are also welcome to doodle on it." The renovations that Xianxia mentioned were only changes at the level of decoration. There was no need to use a strong smell, paint, and other complicated materials that weren't good for the body. Because there were still customers coming in, Xianxia was also busy. So after Xianxia chatted with Xianxia for a while, he returned to his booth. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He picked up a stack of notes and recorded the thoughts that appeared in his mind. At this time, the door of the coffee shop was pushed open again. "Welcome." Xianxia raised her head, but she was immediately stunned. She had seen this handsome boy before. The memory of a straight-A student was indeed good. It was only a few months away from a year, but Xianxia could still recognize Tang Kai-tai, who she had seen from afar during the freshman orientation. This young master was still the same as when she first saw him, a little sunny and handsome. But Xianxia knew all the bad things this guy had done. Whether it was because he was unhappy with Guozi's part that he deliberately ditched Du Yuanlei's movie, or because Qianli Chuanshu had been swindled by the contract and was shelved. Xianxia now saw that Tang Kai-tai's so-called sunny and handsome face was just a pretense. Xianxia's smile faded. However, she was, after all, a waitress, not a boss. The hatred in her heart couldn't be shown on her face. She called out to Tang Kai-tai. Indifferently. However, Tang Kai-tai's attention wasn't entirely on her. The moment he entered, Tang Kai-tai looked around as if he was looking for someone. In the end, his gaze fell on Xianxia, who was scribbling on his seat in the corner. Tang Kai-tai's eyes lit up. However, he remained calm and walked towards Xianxia. "Miss, a cup of Santos." He even revealed a charming smile and deliberately made small talk. "I've long heard that there's a coffee shop at the back of Jiangchuan that serves authentic coffee. Since I don't have any filming today, I came over to take a look. I never expected that the waitress would be such a beautiful girl. Xiang didn't see through his intentions. She only thought that Tang Kai-tai was just trying to hit on her. As a waitress at the coffee shop at the corner of the street, Xiang had encountered many boys who tried to curry favor with her. After all, the uniform made by Yang Yi was still very attractive. It vividly displayed Xiang's slender figure and slender waist. Some of the boys who liked wheat-colored skin launched a fierce attack on Xiang, asking for her phone number in all kinds of fancy ways. Unfortunately, Xiang did not give any response to their efforts. Xiang nodded her head at Tang Kai-tai. She didn't say a word and coldly turned her head. She began to grind beans. After a while, she brought him a cup of Santos. Eh? Tang Kai-tai was a little surprised by Xiang's coldness. His flirting skills had been tested countless times, so why didn't it have any effect on Xiang? However, Tang Kai-tai did not take this matter to heart for the time being because he had more important things to do. He took out the money, picked up the coffee, smiled and nodded at Xiang, then walked in the direction of Yang Yi. Hey, you can't sit over there. Xiang reacted and quickly walked out of the bar. Just as she was about to tell Tang Kai-tai not to disturb Yang Yi, Tang Kai-tai exclaimed. Hey, aren't you Yang Yi? Tang Kai-tai carefully held the steaming hot coffee. He was so shocked that people almost thought that he had scalded his hand. Yang Yi frowned and looked up. Tang Kai-tai didn't know that he had been recognized long ago. He still pretended to express his surprise. Yang Yi, I've seen you in many reports. You're Murphy's husband and a great songwriter who has written many songs. I'm your fan. This clumsy acting was as bad as his character. Yang Yi signaled to Xiang, who had rushed over, with his eyes, telling her not to bother. Then, without batting an eyelid, he continued to watch Tang Kai-tai's performance with ridicule in his heart. Really, I'm your fan. Although I'm actually an actor and singer, I debuted as a child star, but I'm not a big star. Tang Kai-tai explained, trying to describe his identity. But I'm really your fan. I like your songs very much. For example, Long Time No See, which you wrote for Xianxia, I can sing it for you. There were rumors in the industry that Yang Yi would not casually write songs for others. He would only write songs for singers with good singing skills, such as Xianxia and Murphy, who were top singers. However, for some reason, or perhaps because he had been praised too much, Tang Kai-tai had a crazy confidence in his singing skills. Tang Kai-tai wanted to show off his singing voice in front of Yang Yi, so he took an inch and wanted a mile. He put the coffee on Yang Yi's table, cleared his throat, and prepared to sing. Stop, stop, stop. Don't sing. Yang Yi still couldn't help it. He didn't want this person to sing his song, so he directly stopped Tang Kai-tai. Tang Kai-tai looked at Yang Yi with a confused face. Don't pretend to meet by chance. From the moment you entered the door, your eyes have been on me. So, you didn't come to drink coffee at all, but specifically to find me, right? Yang Yi simply exposed him. Tang Kai-tai froze for a moment, then smiled awkwardly. Mr. Yang is really observant. You even found out. However, Yang Yi still underestimated Tang Kai-tai's thick skin. He directly sat down in front of Yang Yi and said with a smile, in this case, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Tang Kai-tai. I'm an actor and also a singer. My father is the head of the Xiangnan Television Bureau. I believe that in the future, we will have many opportunities to cooperate. After being exposed, he proudly showed off his background and looked like he was used to it. Yang Yi couldn't help but think of the deceitful, my father is Li Gang, from his previous life. In comparison, Yang Yi felt that the other young master he knew from the entertainment industry was much cuter. I know you are Tang Kai-tai, hee. But, I don't have a good impression of you. You should know that. Yang Yi laughed and said coldly, I invested in the micro-movie, Fairy Tale. Oh, yes, when you were still shooting it, it was called Love Alley. But, your approach at that time was very despicable. So, do you think I will have a good impression of you? Yang Yi felt that he was already restraining himself by not driving him out. You are talking about this matter? I have my difficulties. Because at that time, there was an emergency at home. Tang Kai-tai heard Yang Yi mention Love Alley and immediately remembered this matter. But his ability to adapt was not enough. He stammered and found an excuse full of loopholes. He might as well not look for it. Tang Kai-tai said resentfully, Mr. Yang, I think we shouldn't take the past to heart. You and Murphy's development also needs the support of the TV station. In Xiaonan, that is my dad's place. Even if you go to other TV stations, my dad also has connections. There will always be a time when we work together. This could be said to be a vague threat. Moreover, I want you to write a song for me, not to deceive anyone. It's a win-win situation. Tang Kai-tai calmed down and said to Yang Yi with a smile. Yang Yi looked at him faintly, please leave. I will not write a song for you. But you haven't heard me sing. Tang Kai-tai was struggling. Yang Yi reached out and said, no matter how good you are at singing, even better than Xianxia, I will not write a song for you. He didn't say the details. Tang Kai-tai's character was too bad, but Yang Yi didn't directly flip the table in this shop. He didn't want Tang Kai-tai to know his relationship with Thousand Miles Chuanshu. If he knew, it wouldn't be beneficial for Thousand Miles Chuanshu to make a comeback. You. Tang Kai-tai's face became a little uncertain. However, in the end, he didn't make a scene like Yang Yi expected. Perhaps he still had a glimmer of hope. Tang Kai-tai stood up resentfully and said, Mr. Yang, I hope that one day, you can change your mind. Love Alley isn't as simple as you think. As for what wasn't simple, Tang Kai-tai hadn't figured it out yet. After saying that, Tang Kai-tai held back his anger and walked out angrily. Ding Xiang came out from the bar and was almost hit by him. Yang Huan went home. Although the results of the college entrance examination were not known, it should not be a problem for her to pass the cultural test. After all, Yang Huan used to study in high school according to the normal college entrance examination. Even if her results were not ideal, it was still relative to ordinary students. She usually did test papers and could still exceed the cutoff score of the art test by 100 or 200 points. Therefore, as long as she could perform normally in the college entrance examination, the possibility of her failing was not high. A few days after Yang Huan went home, Murphy finally updated her micro-broadcasting under the numerous requests of her fans. Tomorrow, Yang Yi and I will jointly release 4 singles, or small albums, with a new theme and a breakthrough attempt. However, they are all new songs that no one has heard before. I hope you will like them. Finally, new songs? Judging from the micro-broadcasting, Murphy also had a part in it, not just Yang Yi's singles. Murphy's fans were really surprised and surprised. Some of them could not even believe their eyes. After all, Murphy's last micro-broadcasting was during Yang Huan's college entrance examination. She had completed her big homework and received a little red flower. Murphy was so happy that she took a photo of the little red flower and she observing the results of the little goldfish. Micro-broadcasting was also very interesting, but what the fans wanted to see more was the news of Murphy's new songs. This time, there were 4 new songs. No matter how many songs Murphy could sing, Murphy, who had disappeared for a few months, finally released a new song, which was enough to make the fans go wild with joy. The next day, the online music library was updated at noon. Yang Yi and Mo Fei's 4 new songs also appeared in people's vision on time. We Became Soldiers, To Tell the Truth, were sung by Yang Yi. 15th Moon and Soldier Brother were sung by Murphy. Wait, what the hell were these 4 songs? Why did they look like military songs? No wonder it was called a small album. It turned out to be a small album with a military theme, not to mention that the fans were a little confused. The media who rushed over after hearing the news were also stunned at the computer. Before this, they had not received any news that Yang Yi would sing these 4 songs, nor did they know how they pulled out 4 military songs. The 2 of them were originally singing pop songs. If they suddenly went to sing military songs, wouldn't that be nonsense? It was as if Andy Lau, who had been singing traditional pop music, suddenly sang Tune Air. It was hard for people to accept. But no matter how crazy Yang Yi and Murphy were to sing military songs, many fans who had been waiting for a long time still doubtfully bought the 4 songs to listen to. For a while, the song with the highest sales was still 15th Moon. This song didn't look like a military song, and it was slightly similar to the title of a pop song. However, in the beginning, it was still a completely military song. The moon of the 15th shines on my hometown, on the border. If they calmed down, it was not difficult for some fans to find that these military songs were not as bad as they thought. In particular, Murphy sang 15th Moon. The unique retro singing style, coupled with Murphy's gentle, mellow, and clear voice, vividly interpreted the tenderness and perseverance of this song. Ah, there is my sweetness in the harvest fruit, and there is also your sweetness. The military medal is half yours, and half mine. Especially the high notes in this section, they were high but not sharp, high but not harsh. She was able to perform the guttural sounds that ordinary people would not be able to sing with ease. If 15th Moon was a retro song, then Brother Soldier had an additional layer of folk elements. Moreover, in this song, Mo Fei's singing method of raising her voice was even more amazing. Soldier brother who wants me to die. From the first sentence, Murphy began to raise the pitch of her voice to the level that would give people goosebumps. If it had to be described, it could only be said that it was as high-pitched as a swona, and it was so high-pitched that it almost didn't drop. It was as if her voice was such a voice. It was good to listen to, but the fans were also shocked by the lyrics of this song. In any case, 15th Moon had some literary talent, but Soldier Brother was almost as straightforward as some folk songs. For example, the lyrics at the back, such as I really want to send him a ball of fire, and Soldier Brother, a star in my heart, and Sister wants to cross the river, who will push me? Didn't it have the same effect? Of course, when Mo Fei sang Soldier Brother, there was no explicit provocation. She used simple and plain words to describe how difficult it was for the wife to take care of the family when the soldiers were stationed outside. She also described how the wife still had tender feelings for her sweetheart when she took on the responsibility. At night, he is the dream on my pillow. During the day, he is the song in my mouth. Although Murphy sang the lyrics in a high-pitched tone, through special pronunciation, the strong feelings in the lyrics were conveyed in this song. Especially the small explosion of tone in the word pillow, it was even more tender and made people's hearts tremble. Suddenly, the image of the soldier's partner in the whole song suddenly came alive. The fans who were listening attentively could feel it. It was as if at this moment, they could see a little wife holding a letter from her sweetheart under the dim yellow light of the night. She was crying and smiling happily at the same time. Whether it was the affectionate 15th Moon, the strong and affectionate Soldier Brother, whether it was the imposing we soldiers, or the firm and tender, to tell the truth, these songs reflected the singing skills of Xianxia and Murphy incisively and vividly. Fans who really liked listening to good songs and appreciating the meaning of music would be able to find something they liked in these songs after letting go of their initial misunderstandings and listening carefully. However, not all fans were fans, and not all fans were old. There were still a considerable number of fans who were young and listened to the songs for fun, or felt that Xianxia and Murphy should sing romantic pop songs. They had come for the fame of the two of them, only to hear 4 old military songs, which really annoyed them. So on the first day, under the comments of these songs, there were a lot of bad reviews that gave very low scores. Abandon the pit, return the goods, you can sing any song, but you have to change your style and sing some rubbish military songs. Is it Xianxia and Murphy, you husband and wife, who are arrogant, or we can't raise the big knife? After waiting for a few months, you played such a trick on us? Military songs are really not good to listen to. After listening to a few sentences, I'll turn it off. I'm here to advise other fans who want to buy it not to be deceived. The so-called small album this time has 4 songs that are very bad. It's not the original classic. It is not worth our money to buy it. Of course, these extreme bad reviews only accounted for a part. Although some fans did not like the 4 songs very much, they still gave more pertinent comments. I have to say that the quality of the songs written by Xianxia is still good. Murphy and Xianxia's singing is also very wonderful. It's a pity that I don't like military songs very much, so I can't appreciate it. Murphy subverts her own Soldier Brother. In fact, it's very interesting to listen to it with your eyes closed. The high notes are very addictive. It's just that when I think of the affectionate song Listen to the Sea that she once sang, I can't accept this military song. Give it a moderate review. Among these comments, there were some who expressed that they were very satisfied and liked these songs. There were even some fans who might be veterans or had a military background who gave eloquent and lengthy comments. It was as if these 4 songs had triggered some special feelings and memories in them. These 4 songs attracted the attention of countless people on the first day of release, and the mixed reviews were really surprising. The media reporters knew that the onlookers were eager to know the reason why Murphy and Xianxia made such a subversive change, so they also dug up the news behind it. However, Xianxia and Murphy still could not be interviewed. What should they do? It didn't matter. If there was no news, they could make it up. The next day, a considerable part of the media dug out a possibility through some of Xianxia's recent itineraries, releasing 4 military songs. Xianxia and Murphy did not want to make a breakthrough in music. They were actually just promoting the TV series of the same name, Soldier's Assault, adapted from Xianxia's works. Yes, in June, didn't Xianxia attend the press conference for the completion of Soldier's Assault? In their eloquent description, it seemed that Xianxia and Murphy were brewing a big conspiracy. By suddenly releasing 4 military songs, they stirred up the feelings of the soldiers, so as to pave the way for the promotion of Soldier's Assault. However, they were also criticizing, isn't Xianxia a bit too much? The People's Army is serious and inviolable. How can you be allowed to stir up people's feelings for the soldiers to achieve your purpose of profit? It seemed that this statement was reasonable, and some onlookers did not like this kind of hype. Xianxia and Murphy, who were still in the dark, were suddenly pushed to the forefront of the storm. Mo Xiaowan naturally wouldn't sit back and watch the media stir up trouble. It just so happened that the public relations department of Huai Brothers was newly established, so this was an opportunity to test it. The night the public opinion appeared in the media, the public relations department managed by Xiao AI released a statement through the official Phoebe Studio micro-broadcasting. The 4 new songs released by Xianxia and Murphy have nothing to do with the promotion of Soldier's Assault, nor are they hype like some media outlets said. The reason why they released 4 military songs is because Xianxia used to be a soldier, and he wants to create some military songs for his comrades in the old army. At the same time, Murphy and Xianxia's accounts also reposted this micro-broadcasting. This was their first clarification. Interestingly enough, maybe the staff around him reminded Chen Fengchen. The next day, the old man also opened his own micro-broadcasting account and applied to become a verified VIP. The old man was old but not old. He was very skilled at operating the computer. Even though it was just a finger tap, he still typed out what he wanted to say. He reposted this micro-broadcasting and said humorously, "Xiao Yang, don't block my words. After listening to your and Murphy's 4 songs, I want to use them as theme songs and TV series interludes." Of course, the old man also sent a micro-broadcasting to clarify for Xianxia. This is indeed a misunderstanding. People who are familiar with Xianxia will know how lazy he is. Forget about hype, he doesn't even want to participate in ordinary promotional activities. As the original author of Soldier's Assault, he didn't want to come to the press conference before the start of filming. He was invited several times before he could come to the press conference. Let me ask you, how could such an outstanding author, who is above the common populace, do something even more outrageous like moral kidnapping? If Xianxia and Murphy's self-clarification wasn't very convincing, then Chen Fengchen's statement was extra powerful. The media's criticism of Xianxia began to die down. Instead, some quick-witted reporters abandoned their reports on Xianxia's new song and ran to Beijing to look for Chen Fengchen. Chen Fengchen was much easier to interview than Xianxia. The old man had no choice but to pick a media outlet that he was more familiar with and accepted their interview. In this interview, the main topic was still Soldier's Assault, but the reporter still asked about Xianxia. Chen Fengchen was still very willing to tell them about how he met Xianxia. After all, Xianxia and Murphy's relationship had already been made public. There was no need to keep some things that couldn't be said back then a secret. Xianxia and Chen Fengchen's acquaintance was actually Chen Fengchen's personal visit. This big news made the reporters extremely excited. Chen Fengchen was a famous director and was highly respected, yet Xianxia had actually asked him to look for him. Fortunately, Chen Fengchen also knew that some reporters liked to beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. "Don't say that I visited him 3 times. At that time, Xianxia didn't know who I was and didn't know why I went to look for him. I saw that Little Yang's work was so good that I was worried that others would take away the film and television rights. So, I directly asked the publisher for Little Yang's address and found him. Speaking of which, it's quite interesting. Yang Yi didn't recognize me, but Murphy was there at the time. She sang the ending song of one of my TV series and recognized me. When Chen Fengchen thought about it, he could not help but chuckle. Moreover, when I saw Yang Yi, I was a little surprised because I thought that the author who could create a work like Drawing Swords should be an old man like me who is more sensitive to the history of the war in the past. I didn't expect it to be a young man. He's too young. Chen Fengchen sighed. Then, Director Chen, what do you think of Yang Yi? Because he rarely appears in front of the media, many fans are eager to know what kind of person he is. The reporter followed Chen Fengchen's words and asked. Chen Fengchen thought for a moment and said, Little Yang is a very talented child, whether it's his musical creation or his literary creation. Am I right? I don't need to say that. Everyone can see it. However, I also want to say that Little Yang is a relatively low-key and hardworking person. Being low-key is an excellent quality that our impetuous entertainment industry lacks. Everyone knows that it's too easy to make money in the entertainment industry. There are more than 1 billion Chinese people in mainland China. The market is too big and the pie is too big. Just a little bit of it and you can make a lot of money. That's why too many people are rushing in, but they just want to make money. Scandals and hype. Today, they're hyping up the little fresh meat, tomorrow, they're hyping up the pretty starlets. As long as they can increase their traffic, they're not afraid of not making money. However, what kind of works can they produce? Can they stand the test of time? Chen Fengchen had long been disgusted by the impetuous atmosphere of the entertainment industry in the new era. This time, he used his evaluation of Yang Yi to express his feelings. I won't talk about anything else. Let's talk about that night that was very popular last month, right? I have an assistant who was listening to the song too. The lyrics were unbearable to the ear. I have no idea how that singer wrote such a song. Look, I don't even remember his name. Chen Fengchen said. Zhu Jia was unwittingly implicated, and Chen Fengchen didn't know that the instigator behind this was the Yang Yi he was praising. Chen Fengchen continued to speak frankly. He used Yang Yi as a positive example. I saw that some media outlets were surprised by Yang Yi's creative speed. However, with such a vigorous creative state, have you ever thought about how much effort he put in behind it? If he was like those little fresh meats, showing off in front of the media every day, unable to complete his daily schedule, how would he have the energy to create? It's precisely because he's low-key and hardworking that he was able to create so many classic works that people can't bear to part with. Director Chen, do you also like Yang Yi's new songs? The reporter asked. Of course. When I heard these songs, my mind was suddenly filled with memories of my days in the army many years ago. I'm already in my 60s, yet I still cry like a child, Chen Fengchen lamented without hiding anything. Chen Fengchen's interview hadn't been reported yet, but Yang Yi's fans, who were slow to react online, finally heard Yang Yi's new songs. It had to be said that among these fans, most of them had followed Yang Yi since Soldier's Assault, so they had a special interest in the army. After hearing these military songs, they felt very emotional. Naturally, they weren't like ordinary fans. They especially admired these songs and couldn't help but recommend them to their friends. And very quickly, they found out from Yang Yi's personal website that the media was attacking Yang Yi. Immediately, they were unhappy and started to support Yang Yi. What do you know? Yang Yi singing military songs couldn't be more suitable, okay? Even old Mu, who had a meal with Yang Yi, said that Yang Yi personally confirmed that he was a soldier. He was a soldier, so why is singing military songs a publicity stunt? They're criticizing such good songs. Is there something wrong with the music industry's brain? Nowadays, the pop music industry seems to have less and less room for the existence of old songs, but I like Yang Yi's old songs. I hope that friends who share the same interest can support Yang Yi. Don't let tradition become history. The support of Chen Fengchen and many older artists who liked Yang Yi's songs, coupled with more and more people who were attracted by the excellence of these songs, finally shook off the criticism that everyone wanted to get involved in. Originally, the Southwest Military Region's art troupe and publicity department were still preparing a publicity plan for Yang Yi. They also knew that there was a misunderstanding in the media and had received instructions from their superiors to clear Yang Yi's name. But before they could slowly respond, the direction of public opinion in the report had taken a 180-degree turn. The media was praising Xianxia and Murphy for their brave breakthrough. The music critics were surprisingly unanimous and gave the 4 songs very high praise. Military songs were going to be popular? Although the music industry was stirred up by Xianxia and Murphy's new songs, it seemed that many media outlets were reporting on these 4 songs, and it seemed that many people were also paying attention to these 4 songs, but the resurgence of military songs was actually an illusion. After all, the times were moving forward and developing. Among young people, there were only a few who liked these retro songs. Although the best song 15th Moon had unintentionally borrowed the wind of public opinion to reach the top 10 of the new song sales chart, it was only limited to that. It was weak and gradually fell with the decline in popularity. Of course, this was also related to the fact that Xianxia and Murphy didn't participate in any chart shows at all, didn't accept variety show invitations, and lacked publicity. What's more, they were overwhelmingly praised by the music critics. It turned out that the music critics' vision was still a little different from the public's. In the end, the 4 songs were ranked in the top 30, and the sales were not bad. They couldn't reproduce the legend of Xianxia's previous songs being popular, however, Xianxia and Murphy were still very satisfied with this result. We are not R&B. How can we get everyone's love? As long as there are people who like our music, and so many people think that our 4 songs are good, that's enough. Murphy comforted Mo Xiaowan. Mo Xiaowan was disappointed with this result for a long time, because this small album was Murphy's first battle after independence. It didn't become a hit, and it always gave people the feeling that Murphy had made a bad move. There were indeed some media outlets who wanted to see the world in chaos mocking Murphy's departure from Tianmei. They even used this as a pretext to make a fuss. Didn't she not accept media interviews? Didn't she like to keep a low profile? As a star, she didn't want any exposure, and she still wanted results. Of course, they couldn't ridicule her so directly. Not only did they beat around the bush, but they also gave many examples to comment on, but the meaning was expressed. But so what? It was unknown whether Xianxia and Murphy regretted changing, or still doing their own way in the entertainment industry. Of course, these were things that happened later. Ever since the release of the song, there had been constant turmoil outside. But in their villa, it was still calm and peaceful. They were still happily living their lives. Xianxia and Murphy did not bring the outside influence into the house. Early in the morning, Xianxia smiled and said to Xi, who was at home during the summer vacation, "Daddy will teach you how to swim today." Summer came later this year. After the summer heat, the sun seemed to have woken up. High in the sky, it shone brightly on the earth and gradually began to emit its majesty. After the temperature rose, not to mention putting on a jacket for Xi, even if the little girl wore a vest and swung outside, she would be sweating profusely when she came back. In such hot weather, Xianxia finally remembered that they had a swimming pool at home. After asking the property management staff to come over and clean the pool, Xianxia filled the pool with water since he had nothing to do today. He was ready to enjoy the convenience of a private pool with his family. Swim. Swim. I'm going to swim. Hearing her father's words, Xi could not hold back her joy. She ran around the house happily and giggled incessantly. Steamed Bun, who did not know the truth, also followed behind the little master. His tongue was hanging out and he jumped around happily. After a while, Xi, wearing a one-piece swimsuit for children, happily appeared by the pool. Cece's swimsuit was a little conservative. It was like a small skirt, but it was very slim fit, showing off the little girl's slender arms and legs. Her belly was round and bulging like the other children's. It was very cute. She ran so fast that Murphy couldn't stop her. As she ran, she giggled and said, "Mama, Papa, come quickly. You can't go into the water directly. You have to wait for Daddy to teach you." Murphy's belly was a little bigger. She was also wearing a swimsuit, and it could be seen that her body had become a lot fuller. For this reason, she felt embarrassed. If it were not for the fact that there were no outsiders in their private pool, she would not have come out to swim. After all, women love to be beautiful. Who would want to be seen by others when she was a little fat now? However, Murphy could not take care of Xi. She just splashed water on the side. After slowly adapting to the water temperature, she went into the pool and swam slowly by herself. Pregnant women could still swim, as long as they paid attention to some small problems. Moreover, swimming was good for the body and the future delivery. Yang Yi, who turned off the water, appeared by the pool after a while. He was wearing loose swimming trunks, but his figure was undeniably good. From the back, he had a strong back and a bare waist, and his shoulders were wide and round. From the front, his thick chest and strong abdominal muscles were even more amazing. Come, Shi. First, do some stretching with Daddy to warm up. When you swim later, you won't get cramps easily. When Yang Yi saw the little girl's impatient look, he knew that she wanted to get into the water quickly, but he still insisted. Okay then. Shi was a little disappointed. But she was still full of expectations and warmed up with her father. Fortunately, when she learned the sword dance, Yang Yi had already taught Shi how to warm up. After a while, after warming up, Yang Yi took Shi slowly into the water. There was no swimming ring. This was Shi's first time swimming in the water, but Yang Yi just wanted his daughter to get rid of the dependence of the swimming ring and learn how to swim quickly. Yang Yi went into the water first, then took Shi's hand and let her go down the stairs step by step. This private swimming pool was full of water and had a depth of 1.4 meters, which was only up to the chest of ordinary adults, not to mention Yang Yi and Murphy, who were not ordinary people. Yang Yi was not satisfied in such a pool, but this level was still very dangerous, because it was enough to reach Shi's little head. It was time to go into the water. At first, Shi was full of interest, and her face was full of excitement, but as the stairs slowly went down, the water gradually reached her chest, and the little girl's smile disappeared. Papa, I'm scared. Shi went down another step and suddenly found that the water had reached her neck. She hurriedly took a step back and looked at her father in panic. She was very happy to play in the water, but the little girl never thought that the water would be so deep. Although she didn't know what the consequences would be, the natural fear in her heart had already spread. Don't be afraid. When you are about to choke, Daddy will pick you up. Why don't you try and see if you can float by kicking the water? Yang Yi advised. I don't want to. Shi withdrew her hand and gently shook it in front of her chest. She was in a dilemma. She was reluctant to leave the swimming pool. Yang Yi frowned. It didn't seem to work. Next to them, Murphy, who was slowly backstroke, looked up at Yang Yi and said with a smile, You have to let Shi get used to the water slowly. I told you to buy a swimming ring for her, but you didn't believe me. She didn't need a swimming ring. Her father was her daughter's biggest guarantee. Yang Yi walked over, bent down, and said with a smile, How about this? Daddy will carry you into the water, and then keep supporting you. You won't drink any water, okay? Yang Yi was unconsciously infected by Shi's bad habit of abusing the word then. Shi hesitated for a moment, but her desire to play in the water overcame her fear. She stretched out her small arms, tightly hugged her father's neck, and let him carry her into the water. Yang Yi half sat and half swam, soaking in the water with Shi. The little girl kicked her little feet randomly, but she couldn't reach the bottom. Sometimes she kicked her father's waist. Papa, don't let go. I'm scared. Shi's feet were not on the ground, so she felt very insecure. She tightly hugged her father's neck and said nervously. Yang Yi suddenly had an idea. He stretched out one leg and bent it so that Shi could stand on it. Then, he coaxed, All right, relax. You can't hold on to Daddy's neck when you swim. Anyway, Daddy will hug you and won't let you fall into the water. Shi was skeptical. She hesitantly let go of one hand, but her other hand was still on her father's neck. Her small body trembled in the water, as if she would slip if she stepped on her father's thigh. Yang Yi's two big hands almost wrapped around the little girl's small waist. Although it was an exaggeration, this supporting force made Shi's body as steady as a rock in the water. She wouldn't slip as she thought. The slightly surging water caused by Murphy's swimming was like a huge wave in Shi's eyes. It didn't send her flying. The little girl felt a little relieved. Although she was nervous, she couldn't help but use her small hand to pat the water. Papa. The water splashed, and some even flew onto Shi's face. Hee. The little girl couldn't help but turn to look at her father. Although she was so nervous that she frowned a little, her big eyes were full of smiles. She seemed to be having a lot of fun. This was much more fun than the little water in the bathtub. After all, a swimming pool was a swimming pool. She, look at mommy. Murphy was a good swimmer. She was breaststroke just now, but now that she turned over, it became backstroke. She floated on the water leisurely and could even turn her head slightly to greet Xianxia. Mom is so amazing. Xianxia stood on her father's lap and looked at her mother enviously. It wasn't that she appreciated how good Murphy was at swimming. The little girl was just envious that Murphy could play so freely in the water, unlike her, who could only gently pat the water and didn't dare to make waves. It was as if she was afraid that she would be swallowed by the water if she moved too much. You can do it too. Come on. Xianxia saw that Xianxia was getting used to it, so he didn't dawdle. He hugged her waist with one hand and held her small head with the other. He held her horizontally so that her head was slightly above the water while the rest of her body was immersed in the water. It was simple and rough. As Xianxia expected, she was so scared that she closed her eyes and cried. Her small hands and feet flopped in the water. She was too scared. At that moment, she thought that her father would leave her in the water, would abandon her. She didn't care that her head was still above the water. She closed her eyes and cried. It was also due to her survival instincts. The little girl flapped her arms and legs very hard, sometimes splashing the water with her small hands and feet. Fortunately, she's head she wouldn't fall. Seeing Xianxia teaching Cici like this, Mofei stood up nervously in the water. It's okay. Don't worry. Xianxia smiled and shook his head at Murphy. Then, he didn't do anything else. He just gently coaxed Xianxia. Why are you crying? Isn't Daddy still here? Look, Daddy is still protecting you. When Xianxia learned how to swim in his previous life, there was no one to teach him. In order to survive, he, who was only a few years older than Xianxia, gritted his teeth and jumped into the Amazon River. He struggled in the rapids and eventually survived and learned how to swim. Compared to that time, Xianxia was very gentle when he taught Xianxia how to swim. From the beginning to the end, he didn't blame her and even coaxed her slowly. He even supported Xianxia's body so that she could learn how to swim in a safe state. However, Xianxia still overestimated his daughter. Xianxia was a little girl. She wasn't a thick-skinned little man. This scare made Xianxia cry uncontrollably. It was as if the grievances in her heart were about to get stuck in her throat. How could Daddy not want Xianxia? After letting Xianxia struggle for a while, Xianxia realized that his daughter's crying couldn't be coaxed. He was also worried that the little girl would get cramps. He had no choice but to straighten her up, drag her little butt, and hold her in his arms. In Daddy's arms, she finally felt a sense of security. At this moment, the little girl was like a frightened kitten. She curled up in her father's chest and sobbed softly. One of her little hands was still holding onto her father's arm. Okay. Why are you so scared? Daddy told you that Daddy will protect you. You don't have to worry. You just have to swim like Mommy. Xianxia coaxed her helplessly. He gently pulled down Xianxia's little hand that was rubbing her eyes. Don't rub your eyes. Your hands are dirty now. Rubbing your eyes will rub the germs in. Daddy doesn't want Xianxia anymore. The little girl finally opened her golden mouth. She choked with sobs and said sadly. Why don't you want Xianxia? Daddy has always been protecting you. Don't you feel it? Daddy is also holding your little head. I won't let you choke on the water. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It did take a little effort to coax Xianxia. But fortunately, after the little girl was coaxed, her good ability to accept things was also reflected. Just now, there was indeed no danger, so they didn't dawdle from the beginning. Under Daddy's coaxing, the little girl finally tried to float on the water with Daddy's support. After Xianxia adapted to this feeling, she played happily. Now, this posture of splashing water was much more interesting than the previous one. Moreover, Xianxia was still using her hands and feet. Her little feet also made a big splash. Hee hee. The little girl tried hard to raise her little head, but she couldn't help but let out a pleasant laughter. That's right? Daddy didn't lie to you. Daddy is protecting you. How could I let you be eaten by the water? Xianxia said with a smile. The saying of being eaten by the water was created by Xianxia herself. Although at this time, Xianxia didn't have time to respond, Xianxia believed that his daughter, who was screaming in fear just now, should have confidence in him. Now, he wanted to let Xianxia feel the feeling of being in the water. When the little girl was a little tired and didn't want to move, Xianxia took her to the beach chair by the pool and sat down. Murphy, who was tired from swimming just now, went ashore to drink water, came over with Xianxia's bath towel and covered the little girl's wet body. Although the weather was very hot, it was easier to catch a cold when wet. A child's resistance was not as good as an adult's. Is it fun? Murphy scratched Xianxia's little nose and asked softly with a smile. It's fun. I like to swim. Xianxia's little face was very excited. She couldn't help but gesticulate with her mother and said, I can draw water. I can draw water very high. This is not called swimming. This is called playing with water. Murphy couldn't help but laugh and said, when you swim, you should be like your mother. You don't need your father to carry you. Look at your father, he can swim so well. After settling Xianxia down, Xianxia also dived into the pool and swam back and forth a few times to satisfy his craving. Xianxia looked at her father with her big eyes. His figure in the water was like an arrow leaving the bow. His posture was not standard compared to Murphy's, but every time he swung his legs and arms, it was full of strength and beauty. Papa is so powerful. The little girl looked at him with admiration and muttered to herself. Xianxia didn't forget that he was not playing with water today. He was responsible for teaching Xianxia how to swim. Therefore, after swimming for a while, he came out of the pool and walked in front of Xianxia. Papa, I want to be like you. I want to swim, super fast, go there, and then go, swim back. The little girl didn't seem to be tired anymore. She was full of energy as she jumped around in front of her father and chattered. Okay, then Daddy will teach you how to swim now. But first, you have to learn the swimming posture and learn the freestyle. After you learn it, you can swim as fast as Daddy. Xianxia said with a gratified smile. Of course, swimming is not something that can be learned overnight, but this summer is still long. The movie The Fugitive finally started shooting. Today, most of the crew arrived at a private clinic in Tingshan district. Although it was the first day of shooting, the progress of the shooting wouldn't start with the prison scene. After all, there were children in this movie, so the priority should be to finish the children's scenes first, so that it wouldn't be difficult to arrange later. Xianxia also came to the set with her father. Many of the people shooting the movie were familiar faces, such as Wang Chao, who was in charge of the camera, and Zhu Liang, who was in charge of the lighting. They were all part of Du Yuanlei's team. After many years of cooperation, they were very familiar with each other. Wang Chao and Zhu Liang's skills were also trustworthy. Long Anai, the makeup artist from the fairy tale crew, was demoted this time. She was the assistant of the newly hired makeup artist, Xiaoran. The makeup for this scene was more complicated. For example, Guozi needed to be made to look older. Long and I couldn't do such a complicated makeup technique, so Long and I had to learn from Xiaoran. In the past, Xianxia often went to the set of Fairy Tale with her father. These familiar faces made Xianxia feel familiar with the environment. On the contrary, today, because Mo Fei wanted to see her daughter act for the first time, Cici was very lively with her parents around. Sometimes, she would hold her father's hand curiously and ask him to take her to see the structure of the clinic. Sometimes, she would even take the initiative to run to Xianxia and look at him curiously. Today, the little girl was dressed very seriously. Because they were going to shoot the movie, Xianxia and Murphy had already changed Xianxia into a costume at home. In fact, it was a primary school uniform that Xianxia had asked someone to tailor for Xianxia. It was a white-collared shirt, a blue cashmere button-up jacket, and a long blue school uniform skirt that hung down to her feet. She had only put on her coat when she entered the private clinic with an air-conditioned environment. However, on the whole, the little girl's cuteness had a scholarly air to it. She was charming and made people feel pity for her. The little girl's shiny black hair was straightened by Murphy, like a waterfall hanging down her back. Under the light, it reflected a beautiful and smooth color. The bangs on her forehead had also been trimmed neatly. At first glance, the little girl had a strict temperament that did not match her age. Of course, it couldn't be seen now. She was blinking her big eyes with a smile on her face. She was moving around like a lively and cute little elf. If Du Yuanlei hadn't arranged for Xixi to audition, and the little girl in the audition had shown Wang Mai's fear, apathy, and pitifulness, Yang Yi would have found it hard to believe that Xixi could play the role well. "Hello, little girl." "Hello." Xianxia was a little restless. He scratched his head and greeted Xixi with a silly smile. "You're Yang Yi's son, right?" In his nervousness, he even made a slip of the tongue. "Hee, I'm not a son. I'm a girl. I'm my papa's daughter. My papa is Yang Yi." When Xixi heard the problem, she couldn't help giggling. The strange feeling between her and this little uncle suddenly disappeared a lot. Yes, you're your father's daughter." Xianxia said with self-blame, "Look at me. I'm so nervous that I'm not right." Xixi didn't answer him this time. Instead, she was thinking about her previous question. She looked at Xianxia curiously and said, "Uncle, are you going to play my papa in the movie?" "My papa is my real papa, and then my papa said that you have to pretend to be my papa, but only in the movie." 2 days ago, when Yang Yi told Xixi the story of the role she was going to play, the little girl was still struggling for a long time. It was also when Yang Yi explained clearly that Wang Mai in the movie was not the real her, and that Wang Mai's father in the movie was not her father that Xixi understood and accepted this arrangement. Therefore, when Xixi was talking to Xianxia today, she went through a lot of trouble and said a lot of things. It was rare that the little girl didn't mess up such a talkative thing. In her heart, it was obvious that she was very clear about these relationships. But this tongue twister of "my papa is not my papa" made Xianxia dizzy. He scratched his ears and cheeks in confusion and said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, little girl, can you say it again?" Yang Yi came over, patted Xixi's little head, and said to Xianxia with a smile, "It's okay. She said that you're just the father of her character in the movie." "He's not my papa." Xixi nodded and added, as if she hadn't had enough. Yes, of course I'm not your father. Your father is Brother Yang." Xianxia smiled. The first scene was when Wang Li came in through the door with Wang Mai and met the veterinarian Grandpa Haoshi, who had just woken up and came downstairs. The main dialogue was done by Xianxia, who played Wang Li, and the old professor of Jiangchuan Film Academy, who played Haoshi. Xixi, who played Wang Mai, didn't have any lines. However, this role was indeed like that. In this movie, Wang Mai basically didn't need to speak. She only needed to act with her eyes and actions. Although Xixi had a good memory, she didn't need to memorize lines, which was also a kind of liberation for the little girl's ability. "Okay, everyone, take your places." Du Yuanlei held a loudspeaker in her hand and shouted. When the shooting was about to start, Yang Yi squatted down and tidied up Xixi's clothes for the last time. Murphy was also on the side, stroking her big belly, and anxiously cheering for Xixi. "Xixi, don't be nervous. You can do it. Mom believes in you. There's no need to be nervous. Just act like you did in the audition. Dad thinks you're very good." Yang Yi also gently put his hand on Xixi's little shoulder and said softly. The little girl blinked her big eyes. It was unknown whether it was because she had grown up a little or some other reason, but she didn't act like last year. Her little face was tight, but she stuck out her little tongue, a little mischievous giggle, and said, "I'm not nervous." However, it was impossible for her not to be nervous at all. When Xianxia came over and brought Xixi to the door to prepare for the shoot, Xixi, who didn't see her parents, finally realized that she was going to shoot a scene and had to face those big cameras. The little girl gently clenched her little fists, and a nervous expression began to show on her little face. "It's okay. The director said just now, you just need to follow me and walk in with your back facing the camera. You just need to look at Teacher Xiang." Xianxia was very attentive in preparing for his scenes. Hence, although he was also a little nervous, he had memorized the lines by heart. Moreover, as he had filmed many scenes before, he could be considered to have some experience. When he saw Xixi lowering her little head slightly, he knew that she was the same as when he first started filming, so he kindly comforted her. Xixi raised her head and blinked her big eyes. Although children were not well versed in worldly affairs, Their pure hearts were like a mirror that could clearly reflect other people's attitude toward them. Cece could feel that this short uncle was helping her out of the goodness of his heart. The little girl's voice was soft as she responded. You don't have to worry about anything else. Just follow my footsteps and stay behind me. Uncle will help you. Xianxia seemed to have also felt Shishi's trust, and he instantly felt a sense of responsibility. All right, let's start. The director's voice was heard. Let's go. Xianxia said in a low voice. He held the teddy bear under his arm and carried a black luggage bag as he pushed the door open and walked in. Shishi hurriedly followed in small steps. It was her first time shooting such an important scene. How would Shishi's performance be? When she came in, Xianxia couldn't help but look in the direction of her parents. Xianxia and Murphy were sitting on the chairs. In fact, they were more nervous than Xianxia, as if this performance was a big test. But when they saw Xianxia looking over, they both smiled and gave Xianxia a thumbs up to encourage her. However, the little girl couldn't take it when she looked. The director called for a stop. The reason was obvious. Just a single glance would reveal a flaw. There was nothing there. Even the introverted and autistic mice shouldn't be looking around like that. Moreover, Xianxia's face was also in the camera. When she saw her parents, her subconscious expression of joy was also wrong. Du Yuanlei didn't blame Xianxia. She was worried that the child's ability to accept the performance was weak. She walked over and praised and comforted Xianxia for a while. It's okay. Your performance was very good. It's just that in this scene, everyone had a little flaw. Not only you, but Uncle Xianxia and Grandpa Xiang also didn't act very well. Let's work together and act it well, okay? Xianxia didn't have a glass heart. At first, the little girl felt that it was her own problem and blamed herself. Now that the responsibility was shared and the atmosphere of teamwork was created, she was also full of responsibility and nodded her head. As for the specific problems, Xianxia understood from the director's patient explanation. In the end, Xianxia chimed in and concluded, there are only 2 points. When you enter the door later, don't look at your parents. Anyway, your parents are here to watch your performance. I believe that you will definitely perform well. The second point is that you have to play Xiaomai. She won't speak or smile. Xianxia, you know how to play the role of Xiaomai. In fact, this scene didn't require much expression control, because Xianxia's back was facing the camera. But Xianxia still hoped that Xianxia could have a little professionalism, so he had more requirements. I know. Xianxia said eagerly. I'm going to act with Uncle Xianxia. Papa, Mom, bye. Wow, so enthusiastic. After Xianxia left, Xianxia and Murphy looked at each other in surprise. They didn't know that Xianxia was bursting with a sense of responsibility. She mustered all her strength and wanted to act well in this scene. She wanted to work hard together with Uncle Xianxia and Grandpa Xiang. There were no more problems with this shot. Xianxia followed Xianxia into the room and stood where she was supposed to stand. She didn't turn her head to look around and just looked at Grandpa Xiang with her big, worried eyes. She stood there like an obedient girl. Pass. After Xianxia and Xianjianlei finished their simple conversation, Du Yuanlei nodded in satisfaction. Next shot. While Wang Chao and the others were changing positions with the camera, Du Yuanlei took the time to give Xianxia a thumbs up, praising her good performance just now. For children, the director was like a teacher. Their praise was like receiving a little red flower. After Xianxia saw Sister Du's thumbs up, her little face suddenly bloomed with a bright smile, and her heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. Next was the conversation between Xianxia and Xianjianlei. Xianxia didn't need to appear in this scene, so Xianxia could go back to her parents' side to rest. Very good shot. Xianxia patted the head of the little girl who threw herself into his arms and laughed. He said with a smile, Dad can't believe that you actually finished shooting this scene so quickly. You only had 1 NG. What do you mean by NG? Xianxia blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. It means that you only need to reshoot it once. Do you know that your Uncle Guazi sometimes NGs a few times when he's filming? Even more than 10 times. Xianxia explained to Xianxia. Then, am I very powerful? The little girl's eyebrows were curved as she smiled. Her sparkling eyes were as beautiful as little stars, but she was a little embarrassed as she asked in a low voice. Very good. Yang Yi praised. But you have to keep it up, you can't be arrogant. Murphy reminded her. The one who acted better was Xianxia. In fact, the Wangli played by Xianxia was quite different from the Pali played by Martin Schott in Yang Yi's memory. However, his simple and honest face, as well as his somewhat reserved, embarrassed, and self-abased smile, could better reflect the character's situation. It could be said that Xianxia was almost acting as himself. The scene between Xianxia and the veteran teacher Xiang was also very enjoyable for the onlookers. One played the role of Wangli who was in dire straits, and the other played the role of the old veterinarian who suffered from paranoia, making people forget what he looked like in the past. Under their lead, Xishi's subsequent scenes were also more successful. Xiang Jianglei smiled kindly and bent down. As if he was playing with a cat, he stretched out his hand, bent his fingers, and gently scratched Xishi's delicate little face. The little girl's little mouth was closed, and she looked at Grandpa Xiang with her big sad eyes. However, her expression remained indifferent from the beginning to the end, and there was no change. In fact, she laughed twice. She couldn't hold it in. She was amused by Grandpa Xiang's doting expression and his action of playing with a cat. However, the little girl thought that she couldn't reshoot the movie too many times, so she seriously endured it. On the third take, she perfectly portrayed the indifference of Little Wheat. This scene was beyond my expectations. I thought that she would have to NG more than 10 times before she could pass. I didn't expect Xi to be so good. Really, she's better than I thought. Xi also received the excited praise from Teacher Du, which made her feel so happy that she was about to fly. I still want to act in the movie. Xi was bouncing around beside her mother, and she was overjoyed. It's still a while before it's your turn. Now, it's your father and Uncle Xia's scene. Murphy brought Xi to another position and found a good angle to watch Yang Yi's performance. Papa is also super good at acting in movies. Because the shooting was about to start, Xi finally quieted down. She sat next to her mother, leaned on her mother's arm, and whispered. In fact, Xi didn't know so much. She was simply full of confidence in her father. Yang Yi didn't know that his daughter had high hopes for him. Although he often fantasized about being the lead actor and playing the role he liked in the movie, this was really pushing a duck onto a perch. He was lying on a simple hospital bed, a table, with a straight face and closed eyes, just like Lucas in the movie in his previous life, with a ferocious look on his face. After all, with the golden finger, Yang Yi had watched the original movie, and his memory could be read like a hard drive, so he could completely remember the character's every move on camera, and remember the character's expression every minute and every second. In addition, coldness was his nature, and he didn't need to act at all. With a straight face, his strong lines gave people a fierce feeling. Fortunately, in real life, Yang Yi had become much gentler. He was usually smiling, which was why so many children liked him, and why Xi stuck to him all the time. However, although Yang Yi acted quite well on the hospital bed, in fact, he was still very nervous. Not only did Yang Yi not know how he acted, but he was also secretly worried that if he NG'd too many times and was defeated by his daughter, wouldn't it be a little too embarrassing? Stop. Du Yuanlei suddenly shouted, stop. Yang Yi opened his mouth, turned his head, and looked at Du Yuanlei embarrassedly. However, Yang Yi was too worried. Du Yuanlei didn't walk towards him, but towards Xianxia. She said, Xianxia, your movements here are not right. You should put down the bag and the bear. I'm sorry, director, I forgot. Xianxia also remembered. He quickly nodded and said. Okay, everyone, get ready. Du Yuanlei took the loudspeaker and prepared to go back. Ah? Director Du, what about me? Yang Yi asked. Ah? Du Yuanlei was also a little confused. She looked at Yang Yi. You acted quite well. Your expression is on point. Just act like you did just now. Du Yuanlei was right. Yang Yi imitated the original character very well. He expressed Ludi's dissatisfaction, disdain, helplessness, and speechlessness towards Wang Li. Oh. Yang Yi secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that it was his fault that caused the NGs. However, he still had to work hard, he couldn't lose to his daughter. Just as the filming was in full swing, Guizi, who had finished watching the opening of the movie, returned to school. He didn't have any scenes today. He was supposed to help on the set, but he made an appointment with Ding Xiang. Since the school was on holiday and there weren't many customers in the coffee shop, and Yang Huan hadn't returned from her hometown yet, he would take her to an empty place in the back of the mountain to teach her how to drive. However, when Guizi arrived at the coffee shop and saw the scene in front of him, he was furious. After Tang Kaitai was rejected by Yang Yi and left angrily, he didn't give up. He didn't know that Yang Yi was helping Thousand Miles Kawanshu with his lawsuit. He didn't know that Yang Yi was very clear about his character and some of his actions in the entertainment industry. The information collected by Hui Yang's lawyer was all about it. He only thought that Yang Yi had a problem with him because of Du Yuanlei. After all, Tang Kaitai only knew that Du Yuanlei's Love Alley was later adapted into fairy tale. The screenwriter of fairy tale was Yang Yi. So, the only connection between him and Yang Yi was that he once quit acting in Love Alley. It must be this woman who sowed discord in front of Yang Yi. Tang Kaitai hated Du Yuanlei so much that he gnashed his teeth. However, if this was the case, Tang Kaitai felt that he still had a chance to fix Yang Yi's opinion of him. After all, in his opinion, the fat guy who chased after Du Yuanlei still acted as the protagonist of fairy tale. So, Du Yuanlei and Yang Yi should have nothing to do with each other. When Mr. Tang finished his business and returned to Jiangqing, he restarted his plan to get close to Yang Yi and ask Yang Yi to write songs for him. However, this time, Tang Kaitai didn't go to Yang Yi directly. Instead, he found an opportunity when Yang Yi wasn't around and went to the corner coffee shop. "Welcome." Ding Xiang, who was reading, heard the bell and quickly raised her head to greet him enthusiastically. However, she frowned before she could finish her sentence. "Hello, beautiful." Tang Kaitai smiled brightly. With his fair skin, he was indeed handsome. "Why are you here again?" Ding Xiang didn't have a good impression of him. However, there were other customers in the coffee shop, so she couldn't be too mean to him. She could only frown and whisper, "Our boss said that he won't work with you anymore. I'm not here to see him." Tang Kaitai sat on the high stool in front of the bar counter, seemingly inadvertently put a car key with a trident on the table, and then said to Ding Xiang with a smile, "I'm here for you." Tang Kaitai didn't know Ding Xiang. He didn't know that in terms of age, Ding Xiang was his senior sister. Tang Kaitai thought that Ding Xiang was just an ordinary working girl, so he deliberately showed that he was rich in front of Ding Xiang. He wanted to get in touch with Ding Xiang and have Ding Xiang put in a good word for him so that he could find an opportunity to rope in Yang Yi again. He didn't believe that with his father's position, there would be any celebrity who wouldn't want to curry favor with him. However, Tang Kaitai's little tricks had no effect on Ding Xiang. First of all, Ding Xiang had no idea what those things were. Car keys? The key to a luxury car was completely different from the key to a car at the level of Tyrant. Moreover, Ding Xiang did not recognize the logo of the car. How could she have the thought of staring at the cars on the street or reading car magazines all day long? So when she glanced at it, Ding Xiang thought it was just a pendant. Secondly, Ding Xiang knew that Tang Kaitai wasn't a good person. Ding Xiang was very clear about what he had done to Lu Xiaoxiu and the others. Ding Xiang's frown deepened. However, she was still a waitress, and he was a guest. She didn't want to use a harsh tone, so she could only speak with a sense of distance and said, "If you want to drink coffee, please order." The car keys trick didn't work, however, Tang Kaitai didn't take it to heart. Instead, he changed his strategy. He leaned on the bar counter and looked at Ding Xiang affectionately. He said gently, "I'm not here for coffee. I'm here to look for you. I want to take a picture with you." It had to be said that Tang Kaitai was indeed good-looking. He was one of the more popular young men in the entertainment industry. Moreover, he was very good at dressing up and looked like a very gentlemanly Korean oppa. However, Ding Xiang still didn't put on a fake expression. She rejected him directly. "No, why? Why must I take a picture with you just because you want to take a picture with me?" Ding Xiang felt that this kind of aggressive way of picking up girls was very annoying. However, Tang Kaitai didn't see the disgust in Ding Xiang's eyes. He thought that Ding Xiang was asking why he suddenly wanted to take a picture with her. I've been waiting for this sentence. Tang Kaitai was pleased with himself, but he still said to Ding Xiang affectionately, because after taking a picture with you, I can prove to my friends that there are indeed angels in this world. He had used this trick on some beautiful girls in bars before. It worked every time, and he easily got their phone numbers. However, Tang Kaitai didn't know that Ding Xiang wasn't an ordinary girl. Not only was she indifferent to Tang Kaitai's provocative words, she even took 2 steps back and exposed him. I don't know what angels look like, but I know that they're definitely not like me. Their skin is so dark, and they're so ugly. No, they're not. I think your skin color is very healthy, and in my eyes, you're very beautiful. No one can compare to your looks. Tang Kaitai even pretended to be emotional. Who said that angels must be white? There can also be angels among us yellow people, an angel as beautiful as you. This conversation not only happened to be heard by Guozi, who was walking to the door, but it also attracted the attention of the other customers in the shop. However, they thought that it was just the shop's pretty waitress who was being hit on, so they secretly laughed in their seats. There weren't many people who were as straightforward as Tang Kaitai, but who asked Tang Kaitai to be so handsome? He was dressed like a celebrity. If he hit on the other female customers in the shop, he might succeed. Don't shout, okay? Ding Xiang was a little anxious. She said, we still have to open for business. Please don't affect others. Anyway, it's just a job, and the boss isn't here. Why don't you come with me? I'll take you to eat Western food and buy clothes. Angels also need to dress up, and this uniform of yours is too much for your figure. Tang Kaitai even tried to stretch his hand out to hold Ding Xiang's hand as he spoke. Hey, why are you so unreasonable? Are you trying to be a hooligan? Ding Xiang couldn't bear it anymore. She wanted to pick up the book in the bar and throw it at Tang Kaitai's head. However, she was still a little worried. She was worried that it wouldn't be good if she made a big fuss with Tang Kaitai. After all, she also knew the identity of Tang Kaitai's father. She wasn't sure if it would affect Brother Yang. However, when Ding Xiang was still weighing the pros and cons, an angry shout came from behind Tang Kaitai. Let go of Sister Ding Xiang. Ding Xiang was stunned. She raised her head and saw Guozi rushing out in a flustered and exasperated manner. Tang Kaitai also turned his head, but all he saw was a fist the size of a sandbag. Being fat also had its benefits. Guozi didn't have any skills, but his punch landed solidly on Tang Kaitai's eye. Tang Kaitai directly rolled off the high stool and onto the floor. However, it wasn't a big deal. It was just that there might be a black eye tomorrow. Tang Kaitai covered his eye and awkwardly got up. He glared at Guozi with his remaining eye and scolded in a flustered and exasperated manner. Damn fatty, you dare to hit me? Guozi usually didn't get angry with others, let alone hit people. He didn't know why he was suddenly so angry. When he saw Tang Kaitai flirting with Ding Xiang and his hand grabbing Ding Xiang's wrist, his head suddenly exploded. He pushed open the door and rushed over. After he finished hitting Tang Kaitai, his hand was still trembling. He didn't know if it was because he was nervous or because he was in pain. So what if I hit you? Guozi gritted his teeth and said. You. Who told you to touch Sister Ding Xiang? Guozi shouted. What about you? I hit you. I just wanted to say a few words to this waiter. Tang Kaitai clenched his fists, but he didn't dare to fight with Guozi. Guozi's size was obvious. After all, he was still young. When he was growing up, Guozi grew a lot taller this year. He was almost 1.75 meters tall. Who doesn't know your intentions? Let me tell you, Brother Yang won't write songs for you. Give up. Don't harass our sister Ding Xiang. Guozi saw that Tang Kaitai was scared. He emboldened himself. He straightened his chest and said, get out of here. You're not welcome here. Guozi knew that Tang Kaitai had been here before. Ding Xiang had talked to him about it. However, Guozi didn't care before, thinking that Yang Yi had already taken care of it. Tang Kaitai took a step back. He felt that he couldn't afford to lose face. He clenched his teeth and turned around to leave. Remember this. Guozi watched Tang Kaitai leave. He breathed a sigh of relief. The warrior with a straight back just now disappeared. Instead, he turned his head to look at Ding Xiang with an embarrassed face. Are you okay? Ding Xiang finally came back to her senses. She remembered that she saw Guozi's trembling hand. She stretched out her hand and said worriedly, let me see your hand. I'm fine. Guozi quickly waved his hand. Let me see. Ding Xiang grabbed Guozi's hand and carefully looked at it. There were no scars. Only then did she feel relieved. Her eyes were filled with gratitude, but her mouth was a little worried. Why were you so impulsive? In fact, he can't touch me. Moreover, you know that I'm quite strong. If I wasn't worried about the bad influence, I would have kicked him out. It's okay. That kind of person is asking for a beating. It's useless to beat him up. Guozi said with a smile. He returned to his previous appearance and bragged, moreover, you didn't see it. He's just a paper paste. I hit him with a punch. You're showing off. Ding Xiang snappily said, if his father wasn't the director of Xiangnan Television Bureau, I would have kicked him out long ago. Do you think it would be your turn? Moreover, in the future, you'll be in this line of work. If you hit him, won't your future be affected? Ding Xiang worriedly looked at Guozi and asked. Haha, what's so scary about a small director? Guozi waved his hand and said with a disdainful smile, don't worry, Sister Ding Xiang. My family wants me to keep a low profile. I'm not like him, showing off who my father is. Humph, if we really want to compare family background, I'm not afraid of him. There's also Brother Yang. Guozi, who knew some inside information, said with a smile, you don't have to worry about Brother Yang. He has a military background. Moreover, it's going to be exposed soon. Who dares to touch him? In any case, if you see him in a bad mood, just throw him out. I guarantee that he won't dare to make a sound. You. Don't be so reckless all the time. Ding Xiang was somewhat speechless. By the way, Sister Ding Xiang, I just heard him say that you're an angel. An angel? Guozi thought of something and smiled at Ding Xiang. What do you want to say? Ding Xiang frowned and asked. How can there be such a black angel like you? TSK, how hypocritical can he be? Guozi joked. What do you think? I was right, wasn't I? Brother Yang definitely wouldn't care about what we did, Guozi said to Ding Xiang, beaming with joy. Tang Kaitai was beaten up in Yang Yi's coffee shop. Of course, he had to inform Yang Yi about it. However, Yang Yi's reaction was very calm. He only replied that he got it. At most, he would only ask Ding Xiang and Guozi to protect themselves. Nothing else. If he beat them up, so be it. But Brother Yang didn't agree with what you did. If it were him, he would definitely think of other ways to deal with it. Ding Xiang saw that Guozi was a little complacent. She didn't want him to become a playboy, so she popped him like a balloon and said, if Brother Yang agreed, he would have done it long ago. You wouldn't have a chance. Guozi was the weakest among them. Ding Xiang was stronger than him and Yang Yi was good at kung fu, not to mention Yang Yi. Actually, Ding Xiang had overestimated Yang Yi. Yang Yi was just shooting a movie, so he didn't have time to talk to Ding Xiang. In fact, when he heard that Tang Kaitai was beaten up by Guozi, Yang Yi applauded Guozi in his heart. Yang Yi treated Ding Xiang as his sister, just like Yang Huan. If he saw Tang Kaitai holding Ding Xiang's hand and flirting with her, he might also beat him up. After Ding Xiang finished her work at noon, Guozi took her to the back of the mountain to learn driving. The Media University of Jiangqing was leaning against a small mountain. After going around it, there was a large open space the size of a football field. It was said that it was planned to be a football field for the university town. However, after the land was leveled, the football field project was cancelled for unknown reasons. No matter what the reason was, this place was suitable for Ding Xiang to practice driving. The place was flat and there were no stones or trees in the way. She could drive straight or practice turning. Compared to the dangers on the road, this place was simply a paradise for driving practice. Guozi had already brought Ding Xiang here a few times. Shift gears and speed up. Guizi's voice could be heard in the car with the windows open. Tyrannical Wolf was a manual transmission car, and it also had an automatic transmission. However, Xianxia liked the valiant acceleration when he switched gears, so he did not buy an automatic transmission. In fact, Ding Xiang had already mastered the basic driving skills. She didn't have to carry these things too quickly, but she drove like a snail. She switched to second gear and drove slowly. She didn't dare to drive too fast, as if she would lose control if she drove too fast. Isn't it too fast? Ding Xiang was still a little hesitant after hearing Guizi's reminder. There's still a long way to go. Furthermore, you just have to control the steering wheel and turn slowly when you're making a turn. It's fine to go a little faster. Guizi helplessly said as he pointed to the front. Okay. Ding Xiang answered hesitantly. Then, she stepped on the clutch, controlled the steering wheel with her left hand, and pushed the gear forward with her right hand. However, the movement of her right hand was not standard. The lever was pushed directly to the fifth gear position. As a result, the car emitted a series of powerless noises. Moreover, the car clearly became powerless. What's going on? Ding Xiang's driving experience was not rich enough. She immediately panicked. You're in the wrong gear. Step on the clutch. Guizi shouted when he realized what had happened. Ding Xiang followed his instructions and stepped on the clutch. Then, she felt her right hand on the lever being held down by Guizi. After all, girls' hands were slender, and Ding Xiang was no exception. Guizi easily grabbed her hand along with the ball, pulled it down, and accurately shifted it back to second gear. Again, step on the accelerator, and shift gears again, Guizi said to Ding Xiang as if nothing had happened. Ding Xiang was in a daze. She sat in the driver's seat with her eyes staring ahead. However, she did not know where her mind had drifted. After a while, she finally reacted. Oh. Her cheeks were slightly red. Who knew if it was because she was embarrassed by her mistake or for some other reason? She hurriedly stepped on the accelerator, released the accelerator, stepped on the clutch, and shifted to third gear. This time, Ding Xiang did the right thing. After all, she was smart. All her actions were orderly and smooth. Okay, speed up. Maintain the speed and start to turn, Guizi said. It seemed that he was not affected by her actions just now. But who knew? Guizi's heart was actually stirred up a little. Just now, because he was in a hurry, he directly grabbed Ding Xiang's hand to help her shift gears. Guizi did not react. When he reacted and withdrew his hand, the mistake was already irreversible. Guizi was a little worried that Ding Xiang would take special notice and think that he was a lecher like Tang Kai-tai. Therefore, he wanted to pretend that nothing had happened. However, secretly, Guizi's mind was filled with that soft and cold touch. Okay. Ding Xiang did not say anything and just drove obediently. The atmosphere in the car was faintly awkward. On the set of the private clinic, Xianxia and Xixi were shooting the last scene of the day. The plot was that Wang Li brought Wang Mai to meet Ludi. Because Wang Li was going to apply for a fake passport, he needed Ludi to help take care of Wang Mai. However, Ludi was very impatient at first. He was already very annoyed and did not want a little kid to bother him. However, some scenes were as classic as the first meeting between Matilda and Leon in Lion, the Killer. Although in this movie, Wang Mai did not speak and did not have the classic dialogue of Matilda saying, "Is life always so difficult, or is it only in childhood?" The first meeting between Wang Mai and Ludi was destined to be a classic. After shooting this scene, Cece walked in with Xianxia holding her hand. When she saw her father lying on the bed, she couldn't help but smile, causing several NGs. However, the little girl, who was full of a sense of responsibility, finally managed to adjust herself. I can't smile when I see Papa. Before they started again, Xixi said to Xianxia. It was not that she had to talk to Xianxia. She just wanted to mutter her thoughts. Yes, for the time being, you can treat yourself as Xiaomai and treat me as your father. Xianxia bent down and clenched his fist as he cheered Xixi on. Action! As the director shouted, Xianxia reached out his hand at the door and pulled Xixi over. Xixi's small hand was gently held in Xiaoxia's big hand. Her small body still looked very lonely. The little girl's delicate face, small mouth, and big eyes revealed sadness. She just stared blankly at the Uncle Ludi whom she met for the first time. Yang Yi's character, Ludi, did not make any mistakes. He controlled his expression and body very well. The impatient Ludi became hesitant. Although he was still a little impatient, he was more at a loss for what to do. It was as if his heart was being interrogated under the silent gaze of Xiaomai's clear eyes. He could scold Wang Li, who messed up his life after being released from prison, as an idiot. However, when faced with the angelic, delicate, cute, and pitiful Xiaomai, all his anger disappeared. He didn't even know where to put his hands. This series of small actions was a perfect reflection of Ludi's cold exterior but warm interior. Good shot. Du Yuanlei watched through the monitor and couldn't help but clench her fists and cheer in her heart. Next, it was mainly Xixi's scene. First, when Geng Sha told Xixi that he wanted Xiaomai to take care of Ludi, the little girl stared straight at the camera. She was looking at Ludi on the hospital bed. Her expression didn't change from beginning to end. However, from the way Xiaomai looked at Ludi, this scene was enough to show Xiaomai's curiosity towards Ludi. Perhaps only an innocent child would be able to see the sincerity in Ludi's heart. Then, when Xixi walked out, she walked slowly. Suddenly, she slowly turned around, turned sideways, and turned her head. Her expression didn't change. She still looked at her father with those heart-wrenching eyes. Although this was required by the script, because Wang Li told Xiaomai that Ludi was sick and needed to be taken care of like a baby, Xiaomai seemed to pity Ludi even though she was autistic. This glance made Yang Yi very uncomfortable. It seemed like his heart had softened. After Xixi walked out of the room, Du Yuanlei finally waved her hand and excitedly clenched her fists. She said, "Good, pass." The others were also relieved, laughing and applauding one after another. This scene was passed in one take. Xixi's performance in the camera was too good. Did you know? Sister didn't expect you to be so good. Especially at the end, your acting was so good. Sister didn't want you to stop looking at those little eyes. Du Yuanlei praised Xixi. Xixi didn't know if she was born like this, but she easily broke out of her acting state. The little girl was happy and embarrassed when she was praised by teacher Du. She intertwined her little hands behind her back and stuck out her little tongue as she laughed. Uncle Geng said that I want to act as Xiaomai, so I can't treat my papa as my papa. Xixi even explained to the other party, then I can't laugh. That's right. Although you smile very cute, you're still very beautiful when you're shooting a movie. Du Yuanlei also rubbed Xixi's soft hair lovingly. Xixi giggled and ran back to her parents' side. Naturally, she also received praise from her parents. The little girl's performance today was outstanding. 2 days later, Yang Huan returned from home and embarked on a tour of Meng village with Ding Xiang. The coffee shop at the corner of the street was officially closed and was taken over by a renovation company arranged by Yang Yi. They would renovate the coffee shop according to Yang Yi's requirements and drawings. Yang Yi, Guozi, and the rest were also filming their movie on the set. It seemed that everything was calm and peaceful. However, what was surging was an undercurrent that was hidden on the surface. After being beaten up by Guozi, Tang Kaitai, of course, could not take it lying down. He gritted his teeth and returned to Xiangnan. When he returned to his own territory, he began to think of ways to take revenge. However, what made Tang Kaitai depressed was that he did not know how to deal with Guozi, who had beaten him up. This guy was just a small-time celebrity. There was no news about him in the newspapers. The only news about Guozi that could be found on the internet was related to the mini-movie Fairy Tale or the song Fairy Tale. However, Guozi was just like Yang Yi. He usually kept a low profile and did not participate in any variety shows. Therefore, Tang Kaitai could not ban Guozi from all the TV stations in Xiangnan. However, every injustice had its perpetrator, and every debt had its debtor. Yang Yi was the one who had humiliated him in the coffee shop. Tang Kaitai felt that he should find a way to teach Yang Yi a lesson. He wanted to show Yang Yi that he was not all talk. Compared to Guozi, Yang Yi was much easier to deal with because he had a big family business. For example, Yang Yi's books were also sold in all the major bookstores in Xiangnan. Tang Kaitai used his father's name to find the relevant personnel in charge of the book publishing. He asked them to remove all of Yang Yi's books from the shelves with the reason that Yang Yi had written books that would mislead the public, such as Journey in the White Night. This reason could not stand up to scrutiny. Moreover, this kind of top-down action was very effective. Almost overnight, all the bookstores in Xianxia no longer had Yang Yi's books on their shelves. This news naturally reached Yang Yi's ears very quickly. Some of our close bookstore owners told us that this might be because you have offended someone. Lu Benji called Yang Yi and told him about the situation. After that, he passed the information to Yang Yi. Xianxia. Yang Yi did not need to think to know who was behind this. Is the loss serious? Yang Yi asked calmly. It's not serious. Most of our books are sold online. Especially in Xianxia, where the economy is developing well, 70% of our books are sold online. Only 30% are affected. However, there are some readers who come to our Sahara Mall to buy books if they can't buy them in physical stores. Lu Benji said to Yang Yi. With Tang Kaitai's background, it was impossible for him to affect online sales or the huge copyright organization. Then this matter will be settled for now. You don't have to worry about it. Yang Yi said to Lu Benji. Yang Yi didn't take it to heart at all. He felt that online shopping would become a trend, and he could use this opportunity to see if more people would go online with the help of external forces. However, Yang Yi and Lu Benji did not expect that the ban on Yang Yi's books would be removed within a few days. Yang Yi did not even have time to think of a way to deal with Tang Kaitai, and his books were back on the shelves. After all, they were all bestsellers, and the bookstore did not want to lose customers. But Tang Kaitai gave up just like that. It was indeed so. Behind this farce, the military announced that Yang Yi was the spokesperson of the Southwest Military Region. This identity certification was directly issued from the highest level of the military, and it made many people wary. The spokesperson of the military was a special product after the development of the entertainment industry. Just like the famous celebrities in the art troupe, there were spokespeople for the military in this world. They mainly chose artists with good conduct to improve the image of the military, and to increase the enthusiasm of young people to join the military during the annual conscription. Although Yang Yi did not reveal his complete background, with a military background, it was destined that Yang Yi was not a noob author that could be easily manipulated. The leader in charge of managing the book publishing did not dare to joke about his future, and took the initiative to remove the ban on Yang Yi's books. This farce in Xianxia came and went quickly, but in the end, it calmed down. However, when Yang Yi became the spokesperson of the military region, the Southwest Military Region also introduced Yang Yi on their official website. There was nothing particularly shocking in this introduction, because the news that Yang Yi came from the Special Forces was hidden. They only told the public that Yang Yi was once an outstanding soldier, and when he retired, his military rank was at the rank of an officer. The media was like a cat that smelled blood, and they all reported this news. However, they were more interested in Yang Yi's identity as a former soldier. This was only a one-sided statement from the studio, and now it was finally confirmed. What was even more reported were the two photos of Yang Yi that were released along with the announcement. The first photo was of Yang Yi singing in front of the soldiers of the Southwest Military Region. It was taken by the military's own publicity staff. In the photo, Yang Yi was neatly dressed in military uniform, standing upright on the stage and singing. It had to be said that Yang Yi's spirit and temperament were raised a lot when he wore the military uniform. His originally tough and cold face suddenly became extraordinarily handsome. This also made the reporters praise him endlessly, saying that Yang Yi did indeed have the characteristics of a soldier. The second photo made the reporters and fans even more crazy. It was an old photo. The photo was a little yellowed. At that time, there were no digital photos that could be stored for a long time. The photo could be traced back to many years ago. At that time, Yang Yi had yet to enter Wolf Warriors. He was just an ordinary soldier in the razor-sharp platoon, which was known as half a special forces unit. In the photo, Yang Yi's face was painted in camouflage. He was lying on the ground with a rifle and shooting live bullets. Although the camouflage made it impossible to see Yang Yi's skin color, one could still vaguely see that Yang Yi's face was young and inexperienced at that time. However, when Yang Yi was young, he was serious in speech and manner. His large eyes were slightly narrowed like an eagle, watching his target. His entire body exuded a fierce aura. Those who were familiar with the current Yang Yi would feel that he was a stranger. However, this was a photo from more than 10 years ago. The younger version of Yang Yi still made the fans explode on microbroadcasting. Is he that cool? Now I know that Yang Yi is a good family man. I didn't expect him to have such a cool side to him as a former soldier. He's good at both the hall and the kitchen. Our Murphy has indeed married a good man. Hee hee. Looking at Yang Yi's military photo, I finally understand how Soldier's assault could make an ordinary story so moving. How could an ordinary character be written so vividly? It turns out that Yang Yi really did experience it. He really was a soldier. Looking at these photos of Yang Yi and listening to Yang Yi's military songs, I can also understand that Yang Yi's songs are not for nothing. I give a thumbs up to the dedication of a soldier. Although Yang Yi had no intention of becoming a celebrity, with the announcement of his military identity, Yang Yi received more and more attention. Just like his microbroadcasting, Xixi's family chef, the number of fans under his name gradually exceeded 5 million. He was almost catching up to Murphy. End of chapter 548. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.